Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1057 to Chapter 1129. Boom. The invisible violent King Kong sat down. Ouyang Feng's body sank. His excrement was almost crushed out, his two eyeballs spat out, and his face instantly became incomparably pale. His body was bound by a powerful force. He couldn't move at all. Ouyang Feng's face was aghast. The King Kong sword technique can't have such a powerful force. You're only at the third level of the essence condensation realm. It's impossible to bind me with the power of the King Kong sword technique. It's absolutely impossible. This is definitely not the King Kong sword technique. Luo Tian's mouth slightly hooked up, gently smiled, and said, "Of course this is not the King Kong sword technique." If it was only the King Kong sword technique, as Ouyang Feng said, Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the third level of the essence condensation realm. It was impossible to bind Ouyang Feng, who was at the peak of the fourth level of the essence condensation realm. But just before he used the King Kong sword technique, he released the God explosion. In this way, his cultivation soared in an instant. Naturally, he could easily crush Ouyang Feng. More than enough. The King Kong that fell from the sky was not an ordinary gorilla, but a violent King Kong ape. It was exactly the same as the violent King Kong ape described in the Invincible upgrade. How overbearing was this? Could Ouyang Feng escape? Ouyang Feng's whole body was bound. Looking at the coldness in Luo Tian's eyes, his heart was filled with fear, and he loudly shouted, "This kid has already used a cultivation technique. What are you waiting for? Hurry up." At this time, the several disciples behind him did not stay too long. They quickly rushed towards Luo Tian. Ouyang Feng's heart relaxed. He was worried that these people would abandon him and run away. Now that he saw these people all rushing towards Luo Tian, his heart was relieved. He sneered, looked at Luo Tian and arrogantly said, "Dog, I advise you to obediently let me go. Otherwise, I will crush your bones." He was so arrogant. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled. He moved his feet and instantly appeared in front of Ouyang Feng. He stepped on Ouyang Feng's head and smiled, "Who gave you the courage to be arrogant in front of me? At this time, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? It seems like you don't know how to write the word death." He exerted force with his foot and directly stomped Ouyang Feng's face into the mud. Ouyang Feng was in a difficult situation. But, his tone was still arrogant as he yelled, "I don't know how to spell the word death, but I think you don't. If you dare to make a move, I don't believe you can withstand the attacks of 10 condensed Prime Realm warriors. You bastard Luo, don't think you are so great just because you have some special martial arts. In our eyes, you are just a dog of the House of Bai." Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian frowned. The heavenly sword in his hand emitted a cold sword wind. Without waiting for Ouyang Feng to finish his words, Luo Tian moved his sword and stabbed it into Ouyang Feng's head. Blood spurted out, and Ouyang Feng could no longer speak. Dead, Luo Tian withdrew his mind and the powerful violent gorilla slowly disappeared. Luo Tian kicked Ouyang Feng's body away and sneered, "Who wants to be the third one? You want to use your life to force me to use my martial arts? Ridiculous. I don't even want to use any martial arts to deal with you. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of trash." Bang! Ouyang Feng's body hit the second disciple who rushed up. Blood splashed on his face. His whole body instantly calmed down. His face was aghast, and he stopped attacking. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Luo Tian. He did not dare to move forward. You have to be ruthless when killing people. Only ruthlessness has the power to deter people. Only ruthlessness can make the remaining 10 people scared. If killing the first disciple was a sneak attack, then this time was a crushing defeat. Moreover, it was crushing Ouyang Feng, who was stronger than Luo Tian. Ouyang Feng, who was at the peak of the fourth level of the essence condensation realm, had no chance to fight back in front of Luo Tian. It was like a 3-year-old child fighting with an adult. They were not on the same level. What about them? Were they also 3-year-old children in Luo Tian's eyes? None of them wanted to die. Especially after Luo Tian consecutively killed 2 people, their fear of Luo Tian became even stronger. In addition, Luo Tian fought against Bai Yuan for the House of Bai and Hyosaurus, who was at the peak of the martial void realm. If such a person was not his opponent, then why should they send themselves to death? The remaining 10 people stopped, their bodies slowly moved back, keeping a safe distance from Luo Tian. Luo Tian's heart relaxed, and secretly said, if they really attacked together, it would be really troublesome. Even if I am not injured, bilingualing in my arms will be injured. After all, Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the essence condensation realm. If he did not use the transformation card, even if he could fight, it would be difficult for him to fight against 10 people. Seeing that they were afraid, Luo Tian laughed arrogantly and said, what's wrong? You don't dare to fight? You think you are very smart. If you want to force me to use my cultivation method, then you have to see if you have the qualifications. Everyone's face was very ugly. Luo Tian's words made them ashamed. They did not even have the qualifications to force Luo Tian to use those powerful cultivation methods, strike while the iron is hot, not to mention. Bilingualing's body was already a little cold. She had lost too much blood. If she was not treated in time, her life would be in danger. Luo Tian did not dare to delay, just at this moment. Luo Tian's body suddenly moved and suddenly rushed out. He swept the Yiqian sword and roared, kill. His aura surged. Murderous intent soared to the sky. In addition to this sudden sound, the 10 people who were originally afraid were almost scared out of their wits at this time. They all fled frantically, hating their parents for not giving birth to them with a few more legs. They rolled and crawled, and several of them were scared to the point of peeing. Their crotch was wet. Haha, Luo Tian chuckled. He could not help but feel amused when he saw the 10 of them fleeing in all directions. Glancing at bilingualing in his arms, Luo Tian said softly, I will find a place to treat you immediately. You will be fine. Bilingualing's injury was very serious. It was more serious than Luo Tian expected. If it were not for the treatment of bilingualing, then none of these people would be able to escape. They would all die under Luo Tian's sword, the alliance of the 4 families, Aoshing making things difficult, Wusha's pursuit. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger, but at this time, bilingualing's life was more important. This damned barrier is either a forest or a mountain. I don't know how big this place is. Luo Tian was anxious. There was no sun in this barrier, and there were no natural signs to distinguish the direction. He could only rely on his feelings to choose a direction and then quickly run out. He had to find a secret place to treat bilingualing's injuries. Because she was injured in the chest. She had to take off her clothes. Other than that, Luo Tian also wanted to find a secret place to study the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Running all the way. Half an hour later. Luo Tian had searched every corner of the mountain. Other than rocks, there was no cave at all. There was no place to hide. Damn it! Luo Tian cursed. Looking at the barren surroundings, it was all rocks. It was easy to be discovered in the forest, and it was extremely dangerous to be discovered while healing. Luo Tian wanted to find a cave. But now, he did not find anything. Bilingualing's aura had become very weak. If she was not treated, she would not live for more than half an hour. Luo Tian frowned. Looking at the surroundings, he muttered to himself, I can't treat her on this barren mountain. She is still a virgin. If someone saw this, how could she face others in the future? Furthermore, she is my woman. How can I let others see her? Furthermore, if that fiend Wusha comes, the consequences, at this moment. 2 bodies fell from the sky. Bang, bang, Luo Tian quickly retreated. Looking straight ahead, his expression changed. Bai Xiong, Lin Dong. It was the 2 of them. Both of them were seriously injured. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Their faces were pale and they were unconscious. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, Lin Dong's eyelids twitched. He struggled to open his eyes and hurriedly said, boss, run, run. Humph. Run? I want to see where you can run to this time. As his voice faded, Wusha's figure landed before he stomped on Lin Dong's chest, exerting force with his foot. Lin Dong revealed a pained expression and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, let's see how arrogant you can be. Let's see if you die today. Dog, you're dead today. Ha 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 ha, The disciples of the four great clans who had rushed up from the foot of the mountain all stood behind Wu Sha. Looking at Luo Tian and the others, they all had cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they wanted nothing more than to tear Luo Tian to shreds. Anger boiled in Luo Tian's heart. Seeing his brother injured like this, he directly wanted to go berserk. Wu Sha kicked Lin Dong aside as he disdainfully said, "Two pieces of trash, and you even wasted my time. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. If you had not escaped, I would have accidentally found them. Luo Tian, are you going to end your own life? Or do you want me to do it?" Wu Sha's face was filled with disdain. He did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. The first time he escaped, it was because he was careless. This time, he swore that he would not let it happen again. Luo Tian's body released a faint killing intent. His gaze shifted from Lin Dong to Wu Sha's face as he icily said, "Those who touch my brother, die." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Wu Sha looked up to the sky and laughed as if he had heard a very funny joke. Looking at Luo Tian's serious face, he disdainfully said, "Me? Die? You think you can kill me with just a piece of trash? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I let you escape just now, let's see how you escape this time." All of a sudden, Wu Sha suddenly moved. His body was like a phantom, as fast as the wind. The powerful pressure and his powerful aura pressed down on Luo Tian's mind like a mountain. At this moment, Luo Tian could not move at all. Even his pores seemed to have been crushed. It was extremely uncomfortable. The anger in Luo Tian's heart had reached an uncontrollable level. With a thought, the Thor transformation card appeared in his mind. Just as he was about to use the Thunder God transformation card to blast Wu Sha into smithereens, he activated another special ability that the system had rewarded him with. Wall passing technique. Activate. Bang. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank and directly penetrated the rock under his feet. He stared coldly at Wu Sha and said in a deep voice, "I will definitely kill you." Upon finishing his words, his body completely disappeared into the rock. Wu Sha's attack missed again. All of a sudden, he was insanely furious. He aimed at the place where Luo Tian disappeared and bombarded it. He directly turned the rock into powder and roared, "Luo Tian, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here." Bang, 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 he was almost deranged by Luo Tian. The first time, it was the invisibility technique. This time, it was the wall passing technique. This was a strange technique that Wu Sha had never encountered before. It made him go berserk. The surrounding disciples of the four big families were puzzled. They could not understand why Luo Tian could drill into the rock and why he did not activate any burrowing formation. Could it be the burrowing technique? However, he was only at level 3 essence condensation. Even if he cultivated the burrowing technique, he could not escape from Wu Sha's pursuit. What was going on? The wall passing technique. It could penetrate all wood-type walls and rocks. Moreover, wall penetration could also be used to burrow into the ground. As long as he remained hidden for a certain period of time, he would not be discovered. Even a god would not be able to find all heaven's location. Luo Tian's heart ached. Just like that, 2 superpowers were wasted on Wu Sha. This was something that he had never thought of. However, this was his choice. If he did not use the wall-passing technique, he would have to use the Thor transformation card. Compared to the value of the Thor transformation card, the wall-passing technique was negligible. Luo Tian still could not bear to use the Thor transformation card. Because, this barrier had a camera function. Everything that happened within the barrier had to be reported to the Cloud Mist Academy for verification. If too many things about him were discovered, he would be in danger everywhere in the future. Before he was strong enough, he didn't want to expose himself in the ancient continent. Luo Tian did not leave immediately after drilling into the ground. Instead, he hid in a corner. He was observing. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong were seriously injured. However, their lives were not in danger and they would not die anytime soon. Now, it was up to Wu Sha to see if he would attack them. If he did, Luo Tian would not care about the importance of the Thor transformation card or the danger of being discovered. He would rush out immediately. He would not let anyone kill his brothers. Furthermore, it was under his nose. It was even more impossible. Boss, what should we do with these two half-dead disciples of the House of Bai? One of them is even Bai Qi's adopted son. One of the disciples asked cautiously. Wu Sha was furious. He expanded the search area with his mind but still could not find Luo Tian's aura. This made him very angry. He shouted in a deep voice, I don't care about the House of Bai. Kill them all. That person's face turned cold and he immediately said, yes. Luo Tian, who was hiding underground, had a drastic change in expression. He had miscalculated. At this moment, Luo Tian could not care less. The Thor transformation card appeared in his mind again, flashing. By Xiong, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I can't do anything about it. You can only blame yourself for following the wrong person. Of all people, you had to follow a lunatic. Luo Tian may have escaped, but you're going to die for him. The person who spoke raised his machete and was about to chop off Bai Xiong's head. In a flash, Luo Tian's mind moved and he shouted, start, before he could finish speaking. Almost at the same time, Wu Sha stood up and said calmly, wait. The disciple's hand stopped. He didn't want to kill Bai Xiong. He was just a disciple of a second-rate family in Lingyun City. The disciples of the four major families didn't want to kill him because they were afraid that the House of Bai would seek revenge. That was why they let him do it. At the same time, he was afraid. When he heard someone shout wait, he instantly stopped. If it was someone else, Bai Xiong would have been beheaded. Luo Tian's heart sank and he broke out in cold sweat. Wu Shahui recalled Luo Tian's words and eyes before he disappeared. Wu Shahui sensed a wisp of fear from those eyes because he knew clearly how strong the killing intent in Luo Tian's words was. Wu Sha said, I'll let them live first. When that bastard Luo Tian appears, I'll let him watch his brothers die in front of him. Let's see how he can escape. That was what he said. But in his heart, he left a way out for himself. He knew a little about Luo Tian. As for how this mission was generated, he was very clear in his heart. Even the High family's second young master who held the Nihility divine sword was not Luo Tian's opponent. It could be seen how strong Luo Tian was. Moreover, Luo Tian had escaped from under his nose twice. No matter how arrogant Wu Sha was, he knew that Luo Tian wasn't simple. All of you, remember this. I don't want them to die yet. If they die before Luo Tian appears, all of you will die. Wu Sha said with murderous intent. He did not care that everything inside the barrier would be sent to Cloud Mist College for verification. He was from Haijia. Even Cloud Mist College could not touch him. The disciples of the four great clans trembled and immediately said, understood. Wu Sha glanced around and said, all of you, go and search for him. Once you find his hiding place, immediately report to me. Understood. The disciples of the four great clans quickly dispersed. Wu Sha did not leave. He sat cross-legged. The essence energy in the enchantment was so dense that even though he was in Haijia and ranked in the top 1000 of the sea god, he was still greedy for the dense essence energy in the enchantment. He quickly began to cultivate. The Yuan Qi in his dantian was also recovering bit by bit. Wu Sha thought to himself, Luo Tian, I'd like to see how big of a wave you can make, back to Luo Tian. After listening to Wu Sha's words, he finally felt relieved. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong were safe for the time being. Then he did not have to worry about Wu Sha killing them. Now, he only needed to save Bai Lingling and then think of a way to deal with Wu Sha. Luo Tian continued to shuttle through the underground. With the wall-passing technique, shuttling through the underground was like walking on the road. There were no obstacles, and his speed was not limited at all. It was just that his vision was dark. How big is this enchantment? It would be great if I could find a cave to hide in. Luo Tian thought as he shuttled through the underground. Moreover, Bai Lingling's injuries were already at the point of immediate treatment. If he did not save her, she would definitely die. Just when Luo Tian was anxious, his body suddenly sank. Bam bam. Luo Tian was shocked. He suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a deep hole. Startled, he hurriedly used all his strength to stabilize his body. With his current cultivation, he could not fly. Fortunately, the hole was not deep. Luo Tian staggered and landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, the heavens will always leave a way out. I didn't expect to find a natural karst cave. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He immediately knew that he had entered an underground karst cave. This was completely isolated from the outside world, and was also the best place to hide. Who would know that Luo Tian was hiding in an underground karst cave? Wu Sha would never know even in his dreams. Moreover, no matter how strong his will's searching ability was, even if it covered the entire enchantment, he would not be able to find him. As for how to get out, Luo Tian was not worried. Because he had a heavenly sword that could cut through iron like mud, even if it was an iron cage, it would not be able to stop him. This karst cave would naturally not be able to trap him. Immediately, Luo Tian carefully placed Bai Lingling on the ground. Looking at her frosty expression, his eyebrows twitched. He tore her clothes apart, revealing half of her snow-white chest. It slowly rose up like a mountain peak. Further down, it would be the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a red date. At this moment, Luo Tian did not dare to think too much. Looking at the sword wound on her chest, although the wound had healed, she was still seriously injured. Luo Tian's eyebrows moved, and a pale green light rose from his right hand. He placed it on Bai Lingling's wound, and chanted in a low voice, "Regeneration technique, buzz." After using a cultivation technique, the sword wound in Bai Lingling's body healed a little. A few minutes later, after the cooldown ended, Luo Tian used it again. Regeneration technique. Regeneration technique. The level of the regeneration technique was too low, and this was a secret technique of the Xianxia continent. In the ancient continent of the higher planes, it was similar to an ordinary healing technique. Fortunately, Luo Tian activated the regeneration technique, otherwise, he could only stare helplessly. Regeneration technique. Luo Tian used it again. His vitality decreased again. Every time he used the regeneration technique, it consumed a few thousand points of vitality. The vitality of the condensed essence realm was not much, and with such a fierce consumption, it was depleted in a few times. This was because Luo Tian kept taking various medicinal pills to replenish vitality, otherwise, it would have been used up long ago. Plus, using the regeneration technique consumed a lot of mental strength. His vitality was exhausted, and he was mentally exhausted. All of a sudden, Luo Tian became very tired, as if he had aged 10 years. And Bai Lingling, who was leaning in Luo Tian's arms, slowly opened her eyes at this time. Actually, she woke up very early. Because it was very comfortable to lean on Luo Tian's thigh, she enjoyed being cared for by Luo Tian, so she didn't open her eyes. She just stared at Luo Tian motionlessly from the slits of her eyes. Seeing him treat her like this, her heart was in a mess. Looking at Luo Tian's tired face, she didn't pretend anymore. She opened her eyes and said, my injuries are healed, don't use the healing technique on me anymore." The corners of Luo Tian's mouth hooked up slightly, and he smiled slightly. It was also at this moment. His body abruptly fell backward. Too tired. He was so tired that he couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing Luo Tian like this, Bai Lingling quickly moved. She was completely healed now. She immediately supported Luo Tian, and tears came out of her eyes. "Don't scare me, don't scare me." Luo Tian's face was pale. Bai Lingling was even more anxious. She hugged Luo Tian's head and cried, "Stinky, hooligan, don't sleep, don't scare me, don't scare me, tell me, how can I save you, tell me quickly." Luo Tian weakly said 2 words, "Kiss me," begging for a monthly ticket. "Brothers, is it really that difficult? Old cow really needs monthly tickets, please brothers." In the barrier. In groups of 3 to 5, they searched the area. For 3 days. Every corner of the barrier was searched, but there was still no sign of Luo Tian. Wu Sha was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. However, the disciples of the 4 major families could not wait any longer. They were here to participate in the assessment. Now that Luo Tian had disappeared, they felt that it was a waste of time to continue searching. Furthermore, they could not cultivate, which was undoubtedly a huge loss to them. I say, we've already searched 3 times, but the result is still the same. Luo Tian, that brat, used some kind of secret technique to escape. We're just wasting time now. Why don't we have a duel? The winner stays and the loser is eliminated. Isn't that better? Wouldn't it be better to go out and participate in the second assessment? The Deng family was the leader of the 5 major families in Lingyan City. The person who spoke just now was the leader of the 4 disciples of the Deng family, Deng Haitong. His cultivation was also on the higher side among these disciples. Deng Haitong's words immediately attracted the response of the other disciples. Brother Deng is right. We're completely wasting time. Why don't we have a duel earlier and get out earlier? I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment longer. We don't even know that guy surnamed Wu. Why should we listen to him? He told us to find Luo Tian. We're not his underlings. Besides, Luo Tian has already disappeared. We have already searched for him 3 times. He either died there or went out. Our patriarch's task has been completed. Now it's time for us to duel to determine the winner. There are only 10 spots. Not bad, not bad. Let's duel. For 3 consecutive days, they searched every day, but the result was the same. They did not find Luo Tian, however. Wu Sha did not ask them to stop. Every time, he asked them to search again. This made them very unhappy. They did not dare to complain in front of Wu Sha, but in private, they had a lot of complaints. After all, they were here to participate in the assessment. After the first round, there was still the second round. In this examination room, they could not wait to choose 10 people. If it's a duel, it's fine. But shouldn't we tell Mr. Wu about this? His cultivation is much higher than ours. If we anger him, I'm afraid. A disciple cautiously said. Wu Sha exuded a terrifying aura. This made them especially fearful. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have listened to him. Everyone's face sank. All of a sudden, no one said anything. At this moment, a part of the rock slowly cracked. Creak, creak, a rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. It was as if a ferocious beast was crashing into the ground. The ground could not help but tremble as if there was a small earthquake. Many disciples were shocked. What happened? Can there be earthquakes in the barrier? Look, that rock actually cracked on its own. What's the situation? Could it be that a demonic beast came out from the ground? Or maybe it's a spiritual treasure that was nurtured by heaven and earth? I've heard that the special space created by sorcerers with scrolls not only contains rich vitality, but also has the possibility of growing treasures of heaven and earth. Such treasures are extremely expensive. Yes, I've heard about it too. Many sorcerers specialize in refining special spaces to cultivate spiritual treasures. Could it be that a spiritual treasure is really born in this space? Everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of light. At this moment, they all moved closer to the cracked rock. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the crack on the rock. The crack gradually expanded. Slowly, crash, a few pieces of gravel rolled down. The vibration in the depths of the ground was getting stronger and stronger, and the frequency of the vibration was also increasing. At first, they thought that it was a fierce beast crashing into the ground, but now they felt that there was thunder in the depths of the ground. It was deafening, and the entire barrier felt old. On the hillside, Wu Sha's brows furrowed, and his eyes suddenly opened. His face twisted. Feeling the slight vibration of the ground, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With a cold laugh, he said, "I didn't expect you to hide underground." Immediately, he stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "Take the 2 disciples of the house of Bai with you. Luo Tian will appear soon. I'll let him see his brothers die in front of him. I'd like to see where he can escape to this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Sha's figure turned into a stream of light. In a flash, he landed on a treetop. His body was extremely light, and he jumped lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water. In a few breaths' time, he disappeared. The disciples did not dare to delay. Holding Bai Xiong and Lin Dong, they hurriedly rushed up. Bai Xiong's eyes were filled with anxiety as he said, "Boss, why haven't you run away yet? Why are you still here?" This fiend's cultivation is too strong. Moreover, I'm afraid that even martial void realm experts won't be able to withstand the aura emanating from his body. Boss is no match for him. Lin Dong was also anxious in his heart as he said, "It's all our fault. If we were a little stronger, we would not have been captured by Wu Sha, and Boss would not have risked his life for us. If we can leave this place alive, I will do my best to train. I will definitely not let such a thing happen again." The two of them were worried. Because they felt that Luo Tian should have escaped and not come to save them. Wu Sha's cultivation was too strong. In these 3 days, they were only 10 meters away from Wu Sha. They could feel the powerful aura released by Wu Sha. Even a void martial expert could not withstand it, let alone Luo Tian, who was at the essence condensation realm. He was stronger than Hyosaurus. How could Luo Tian be a match for him? This was what they were worried about. However, in addition to worry, their hearts were also filled with gratitude. In the barrier, more and more disciples rushed towards the huge rock. They all thought that a treasure had come to the world. One by one, they swallowed their saliva and waited anxiously. It was as if they were watching a young girl stripping in front of him. Their eyes were as if they wanted to swallow everything. Soon. Soon. It's going to come out soon. Ha ha ha. I'm excited just thinking about it. The heavens are really good to let us encounter the birth of a treasure. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Today, it's going to be an eye-opener. In the underground, Luo Tian was sweating profusely. He did not expect the depths of the karst cave to be beyond his expectations. Fortunately, he had the heavenly sword. Otherwise, he would have been trapped inside. Looking at the light shining through the cracks, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Bai Lingling behind him, "Step back. I'll blow this rock away with one move." Woman, once he had a relationship with her. Then there would be a strong change in her heart. There was a kind of concept of marrying a chicken and following the chicken, marrying a dog and following the dog. Luo Tian's words. Bai Lingling, who used to have the temper of a young miss and was filled with cold arrogance, nodded obediently. She was an incomparable woman, and after a soft "N," she retreated to the side and quietly looked at Luo Tian. No matter how she looked at him, she felt happy in her heart. Of course, this was mainly because Luo Tian's ability in a certain aspect was too powerful. It made her unable to forget it. In addition to the powerful ability, there was also a secret relationship, and that was the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. When Luo Tian shot out a scalding white stream of heat, Bai Lingling's body had already been imprinted by the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. This imprint made Bai Lingling even more infatuated with Luo Tian. This was the hidden attribute of the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. In other words, a woman who did not like Luo Tian at all, once she had a relationship with Luo Tian, would be unable to help but fall in love with Luo Tian. The strength of the Imperial Goddess Divine Art was that Luo Tian's charm value would continue to increase. Seeing that Bai Lingling had retreated to a safe position, Luo Tian moved the essence in his body, put away the heavenly sword, lowered his fists, and shouted in his heart, 10,000 essence, move. Buzz. A wave of heat was released from his body. His essence value instantly dropped by 10,000 points. Immediately after, these essence turned into strength and directly fused into Luo Tian's fists. The muscles on Luo Tian's arms swelled up, almost bursting out of his sleeves. His veins popped out, and his body emitted a masculine aura. Bai Lingling was a little drunk from watching. Mountain River Fist. Break for me. Luo Tian moved his fists together and rushed out. Rumble. 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 The huge rock in front of him was split into countless pieces and shot out like a bomb exploding, giving off a thunderous sound. Ah, my eyes, they hurt so much. My hand. My hand. It's broken. Save me. Save me. My D*CK, my D*CK was blown up. Dust filled the sky. Amidst the dust, more than a dozen people were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They were rolling on the ground in pain. They were completely unaware and thought that the thing growing out from under the rock was a heavenly treasure. Who would have thought that it was Luo Tian, and they were very close to each other. Luo Tian's cultivation was no longer at the third stage of the essence condensation realm. The power of the mountain river fist from 10,000 points of essence energy was very strong. That rock was a complete bomb. Those who were close to the explosion were all injured. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, huh? Luo Tian was stunned. He didn't expect to gain experience. What's going on? Could it be that the rock just now killed someone? Ha ha ha. I wonder who it is. Isn't this person's luck too good? Then Luo Tian stretched out his right hand, looked at Bai Lingling, and said, let's go up and save Bai Xiong and Lin Dong. Bai Lingling was a little shy. She grabbed onto Luo Tian's warm hand and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Luo Tian felt Bai Lingling's body trembling, and said with a smile, we're already an old couple, what's there to be shy about? Then Luo Tian jumped out of the cave and brought Bai Lingling out. At this moment, as the dust settled, his vision became clear. Luo Tian looked down from above, looking at the few people rolling on the ground, and a few lying in a pool of blood. He was slightly shocked. Do they know that I came out from here? Bai Lingling was shocked, her face changed, and said, we're surrounded. Among those disciples, there were two people who popped out of the cave. It's Luo Tian. It's Luo Tian. He hasn't escaped yet. He's actually hiding underground. Humph, you dog finally came out, let's see where you can hide now. In just a few seconds, more than 20 disciples immediately spread out, and quickly formed an encirclement around Luo Tian and Bai Lingling, who were descending from the sky. Bai Lingling's face sank, leaning on Luo Tian's back, and asked, what should we do? We're surrounded. Luo Tian's face was calm, and he smiled slightly, saying, it's not that we're surrounded, it's that they're surrounded by us. Ling the people who bullied you last time are all here, I'll make them kneel down and kowtow to you one by one. Full of confidence, the cultivation of the 7th level of condensing essence was the highest among these people. Now, who did he need to be afraid of? In the past, he was a little afraid. If he wanted to kill the disciples of the 4 big families, he would need to rely on some divine-level cultivation techniques, but now Luo Tian did not need to. Even if these people came together, he would not be afraid at all. In his eyes, these people were all experience, they were all Yuan Qi, they were all sin points. Humph. Luo Tian, don't be so arrogant. Next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Brothers, let's go together and kill him, then we can have a duel to determine the winner. Deng Haitong suddenly said. He was already impatient. If Luo Tian did not appear, he would have instigated these people to fight. Everyone immediately shouted in unison, kill him, kill him. Kill this dog. We've been looking for him for 3 days, damn it, for you, I didn't even sleep, let's see where you can run now. The encirclement quickly shrank. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth hooked up coldly, and laughed, Ling take care of yourself. Bai Lingling nodded and said, I am already at the 6th level of the essence condensation realm, I have no problem protecting myself, you don't have to worry about me. Heh. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and his entire body instantly disappeared from the spot. Target, Deng Haitong. In that instant, Luo Tian's footsteps were as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, Luo Tian's silhouette had already landed in front of Deng Haitong. A gloomy face filled with killing intent appeared in front of Deng Haitong. Deng Haitong's body secretly trembled. There was no time to react at all. His eyes suddenly spat out, and he shouted, you. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's right fist moved, and he shouted, Mountain River Fist. Bam! A punch pierced through Deng Haitong's chest. A punch pierced through, blood spurted out from the corner of Deng Haitong's mouth as he stared at Luo Tian in disbelief. His lips trembled, how could this be, how could this be, how could this be? Your cultivation, it's impossible. Even in his dreams, he never thought that Luo Tian, who was still at the 3rd level of the essence condensation realm 3 days ago, would already have a higher cultivation level than him. Facing the current Luo Tian, he had no room to resist at all. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, there are many impossible things, and you want to kill me with just you trash? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, all of you kneel down and sing conquer. A punch and a whip, he was sent flying with a kick. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Deng Haitong for obtaining 390 experience, 90 essence. Sin value +1. As his level increased, his experience decreased. Luo Tian did not mind, he turned around and looked at the disciples of the 4 great families who were stunned, laughed coldly, and said, "It's time to start a massacre. These people must die, touching his brother, hurting his woman. They must die." Moreover, there was one more thing, they knew something they shouldn't know. Luo Tian's cultivation technique needed time to cool down. In addition to them, the people of the 4 great families would also have to pay an extremely heavy price. No one could know the secret of all heaven, no matter who it was. This was not the profound sky continent. In the profound sky continent, he was the supreme king. Even if others knew about it, it would not matter. But in the ancient world where experts were as common as clouds, this was not the case. Moreover, his expression changed. Hulk's matter had already spread throughout the central state continent and was on the bounty list of the devil sect and the sect. If more of his matters were exposed, then there would be endless trouble. He did not want to cause any trouble. He only wanted to quietly find the antidote for the soul poison. He only wanted to quietly screw over the High family, then bring the antidote back to the profound sky continent and save Sister Schwerer. Then, he would have a bunch of children with his wives and enjoy the blessings of family relationships. Of course, Luo Tian was not afraid of trouble. Deng Haitong was instantly killed. Everyone's expression changed. His cultivation. His cultivation. I can't sense what realm it is. I am at the 6th level of the essence condensation realm, how can I not sense his cultivation? How is this possible? Could it be that his cultivation is higher than mine? Impossible, 3 days ago he was still at the 3rd level of the essence condensation realm. It is impossible for him to break through so many times in just 3 days. Look at Bilingling, her cultivation is much stronger than 3 days ago. 6th level of the essence condensation realm. Her cultivation is actually at the 6th level of the essence condensation realm. This is impossible. Their faces were filled with shock. The disciples of the 4 great families, who had been brimming with killing intent and wanted nothing more than to kill Luo Tian, now had looks of fear on their faces. In the past, they had thought that they had the upper hand. At the very least, they could crush Luo Tian in terms of cultivation base. But now, their so-called level advantage was gone. Luo Tian's lips curled up, revealing a death god-like smile. What? Didn't you want to kill me? Why have you turned into wood now? Come on. Come and kill me? You don't dare? If you're not going to do it, then I'll do it. In a flash, Luo Tian suddenly moved, and his body transformed into a series of afterimages. The anger in his heart burst forth, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You bastards, each and every one of you wants to kill me, injure my brothers, and injure my women. Today, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, you won't be able to escape death." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian immediately drew his heavenly sword. Vajra sword technique. Buddha's Fury Vajra. Die. Boom, the heavenly sword burst forth with ferocious might, directly chopping a person in half. A system notification rang out. Luo Tian, don't be complacent. Don't forget, there's still someone stronger than you in the barrier. Once he appears, you'll immediately become a dead dog. I advise you to be sensible, otherwise, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian landed in front of him and said with a smile, "Wu Sha, right? I was afraid that he wouldn't show up." The longsword moved. He killed that disciple with a single slash. The system sounded out again. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding. Sin value +1 inch. Ding. 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 The system notification quickly sounded out. Luo Tian couldn't stop at all. 3 days ago, he had been chased around, and his heart was already filled with rage. Now that he had the chance, he would return it with interest. So what if the 4 great families were allied? So what if Ao Xing was deliberately making things difficult for him? So what if he was an assassin sent by Haijia, facing these injustices? Luo Tian only wanted to use one word to reply: kill. He would use the sword in his hand to carve out a path for himself. Even if the heavens treated him unfairly, he would slay them all the same. Even if the sovereign of fate treated him unfairly, as long as all heaven found an opportunity, he would ruthlessly screw her over. The number of disciples from the 4 great families decreased rapidly. Suddenly, a burst of ice-cold killing intent shot out from the forest like a sharp arrow. Luo Tian's body sank. Facing the arrow of killing intent, the space between his brows tightened as he gripped onto the hilt of the heavenly sword with both hands. His gaze darkened as he slashed down with both hands and roared out, "Death God's killing intent, break for me." The Death God's killing intent in his sea of consciousness suddenly moved. It was as if his entire body was possessed by the Death God. The killing intent that burst out directly destroyed the arrow of killing intent. Ding-ling-ling, the invisible sound of bells rang out in the air. At the same time that he killed the arrow of killing intent, Luo Tian was forced to take a few steps back. His body leaned against a towering tree to stabilize his body, and his heart secretly tightened. I didn't expect Wu Sha's cultivation to increase by so much in just 3 days. Compared to 3 days ago, Wu Sha's cultivation had clearly deepened by a bit. Whoosh! Wang, there was the sound of wind blades cutting through the forest, and several leaves flew down. On top of the leaves, a foot lightly stepped, turned, and instantly landed heavily at a place 10 meters away from Luo Tian. Wu Sha looked at Luo Tian with a bit of shock in his eyes, but this shock was quickly covered up by the anger in his heart. He sneered, "Luo Tian, you've finally appeared. You've really made me wait for a long time." Luo Tian's chest surged with qi and blood. He took a step forward and sneered, "You've also made me wait for a long time." Wu Sha glanced at the mess around him, and then at the aura exuding from Luo Tian's body. His eyes were once again filled with shock, and he said in astonishment, "I didn't expect you to break through 4 times in just 3 days. This speed is really shocking, but it's a pity. If you hadn't offended the second young master, perhaps we could have become friends and brought you to Haijia. After obtaining the cultivation resources of Haijia, I believe that your cultivation will increase even faster, but it's a pity that you've done something you shouldn't have done in your life, which is to offend the Haijia. This is the most unwise thing to do. So, you're going to die." Luo Tian had risen 4 levels in 3 days. It was indeed terrifying. But, in Wu Sha's eyes, killing Luo Tian was still the same as 3 days ago. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Because, in his eyes, a 7th-level condensed essence was still in existence that couldn't withstand a single blow. But, this time, Wu Sha was incomparably serious, because he would definitely not let his prey escape a 3rd time, at this moment. Wu Sha suddenly moved. His body was like a sword as he quickly shuttled through the air. The surrounding disciples had a mocking expression on their faces. "Luo Tian, let's see how long you can be arrogant. In front of Wu Sha, you're just trash." Luo Tian furrowed his brows and kept retreating. His mind was constantly searching for Wu Sha's aura. "Too fast, I can't sense it at all. But this time I will definitely not run away." Godly explosion. "Open for me, thank you to Peppermint Leaf for the 10,000 book coins tip. Just a little bit more and I'll be the Alliance Chief. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother." Thank you to the 2 brothers. Old Ox didn't remember their names, for the 1888 reward. Thank you brothers for your support. Old Ox loves you all. Please let the monthly votes fly again. Old Ox is desperately begging for monthly votes. Just a few more votes and I'll be a fresh and tender chrysanthemum. 3 in 1 chapter. There was no way to escape. If he still couldn't do it this time, Luo Tian wouldn't have the chance to level up again. Facing Wu Sha's powerful aura, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Wu Sha's figure. The difference in cultivation between the 2 of them was too great. There was a world of difference. Just as Wu Sha had said, a cultivation of the 7th stage of the origin condensation realm was completely negligible to him. However, Luo Tian never admitted defeat. Even when facing a powerful enemy, he would never admit defeat. Even when facing the suppression of the laws of fate in the profound sky continent, he did not lower his head. Facing Wu Sha, who was even stronger than Hyosaurus, Luo Tian would definitely not admit defeat. God explosion. Buzz. When the God explosion was activated, the attribute value would double, and even the damage caused by all the cultivation techniques that Luo Tian cultivated would also double. The idea moved. In that instant, Luo Tian's idea, under the stimulation of the God explosion, could already feel Wu Sha's figure. His heart was shocked as he thought to himself, what a fast speed. His figure exploded and retreated. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding. Target locked. All right. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Seeing Wu Sha's figure clearly, he immediately used his divine fire to lock onto him. Immediately after, Luo Tian's body stabilized, and he suddenly stood in place without moving. The heavenly sword moved slightly, releasing a buzzing sound. He was waiting for the moment when Wu Sha got close to him. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Soon, I'll be there. Divine fire. It's all up to you. Under the stimulation of the God explosion, the God fire's instant kill attribute had also doubled. Logically speaking, in this situation, the God fire's instant kill rate was 10%, which had doubled from before. The success rate was naturally much higher, and if he could use the God fire to instantly kill him, it would be much easier. But Luo Tian did not dare to put all his eggs in one basket. What if the God fire did not succeed? His heart tightened. He had already made all the preparations, otherwise he would not have let Wu Sha come closer. Enough distance. Wu Sha suddenly moved and punched towards Luo Tian's gate of life. He snorted coldly and said, let's see where you can run to now, you dog. Rupturing fist. Tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces, ha ha ha, a punch came down. His fist carried a vigorous force, like an explosive. Once hit by him, the terrifying body would be blown to pieces. The surrounding disciples of the 4 great clans became excited. Rupturing fist? A spirit-level skill, ha ha ha. Boss Wu is indeed Boss Wu. He used a spirit-level skill right off the bat. This time, even if Luo Tian had 10,000 lives, he would still be blown to smithereens. Let's see how arrogant he can be. The rupturing fist is too brutal. I heard that as long as you're hit, your body will explode like an explosive. I say, should we back off a bit? Push it back, push it back. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you're going to die now. Boss. Boss. Hubby. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong continued to struggle, but their hands and feet were bound. It was useless no matter how hard they tried. Wu Sha's fists were only half a meter away from Luo Tian. At this distance, there was no way they could dodge the rupturing fist. The distance was too short. Coupled with the difference in cultivation level, there was no chance at all. Luo Tian would definitely be blown to smithereens, but Luo Tian was calm and did not panic at all. Seeing Wu Sha appear from the void, he smiled confidently and said, I've been waiting for you. Divine flame. Blast it for me. With a move of his palm, a flame shot out. Humph. How can a low-level fire attack like yours do anything to me? This kind of attack can't even hurt me at all. Wu Sha sneered. He did not even try to dodge. In his opinion, such a small fireball could not hurt him at all. Is that so? Luo Tian smiled lightly. In a flash, the rupturing fist collided with the divine flame. Boom. Rumble, a violent explosion sounded out in the air as a powerful force shot out. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind tensed up, and he secretly prayed, you must kill him instantly. It stopped for half a second. The system did not sound out. Obviously, the divine flame did not trigger the instant kill attribute. In other words, in that instant, the divine flame only interrupted Wu Sha's rupturing fist. Luo Tian did not hesitate in the slightest. He was already prepared. The moment the divine flame was released, he moved his body, frowned, and punched out with both of his fists, Mountain River Fist, 3rd stage. Sinking mountains and rivers. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Bang, bang, 2 punches struck out, landing heavily on Wu Sha's chest. Wu Sha's cultivation technique was interrupted, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He was unable to react in time, and was still wondering what was going on. How could such a thing happen? Although his cultivation was much higher than Luo Tian's, he was still unable to react in time. His chest was in pain. His body abruptly retreated a few steps as his face darkened. Because, the moment he pushed back, his arm was entangled by two sharp claws. Wolf King Claw. Come back. After the cooldown of the Mountain River Fist ended, Luo Tian once again struck out with his Mountain River Fist, sinking mountains and rivers. Break for me. The two fists accurately struck the original position, causing Wu Sha's chest to sink. The intense pain caused him to involuntarily let out a blood-curdling scream, and heavily roared, Luo Tian, you dog, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian didn't have time to talk to him at all. Barbaric charge. Whoosh, his body slipped. He charged out in a straight line and directly arrived in front of Wu Sha. With a sinister smile, he said, it's not over yet, and you want to escape? Get down on the ground. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang, another two punches were thrown out, and it was still in the same position. Wu Sha's chest was directly shattered, and traces of blood flowed out from his clothes. Even Wu Sha was unable to withstand 3 consecutive strikes of the Mountain River Fist on the same position. The 8th consecutive strike, ha ha ha. Boss is really strong. Even when facing a terrifying opponent like Wu Sha, he can still use 8 consecutive strikes. He's too powerful. Huh? It doesn't seem to be over yet. Bai Xiong's eyes were filled with worship. Looking at Luo Tian's crazy combo, it was as if he was the one fighting. He was incomparably excited. It was just as he had said. It wasn't over yet, take advantage of his illness and take his life. Luo Tian was very clear on this sentence. Wu Sha was already in a daze from his attacks. At this time, he had to do everything he could to kill him, otherwise, if he gave Wu Sha a chance, the one who would fall would be him. After the Mountain River Fist was thrown out, Luo Tian's right hand sank, and the heavenly sword appeared in his hand. Borrowing the remaining power of the God Explosion, he shouted heavily, Vajra sword technique. Buddha's Fury Vajra. Bind me. Roar. Imperceptibly, the violent gorilla descended from the sky. It was as if it had felt the power of the God Explosion, bringing with it a power that could tear apart everything. It sat on top of Wu Sha's head and instantly bound Wu Sha. Luo Tian held onto the sword hilt with both hands. He suddenly moved. The power of Vajra slashed down heavily. Die for me. Walala, a sword tore through the sky. The sword chi was ferocious, bringing with it the might of the heavenly sword. It smashed down, slashing down between Wu Sha's eyebrows. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. 9th combo, absolute kill. Luo Tian slashed out with his sword. His face was a little pale, the elemental chi in his body had been consumed too much, and the continuous use of cultivation techniques had caused the elemental chi to be constantly sucked out. His body could not withstand such a powerful force. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian quickly retreated a few steps. Dust filled the air around Wu Sha, and his vision was blurry. He could not see what was happening inside. However, there was one thing that Luo Tian was sure of, this guy was not dead, because the system did not sound out. This was enough to explain everything. Luo Tian's heart sank, not good. If it wasn't for the fact that his elemental chi was being consumed too quickly and his body couldn't withstand it, he would definitely go forward and throw a few more punches. But now that his body was exhausted, even if he rushed forward and released the Mountain and River Fist, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Mountain and River Fist. At this time, he needed to rest. A few seconds of rest would be enough. But a few seconds was too long for the warriors of the ancient continent. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. So what if it's Wu Sha? Isn't he still crushed by my boss? Ha ha ha. Let's see who else in the 4 great clans dares to compete with my boss. I want to see Ao Xing's ugly face when he sees us walk out of the barrier. I can't wait to see it now. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiong was excited. Lin Dong was also excited. Bai Lingling was the same, excited. He had personally witnessed Wu Sha being crushed by Luo Tian, and being slashed down by Luo Tian's sword. One must know that this sword was simply unavoidable, and the sword in Luo Tian's hand carried an incomparably powerful might. It could definitely kill Wu Sha. The disciples of the four great families all had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them began to slowly retreat, afraid that Luo Tian would come and kill them. It was also at this time. Luo Tian frowned, and said solemnly, Ling retreat as far as you can. Bai Lingling did not understand, and asked, what's wrong? Isn't that person? Before she could finish speaking, the dust settled, revealing Wu Sha standing in the same spot. His face was incomparably ferocious, like a demon. Blood flowed gently from the center of his brows, dyeing his entire face red. This made him look even more ferocious and terrifying. Wahaha. I really can't believe that you, a low-level condensed essence warrior, can burst out with such powerful strength, and can even release a combo. The combo is simply impeccable, there is not a single flaw, it's almost perfect. Even the high-level combat masters in Xianxia can't do it. I can't believe you did it, and you even used a low-level technique. Wu Sha said eerily. As he spoke, he slowly walked out of the dust. There was a trace of golden light under the wound and between his brows. It was like some kind of metal. The instant the heavenly sword slashed down, Luo Tian's hands went numb. He hadn't struck the skull at all. Instead, he had struck a thick steel plate. At that time, Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. Now, however, his heart sank. This fellow's skull is very unusual. Wu Sha was not in a hurry. He slowly walked up and stopped 10 meters away from Luo Tian. The corner of his mouth moved, and his tongue sucked the blood on his lips into his mouth. After tasting it carefully, he smiled eerily and said, the taste of blood. I haven't bled for a long time. I didn't expect to be injured in such a place today. If I didn't practice the golden arts of 10,000 laws, I might have died under your sword. What a pity, Luo Tian, it's a pity that you were just a little bit away, or you really could have made history. And your name would have appeared on the Sea God ranking list. But, you have no chance at all. As soon as his voice fell, Wu Sha seemed to have completely changed. The anger in his body was like a raging flame, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was like a demon beast in a berserk state. To be exact, Wu Sha had already gone berserk. His body flashed with golden light from time to time, which was the result of his practice of the golden arts of 10,000 laws. His body's defensive power had reached a terrifying level. 10,000 laws golden art, heaven-ranked cultivation technique. I spent 1 million profound coin to buy this on the black market. After cultivating for 3 years, this is my strongest trump card. I originally wanted to use it in the new round of the Sea God ranking competition, but I didn't expect to use it on a piece of trash like you. This is also your honor. Finished. Wu Sha's body suddenly disappeared. It was completely gone. Even his aura was gone. At this moment, the time for the god's explosion had ended. The skill was on cooldown and could not be used. Divine Fire, on cooldown, unable to be used. These were Luo Tian's 2 strongest techniques. They were both on cooldown, how could he use them? He was almost in a desperate situation. Luo Tian moved his left hand, and said in a deep voice, Heavenly Feather Shield, come out for me. Buzz. A shield appeared in his hand. In a split second, Wu Sha's body suddenly appeared, and roared, even if I have the Heavenly King Shield in my hands, I will still smash you into smithereens. Luo Tian, you have completely infuriated me, go to hell for me. Exploding fist. Flame burst, fist. His right fist turned into a huge fireball and heavily smashed down. Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he used the Heavenly Feather Shield to block it. Buzz. Rumble. Rumble, Luo Tian's body was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away, smashing into a huge rock and breaking it into dozens of pieces. His entire body leaned against the rock, his face incomparably pale, blood continuously spewing out of his mouth, and the bones in his arms that were holding the shield had already been broken. His arm trembled. The pain of the rupture caused Luo Tian to continuously suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the punch just now was too strong. If not for the Heavenly Feather Shield reducing Wu Sha's power by more than half, Luo Tian would have already turned into a corpse. The heavenly feather shield had the power of a backlash. However, the power of the backlash did not cause much damage to Wu Sha. He stood in place without moving, a sinister sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth, and faintly said, "I didn't expect you to have so many good things in your hands, a sword that is close to a divine artifact, and a shield of heaven stage, but they will soon be mine." Ha ha ha, he sent Luo Tian flying with a punch. Luo Tian was beaten to the point where he couldn't even resist. He was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Luo Tian's miserable appearance, Wu Sha was indescribably excited. The smile on his face became even more arrogant, but the anger in his body didn't disappear. He was still as strong as ever. "Boss! Boss!" Bilingling pounced towards Luo Tian like a madman. However, the disciples of the four great families immediately blocked her path. Letting out a lewd laugh, he said, "Great beauty, where do you want to go? You want to save your lover? Ha ha ha. Stop dreaming, he is about to die, and you will soon become our plaything, ha ha ha. Following Luo Tian will not lead a good life. You saw what happened to him, didn't you? Daring to go against Cloud Mist College, daring to go against Xianxia, the #1 king's force in the central continent, his end is a dead end without even thinking about it. Ha ha ha, Bilingling, become our plaything, ha ha ha." They could not deal with Luo Tian, but the disciples of the four great families could deal with Bilingling, who was at the 6th level of the essence condensation realm. Moreover, Bilingling anxiously wanted to save Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian injured, she did not have the mind to think about anything else, and her strength was not even half of her usual strength. In less than 10 moves, she was restrained by the disciples of the four great families. Ha ha ha, look at how bright her little face is. I haven't seen her for 3 days, and she has become even more beautiful and moving. I can't help it. Luo Tian, aren't you arrogant? Lousy will do your woman in front of you today, ha ha ha. You want us to sing conquer for you? I'll let her give me a blowjob first, ha ha ha. Rip, a large piece of the clothes on Bilingling's shoulder was torn off, revealing her snow-white skin. Beast! Don't touch my sister. You beasts, Lousy will not let you go. Bai Xiong went crazy and kept struggling, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and the muscles all over his body bulged. His whole person was like a violent bear. Lin Dong was also struggling desperately, but they were restrained and could not break free at all. At this moment, Wu Sha was not in a hurry to kill Luo Tian. Instead, he laughed proudly and said, "Luo Tian, it must feel good to see your woman being raped, ha ha ha. Your woman will die if these people get tired of her, and so will your 2 brothers. Ha ha ha, and that bullsh *T Silver Force House of Bai in Lingyan City will disappear from this world forever because you offended Haijia. Haijia's dignity in Zhongzhou is sacred and inviolable, ha ha ha." Wu Sha looked at Luo Tian's pale face and could not help but laugh. At this moment, 2 transformation cards appeared in Luo Tian's mind. However, at this moment, he did not use it. The transformation card was not as fast as the other skill. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and shouted in Bilingling's direction. "Fire Kirin, come out." Roar, there was a roar. The void was distorted. Stepping on fire clouds, the Fire Kirin instantly condensed and entered battle mode. The scene was just like when Annie released her bear in LOL. The Fire Kirin appeared. The people from the 4 major families were shocked. The Fire Kirin sprayed down on the person who was laughing the most obscenely. Walala, walala, that person's entire body was charred black. His body turned into a pile of black powder in the blink of an eye. He was killed instantly. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding. Sin +1. Ding. Notification. Player Luo Tian currently has 90 sin points. He is 10 points away from 100 points to activate the devil form, Fallen Angel Lucifer. Notification 2, the player has become Lucifer. His cultivation will increase by 5 times, his speed will increase by 5 times, and his physical body will increase by 5 times. The damage received will increase by 5 times. After 60 seconds, the player will enter a state of dizziness for 3 seconds and 100 sin points will be cleared. Suddenly, this system notification appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Sin value. At that time, Luo Tian did not pay much attention to it. He thought that it was just an upgrade to the undefeated value, and did not think much about it. It was just a useless system, and there was not much introduction to the sin value at that time. But now, the system's notification shocked Luo Tian. 100 points of sin can actually trigger the fallen angel great demon King Lucifer. Everything will increase by 5 times. Isn't that awesome? Immediately after. He didn't think about it at all. The idea moved. Fire Kirin, kill them all. 10 people, just 10 more people, he would be able to gather 100 points of sin value. Moreover, these people who touched his woman must die. Therefore, Luo Tian did not have any sympathy. They must die. It was just that, Luo Tian stood in place and did not move. Instead, he stared at Wu Sha with a cold smile on his face and said with a smile, Wu Sha, not to mention you, Xianxia, even if the Heavenly Emperor provokes me, I will definitely *CK him over. The number 1 power in the central region, the strongest king's Xianxia? Heh. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, I will *CK everything in Xianxia, you will definitely see them in the underworld, ha ha ha. Wu Sha was stunned. He did not care about the disciples of the 4 great families who were killed by the fire Kirin. This was because he understood the cultivation technique that Luo Tian used. He was very clear that Luo Tian was not a sorcerer, and that he could summon the fire Kirin only because he cultivated a certain cultivation technique. This kind of fire Kirin divine beast might seem powerful, but he could instantly kill it. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to get rid of the fire Kirin. Instead, he looked at Luo Tian with a curious face and said disdainfully, I really don't understand who gave you the courage. You are a person who is about to die, yet you still say that you will *CK the Xianxia. I really don't understand you. Luo Tian, don't you know that you are about to die? Do you think that your fire Kirin can kill me? If it was in the past, I might have been scared by you, but your fire Kirin is just a low-level creature. I can send it to hell with one move. I don't understand. Wu Sha was a little confused, but looking at Luo Tian's confident smile, a faint fear rose in his heart. This kind of fear was indescribable. But, he felt danger. Luo Tian said with a smile, the person who is about to die is not me, but you. Maybe you don't know now, but you will know soon. Impudent. Wu Sha's face darkened, and his entire body turned into an afterimage. He coldly snorted and said, I want to see who will die. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's entire body shone with a red light, and the sky turned into a blood-red darkness. Luo Tian looked at the sky devoutly, and said, Lord Luo Tian, descend for me. 3 in 1 chapter, brothers, only 3 votes away from A. Chrysanthemum. This old cow begs for 3 votes, explode for me. In just a few minutes, the fire Kirin went on a killing spree, quickly killing 10 disciples of the 4 great families. Luo Tian became stronger. The summoned fire Kirin would also become stronger. However, no matter how strong the fire Kirin became, its HP was still low, and it was difficult for it to withstand Wu Sha's full-force attack. It was because Wu Sha understood the fire Kirin and knew its weakness, so he didn't put the fire Kirin in his eyes. It was also because of this that Luo Tian had an opportunity. Sin value reached 100 points, the system flashed red. Luo Tian didn't think about it at all. Enduring 5 times the pain, this kind of pain was very likely to kill him, but... So what? If he didn't kill Wu Sha, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Facing a strong enemy, Luo Tian would never care about himself. What he wanted to do was to kill him. Lord Lucifer, descend for me. Following Luo Tian's roar, the sky changed color, and everything around him became turbulent. The whole world was like the end of the world, and Luo Tian's body was also undergoing a crazy transformation, growing bigger, below his collarbone. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud sounds, 8 large black wings shot out from his back. Black feathers flew all over the sky, like falling black snow. The scene fell into a kind of killing, an aura of death. Immediately after, Luo Tian's body changed, turning into the appearance of the fallen angel, Lucifer. Huff. Huff. Huff, his breathing was like thunder, and his eyes were like torches. In an instant, he had taken control of everything around him. Luo Tian's mind was very clear, and he could clearly feel the power flowing in his body. He frowned, and his gaze was like a laser beam, instantly locking onto Wu Sha. He said arrogantly, "Who's going to die now?" As soon as his voice faded, Lucifer's body disappeared like a bolt of lightning. In less than half a breath's time, he appeared in front of Wu Sha, raised his right hand, and ruthlessly slapped down. Bam! Facing Lucifer, Wu Sha's expression was incomparably shocked. He had never seen such a creature before. He had no idea what Lucifer was, a creature from that world. However, he could feel the powerful aura released from Lucifer's body. Lucifer didn't give him any chance to retaliate and was able to suppress him. The difference in cultivation between him and Luo Tian was too big. Wu Sha completely ignored Luo Tian's existence. But now, the situation was completely reversed. Luo Tian had transformed into Lucifer, and his cultivation base was far superior to his own. Wu Sha couldn't even see how Luo Tian had appeared in front of him or when he had attacked. His face was burning with pain. His body flew into the air. Wu Sha's heart suddenly tightened, and his hands secretly clenched. No matter what you say, your cultivation is still at the 7th stage of the essence condensation realm, and this point cannot be changed. You must have cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique, and this cultivation technique is the same as those strange cultivation techniques of yours. It has a time limit. As long as I cannot be killed by you in this period of time, then I can kill you however I want. In the air, Wu Sha saw through everything. His entire body flashed with a golden light, the origin energy in his dantian started to surge, his entire body was filled with a dense origin energy aura. In the past 3 days, he had been desperately absorbing origin energy in the enchantment, and the origin energy in his dantian was extremely dense and vigorous. At this time, he released all of his origin energy and used it on a set of cultivation techniques, which was the 10,000 Law Golden Body technique that he cultivated, heaven-ranked cultivation technique. This cultivation technique consumed a lot of origin chi. However, under the powerful origin chi, the golden body technique released its strongest defense. His entire body turned golden, as if he was a golden man. Furthermore, there was an invisible golden origin chi shield around Wu Sha's body. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, I have already cultivated the golden body technique to the 8th stage. No matter how powerful your cultivation technique is, you can forget about breaking through my defense. As long as your cultivation technique's time is up, it will be my time. Wu Sha laughed arrogantly. Wu Sha was, after all, Wu Sha. Haijiasi God Rankings Top 1000. Without this bit of strength, how could he enter such a ranking? Strength alone was not enough, he also had to have a brain. Combined with the information, he quickly saw through everything. He knew that Luo Tian's cultivation method had a time limit. Of course, this was just his guess. He couldn't be sure, but he had no other choice. This was the only way. However, Luo Tian smiled. Lucifer's smile was filled with killing intent. He watched as Wu Sha transformed into a golden body. It was just like the golden body in LOL. This golden body was invincible for a period of time, but, after the golden body, he would be reduced to meat on the chopping block. Basically, he would die. In LOL, the golden body was invincible. This was not a game, nor was it some LOL. No matter how invincible one was, under the might of the fallen angel, Lucifer, they would still have to kneel down, in that instant. Luo Tian suddenly moved, sneered, and said, I want to see if your golden body is an invincible existence. His figure moved. The black sky suddenly pressed down, and the entire barrier's power seemed to be under Luo Tian's control. Not only that, even the power outside the barrier was constantly churning, and the entire world was trembling for Luo Tian. Power of darkness. Crush him for me. Luo Tian opened his right hand, the 8 wings on his back suddenly moved, and a black aura rose from his palm. The aura slightly churned, and with a flip of his right hand, he directly slapped down. Rumble. 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 A black beam of energy shot out, and the scene was like a nuclear bomb exploding. This force enveloped the entire barrier and kept bouncing back. However, transforming into Lucifer only gave Luo Tian 5 times the strength. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 7th stage of the essence condensation realm, so even if it was 5 times, it wouldn't be much higher. It was like the starting point was 1, and even if it was multiplied by 5, the result would still be 5. The cultivation of the 7th stage of the essence condensation realm was very low, and under 5 times the power, its power was still limited. However, the dense power of darkness in this palm destroyed half of Wu Sha's golden body. Wu Sha's face suddenly turned pale. He felt this powerful force. If he did not cultivate the golden body technique, then he would have already turned into a pile of powder. He was shocked. This Luo Tian is really not ordinary, no wonder young Master Yulong is not his match. However, if I can kill him today, young Master Yulong will definitely promote me. Then, Wu Sha looked up and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. You can't kill me. Even a peak Grand Yen expert can't break through the defense of the golden body technique. You're just a piece of trash at the condensed Yuan realm. I will definitely not die. Impossible to die? The defense of the golden body technique was extremely terrifying. Even Luo Tian's palm strike was only able to destroy half of Wu Sha's golden body. Furthermore, in just a short second, the destroyed half of Wu Sha's golden body was restored to its original state. This was the benefit of having abundant vital energy. The golden body technique consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. However, as long as there was sufficient Yuan Qi, it could quickly recover. Just like what Wu Sha said, even a Taiyan expert would not be able to deal with it. This was Wu Sha's strongest trump card. Looking at Luo Tian's frown, Wu Sha could not help but laugh arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you're almost out of time. I'll return it to you 10,000 times faster. I'll let you know how cruel I, Wu Sha, can be. Ha ha ha, a small piece of trash like you wants to fight with me? You want to fight with the heavenly Haijia? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? You really think you're some big shot? A piece of trash who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Sha was very proud. Very proud. Luo Tian's palm strike was very powerful, but it did not hurt him. This made Wu Sha fearless and not worried at all. He had sufficient Yuan Qi in his Dantian, so he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he believed in his intuition that Luo Tian's transformation had a time limit. This was his intuition for many years. He believed that he was right. At this moment, half of the time had passed. There were only 30 seconds left. Luo Tian looked at the arrogant and proud Wu Sha and did not know what he was thinking. His expression was a little dazed. This made Wu Sha even more arrogant. Even the disciples of the 4 great families, who were originally planning to flee, stopped. Then, they began ridiculing Luo Tian. Luo Tian, let's see if you can survive this time. Let's see how long you can continue to be so arrogant. Your brothers, your women, they'll all die. Mother *Ker, you killed so many of our brothers. I'll never let you go. Ha ha ha. Arrogant, more arrogant. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you a dead dog now? The sounds of mockery were incessant. In the face of these voices, Luo Tian still did not speak. He continued to stare at Wu Sha motionlessly, as if he was made of wood. He also seemed to have been shocked silly. Bai Xiong said anxiously, "Boss, don't worry about us. Run." Lin Dong also said, "Boss, run." They also believed that Luo Tian could not do anything to Wu Sha. After all, Wu Sha's cultivation was too strong. Moreover, he had cultivated the heaven-class cultivation technique, Golden Body Secrets. This cultivation technique's defense was too strong. Even a Grand Yen expert would not be able to withstand that attack, but Wu Sha was completely unharmed. Furthermore, they also believed that Luo Tian's transformation into Lucifer had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would revert back to his original form. At that time, he wouldn't be Wu Sha's opponent. If he ran away now, Wu Sha wouldn't dare to chase after him. 10 seconds. Suddenly. At this moment, Luo Tian spoke. Wu Sha was taken aback as he asked in confusion, 10 seconds? What 10 seconds? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he laughed softly. I said you still have 10 seconds to live, and now you only have 9 seconds left. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's body suddenly blurred, and a black hole seemed to have appeared on his palm. Endless dark energy continued to circulate, and the moment he finished speaking, Luo Tian slapped down. Rumble! Rumble! The sky darkened, as if 10,000 lightning bolts were wreaking havoc. The scene was incomparably terrifying. However, just like before, Luo Tian's attack only destroyed half of Wu Sha's golden body. It was the same as the first attack, and there were no other changes. Wu Sha laughed arrogantly, and said, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, is your brain filled with shit? This kind of attack can't even harm a single hair on my body. Trash, stop wasting time, you can't kill me. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's second palm landed. Rumble! Rumble! Another violent explosion sounded out as the beam of light shot out. Wu Sha's body sank slightly as the golden body rapidly recovered. However, compared to the first attack, the golden body's recovery speed was not as fast this time. This was because Luo Tian's 2 consecutive strikes. The golden body arts needed time to recover. Although it was a short period of time, it still needed time. This was where his weakness lay. Wu Sha's expression was also slightly shocked. He was very clear about the weakness of the golden body arts, but he had to meet an expert above the Taiyan realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong the attack was, it would not be able to harm him. However, Luo Tian's attack was too terrifying. Wu Sha pretended to be calm on the surface, but still laughed arrogantly, and said, Luo Tian, don't you understand? Your attack is useless against me, my golden body arts is invincible, ha ha ha. At this time, the disciples of the 4 great families all ran over. They shouted loudly, Boss Wu is mighty, Boss Wu is mighty, the third palm. Rumble, rumble, there was no gap in time, it was completely done in one leap, without any delay. The third palm struck down, and Wu Sha's face instantly turned pale. His body trembled slightly, the power of the third palm had already caused a little damage to him. Wu Sha still pretended to be calm, and laughed loudly. The disciples of the 4 great families were even more frenzied. In their eyes, Luo Tian definitely could not kill Wu Sha. The 4th palm. Rumble, the 5th palm. Rumble, the 6th, the 7th palm, one palm followed closely behind the other. When it came to the 7th palm, Wu Sha no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance on his face, nor could he laugh. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. Looking at Luo Tian, he released the last bit of Yuan Qi from his dantian, and roared, Luo Tian, you can't kill me. Luo Tian smiled, and said, still stubborn? The 8th palm. Rumble, a palm directly flipped Wu Sha over, and his entire body flew dozens of meters away. Luo Tian followed closely behind, coldly looking at Wu Sha, and said, still stubborn? Wu Sha leaned against a rock, looking at Luo Tian in confusion, and said, why? Why? You knew the weakness of the golden body technique from the beginning, why didn't you continuously attack from the beginning, and even waited for so long? He did not understand why Luo Tian would do such a thing. Luo Tian smiled sinisterly, and said, because I want you to know that I only need 10 seconds to deal with you. The reason why I didn't attack from the beginning was because I wanted to see your expression of despair. Wu Sha's eyes darkened. The anger in his heart surged, but it was completely useless. His body could no longer withstand any damage. Looking coldly at Luo Tian, he said, Luo Tian, it won't be long before you die too. Too much nonsense, explode for me. You don't have to worry about whether I'm dead or not. Now, you can go to hell. The 9th palm. A palm strike came down. Wu Sha did not dodge. He didn't have the strength to dodge, he could only look at Luo Tian's face, which was still filled with ridicule. Then he said with a smile, provoking the fair family, in the central continent, there isn't a single person who can survive. You will soon go to hell to accompany me, ha ha ha, rumble. Rumble. His brain burst and his body turned into a pool of blood. Wu Sha, dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wu Sha for gaining 200,000 experience points and 18,000 vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10,000 golden body technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. Sin +1, the current sin value is 1 point. The sin value returned to 0. At this moment, the 8 black wings disappeared instantly and shrank back. Luo Tian's body also returned to its original state in an instant. A powerful force was extracted from Luo Tian's body. This feeling was really unpleasant, as if watching a beautiful woman disappear in front of his eyes. Hearing the notification, Luo Tian was secretly stunned and wondered, I wonder what will happen to the sin value if I don't transform into Lucifer and keep stacking it up. If it reaches 1,000 points or 10,000 points, 1 minute is really too short, and more people know that my cultivation method is limited by time. Although Wu Sha was guessing, he guessed right. And all of his information would appear in front of Xianxia without reservation. And the Hulk transformation card that he used in the mountains would not be able to be hidden for long. In this way, he would be exposed more and be in more and more danger. Luo Tian felt a sense of crisis. I have to become stronger quickly. This was his only way out. And Wu Sha's words made his heart tighten again. Now that Wu Sha was dead, Xianxia would definitely send more powerful assassins. Luo Tian embarrassed the Xianxia second young master in public. This had a great impact on Xianxia. When the mission was generated, they actually sent out an assassin on the sea god list. Moreover, it did not succeed. This news would soon spread throughout the Cloud City. This way, Xianxia would be even angrier. Even before this barrier scroll was sent to Cloud Mist College, Xianxia would send a powerful assassin to kill Luo Tian. Wu Sha's words were not to intimidate Luo Tian. In the Middle Continent, the Fair Clan was an absolute giant-level existence. Among the few king-level powers, the Fair Clan was the strongest. To deal with Xianxia, destroy Xianxia, it was like an unreachable dream that would never come true. However, Luo Tian was a person who did not admit defeat. Xianxia treated a Yunmeng like that. Using such a terrifying poison to deal with a woman, and a woman he liked, he could not swallow this anger. If he did not destroy Xianxia and kill Hyosaurus, he would not be Luo Tian. Wu Sha was dead. Luo Tian returned to his real body. The disciples of the 4 families were dumbfounded. At this moment, they did not immediately flee in all directions. Some people directly crushed their identity cards. Their bodies directly disappeared from the barrier. Crushing their identity cards was equivalent to giving up the competition. Luo Tian glanced around and sneered, none of you can escape. The 4 families allied? I'd like to see what kind of tricks the 4 great clans can play. Immediately, Luo Tian said, Ling go help Bai Xiong and Lin Dong untie. I want all these people to pay for what they have done these days. These people had to die. Because they knew too much. Moreover, facing people who must be killed, Luo Tian would not be lenient. Now, even if it was for Lucifer, these people should be killed. The sin value that was useless in the past had helped him a lot today. If it was not for the sin value, then he would definitely have wasted a transformation card. This was equivalent to one less thing for Luo Tian to rely on. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty. Bai Xiong roared out excitedly. He was full of admiration in his heart. Luo Tian was really too powerful. Lin Dong's heart secretly tightened, boss is too powerful. If we want to follow in his footsteps, we have to cultivate like crazy. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with him at all. If that's the case, what qualifications do we have to follow him? Hearing Lin Dong's words, Bai Xiong's excited expression instantly turned cold. He frowned and said, from today onwards, I, Lao Xiong, will definitely cultivate with all my might. Looking at Luo Tian's figure disappearing into the forest, the two of them said at the same time, Boss, I will definitely follow in your footsteps. I will definitely follow you to the end. Because, following Luo Tian was really too exciting. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's back and smiled faintly. Thinking of everything that happened in the cave, her cheeks flushed red. She said shyly in her heart, in the future. Maybe. As long as I roll in the sheets with him, I will be able to break through. This. Isn't this too good? Bilingualing, you have to rely on yourself. Don't always rely on Luo Tian, but hubby is really strong. That kind of feeling makes people feel attached. In less than an hour, he had broken through 4 times. How could she not feel attached to this kind of feeling? Looking at Bilingualing's blushing face, Bai Xiong couldn't help but say, "Sister, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so red? Are you having a fever?" Bilingualing was stunned. She misheard Bai Xiong's words. She glared at him and said, "You are the one who is being coquettish." Bai Xiong scratched his head and muttered, "I don't have a fever." "Sister, what's wrong with you?" An hour later. The remaining disciples of the 4 great clans were all killed. Only the disciples of the other clans in Lingyun City were left. Luo Tian let these people go. After all, they were forced to do this. Just as Luo Tian killed all the disciples of the 4 great clans, the inside of the barrier suddenly changed. It kept surging and the earth was shaking. Luo Tian's brows twitched and asked, "What's going on?" Bai Xiong laughed out loud, "Boss, we have passed the assessment. Once there are only 10 people in this assessment barrier, it will automatically disappear and we will be teleported back. Ha ha ha, we passed the assessment. We finally passed the first round. Boss is mighty. He passed the assessment. He passed the first round just like that." However, this was only the first stage of the many tests, and it was also the easiest one. Luo Tian was still quite happy to be able to pass. The moment he was teleported out, he thought to himself, "Silly queen, I am 1 step closer to you. At the same time, I am also saying, Schwerer, I am 1 step closer to the antidote for the soul poison. Wait a little longer, I will definitely find the antidote for the soul poison as soon as possible. Thank you to Smoky Eyes for your fierce rewards today. My fan points are already ranked 11th. The old cow is extremely grateful for your support. Thank you to Danyi for your 1888 rewards these 2 days. Thank you, brother. Thank you to the brothers who voted for me today. The old cow loves you. He is still 30 votes away from the first place. Can the brothers beat him? Outside the barrier, Aoshing's expression was even uglier than a pig's liver. His 2 eyes looked at Luo Tian as if he wanted to eat him. Waves of killing intent surged in his heart as he shouted in a deep voice, you, staring at Luo Tian. Other than the word you, he was completely speechless. The anger in his heart was like a volcano, erupting. However, he did not dare to make a move against Luo Tian, because even Wu Sha, who was ranked 990 on the Sea God list, was not a match for Luo Tian. What about him? Not at all. Aoshing knew very well that he was not a match for Luo Tian. So, facing Luo Tian, who walked out of the barrier, looking at Luo Tian's smiling and arrogant expression, there was only a strong hatred in his heart. A few minutes later, Aoshing suppressed the anger in his heart, smiled slightly, and said, "Luo Tian, congratulations." Luo Tian smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Lord Ao. If you didn't let me go in so late, how could I have one? Lord Ao, you're really too good to me, ha ha ha." Aoshing's face twisted. His gaze darkened as he said softly, "Did you really kill Wu Sha?" Luo Tian pretended not to know anything and asked, "Who is Wu Sha? Why haven't I heard of this name before? Is he a disciple of the 4 great families or a disciple of the other families in Lingyun City? I've never heard of him." "Lord Ao, I really don't know who you're talking about." Aoshing's gaze tightened. He did not record Wu Sha's name because he did not want to implicate himself in this matter. After all, Haijia was Haijia, and Cloud Mist College was Cloud Mist College. Wu Sha went in to kill Luo Tian. Once Luo Tian was killed, Wu Sha would quickly come out and not delay the assessment process of Cloud Mist College. But, how could he have known that something like this would happen? After hearing what the disciples of the 4 great clans said, he didn't believe that Luo Tian had the strength to kill Wu Sha. This was absolutely impossible. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to be Wu Sha's opponent. One had to know that the Sea God list was the strongest ranking in Haijia. The top 1,000 Haijia disciples were all extremely powerful. However, Aoshing had no choice but to believe that the disappearance of the spirit formation teleportation array meant that no one else came out of the spirit formation alive. In other words, Wu had been killed inside. What those disciples said was true. Wu Sha had been killed by Luo Tian. He was killed by Luo Tian, who had transformed into a demon. Luo Tian said stupidly, "What's wrong with me? Lord Ao, who is this Wu Sha you're talking about? I don't think I know him? Why are you asking about him?" Aoshing knew very well that Luo Tian was playing dumb, but he didn't dare to reveal Wu Sha's identity in public. Otherwise, it would definitely affect his status in Cloud Mist College. Frowning, he flicked his sleeve and shouted, "Luo Tian, don't be too proud. You know Wu Sha's identity very well. If you kill him, you know the consequences. In the Central Continent, even if you become an Emperor Realm Master, you won't be able to escape death." Finished speaking. Aoshing flicked his sleeve, put away the scroll, and strode into the courtyard. Bai Xiong walked up and asked, "Boss, what did that old thing say?" Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, "Nothing, just some congratulatory words, hee." Looking at Aoshing's back, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves and said fiercely in his heart, "I won't be able to escape death? I'd like to see who won't be able to escape death. Damn it, I'll die if I offend the Haijia." Offend me? Even the Heavenly King won't be able to escape death. Luo Tian didn't want Bai Xiong to worry about him. This was a personal matter. He wanted to use his own methods to solve it. Aoshing treated him like that. It was extremely unfair, and now he was even threatening him. In Luo Tian's heart, Aoshing's name appeared on the death list. Other than Aoshing, who hated Luo Tian to the bone. The people from the 4 great clans all looked at Luo Tian with hatred, this time. The disciples of the 4 great clans were all wiped out. Not a single one of them passed the first round of the examination, moreover, most of them died inside. Only a few disciples who crushed their identity medallions at the beginning were lucky enough to escape death. The rest were all dead. Without a doubt, these people all died at the hands of Luo Tian. The eyes of the patriarchs of the 4 great clans were bloodshot. They wanted nothing more than to chop Luo Tian into meat paste. Bai Chi's face was flushed red as he laughed and walked over to Luo Tian's side. He said with a smile, "Good son-in-law, you really didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. So what if there's more unfair treatment? So what if the people of the 4 great clans join forces to deal with you? Aren't they still defeated? What a joke. Ha ha ha." The patriarchs and disciples of the House of Bai also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Luo Tian and the other 3, they also seemed to have vented their anger. One by one, they walked forward and stood behind Luo Tian. They looked at the disciples of the 4 great clans who surrounded Luo Tian and stared at him like tigers eyeing their prey. They also remained on guard. Humph. Lei Gongdang snorted. Although Yunmei reminded him not to make things difficult for Luo Tian, after the incident with Hyosaurus, he knew very well that Yunmei no longer had the same status as before. Cloud Mist College's #1 iceberg beauty had become the ugliest girl. Since that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about. He shouted loudly, "Bai Chi, so what if all 4 of your Bai family's disciples passed the test? We don't know how you passed the assessment, but the scroll recorded it very clearly. With such a large number of deaths, I think the 4 disciples of the House of Bai will definitely not be able to pass the assessment of Cloud Mist College. Just wait and see." He was once a student of Cloud Mist College. He knew very well that the first round of assessment was to be reviewed by the college headquarters. With so many disciples of the 4 major families dead, Luo Tian would definitely not be able to pass. Bai Chi was stunned. He didn't think of this, but, at this time, he couldn't let his morale drop. He sneered and said, "Lei Gongdang, so what if what you said is true? Even if you didn't pass the assessment, it is enough to prove that the 4 major families joined forces to go against the House of Bai. You were still defeated by the House of Bai. Ha ha ha. Besides, you think you can't pass the assessment just because you said so? Are you an auditor? Lei Gongdang, you are old. Do you think you are still the same as before? You know everything about Cloud Mist College. Humph. You really think you are a big shot?" He didn't give him any face at all. He said that Lei Gongdang, the strongest person in Lingyun City and the leader of the number 1 family, was worthless. Lei Gongdang's face was red with anger. A strong aura burst out from his body. His eyes darkened as he stared at Bai Qi and shouted, "How dare you?" Bai Qi was not afraid at all. He said, "I am being impudent. What can you do to me? If you dare to fight here, you are not giving face to Cloud Mist College. I want to see what you can do to me." He was very arrogant and domineering. This made Luo Tian look at him in a new light. The elders of the other 3 major families immediately came forward to dissuade him. "Elder Dang, this is not the place to fight. Moreover, the people of Lingyun City are here. We can't let them see us as a joke." "Yes. Elder Dang, the House of Bai won't be able to survive for long." The patriarchs were all looking at Luo Tian as they spoke. They weren't afraid in the past. Now, they were especially afraid of Luo Tian, especially after what happened in the barrier. In just a few days, he had broken through 4 realms. This speed was unbelievable. If they didn't know Luo Tian's cultivation first, they wouldn't have believed it. Lei Gongdang snorted and waved his sleeves. He said in a deep voice, "Bai Qi, since you said that the 4 major families are no match for the House of Bai, then fine. Today, I will represent the Deng family, the Ouyang family, and the Zhang and Li families to declare war on the House of Bai. I want to see how strong the House of Bai is." "I agree. I agree too. I agree too." No one expected this. Even Bai Qi didn't expect this. He thought that the House of Bai would be able to hold their heads high and trample the 4 major families under their feet. However, he didn't expect Lei Gongdang to openly challenge the House of Bai. Moreover, it wasn't just one family. It was the 4 most powerful families in Lingyun City. This time, Bai Qi's heart fell into an abyss. His expression was ugly. He stared at Lei Gongdang and said in a deep voice, "Lei Gongdang, are you sure you want to do this?" Dang Lei Gong smiled and said, "That's exactly what I'm going to do. You just said that even if our 4 families join forces to deal with your Bai family, we still won't be your opponent. Let me see how strong your Bai family is." "Humph. Bai Qi, from now on, the 4 major families will join forces. No matter if it's the disciples of the House of Bai, the affiliated forces of the House of Bai, or the businesses of the House of Bai in Lingyun City, we will not hold back until the House of Bai is completely eradicated." After he finished speaking, Lei Gongdang turned around and looked at the people of Lingyun City and the disciples of other small families. He said, "From today onwards, whoever dares to help the House of Bai will be going against me. If they go against the 4 major families, they will die." Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to speak. Those small families nodded and bowed. They didn't dare to make any sound of resistance. The entire Lingyun City. In an instant, the Bai family had been isolated. Bai Qi's expression darkened. At this moment, it wasn't just him. The disciples and elders of the House of Bai all had ugly expressions. No one expected Lei Gongdang to suddenly declare war on the House of Bai and join forces with the other 3 major families. This caught them off guard. Moreover, the House of Bai's strength was about the same as the Ouyang family, the Li family, and the Zhang family. In addition, Bai Yuan's coup this time caused the House of Bai's strength to suffer a setback. As a result, they couldn't even compare to the Ouyang family, let alone the Deng family. They were no match for them. Bai Qi was furious. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word. This move, it was extremely brilliant. 4 disciples of the House of Bai had just passed the first round of assessment. The 4 major families didn't have any disciples. It was better to suppress them. The House of Bai's influence in Lingyun City would increase rapidly. However, this would take time. Lei Gongdang didn't give him any time at all. He suddenly declared war. The House of Bai instantly fell into a crisis. Bai Qi's expression was ugly. It was as if he was under a strong invisible pressure. This was a pressure he had never felt before. Even when he faced Bai Yuan's coup, he didn't feel such pressure. He was even intimidated by Lei Gongdang. Seeing this, Luo Tian stepped forward. He smiled coldly and stared at Lei Gongdang and the other 3 clan leaders. He said with a smile, "A declaration of war, right?" That's exactly what I want. It saves me the trouble of going house to house. All of you can come at me together. Right. Since the war has been declared, let's begin. I want to see what the so-called alliance of the four major families can do. In the barrier, the disciples of the four major families died in front of me. If you want revenge, come at me. Let's fight. Luo Tian was extremely arrogant. The domineering aura on his body directly blocked Lei Gongdang's aura. It even showed signs of crushing. Bai Xiong also shouted, "Let's fight." Lin Dong said, "I'm already pissed off in the barrier. The four major families are despicable and insidious. Let's fight." The momentum reversed, and the people from the four major families were crushed by these three people. This was because the power that Luo Tian had erupted from the barrier was too terrifying. In their hearts, Luo Tian was an alien who had cultivated countless powerful cultivation techniques. No one could say for sure if he would have some even more powerful cultivation techniques. As for Luo Tian, he couldn't wait to start the fight now. Because he needed experience, he needed true qi, and he needed the sin value even more. However, Lei Gongdang squinted his eyes and smiled, "Don't worry, we will start fighting. Bai Qi, just you wait." Finished. Lei Gongdang waved his hand and said, "Go back and prepare. Luo Tian, you are only one person. I want to see what qualifications you have to protect the house of Bai. What ability do you have to contend against our four major families? Let's go." The people from the four major families quickly evacuated. Moreover, the declaration of war was not a joke. They just needed some time to discuss countermeasures to deal with Luo Tian. Luo Tian was their biggest problem. If not for Luo Tian, they would have immediately started a war. It was because of Luo Tian's existence that they were all intimidated and did not dare to move. And on Luo Tian's side, if they were to start a war at this time, the House of Bai would suffer a crushing defeat. Everyone would probably die, and the House of Bai would be destroyed by the four major families within a day. The four major families went back to discuss countermeasures. This was a chance for the House of Bai to catch their breath. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian. This time, he had gambled too much. Luo Tian also looked at Bai Qi, and said, "Uncle Bai, let's go back first." Bai Qi immediately said, "Back to the House of Bai." At the Cloud Mist College branch, Aosheng's face was full of anxiety. He paced back and forth with the scroll in his hand. He did not know if he should hand it in. Once he handed it in, he would violate the rules because he let Wu Sha into the examination room. This was a serious violation. If he did not hand it in, then how would he explain it to the Cloud Mist College? Because this was the examination room for sorcerers to refine, he had to hand it in. If he handed it in, he would definitely be punished. Moreover, Haijia might be extremely dissatisfied with him. If that was the case, he would not be able to get any benefits from either side. It was very difficult. "Damn Luo Tian, you damn dog. What number 990, what Wu Sha? He can't even deal with a piece of trash at the essence condensation realm, and he still has the nerve to say that he is on the sea god list. What a piece of trash." The yellow-robed old man beside him saw that he was so anxious and could not help but say, "Brother Ao, let's report this matter to Haijia first and let Haijia decide. After all, we have done what we should do. It is not our fault that Wu Sha could not kill Luo Tian. Moreover, even if this scroll is seen by the higher-ups of Cloud Mist College, I am afraid that they will not offend Haijia for a small Luo Tian. Moreover, Haijia has people in the higher-ups of Cloud Mist College. Perhaps Haijia has a way to solve it." Aosheng's eyes moved slightly and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. He said with a smile, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Huang. I will immediately return to Cloud Mist City. First, I will ask Haijia and let Haijia decide. At the same time, I will also send some information about Luo Tian, that dog. In this way, then he wouldn't have anything to do with it." The yellow-robed old man immediately said, "That would be best." "That's right. Brother Ao, just now, the Dang family and the other three family heads have declared war on the House of Bai. I am afraid that after a day of preparation, they will start a full-scale war tomorrow. At that time, the House of Bai will definitely not be able to resist. Luo Tian may also die under the alliance of the four families. Will this affect Haijia? He did not care about how the five families would start a war. No matter how many people died, it would not affect him at all. However, he was worried that Luo Tian's death would make Haijia unhappy. Aoshing pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is not under our control. Even if the House of Bai has 4 disciples who passed the assessment, their life and death has nothing to do with us. They only passed the first round of the assessment. Cloud Mist College has no obligation to protect them." The yellow-robed old man nodded and said, "Then let them fight?" Aoshing smiled and said, "Fight, let them fight to their heart's content. It has nothing to do with us." House of Bai, there was a heavy silence in the hall. No one knew that such a thing would happen. It was not easy for the House of Bai to get to where they were today. They used nearly 100 years to climb to a silver organization. They could be considered to have a foothold in Lingyun City, but they had to face the joint suppression of the other 4 families. Moreover, it would not be long before the joint army of the 4 families launched an attack on the House of Bai. When that time came, how could the House of Bai resist? Report. Speak. A disciple suddenly ran into the House of Bai's hall. That disciple was sweating profusely and said, reporting to the clan leader, "The House of Bai's pharmacy, forging shop, restaurant, and 2/3 of the shops have been destroyed by a group of condensed essence warriors. They are basically unable to open for business now." This was not the end. Another disciple ran in. "Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Clan leader, more than half of the outer sect disciples want to leave the House of Bai. They said that they do not want to die with the House of Bai. What should we do? We can't stop them anymore." Bai Qi's expression changed again. He muttered and said, "It has begun, it has already begun?" An elder stood up and said, "This is just the beginning. It will be even more brutal later. Clan leader, we are no match for the 4 families. Why don't we compromise? There will definitely be a way to compromise." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily moved to Luo Tian, 3-in-1 chapter. Thank you to Peppermint Leaf for tipping me twice and becoming the 5th leader of this book. My fans are ranked 4th. In order to thank you for your support, Old Bull will add 2 more chapters tomorrow, which means that there will be 5 chapters. Thank you to Brother Danny for tipping me. Thank you for your continuous support these few days. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Brothers, 5 chapters tomorrow. Old Bull begs for monthly votes. The person who spoke was the 3rd elder of the House of Bai. Due to Bai Yuan's death, he naturally became the 2nd elder. He was the most powerful elder in the House of Bai other than Bai Qi. His words immediately attracted the attention of the other elders. The 2nd elder is right. Whoever caused this mess should be the one to solve it. We can't afford to offend any of the 4 big families in Lingyun City, let alone the 4 big families working together. It's only this afternoon, and our shops are already being suppressed. Once the 4 big families work together, it will be a devastating blow tomorrow. Clan leader, you know how the Wu family in Lingyun City was destroyed. Once this kind of full-scale war happens, it won't stop until one of us is dead. The House of Bai can't afford to do that. Another elder took the opportunity to say, "Why did the 4 big families declare war on us? It's because some people are too arrogant. A mere condensed essence realm cultivator is like a huge wave. This isn't the countryside. This is Lingyun City, a city of a silver organization. It's not as simple as you think. Clan leader, I beg you, let that person come out and solve it himself. I believe that as long as we hand over the culprit who killed the disciples of the 4 big families, the House of Bai will be spared. This won't be a loss for the House of Bai. We can even keep the 3 people from Cloud Mist College who passed the first round. Even if the 4 big families aren't satisfied, I think we can give up these 3 people. How dare you?" Bai Qi suddenly stood up and slammed his palm down heavily, smashing the armchair beside him into smithereens. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared at the elder who had just spoken and shouted in a heavy voice, "It was not easy to obtain a spot to pass the first round, and you want to give it up just like that?" The 2nd elder, Bai Kun, immediately stepped forward and said, "Clan leader, the sixth elder is thinking for the house of Bai. What he said is not unreasonable. The four big families lost a lot of face because none of their disciples passed the first round. If we can settle this war, what's the point of giving up 4 people? This is equivalent to hundreds of lives in the house of Bai. Patriarch, second elder is right. Clan leader, our house of Bai is definitely no match for the 4 big families. If we don't give up, our house of Bai will be destroyed. Suddenly, the 6 elders all stood up. Bai Qi frowned. In the hall, Bai Xiong was fuming with rage, and smoke was coming out of his head. If it weren't for Luo Tian holding him back, he would have rushed up and given those old guys a few slaps. From beginning to end, Luo Tian didn't say a word. He was waiting, they were waiting for Bai Qi's decision. No matter what decision Bai Qi made, he would not say anything. Because, he owed the house of Bai a favor, and this thing must be repaid. However, as long as Bai Qi handed him over, then he and the house of Bai would have nothing to do with each other in the future. Even if the house of Bai was destroyed, he would not help. Second elder saw that Bai Qi was silent, and the 6 elders were also on his side. There was a trend of the general trend. His gaze sharpened. Suddenly, Bai Kong stared coldly at Luo Tian and shouted, "Luo Tian, this matter was caused by you. Shouldn't you be the one to solve it? The 4 big families are obviously targeting you. You should know very well that I hope you don't implicate the house of Bai. You lunatic offended Haijia and Cloud Mist College. The house of Bai will be destroyed by you sooner or later. I advise you to obediently get out of the house of Bai. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." As soon as his voice faded away, Luo Tian's hand loosened. Bai Xiong jumped up violently. The strength of his whole body burst out and instantly soared to the peak. His whole person was like an angry black bear. His 5 fingers formed into claws and fiercely slapped down. He roared, "I won't be polite to your 18 generations of ancestors." Boom. Buzz, under the rage, the power was extremely strong. Bai Qian had no time to react. He was not vigilant because he did not know that Bai Xiong would suddenly attack. At this moment, he was instantly slapped in the face by White Bear. His body trembled, and his cheeks quickly swelled up. He staggered back and fell on his face with a thud. His hair was scattered, and he was in an extremely sorry state. "Bai Xiong, how dare you sneak attack the second elder? You!" An elder immediately stood in front of Bai Xiong. He angrily pointed at Bai Xiong and scolded in a heavy voice. Bai Xiong's eyes turned and stared at him. He shouted, "Do you still deserve to be the second elder of the house of Bai? I think it's better to go to hell. You greedy old guys who are afraid of death. When Bai Yuan was in a coup, you forgot about justice for the sake of profit. When Bai Yuan was in danger, all of you ran faster than rabbits. At that time, I knew that you were a group of greedy old guys who were afraid of death. My father didn't care about the past and spared your dog life. Now, you want to have ideas about my boss? I think you're tired of living." These people began to be bought over by Bai Yuan. When Bai Yuan was in danger, they ran faster than anyone else. Now, in the face of the declaration of war by the 4 great families, they once again chose to hide. The faces of several patriarchs changed. Bai Qi also slightly shouted, "Xiong don't be presumptuous." Bai Lingling also stood up and walked forward. She said, "Big brother is right. They only know how to avoid trouble. Isn't it just a declaration of war? Then let's fight. I want to see what the 4 great families are capable of. We can beat them to a pulp in the boundary. We can do the same in Lingyun City. Why should we be afraid? As a warrior, you will lose if you're afraid." Lin Dong followed closely behind. He cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch, I, Lin Dong, am willing to be the vanguard. I will fight to the death." The voices of the 3 people echoed in the hall. At this time, Luo Tian still did not make a sound. The second elder, who was in an extremely sorry state, climbed up from the ground. His face was extremely ugly and his eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. If Bai Qi was not present, he would have immediately killed Bai Xiong. How could he show his face after being beaten up like this by a junior? How could he survive in the House of Bai in the future, in an instant? Bai Kun did not care so much. His eyes narrowed and his voice became cold. He directly said, Patriarch, if you don't hand over Luo Tian and the four of them today, I, Bai Kun, will leave the House of Bai from now on. I don't want to die with these bastards. As soon as he said this, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. The 5 elders beside him were silent for a few seconds. They also stood up and said, Patriarch, please agree to the second elder's request. Otherwise, we will all leave the House of Bai. They were forcing him to abdicate. At this time, Luo Tian laughed. Ha ha ha, Chapter 1. Laugh, loud laughter. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. They didn't know why he was laughing. Second elder looked coldly at Luo Tian and said disdainfully, You son of a bitch. If it weren't for you, the House of Bai wouldn't be in such a passive situation. You're still laughing. Is it funny that the House of Bai was destroyed? Then Bai Ran said again, Clan leader, please make a decision immediately. 6 elders. They were the strongest 6 people in the House of Bai besides Bai Qi. If they left, the strength of the House of Bai would be reduced by a third. How could they resist the alliance of the 4 great families under such circumstances? It was impossible. Bai Qi was very clear in his heart. On one side were the 6 elders of the House of Bai, and on the other side was Luo Tian. It was very difficult to choose. He was the clan leader of the House of Bai. Any decision he made had to be based on the House of Bai. He couldn't let the foundation that his ancestors had built be destroyed in his hands. Therefore, this decision was very difficult. He looked at Luo Tian again and again. Luo Tian's face was calm. There wasn't the slightest ripple. Even if those elders said such obvious things, he was indifferent. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. From his eyes, Bai Qi saw sincerity. He knew in his heart that Luo Tian was waiting for him to make a decision. In this way, it was even more difficult for him to make a decision. After Luo Tian laughed, he looked at Bai Qi and smiled slightly. Uncle Bai, if it's difficult for you to make a decision, why don't you hand me over? He could understand the position Bai Qi was in and the pressure he was under. Even if it was him, he would probably be like him. After all, this concerned the fate of hundreds of people in the House of Bai. Furthermore, Luo Tian also knew in his heart that even if Bai Qi chose him and gave up on the 6 elders, he was not confident that he would be able to lead the House of Bai out of this crisis. The foundations of the 4 great clans were much stronger than he had imagined. Luo Tian could easily deal with the elite disciples of the younger generation in the enchantment. However, he wasn't confident in dealing with the experts who had been cultivating in the ancient continent for decades. Since it was difficult for Bai Qi to make a decision, so it was better for him to make the decision. In this way, the favor from the House of Bai had also been repaid. He didn't have to worry so much anymore, so he could kill without worry. He no longer had any scruples. Bai Xiong's face sank. He immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and said, Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? Father, you can't listen to his nonsense, and you can't hand him over. Bai Lingling became even more anxious and said, Father, if you hand Luo Tian over, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lin Dong was calmer and said, Clan leader, the 4 great clans in Cloud Mist College didn't dare to make a move immediately because they were afraid of Luo Tian. Once you hand him over, I believe that even if they kill Boss, they won't let the House of Bai go. Deng Leigong has already declared a full-scale war. Boss's death won't satisfy his appetite. Humph. What do you brats know? Deng Leigong declared war because of Luo Tian. As long as we hand Luo Tian over to him, his anger will naturally be extinguished. The 4 great clans will definitely not go against the House of Bai. If that's the case, the reputation of the 4 great clans in Lingyun City will be greatly reduced. This is not worth it for them. One of the elders immediately analyzed. Lin Dong immediately said, History is written by the strong. The people of Lingyun City will only remember the 4 great clans. They won't remember the cowardly House of Bai. Bai Kun's eyes darkened. He had nowhere to vent his anger. When he heard Lin Dong say that the House of Bai was cowardly, his body suddenly moved. The vigorous vitality in his energy center surged and a yellow light burst out from his palm. He slammed his palm towards Lin Dong's chest and scolded, "Dog, how dare you judge the House of Bai? Who do you think you are? The House of Bai is not for an outsider like you to judge." This move was extremely ruthless. Once struck, even if he didn't die, he would still be half dead. Bai Xiong was ambushed by Bai Qi. He couldn't retaliate because Bai Xiong was Bai Qi's adopted son. He wasn't a match for Bai Qi. Naturally, he didn't dare to retaliate. Bai Lingling was the same. He was afraid of Luo Tian and didn't dare to attack. Therefore, he chose Lin Dong, an outsider. Even if Lin Dong was killed by him, no one would dare to do anything to him. In this way, he could put pressure on Bai Qi and force him to make a choice. He also attacked suddenly. It was also a sneak attack. Lin Dong didn't notice that the second elder would suddenly attack. His facial expression changed. Bai Hao's eyebrows suddenly sunk just as he thought that his attack was about to succeed. This was because there was a person standing in front of Lin Dong without anyone noticing. Luo Tian, just as Bai Kun's figure moved. Luo Tian also moved. He couldn't let anyone bully his brother. "Humph. Bastard, you asked for it. Go to hell." Bai Kun was proud. His cultivation was already at the peak of the essence condensation realm. He was only one step away from the martial void realm. He didn't believe that Luo Tian, who was only at the 7th level of the essence condensation realm, could withstand this attack, at this moment. The chi in his dantian increased again. The power in his palm became stronger again. Luo Tian didn't say a word. He frowned and looked at Bai Kun's attack. He stepped down and suddenly roared, "God explosion!" Buzz. His strength doubled. A wave of power shot out from his body. At the same time, he also punched out, Mountain River Fist, Mountain River Break. His fist was like a giant drill. It shot out with a cone-shaped whirlpool force and directly hit Bai Kun's palm. Bang! Rumble! The two forces violently collided. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly. He took a few steps back. The blood in his chest was rolling and the pungent smell of blood rushed up. However, he swallowed the blood back down. His heart sank. Even if the God explosion brings twice the strength, it seems that the gap between the realms can't be made up with the strength of the secret arts. He only took a few steps back. However, Bai Kun flew out of the hall and rolled a few times in the courtyard. He fell heavily on his face. His luck was surprisingly good. At the last moment when he stopped, his mouth was planted on a pile of sh*t. His mouth was full of sh*t. His appearance was even more miserable than before. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dog sh*t, it's really dog sh*t. Bai Xiong slapped his thigh and laughed. Bai Lingling also said disdainfully, "I told you to sneak attack. Do you think anyone can sneak attack?" Lin Dong was grateful and asked, "Boss, are you okay?" Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." The second elder was beaten so badly that he couldn't even get up from the ground. He could only stare at Luo Tian as if he wanted to swallow Luo Tian alive. At this moment, the other elders immediately shouted, "Impudent! How dare you? He's really out of control. Tribe leader, I think we should just kill him." At this moment, Bai Qi suddenly walked down. He glanced at Bai Kun in the courtyard and was startled. Then, he shouted in an incomparably serious manner, "Fight." 5 chapters today. The second chapter has been delivered. There will be 3 more tonight. First of all, I would like to thank the Peppermint Leaf brother for giving me another red tip. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Then, Old Cow's ass was destroyed today. How can the brothers tolerate it? I only need 8 more votes to get it back. Brothers, Old Cow requests for support. Get it back. Fight. As soon as this word came out of Bai Qi's mouth, Bai Ran, who was lying on the ground with a bloody face, instantly stood up and asked seriously, "Bai Qi, what did you say? Do you want to destroy the house of Bai?" Many elders also walked into the courtyard and turned to Bai Qi. They asked, "Patriarch, are you really going to give up the house of Bai for this kid? You have to think carefully. Is this your last choice? You're taking the lives of hundreds of people in the house of Bai as a joke. The 6 elders expressed their opinions one by one. Bai Qi walked out of the hall and looked at the 6 elders. He said, "We have no choice but to fight. Elders, please help me get through this difficult time. I believe that the house of Bai will have the last laugh." Ha ha ha, last laugh? Bai Qi, oh Bai Qi, if I knew this would happen, I would have done my best to assist Bai Yuan. If it was him, he would never have made such a choice. Giving up the house of Bai for an outsider will make you a sinner of the house of Bai. Bai Ran showed a pained expression. Immediately, Bai Ran's voice deepened. He immediately said, "From now on, I, Bai Ran, will withdraw from the house of Bai. Everything that happens in the house of Bai will no longer have anything to do with me." In an instant, the other 6 elders expressed their opinions one by one and left the house of Bai. They were all experts of the house of Bai. If they left just like that, the house of Bai would suffer a great loss. Although Bai Qi was mentally prepared, he still felt sad. He urged, "Bai Ran, you and my father are brothers. Can you bear to leave the house of Bai at this time? Stay, all of you stay. We will definitely get through this." Bai Ran smiled coldly and said, "I still say the same thing. If you want me to stay, then hand Luo Tian over to the 4 big families. Otherwise, I won't wait for death with you. I still want to live for a few more years." Bai Xiong suddenly stood up and shouted, "If you want to leave, then leave quickly. The house of Bai doesn't have cowards like you. The alliance of the 4 big families forced you cowards to show your true colors. What's the use of the house of Bai keeping you?" Bai Qi shouted, "Bai Xiong." Bai Lingling also said, "Father, Big Brother is right. If we keep them around, they only know how to carve up the house of Bai's benefits but not contribute, the house of Bai. Sooner or later, the house of Bai will fall. Don't they want to leave them? Then let them escape. Don't leave a single one behind." Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, what a hateful heart. Bai Ran's face was cold. He looked at Bai Xiong and his sister and sneered. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." They didn't walk in the direction of the gate. Instead, they walked in the direction of their residence. At this moment, Bai Qi frowned. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, then there was nothing to worry about. Since they weren't benevolent, then there was no need to be polite to them. "Wait!" Bai Qi suddenly shouted and stopped the 6 people. He said slightly, "Since you have already left the house of Bai, then please leave the house of Bai immediately. As for the things in your residence, they were all given to you by the house of Bai. Everything you have was nurtured by the house of Bai. This can be considered as a little interest from the house of Bai." "What? Bai Qi, you are too presumptuous. Preposterous." The 6 people's anger surged. Flames spewed out of their eyes and they wanted to swallow Bai Qi. Bai Qi couldn't let them return to their residence. Because, if they did that, not only would they bring back some things that originally belonged to the house of Bai, but it would also further escalate this matter. A large number of outer disciples had already left the house of Bai. If the 6 elders spread the news that they had left the house of Bai, then the house of Bai would be destroyed before the armies of the 4 big families attacked. The most important thing now was to chase Bai Ran and the others out of the house of Bai. They definitely couldn't let them take away any of the elite disciples of the house of Bai. The elite disciples of the house of Bai were the mainstays of the house of Bai. Bai Qi frowned and said slightly, "Good, good, good. Bai Qi, you are really good. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being rude. Let's wait and see." Immediately, Bai Ran looked at the elders behind him and whispered, "Let's go." At this moment, Luo Tian walked to Bai Qi's side and said, "Uncle Bai, you can't let them leave. They will definitely be a disaster if they leave." Bai Ran suddenly stopped and stared at Luo Tian with an extremely cold and murderous gaze. He scolded angrily, "You dog, if it weren't for you, the house of Bai wouldn't have come to this stage today. Everything that the house of Bai has today is all thanks to you." From the moment he decided to leave the house of Bai, he was thinking of a way out. However, following Luo Tian's words, Bai Ran's heart sank. He hated Luo Tian so much that his teeth itched. He thought to himself, Luo Tian, I will definitely not let you off. Bai Qi naturally understood the meaning behind Luo Tian's words. He also knew that once Bai Ran left the house of Bai, there was a 100% chance that he would side with the four dominant families. In that case, the house of Bai would be under even more pressure. Moreover, it would be even more pressured by public opinion in Lingyun City. However, Bai Qi secretly clenched his fists. In the end, he slightly relaxed and said, let them go. He couldn't bear to. Among the 6 people, 3 of them were the descendants of his father's brothers. These people were all his cousins. He couldn't bear to lay his hands on them. Luo Tian didn't say anything else. Everyone had their own considerations. Since Bai Qi had agreed to let them go, Luo Tian couldn't say anything more. After all, this was an internal matter of the house of Bai. It wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. Bai Ran's heart relaxed. The corner of his mouth curled up. He coldly glanced at Luo Tian and then quickly left the house of Bai. After the 6 people left, there were only 5 people left in the main hall: Bai Qi, Luo Tian, Bai Xiong, Bai Lingling, and Lin Dong. The huge main hall was empty. It was especially depressing. Bai Qi frowned. He kept thinking about how to get through this difficult situation. However, he couldn't think of a good way. As for the battle that he mentioned, it was only because he chose Luo Tian. As for how to fight, he had no idea. 10 minutes later, a disciple walked into the main hall and reporting to the family. As expected, Bai Ran and the others went to the Deng family. Lei Gongdang's eldest son personally received them. Bai Qi smiled bitterly. Although he was prepared, he couldn't help but feel sad. At this moment, Luo Tian stood up and said, Uncle Bai, this is an opportunity. Let's say that Bai Ran's departure from the house of Bai is a betrayal. The sooner the better. The house of Bai must be united at this critical moment. Bai Ran's departure will unite everyone's hearts. Uncle Bai, it's better for you to do this personally. After all, you are the head of the house of Bai. Bai Qi stood up and asked, even so, how are we going to deal with the 4 families? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, attack first. Chapter 3. He didn't understand. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian. He didn't understand either. Luo Tian didn't explain further. The 4 great clans didn't want to form an alliance so quickly. They needed time. Moreover, before they did, the house of Bai would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, when they formed the alliance, they also talked about the division of benefits. This way, the speed of forming the alliance would be even slower. The destruction of the house of Bai's shop was just a threat to the house of Bai by the 4 great clans. It was also to make the house of Bai panic. Obviously, they had achieved their goal. The departure of Bai Kun and the other 5 proved everything. With this victory in the first step, they wouldn't be anxious about the second step. Without Bai Kun and the other 5 experts, the strength of the house of Bai was greatly reduced. This made the house of Bai even more like fish on the chopping board to the 4 great clans. They could do whatever they wanted to them. Under these circumstances, the 4 great clans were even less anxious. And Luo Tian wanted to leave. Defeat them one by one, Luo Tian continued, Uncle Bai, from now on, listen to my commands. I will do my best to protect the house of Bai. I swear. Since Bai Qi had chosen him, Luo Tian wouldn't hold back. Even if he had to use the Thor transformation card, he would use it without hesitation. It was because of trust. Bai Qi didn't say much. Luo Tian could always create miracles. Looking at Luo Tian's serious expression, he said, okay. I will listen to your commands. Bai Xiong walked up and said, Boss, what do you want me to do? Bai Lingling and Lin Dong also walked up and said, what do we do? Luo Tian smiled gently, looked at the sky, and said, we don't have to do anything. We only have to do one thing, and that is to wait. The 4 of them were puzzled. They didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. Wait. Time is of the essence to us. If we continue to wait, it will only be disadvantageous to us. Boss, what exactly are we waiting for? Bai Xiong was a straightforward person. If he didn't understand something, he would ask. Luo Tian said, wait until it's dark. The sky is dark? Yes. I want a night attack. The temporary headquarters of the four great clans, the Deng family. In the hall of the Deng family. It was bustling with noise and excitement. The patriarchs and elders of the four great clans had all arrived. Including the 6 elders who had left the house of Bai, there were more than 30 people in the hall. This was the complete opposite of the scene in the house of Bai. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi's brain is full of shit. This time, I want to see how he can protect that bastard Luo Tian. This time, I don't believe that he won't die. Ouyang Lai said fiercely. Originally, they didn't have a good plan. But, with the addition of Bai Qi and the other 5, they brought information about the house of Bai over. This made them even more confident. Without the 6 of you, the house of Bai is a pushover. They can do whatever they want. With just Bai Qi and a few kids, what can they do? I don't believe that Luo Tian really has 3 heads and 6 arms and is invulnerable. The house of Bai is easy to deal with. It's just that Luo Tian is too strange. He cultivates all kinds of strange techniques. Sometimes, he turns into another person. Sometimes, he summons a fire Kirin. He also knows a type of flame that can devour everything. Even when he's inside the barrier, he can transform into an 8-winged demon. We've never even heard of that before. We don't even know how he cultivates. That's right. We have to be careful when dealing with this kid. Even the Haijia people couldn't kill him in the barrier. This time, we have to be careful. We can't let him escape. As long as we kill Luo Tian, we'll be able to answer to Master Ao. Moreover, we'll be on the good side of the Haijia. Maybe the Haijia will directly divide Soaring Cloud City into a subsidiary force of Haijia. When that happens, who would dare to touch us? Ha ha ha. That's right. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, the house of Bai will definitely be destroyed. Bai Qi can also take over or build a new house of Bai. However, if the 4 of us destroy the house of Bai, how will the house of Bai's property be divided? Ouyang Lai's eyes turned. It wasn't just him. The other 2 clan leaders were the same. Ouyang Lai said, since it's an alliance of the 4 major clans, naturally, the 4 major clans will divide it equally. Bai Qi was unhappy, but he couldn't say anything in this situation. He was secretly angry and said to himself, how dare you ignore me? Humph. Deng Leigong's eyes darkened as he shouted, we haven't even destroyed the house of Bai yet, and you're already thinking about dividing the land. I say, you guys are a little too optimistic. I think we can divide this matter after we destroy the house of Bai. How can the house of Bai's property run away? Ouyang Lai immediately said, Old Master Deng, your Deng family is a big family and has a big business. You don't care about the house of Bai's property, but we're different. I think it's better to be clear. Otherwise, when the time comes, we won't be able to divide it clearly. Zhang Yaojie immediately responded, I agree with Brother Ouyang. It's better to be clear. Otherwise, when the time comes, we won't be able to divide it clearly. Deng Leigong said, then how do you think we should divide it? Ouyang Lai laughed and said, the Ouyang family doesn't want anything else. We just want a few blacksmith shops from the house of Bai. You guys can do with the rest. F***CK. Ouyang Lai, aren't you being too nice? An elder from the Li family immediately said, who doesn't know that the house of Bai's blacksmithing business is the best in Lingyun City? If you take all of it, what do you expect us to ask for? That's right. The blacksmith shops must be divided equally. The Zhang family will only take a few elixir shops. Before he could finish speaking, someone immediately jumped out and said no. It was just as Luo Tian had said. The 4 big families would quarrel about the division of benefits. Moreover, they would quarrel fiercely. In fact, this was his chance. The sky gradually darkened. The neon lights in Lingyun City had just been lit up. The entire city was dyed red. The streets were filled with people and carriages. It was still as lively as ever. They didn't become nervous just because the 4 big families had declared war on the house of Bai. To the ordinary people, the 5 big families were already used to fighting each other. It didn't affect their lives much. South of the city, the Zhang family. The The Zhang family was in charge of a few businesses in the south of the city. Compared to the east of the city, this area wasn't as prosperous. However, the territory was still very big. To the Zhang family, they wanted to jump out of the south of the city. They wanted to have businesses in the most prosperous area of the east of the city. Xianxia returned from the Deng family. His face was full of displeasure. He scolded along the way, "Humph. You said that I have a lot of land. Which one of you isn't richer than me? You want to give me the trashiest business of the House of Bai? I won't agree." Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the south of the city. The streets were a little strange. The pedestrians were unusually strange. A follower behind Zhang Yaojia said, "Clan leader, the atmosphere is a little strange." Zhang Yaojia looked around and slapped the follower. "Strange your mother. Don't you know that there's no one in the south of the city at night? You mother asterisk cur. You're still rubbing salt on my wound. I think you're tired of living." At this moment, a person was standing not far away from him. Chapter 4. At dinner, he drank a few more cups. His entire body reeked of alcohol. His temper became even more irritable. After slapping his follower to the ground, he snorted coldly and said, "Don't follow me. I'm going to Wanhua courtyard to have some fun and vent my anger today. If you want me to send someone to deal with the House of Bai tomorrow, humph, you'll see if I'll send a disciple." As he said that, he turned and walked to the other side. Wanhua courtyard was the most famous brothel in Lingyun City. The girls there were also the most beautiful. If he was late, the better girls would have been chosen. Zhang Yaojia could have walked directly from the main street, but the journey was a little long. He knew that there was an alley that could quickly pass through to the east street of the city. He didn't think much about it at all. He immediately walked into the dark alley. Then the follower didn't dare to follow. This made Luo Tian, who was not far away, a little stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Yaojia to not go home. His heart couldn't help but sink, and he thought to himself, could it be that I've been discovered? Immediately, he didn't care so much. He quickly followed. Only when he walked into the dark alley did he know that Zhang Yaojia didn't find anything. At this moment, he was holding the wall and peeing. When he saw Luo Tian walk in, he said disdainfully, "Look at your mother. Haven't you seen someone pee before? Or have you never done such a big bird like me?" Luo Tian didn't say anything. He pretended to be afraid and quickly approached. Who in the south of the city didn't know him? The patriarch of the Zhang family was tall and sturdy, with a full beard and a domineering face. He was famous for being overbearing and stingy. He often went to Wanhua courtyard to visit prostitutes and didn't pay. Zhang Yaojia saw Luo Tian moving forward quickly in fear. He sneered and said disdainfully, "Country bumpkin, tisk." Just as he turned around, Luo Tian suddenly moved. With lightning speed, he punched the back of Zhang Yaojia's head. "I've never seen such a small bird like you." Bang! Without the protection of any yuan qi, Zhang Yaojia, who was in the 4th level of the martial void realm, had no time to react. The back of his head was in pain and his forehead directly hit the wall in front of him. Blood flowed out and the central nervous system at the back of his head was temporarily paralyzed and he felt dizzy. However, the strength of the martial void realm was not for nothing. Furthermore, what Zhang Yaojia cultivated was his physical body. The Zhang family was famous for cultivating their physical body. Being in the void martial realm, he had cultivated his physical body to an indestructible state. Even if he didn't circulate his primordial qi, his physical body's defense was still extremely strong. If it had been anyone else, their head would have already exploded. F***ck. He's still alive? Luo Tian's heart sank. Before he heard the system notification, Luo Tian attacked again. Godly explosion. Buzz, a powerful force surged forth. He attacked with all his might. It hit the back of Zhang Yaojia's head again. Blood spurted out. Zhang Yaojia sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and shouted angrily, "Sneak attacking Laozi, do you know who Laozi is?" Laozi is Zhang Yaojia, the patriarch of the Zhang family. You dare to sneak attack Laozi, Laozi will take your dog life. The second punch woke him up from his dizziness. He turned around abruptly and saw that the man in front of him was very familiar. It was just that he couldn't remember who it was. You, Zhang Yajia's eyes darkened, and said, "You are Luo Tian?" Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his heart, and fear instantly occupied his body. Back then, he had seen with his own eyes how Luo Tian had beaten Hyosaurus until he crawled all over the ground. Furthermore, Luo Tian's methods were extremely ruthless, and he was instantly afraid. He immediately said, "Brother Luo, I don't want to form an alliance. I will definitely not send out a disciple to deal with your house by tomorrow. Don't worry, I, Zhang Yaojia, will keep my word." These things were all caused by old Deng. Also, the 6 elders of the House of Bai have also joined the Deng family. Tomorrow, they will be the vanguard to deal with the House of Bai. Brother Luo Tian, no, Brother Luo, Grandfather Luo, if you let me go, I, Zhang Yaojia, will follow you in the future. If you say to move, I will definitely not move to the west. If you say to hit Lier, I will definitely not hit Zhang San. Scared, this surprised Luo Tian. He didn't expect that he could make him feel fear. However, even if Zhang Yaojia knelt on the ground and begged him, Luo Tian would not let him go. Because of the faint golden light under this guy's feet, it was obvious that he was an elite-level monster. Since that was the case, how could he let him go? Luo Tian smiled in satisfaction, and said, "At least you know what's good for you." Zhang Yajia's heart relaxed, thinking that Luo Tian had spared his life. The corners of his eyes turned slightly sinister, and he coldly said in his heart, "You dog, you actually dare to sneak attack me. Just you wait, even if you don't give me any benefits, I will still lead my entire clan's disciples to ****** tomorrow, at this moment." Luo Tian suddenly attacked. Divine Fire. Weng, it did not cause an instant kill, but it stunned Zhang Yaojia once again. At this moment, Luo Tian immediately pulled out his heavenly sword, laughed coldly, and said, "I want to see if your head wins, or if my heavenly sword is sharper." He swept out with his sword. It directly chopped off Zhang Yaojia's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhang Yaojia for obtaining 45,000 experience, 4,000 essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Stone Mound Cultivation Art. Sin value +1. Zhang Yaojia's head was separated from his body. Luo Tian ran to the main street and suddenly shouted a few times, "Murder, murder, Deng clan's elder killed someone, come quickly." After he finished speaking, he ran away in an instant. He hid in the darkness and watched quietly. In less than a moment, dozens of disciples came out of the Zhang family. Seeing that it was the patriarch, everyone's expression became extremely ugly. One of the elders shouted angrily, "Deng Leigong, you are so vicious, the Zhang family is irreconcilable with you." His goal was achieved. Luo Tian left silently, the corner of his mouth curled up, and said, "Next." Then Luo Tian quickly rushed towards the west side of the city. On the way, he was thinking, because when he heard the words 10,000 flowers courtyard from Zhang Yaojia's mouth, there was no doubt that this was a very amazing place. He couldn't help but think to himself, should I level up first? Ouyang Lai from the west side of the city is not easy to deal with. If I can break through to the martial void realm, then it will be much easier. In the end, Luo Tian still gave up. Just like in his previous life, when he walked to the 10,000 flowers courtyard and saw those beautiful girls waving their handkerchiefs at him, he didn't dare to go forward, just like a little virgin. Let's finish it first. I only have one night. The alliance of the 4 great clans is not strong. If my guess is correct, they must be arguing over the division of territory. This is my best chance. Deng Leigong, don't you like alliances? Then I will let you know what an alliance is. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you brothers for your monthly votes. Today, the old cow has tasted the taste of exploding a string of chrysanthemums. Thank you to each and every one of you. However, the books behind are too fierce. Brothers, protect the chrysanthemums for the old cow. Those who still have monthly votes, vote for the old cow. In the dead of night, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets. This was a very ordinary night, and there was nothing special about it. There was no wind, no rain, no thunder, and no lightning. However, in this calm night, there was a murderous intent. Li family, a middle-aged man's face was pale as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. He said in pain, why? The man was the current patriarch of the Li family. Like Xianxia, he was also an elite monster. It was just that, unlike Xianxia, Luo Tian had been injured after killing the Li family's patriarch, and it was not light at all. If he had not gone crazy and been intimidated by the Li family's patriarch, he would have died here tonight. Everything was calm now. Luo Tian slowly walked forward, smiled slightly, and said, "There's no reason, I just want to kill you." Finished. He did not say anything more. The heavenly sword moved and swung down. It was directly cut off. Then, Luo Tian did not stop and quickly left the Li family. He disappeared into the dark alley. Just as he returned to the house of Bai, Luo Tian could not help but spit out a mouthful of black blood from his chest. Huff. Huff. The cultivation of the martial void realm is indeed very strong. Not only was it an external injury, Luo Tian had also suffered a serious internal injury. After all, he was only at the essence condensation realm. Even if he cultivated various powerful cultivation techniques, if he did not use them, he would still not be a match for those people. When he was fighting with the Li family's patriarch, Luo Tian did not care about his life at all. It was because of this that he was able to suppress the Li family's patriarch, and because of this, he was able to kill him. Luo Tian. Bai Lingling quickly rushed out. After Luo Tian disappeared from the house of Bai, Bai Lingling waited at the entrance of the house of Bai. He was very anxious. Seeing Luo Tian stumbling back and spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his heart sank. He couldn't care less about the other disciples of the house of Bai guarding the door. He rushed forward and held Luo Tian in his arms. He asked anxiously, "Where did you go? You scared me to death. You didn't even say anything when you went out. Don't you know that I would be worried about you? Who did this to you?" It was a blissful thing to have someone worried about you. Luo Tian lay on top of Bai Lingling's soft breasts. He smiled gently and said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest." At this moment, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and Bai Qi also walked out. Bai Qi's eyes were slightly surprised. He smiled to himself and muttered, "Little girl, you're really nimble." "Sigh, a grown girl can't be kept at home." Bai Lingling said coquettishly, "Father, Luo Tian is injured to this extent. Why are you still making fun of him?" Bai Xiong stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Boss, who did this to you? Tell me, I'll teach him a lesson." Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at him and said, "Even he is no match for him. How can you teach him a lesson? Eh?" Bai Xiong scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "I'm just saying." Haha. Luo Tian didn't say much. He looked at Bai Qi and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll go back to my room and rest. If you have any Yuan Qi replenishing pills, give me some." After 2 night attacks, Luo Tian's Yuan Qi consumption was very serious. He now needed to use the regeneration technique to heal himself, but there was not much Yuan Qi left in his body. He must have pills to replenish it. He secretly said in his heart, "I have to practice alchemy as soon as possible. This is still the house of Bai. If I'm in a strange place and can't replenish my Yuan Qi, then it'll be terrible." Bai Qi immediately said, "I'll go get someone to prepare. Ling help Luo Tian back to his room to rest. Xiong Lin Dong, you two secretly monitor the movements of the 4 great families. If there's any movement, immediately come back and report to me. This night is a little scary. I'm worried that the disciples of the 4 great families will sneak attack." Bai Qi said worriedly. Luo Tian smiled in his heart. Sneak attack? Where would they have time to sneak attack? The Zhang and Li families are already in a mess. At this time, they must be discussing how to avenge the patriarch. How would they have time to sneak attack the house of Bai? However, he didn't say that he had killed the patriarchs of the Zhang and Li families. He also didn't intend to say it. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Once the slightest bit of news was leaked, then everything Luo Tian did at night would be in vain. The four great families, which had 100 years of history, would not collapse because of the death of a patriarch. Whether the four great families could still form an alliance would depend on tomorrow. Yes. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong quickly disappeared into the darkness. Bai Qi quickly walked in the direction of the medicine hall. Bai Lingling supported Luo Tian step by step into the room, and said somewhat reproachfully, "You're not allowed to take risks in the future. Even if you want to go, you have to bring me. Otherwise, you're absolutely not allowed to go out alone." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." Bai Lingling covered Luo Tian's mouth the moment he said the word die. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "I won't allow you to say that word. It's inauspicious." Under the moonlight, Bai Lingling's face became even more enchanting. Her eyes shone brightly and two strands of hair fluttered gently under her all-shaped face. The white dress on her body also swayed. Everything looked so enchanting and made people involuntarily feel calm. However, Luo Tian couldn't calm down. "Because," he said in a low voice, "why don't you accompany me tonight?" Bai Lingling fell into Luo Tian's arms and said shyly, "I don't want to." Generally, girls would say such words. They were all sarcastic words. Luo Tian smiled evilly. He knew clearly the meaning of Bai Lingling's words. He secretly said, "Last time I was unconscious in the karst cave and missed it. Tonight I must have a good experience." The most important thing was, Luo Tian wanted to level up. The injuries in his body needed a lot of vitality to heal. Rather than this, it was better to level up. In that case, his vitality would recover, and all the injuries in his body would be healed. There was no need to worry at all. There was one more thing. The Zhang family and the Li family had been dealt with, and the Ouyang family also needed to be dealt with. Luo Tian wanted to break the alliance of the four families in one night. Otherwise, at dawn, even if the three families didn't send troops, the Deng family would launch a full-scale attack on the House of Bai. Otherwise, where would old Master Deng put his face? He had to level up. In the past, Luo Tian needed to find a place with demonic beasts, and then fight desperately for a while to level up. But now, he didn't need it. It should be said that he had another method. However, before Luo Tian could take the next step, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The sound of his footsteps was very heavy, and it was deliberately revealed. Otherwise, no matter how low the cultivation of the martial artists in this world was, it was impossible for them to make footsteps. After the footsteps, there was a coughing sound. Obviously, there was someone outside the door who had discovered what was going on in the room. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian's heart sank. Who was this? Of all times to come, why did he have to appear now? Didn't he know that I really had something urgent to do? He was extremely displeased that his good time was interrupted. But even if he was unhappy, this was the House of Bai after all, not Luo Tian's home. Moreover, the person in his hands was the eldest daughter of the House of Bai. As such, he should restrain himself a little. Anyway, there was no rush. Bai Lingling's expression changed, and her cheeks became even redder. She quickly jumped up from Luo Tian's body and stood on the other side. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes and said in a low voice, "Father is here to bring you the healing elixir." Father-in-law. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly as he complained in his heart, "Father-in-law, of all times to come, why did you have to appear now? Aren't you trying to make me feel uncomfortable?" The evil fire instantly cooled down. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over it. It was so cold that it could not fly. Furthermore, at this time, Luo Tian had already taken off his shirt. At this time, it was too late to put on his clothes. He thought to himself. In any case, Bai Qi was here to deliver healing elixirs, so he might as well not wear any clothes. Bai Lingling went forward to open the door. Her face was still a little red. Bai Qi glared at his daughter and looked at Luo Tian, who had taken off his shirt on the bed. He said softly, "Luo Tian, you are injured, so you should pay more attention to rest. Don't do some things. And you, Ling don't you know when you are injured? Can you do strenuous exercise with such a serious injury? What if the wound was torn open again? What should he do?" Don't forget that our house of Bai will be facing the challenge of the 4 great families tomorrow. Tonight, the 2 of you must rest well, especially you, Luo Tian. You are not allowed to go out at night, let alone do any strenuous exercise. Luo Tian and Bai Lingling were like children who had made a mistake. After being scolded by Bai Qi, they nodded vigorously. They didn't even dare to raise their heads and look at Bai Qi. Bai Qi shook his head and sighed. He put the healing elixirs on the table and said, "Ah, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Ling you apply the healing elixirs on Luo Tian. After that, go back to your room to rest. You are not allowed to stay here overnight, do you understand?" Bai Lingling nodded obediently and said, "Father, I understand. Ling will help him apply the medicine. After that, I will go back immediately." Bai Qi nodded. He looked at Luo Tian and said again, "You also have to rest well." Luo Tian said, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Bai. I understand." Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian and said, "It's good that you know. I was afraid that you didn't know." Bai Qi looked at his daughter, turned and walked out of the room. He walked to the door of the room. He directly closed the door and muttered, "I'm not afraid of being seen." Then Bai Qi sighed and said again, a grown girl can't be kept at home." Then, after a few seconds, the door of the courtyard was closed loudly. Bai Qi said in a commanding tone, "Without my order, no one is allowed to enter the room and disturb Luo Tian's rest. Otherwise, I will teach him a lesson." Luo Tian was moved and couldn't help but say, "Good father-in-law. Sister Ling you really have a good father." Immediately, Bai Lingling picked up the elixir on the table and applied it heavily on Luo Tian's wound. Luo Tian suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He grimaced in pain and shouted, "Murdering my husband, it hurts." Bai Lingling said angrily, "You are not serious. It's all your fault. My father knows everything." Luo Tian took Bai Lingling into his arms and said with a smile, "Anyway, since you have seen it, let's just cook the rice." "No, it should be cooked again. Cook it into porridge, ha ha ha." The house of Bai Qi didn't sleep. He couldn't sleep. Tomorrow was the day of the war. He wasn't in the mood to sleep. Just a few minutes ago, a disciple came to report that the current heads of the Zhang and Li families were assassinated. Just as he was wondering in his heart, Bai Lingling suddenly rushed into the hall and said anxiously, "Dad, Luo Tian is missing." At the same time, Bai Qi immediately connected the murder of the Zhang and Li family heads to Luo Tian. His eyes flashed and he immediately said, "Not good. He must have gone to the Ouyang family. I just got the news that the Deng family sent several elders to the Ouyang family. If that's the case, not good." Immediately, Bai Qi suddenly stood up and said anxiously, "Come, pass down my order. All the elite disciples of the house of Bai are to follow me to the Ouyang family." A disciple asked, "Patriarch, don't we need to leave some people to guard the house of Bai?" Bai Qi shouted, "No, let's go." Bai Lingling also thought about it and immediately said, "Dad, you're saying that Luo Tian went to the Ouyang family and the Deng family has already sent people to ambush Luo Tian?" Bai Qi nodded, "I'm afraid so." Bai Lingling didn't think too much about it. She turned around and jumped out of the hall. She used all of her peak 6th level cultivation and in a few blinks of an eye, she disappeared into the darkness and rushed towards the direction of the Ouyang family. Bai Qi frowned. He called out to Bai Lingling several times but couldn't stop her. At this time, Bai Qi became even more anxious and shouted, "Hurry up and go. What are you still standing there for? Also, send people to find Bai Xiong and Lin Dong and quickly go to the Ouyang family." Swords were drawn and bows were on the verge of exploding. Bai Qi couldn't help but feel nervous. Looking at the darkest night before dawn, he muttered to himself, "The war has begun in advance." The Ouyang family. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself, "I was careless, I was too careless." Luo Tian didn't expect that the situation would change after a few shots. He had thought the Zhang family and the Li family wouldn't find the Deng family so quickly. In fact, what he didn't know was that the Zhang family and the Li family had rushed to the Deng family almost immediately. Lei Gongdang immediately thought of a countermeasure. After waiting for half a night at the Ouyang family, Luo Tian finally arrived. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you finally appeared. I've been waiting for a long time. Ouyang Lai walked out from another room in the courtyard with a smug sneer on his face. Looking at the surprised look on Luo Tian's face, he said proudly, you didn't expect it, did you? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it either. Old Master Deng said that you came back to assassinate me. I didn't believe it, but now even if I don't believe it, I have to believe it. Old Master Deng is really smart. Luo Tian. You dog, tell me, did you kill our patriarch? And my Li family patriarch, did you kill him as well? The disciples of the Zhang family and the Li family directly rushed to the courtyard with bloodshot eyes. Their bodies emitted a strong killing intent, as if they couldn't wait to eat Luo Tian alive with a strong hatred. In that case, Luo Tian had nothing to hide. He slowly walked out of the room and walked to the middle of the courtyard. He glanced around and smiled, so what? Only you four families can plot against me, but I can't assassinate you. Haha, it's good that you admit it. It's good that you admit it. Right at this moment, Deng Leigong walked out of the darkness with a sly smile on his face. He looked at Luo Tian in the courtyard and thought to himself, after all, you're too young. You're not worthy of fighting with me with this little ability. If it wasn't for Yun Meng, that woman, protecting you at the beginning, you would have been a dead soul under my blade. The crowd dispersed. Deng Leigong walked up, followed by a few elders of the Deng family and 6 elders of the House of Bai. At this moment, the experts of Lingyun City were all gathered here. Most of the elite disciples of the 4 families were also here. This place had also become a place of death. Luo Tian smiled and said, it seems that it will be difficult for me to walk out of here alive today. Deng Leigong smiled and said, it's really not easy to kill you. Luo Tian, you should feel honored. I've never mobilized so many people to kill a person for so many years. You're the first. Ouyang Lai shouted, today, I'm going to avenge my son. Even if you have 100 lives, you won't be able to escape death today. Men. Do it. Deng Leigong suddenly raised his hand and said, wait. Ouyang Lai was stunned and said, old master, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Deng Leigong looked at Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, you're really good. Very good. I've never seen your cultivation method before, not even in the lower realms. Your potential is limitless. If you can submit to me and be loyal to the Deng family forever, I'll let you live. This is your only chance to live. Ouyang Lai's expression changed abruptly. The expressions of the Zhang and Li family members also changed rapidly. They all looked at Deng Leigong. Ouyang Lai said in a deep voice, old master, what do you mean by this? We didn't agree on this beforehand. If you do this, it won't be fun. Luo Tian must die today. An elder of the Zhang family said, clan leader Ouyang is right. I want to avenge our clan leader. A clan leader of the Li family also said, yes, avenge him. Deng Leigong narrowed his eyes and said, the Deng family doesn't want any of the House of Bai's territories, businesses, or shops. I only want Luo Tian. Huh? This, old Master Deng, you're the one who said that. The 3 of them almost didn't think about it at all. Hatred, son killed, and clan leader killed. In the face of great benefits, everything was fleeting. The 3 of them recovered and even smiled faintly. They were very satisfied. Deng Leigong said, I said it. As long as you agree to give this boy to me today. His eldest son walked to his side and said softly, Father, Luo Tian offended Master Ao and the Hai Jia. Leaving such a person in the Deng family will only lead to trouble. We can't let him stay. Deng Leigong frowned slightly and said, don't worry. I've already made plans. This was natural. As an old fox, Deng Leigong had already planned everything. He was just waiting for Luo Tian to agree. Deng Leigong looked at Luo Tian and said, how about it? Have you thought it through? As long as you agree, no one in Lingyun City will dare to touch you. Moreover, what the House of Bai can't give you, the Deng family can. Don't you need the blood spirit energy? There will be a large-scale auction in Yunlan City in a few months. There will be a high-level blood spirit energy. I will use everything the Deng family has to buy it for you. As long as you agree. Everyone around was shocked. Was old Master Deng muddle-headed? How could he say something like that? He even wanted to get the blood spirit energy for Luo Tian. Was he out of his mind? The faces of the patriarchs and his sons behind him all changed. Even they didn't know what the old man was doing. Luo Tian was also shocked. It had to be said. Deng Leigong's conditions were very tempting. Everything was beneficial to Luo Tian. However, nothing could be judged on the surface. Luo Tian revealed a shocked expression, and said, "Wow. What an irresistible condition, old Master Deng, you are really generous, but there is no free lunch in this world, just asking me to submit to you is not enough, right?" Deng Leigong chuckled and said, "Smart, I like to deal with smart people." While they were talking, Deng Leigong took out a small pill from his bosom and said, "As long as you are willing to swallow this pill, I will do everything I said just now. I can provide you with any cultivation resources of the Deng family." Oh? Luo Tian looked at the ordinary pill in Deng Leigong's hand. He already understood in his heart. He wanted this pill to control him, but who was he? How could he be controlled by a small pill? However, when Deng Leigong took out the pill, only one person's expression changed drastically. Ouyang Lai, his body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the pill, a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Others did not notice it, but Luo Tian noticed it. He secretly shivered in his heart and said to himself, "It seems that I have underestimated this pill." Deng Leigong said, "How is it?" "Luo Tian, as long as you swallow this pill, you will immediately be the great elder of my Deng family. No one will dare to do anything to you tonight." Luo Tian chuckled and said, "How can I refuse such a good condition? Of course I accept." Then, Luo Tian strode forward. Deng Leigong was a little shocked, but he secretly sneered in his heart, "Who isn't afraid of death? It's just that I didn't expect this kid to be so afraid of death, humph. Kid, when you swallow this pill, you will know how powerful it is. From now on, you will be a dog by my side, ha ha ha." Ouyang Lai's body trembled slightly again. Deng Leigong glared at him fiercely. Ouyang Lai was like an obedient puppy and immediately became motionless. Luo Tian strode forward and took the pill from Deng Leigong's hands. He held it in his hand and looked at it, then sniffed it. He asked in his heart, "Fantasy girl, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Fantasy Fairy said, "Would elder sister lie to you? If I say it's not wrong, then it's definitely not wrong. This pill has a strong control over the brain, and once this control is used, it can become one of the antidotes to the soul poison." What surprised me was that this profound soul-absorbing pill would appear in such a place. It seems that this old man is very sinister. Once this pill is swallowed, even if you are an expert of the Holy Spirit realm, you won't be able to get rid of it. What a vicious pill. From the moment Deng Leigong took out the profound soul-absorbing pill, Fantasy Fairy suddenly made a sound in Luo Tian's body, telling him to get the pill. Or else. It was impossible for Luo Tian to go up and take it. Luo Tian held the pill and looked left and right. The worst thing was that the system couldn't tell, which made him a little surprised. Could it be that the level of this pill was too high? However, since Fantasy Fairy said that this pill was useful, then it naturally couldn't be wrong. Deng Leigong smiled and said, "Luo Tian, don't look at it. It's just an ordinary pill. You can swallow it now." Luo Tian held the pill and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to swallow it. At this moment, a figure landed on the ground. Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face darkened, and he directly shouted, "You can't swallow it." Deng Leigong's face was ferocious, and there was a thick murderous intent in his eyes. He thought to himself, "You ruined my plans, Bai Qi. I think you're tired of living." Bai Qi immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "You can't swallow this pill. Otherwise, you'll end up like Zhu Fengqing, the former overlord of Lingyun City." Deng Leigong, you're really vicious. I didn't expect you to have such a pill in your hands. If you hadn't used despicable means to make City Lord Zhu take this pill, would you have the power you have now? You took over everything in the Zhu family, including the men, women, and children of the Zhu family. You're really cunning. Deng Leigong was angry, and his eyes became gloomy. He said, Bai Qi, you're going to be a dead man soon. Luo Tian, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Bai Qi is going to be a dead man soon. The house of Bai will be eradicated before dawn, and their name will be removed from Lingyun City forever. As long as you swallow this pill, my promise will still stand. Luo Tian, you're a smart person. Under such circumstances, you definitely won't be able to survive. I think you'd better swallow the pill obediently. Deng Leigong's face was full of confidence as he sneered proudly, Luo Tian, you're a smart person. Luo Tian looked scared. He raised the pill up high and put it into his mouth. Leigong Deng laughed out loud. He was very proud of himself. Bai Qi said, Luo Tian, you can't swallow it. You can't eat it. Just when everyone thought that Luo Tian was going to swallow it, Luo Tian suddenly stopped. He retracted his hand and said with a smile, Old man Deng, thank you for your profound sky soul absorbing pill. I'll accept this pill. All of a sudden, Deng Leigong looked as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there motionlessly. Even in his dreams, he never thought that Luo Tian would know the name of this pill. Moreover, he never thought that he would give away a pill that was worth millions of cultivation coins. He wanted to vomit blood in his heart. He always thought that he was smart, but he was still played by Luo Tian. Deng Leigong's face sank and became extremely cold. He said coldly, Before you die, I really want to know how you know about this pill. With your time in the ancient continent, even if you had a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for you to know about the profound sky soul absorbing pill. Luo Tian said with a smile, Your mother told me that night. Luo Tian. You're courting death. Deng Leigong roared. Luo Tian was not afraid at all. He roared with the same arrogance, Come on then. In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtyard became tense. The smell of gunpowder was incomparably strong. Killing intent spread. Ouyang Lai said, Old man, there's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Just kill him. Deng Leigong smiled and said, Patriarch Ouyang, you're right. I was too kind. I wanted to give him a chance to live, but he didn't want it. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Disciples of the Deng family, listen to my order. Kill him. There was no room for negotiation at this time. The profound sky soul absorbing pill must not be exposed. Because this was an evil and vicious pill refined by the high priest of the devil sect. He had spent a huge amount of money to buy it. There were only 2 pills in total, and he had used one a few decades ago. This was the only one he had. Once it was discovered by the sect or the people from the Cloud Mist Academy, he would definitely be hunted down by the sect. He had to kill him, he had to take back the profound sky soul absorbing pill from Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled and whispered, Uncle Bai, find a chance to escape. I can escape. This courtyard was already impregnable. Even an expert at the peak of the martial void realm might not be able to escape. Even if Bai Qi could escape, Luo Tian would definitely not be able to. Bai Qi smiled and said, Luo Tian, I want to thank you. Even under such circumstances, you didn't betray the house of Bai. If I'm still alive today, I'll definitely betroth my daughter to you. Huh? Uncle Bai, you didn't want to marry your daughter to me before? Luo Tian smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, your daughter is already mine, ha ha ha. Bai Qi sighed and said, A grown girl can't be kept at home. While they were talking, Bai Qi suddenly hugged Luo Tian and released the strongest power of the 6th level of the martial void realm. The moment he hugged Luo Tian, he threw Luo Tian away like lightning and laughed loudly, Good son-in-law, don't make my daughter sad. He also secretly said in his heart, Luo Tian, I believe that you won't let me down. Your martial path can't stop here. I believe that your achievements will reach the peak of martial arts, ha ha ha. If that's the case, I will laugh in the underworld. This was the choice made by Bai Qi, he was very clear about the consequences of his choice. He would die, however, if he didn't do so, Luo Tian would die. Even if Luo Tian cultivated those powerful cultivation techniques, he was very clear that those cultivation techniques were limited by time. Moreover, he couldn't let Luo Tian take the risk. Because of the house of Bai. And also because of his daughter, immediately. Bai Qi roared loudly and said, "Old Fox Dang, come, ha ha ha." The power of the 6th level of the martial void realm was extremely terrifying. Luo Tian never dreamed that Bai Qi would suddenly throw him away. The roof of the courtyard was filled with archers. The martial void realm experts in the courtyard were all dumbfounded. No one reacted to the Iron Bastion-like killing array. Like Luo Tian, they didn't have the slightest reaction. At the moment when Luo Tian was thrown out, Deng Leigong was furious, revealing his most ferocious appearance, and roared loudly, "Bai Qi, go to hell." Bai Qi, dressed in white, pulled out a long sword, which emitted a buzzing sound. He smiled and said, "Fox Dang, let me experience your Dang family's thunder sword art. I want to see the power of the spirit-level sword art." As soon as his voice faded, with a strike of the sword, the figure directly split into 3. From 3 different directions, they stabbed towards Deng Leigong. So powerful, however. Deng Leigong was furious, he almost didn't look at Bai Qi, and frowned. 9th level martial void realm, explosive pressure. Crush. Wang, the suppression of the realm directly crushed everything in the courtyard. Time seemed to have stopped, and the movement was fixed in one place. Deng Leigong, with the speed of lightning, suddenly moved, his fists turned into palms, and fiercely slammed towards Bai Qi's chest. Soul-splitting palm, die for me. Die, 3 in 1 chapter. Brothers, today's monthly votes are too little. Can you give this old cow another vote? 1 vote. Everyone had their own choice. Bai Qi used his own life to exchange for Luo Tian's life. This was his choice. He knew very well that even if Luo Yi used all his skills, he would not be able to escape death. After all, his cultivation was only at the condensing essence realm. Even if he could kill some ordinary experts of the void martial realm, he was definitely no match for the experts of the Deng family. Not to mention the cunning Deng Leigong. Deng Leigong had been at the peak of the void martial realm for more than 10 years. His cultivation was infinitely close to the Taiyan realm. Moreover, he used to be a student of the Cloud Mist College. His peak of the void martial realm was stronger than the ordinary experts of the Taiyan realm. He was different from Hyasaurus and Wu Sha. It could be seen that he wanted to use the insidious poison of the Tianxian soul-absorbing elixir. Therefore, Bai Qi made his choice. At the moment when he was thrown into the sky, Bai Qi transmitted his thoughts to Luo Tian. "Bai Lingling is waiting for you outside the north gate. Luo Tian, from now on, you are the patriarch of the House of Bai. I want you to lead the House of Bai. If possible, fulfill my lifelong dream and lead them to the top." Hearing these words, Luo Tian's heart sank. His heart suddenly tightened. After half a minute, there was a sound of fighting in the yard. Bai Qi was still struggling to resist. Luo Tian knew. Bai Qi was afraid that tonight, Xiao Chen's eyes darkened with a strong murderous intent. He was like a mad lion as he roared, "Deng Leigong, just you wait." After that, he rushed to the north gate at full speed. He did not go back. Just as Bai Qi thought, even if Luo Tian used the Thor transformation card or the Superman transformation card, he might not be a match for the alliance of the 4 families because they had too many people. With the addition of these 2 cards, the total time was only 10 minutes. If he could not kill the experts of the 4 families in 10 minutes, not only him, but the entire House of Bai would be buried with him. If he was alone, Luo Tian would not be afraid. His character was to fight to the end. He would not give up until he turned the world upside down. But, he was not alone. He had the House of Bai and hundreds of elite disciples of the House of Bai behind him. These people needed him, not to mention Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. He made a prompt decision. Luo Tian did not stay. When he arrived at the North City, the sky was already slightly bright, and everyone from the Bai family was gathered at the city gate. These people were willing to follow Bai Qi. And they were all the elites of the House of Bai. When Bai Lingling rushed to the Ouyang family to save Luo Tian, Bai Qi suddenly changed his mind. He dismissed the House of Bai's servants and external disciples, secretly took all the important and simple things of the House of Bai, and then ordered these disciples to rush to the North City. Wuliang Mountain was more than 100 kilometers away from here. It was a natural stronghold. Even if the four families wanted to chase, they would not dare to go too deep. Seeing Luo Tian, Bai Lingling was delighted. She immediately ran up, looked left and right, and asked anxiously, "Where's my father?" Luo Tian frowned and looked at everyone. "Everyone, let's go to Wuliang Mountain." Bai Xiong also asked anxiously, "Boss, where's my father?" All the disciples also stood up and looked at Luo Tian. They also wanted to know the answer. Luo Tian did not hide anything. He said, "Uncle Bai is dead." "What? Father, patriarch. How did this happen?" "It's all because of you, Luo Tian. You're a jinx. If it wasn't for you, how could the patriarch have died? Look at what you've done to the house of Bai. Ever since you appeared in the house of Bai, you haven't stopped. Yes, it's all because of you. Tell me, why are you still in this world? The 6 elders have left, and the patriarch is dead. The house of Bai now exists in name only. It's all because of you." Suddenly, 1/3 of the disciples were blaming Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not retort. Because he did not know how to refute them. Just as they said, the house of Bai had become like this because of his appearance. If it wasn't for him, perhaps the house of Bai would still be a peaceful house of Bai. The 6 elders would not have left the house of Bai, and Bai Qi would not have died at the hands of the 4 great clans because of him. It was all because of him. When Bai Qi had used his life to exchange for Luo Tian's, Luo Tian had blamed him. Now that he heard these voices, his heart sank. He asked himself, could it be that disaster follows me wherever I go? When Bai Lingling heard the news of her father's death, she fell to the ground and fainted. "If it wasn't for my boss, I would have died in the mountains. If it wasn't for him, the Bai family would have been controlled by the white ape. If it wasn't for him, the Bai family wouldn't have been able to pass the Cloud Mist Academy's entrance exam. If it wasn't for him, the Bai family would have been a pool of stagnant water, forever content to enjoy life. How can a family like this improve? The betrayal of the 6 elders only shows that they're cowards. People like them don't deserve to be elders of the Bai family. If it wasn't for my boss, the Bai family might have been stable for a while, but in the end, it would have been destroyed." Bai Xiong's words silenced those who were criticizing Luo Tian. Because, what Bai Xiong said was the truth. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, the house of Bai might still be peaceful today. But what about in the future? It would definitely be eaten up by the other 4 big families. This was inevitable. Passing the Cloud Mist College's assessment would give the house of Bai a new opportunity. However, the other 4 big families didn't give the house of Bai a chance to rise. They wanted to strangle it in the cradle. Damn it. Let's fight it out with them. The house of Bai is almost gone. What's the point of living? Yes, let's fight it out with them. At most, we'll die to avenge the chief. For a moment, everyone's fighting spirit rose again because they couldn't see any hope. Rather than this, they might as well fight and die a quick death. Luo Tian had been in the house of Bai for less than a month. At most, he was an outsider. So there were some things that he couldn't say. But now, he couldn't help but say. After being stunned for a moment, he said, "We have to fight, but not now. We have to survive. We have to live better than the other 4 big families. I promised Uncle Bai that I would bring the house of Bai to the peak. I will definitely do it. I know that many of you are dissatisfied with me, but please believe me this once. I will definitely bring all of you to survive." Lin Dong immediately asked, "Boss, just tell us what to do?" Bai Xiong also asked, "Boss, we will listen to you." Luo Tian looked at the towering mountain range not far away and said, "Enter Wuliang Mountain." Wuliang Mountain Range. It was one of the 10 most dangerous mountain ranges in the central region. Extremely dangerous. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, even Bai Xiong's face tightened. Lin Dong's face also darkened. He reminded in a low voice, "Boss, Wuliang Mountain is much more dangerous than other mountain ranges. Moreover, the monsters inside are all fierce. With our cultivation, I'm afraid we can't even enter the periphery of the mountain range." If that's the case, everyone's faces turned ashen. They were very clear about the dangers of Wuliang Mountain. For the warriors of Lingyan City, Wuliang Mountain was hell. Even experts at the peak of the martial void realm did not dare to enter. Luo Tian also understood this when he read the information of the central region. Wuliang mountain range was full of monsters. Moreover, there used to be a Wuliang sect in Wuliang mountain. This sect had been demonized and became the most ferocious killing machine in the mountain. They had no consciousness and killed anyone they saw. This was the most dangerous part of it. However, now Luo Tian had no other choice. There was only one way. They had to enter the mountain range. Otherwise, once the people of the four great families arrived, they would all die. Instead of dying in the hands of the four great families, it was better to enter Wuliang mountain and fight. As long as they crossed Wuliang mountain, they would enter Wuliang city. There, the people of the House of Bai could breathe a sigh of relief. More importantly, Wuliang city was less than 1,000 kilometers away from Misty City. Since he had promised Bai Qi that he would bring the House of Bai to the Gold Force, then he would rise in Misty City. Luo Tian calmed down and said, Wuliang mountain is indeed dangerous. However, compared to the four great families in the city, Wuliang mountain is much better. If you stay, you will only be killed by the four great families. I hope that everyone can enter Wuliang mountain with me. Once you enter the mountain, they won't dare to chase after you. Of course. I won't force you because I can't guarantee your safety in Wuliang mountain. So, you can leave. However, those who stay must listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't stay. He had to establish his prestige. I'm not willing to follow you into Wuliang mountain to die. I've left the House of Bai and the House of Bai. The four great clans won't kill me, right? I'm leaving too. Wuliang mountain is too dangerous. None of the people who went in came out alive. Luo Tian, you're just a condensed essence warrior. How can you lead us across Wuliang mountain? I don't believe you. I'll stay. I believe in Luo Tian. I'll stay too. Let me give a word of advice to those brothers who want to leave the House of Bai. Don't think that the people from the four great clans will let you off just because you've left the House of Bai. They will definitely be ruthless and will not let the disciples of the House of Bai live. I'll stay too. I'm leaving. Some stayed, while others left. Of the 96 elite disciples of the House of Bai, only 50 remained. This was slightly more than what Luo Tian had expected. These people stayed because they admired Luo Tian's unimaginable strength and because they believed in Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't force those who left to stay. The fewer people there were in Wuliang mountain, the better. If there were too many people, he wouldn't be able to take care of them. Looking at the disciples who left, Luo Tian said, it's best if you don't enter the city. Take advantage of the fact that the people from the four great clans haven't caught up yet. Leave Lingyun city as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Humph. Luo Tian, we're no longer members of the House of Bai. Don't be a busybody. Take care of yourself. That's right. Who do you think you are? I really don't know why so many people are following you to their deaths. Let's go. We'll seek refuge with Elder Bai Kong. He'll definitely take us in. I'm Elder Bai Kong's eldest disciple. Everyone, follow me. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't be bothered. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at the 50 disciples who stayed behind. Including himself, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and Bai Lingling, there were a total of 54 people. Looking at each unfamiliar face, Luo Tian clenched his fists and swore to himself, I'll definitely bring all of you to the peak. Uncle Bai, don't worry. My goal isn't to become a gold force. My goal is to surpass the kings. I want the entire continent to tremble before us. Let's head to Wuliang mountain. Bai Xiong waved his hand and shouted, let's go. At this moment, there was a loud roar from within the city. Luo Tian, you dog. Let's see where you can run to. Luo Tian's brows tightened as he cried out, not good. Bai Xiong also immediately looked at Luo Tian and asked, boss, what should we do? Lin Dong also followed, his battle intent high. Luo Tian didn't hesitate and said, full speed ahead and quickly enter Wuliang mountain. This way, they won't dare to chase us in. Bai Xiong didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order, full speed ahead. At this moment, the 46 disciples who left the house of Bai were overjoyed. Seeing that the leader was the second elder of the house of Bai Kun, the disciple in the lead acted as if he had seen his ancestor. He immediately went forward and shouted, "Master, Master, Master." Bai Kun's expression changed slightly. There were still 5 disciples of the house of Bai beside him. He was the vanguard and chased after them. Seeing that these disciples of the house of Bai were some of his personal disciples, he couldn't help but say, "Luo Tian is indeed unpopular. Brother Deng, most of these people are my personal disciples," but, without waiting for him to finish, Deng Huolei immediately shouted, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Bai Kun and the other elders beside him immediately changed their expressions and said, "Brother Deng, they are all my personal disciples." Deng Huolei interrupted Bai Kun and called him by his name. "Bai Kun, can you be sure that there are no spies of Luo Tian among them? Can you be sure that these people don't want to take revenge? Do you know that a 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant's nest?" The disciple in the lead was anxious and immediately knelt down, saying, "Elder Deng, we are absolutely loyal. We have completely left the house of Bai. We are no longer members of the house of Bai." Deng Huolei snorted and didn't bother to look at them. He said, "Aren't you here to help Luo Tian to escape and buy time? Bai Kun, do you want to do it yourself or let my people do it? Luo Tian is right in front of us. If we are abandoned by him today, you and I can't bear the responsibility." Deng Leigong was already furious. After the news of the Tianxian soul-absorbing elixir was leaked, he had to face the entire sect forces. Facing the powerful sect forces, the Deng family was even less than an ant. Bai Kun showed a sad expression and said, "Kill them." Deng Huolei smiled and said in a low voice, "You are sensible. Since you can't do it, I will replace you. Disciples of the Deng family, listen to my order. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Brother Bai Kun, you go after them first. I will come after dealing with these bastards. Remember, you must delay him. Don't let him escape. Once he escapes into Wuliang Mountain, it will be difficult to catch him. There was something outside yesterday that delayed the update. Old Niao will update 5 chapters tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to make up for it. There is one more chapter in the evening. Brothers with monthly votes, please support me. Thank you." Coincidentally, the disciples who left the house of Bai managed to buy some time for Luo Tian. However, in the distance, Luo Tian and his men paused for a moment as they watched their former brothers and comrades being slaughtered one by one. Their blood dyed the city gates red. Their hearts sank as they faced their former brothers. They weren't angry because they left. Instead, they were angry because of the Deng family's brutality. Luo Tian frowned as he saw Bai Kun and his men catching up. He immediately shouted, "Bai Xiong, lead the disciples of the house of Bai and advance quickly. Don't stop for a moment." There was no time. In this world, strength determined everything. Most of them were still in the 4 symbols realm. Only a few of them had reached the essence condensation realm. The 6 elders of the house of Bai were all above the essence condensation realm. Bai Qi was a warrior at the peak of the essence condensation realm. As long as the 6 of them caught up and the Deng family's army arrived, Bai Qi's brothers who left the house of Bai would have died in vain. Bai Xiong immediately shouted, "Run, run quickly." Luo Tian was at the back of the group. He supported a 12-year-old child and rushed towards the direction of Wuliang Mountain. The distance between Lingyun City and Wuliang Mountain was more than 100 kilometers. He didn't think so before. But now, it seemed so far away. Run quickly. Don't be afraid of wasting your vitality. You can still absorb it back. If you lose your life, you have nothing left. The 6 people behind are like mad dogs. We respected these elders so much. They want to kill us all. I'll remember this. Don't wait for a chance. Otherwise, I'll come back and teach them a lesson. Angry curses erupted from the crowd. They hated Bai Kun and his men to the core. In the distance, Bai Kun waved the whip in his hand and shouted, "Let's let that kid escape. Once he escapes into Wuliang Mountain, it'll be hard for us to catch up." Once he comes back, I'm afraid, he knew Luo Tian's character very well. This time, he would let him live. Once he had a chance to catch his breath, he would definitely come back the next time. By then, no one in Lingyan City would be able to stop him. Big brother, don't worry. These trash are only at the essence condensation realm. They are already desperately consuming their yuan qi. With the amount of yuan qi in their dantian, they won't be able to reach Wuliang Mountain. We will definitely catch up. Even if they enter Wuliang Mountain, without yuan qi, how can they be a match for those demon beasts? They will definitely die inside. Not bad. Luo Tian is fine if he is alone, but if he brings so many people with him, he will be a burden. I really don't know what he is thinking. At this time, he still wants to bring so many trash. What a moron, ha ha ha, indeed. If Luo Tian was alone, he could easily escape. However, he now had more than 50 people, and they were all people with low cultivation. It would definitely drag him down. However, since Luo Tian had promised Bai Qi, even if he died, he would not give up. This was a man's responsibility. Boss, White Lion and the others are getting closer. They are less than 3 kilometers away. They will catch up with us in half an hour. We are still a few hours away from Wuliang Mountain. Also, our brothers have consumed too much energy. Some of them can't hold on any longer. What should we do? White Bear walked to the back of the team and asked. Many of the disciples were already panting heavily, and their faces were pale. After running for dozens of kilometers, they had used up all of their yuan qi. Without the support of their yuan qi, their speed was much slower, and their bodies were quickly exhausted. This was the most fatal. Big brother Luo Tian, run. We can't take it anymore. We'll stay and block Bai Ran for a while. While the Deng family's army hasn't caught up yet, Bai Ran won't kill us for a while. We can also buy some time for you. That's right. We can't take it anymore. Instead of everyone dying here, why don't we, who have used up all of our yuan qi, block them? At least we can buy some time. Many disciples who had used up all of their yuan qi stopped. They supported their thighs with their hands and gasped for breath. Luo Tian did not hesitate and said, "From the moment you made your choice, you are my brothers. I, Luo Tian, will never abandon any of my brothers. Even if I die, I will die first." Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong's heart shook, and he immediately shouted, "Here." Luo Tian said, "Have those with higher cultivation support these people. Slow down a bit. Brothers who have pills, take them. Pills are just worldly possessions. As long as we can survive this disaster, I will definitely give you an endless supply of pills." Bai Xiong said, "I'll go now." Luo Tian put down the child and said, "Go and follow Bai Xiong." The child asked, "Brother Luo, what about you?" Luo Tian gazed at Bai Kun's group that was growing closer and closer, and he said, "I have some matters to attend to, go on." If Bai Ran and the others were not dealt with, Luo Tian and the others would not have a chance to escape. They had to be dealt with, Luo Tian was very clear about this. Moreover, these 6 people betrayed the House of Bai and committed an unforgivable crime. As the patriarch of the House of Bai, Luo Tian had the right and the duty to kill them. This was the best gift for Bai Qi. Immediately, Luo Tian pulled out the heavenly sword. 1 man and 1 sword stood in the middle of the road. Lin Dong saw this and hurried over. Without waiting for him to get close, Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Don't come over, I can do it alone." Lin Dong's face turned anxious. These were 6 elders from the Bai clan, whose cultivation level was higher than Luo Tian's. They had cultivated for decades, and their combat experience was incomparably rich. Moreover, each of them was cunning and extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, he anxiously said, "Boss." Luo Tian looked at him and smiled, "Lin Dong, if I die, you will be the patriarch of the House of Bai. You must lead them. I believe you can do it. Let's go." Who was Lin Dong? He was the protagonist of Marshalling Yang. With his ability, how could Luo Tian not trust him? If he were to die, he would definitely continue to lead the Bai family. Furthermore, he would definitely make the ancient continent tremble before him, all because he was Lin Dong. Lin Dong frowned. Without hesitation, he turned around and chased after them. Clatter, clatter, the sound of horse hooves was getting closer. At this moment, the east was turning bright and the sky was bright. From afar, Luo Tian saw Bai Heng rushing in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched. I have suppressed a lot of anger. It's time to vent it out. Bai Qi died for him. He was furious. Those disciples who left the house of Bai were killed by Deng Huolei. He was furious. Being chased by Bai Heng like a stray dog made him even angrier. Now, he wanted Bai Heng and the others to die. 5 chapters for tomorrow, please support. One man, one sword. Standing proudly in the middle of the road. A cool breeze blew, and Luo Tian's black robe swayed gently. A few gusts of wind also moved with the wind. His 2 eyes gazed ahead. Motionless, like an eagle staring at its prey, his eyes were calm, like the surface of a calm lake. There was not a single ripple. In front of him, the fierce horses neighed, and the 6 people on the horses were filled with murderous intent. The sound of the horses galloping made the whole morning seem particularly restless. In this restless atmosphere, there was also a thick murderous intent. That brat is there. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you trash. Today, I will kill you. Bastard, he also has a day like this. If it weren't for him, the house of Bai wouldn't have become like this. Luo Tian, you are the sinner of the house of Bai. Today, either you die or I die. Angry roars, along with the sound of the horses galloping, quickly approached. Luo Tian still didn't move. It was as if he didn't hear anything, as if nothing had happened. However, his eyes became more spirited, flashing with bright light. Facing his prey, he was calmer. Close, closer and closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, in an instant. Luo Tian, who had been on the calm surface of the lake, suddenly moved. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged out at the speed of a furious thunderbolt. The heavenly sword in his hand dragged across the ground, creating a series of sparks. It was like a kitchen knife cutting through a wire. Sparks and lightning flashed along the way. The leader, Bai Hao, sneered and said disdainfully, "Today, I want to see what kind of power you have." Trap sword formation. Only 10 meters away from Bai Xiao. Luo Tian suddenly lowered his body. He suddenly raised the heavenly sword, aiming at the horse's feet. Bai Hao was shocked, shouting in a low voice, "Rise!" The 6 people moved. They all jumped up, flying into the air. Then, the 6 people pulled out their long swords at the same time. The long swords gathered in the air and touched. The yuan qi released from their bodies also merged at this moment, forming an invisible yuan qi net, pressing down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not change his direction. Like before, he used his long sword to attack. Hiss, hiss, the 6 horses cried out in pain. Luo Tian cut off all their limbs with a single slash. They jumped a few times on the ground and fell into a pool of blood. After twitching a few times, they died. At the same time, Luo Tian killed all the wild horses with his sword. Bai Kun smiled complacently and said, "Trash will always be trash. You actually attacked our mounts. So what if you killed them? Can you harm us at all? You, on the other hand, are about to meet the king of hell. Ha ha ha, big brother, if we kill this brat, we'll have done a great service to old Master Deng. We might even be able to take over the house of Bai. When that time comes, the house of Bai will definitely become powerful in our hands. Let's kill this brat first." Kill. The 6 swords condensed into a sword flower, aiming at Luo Tian's chest and thrusting down. It was too fast. Moreover, Luo Tian focused on killing the 6 horses, because he knew that once their mounts were killed, it would not be so easy for them to catch up. This would also buy more time for Bai Xiong and the others. So, Luo Tian chose to kill the mount first. It was also because of this. Facing the combined attack of the 6 people, Luo Tian did not have any time to react. However, he was not afraid at all. He did not even use the divine fire to block it. Instead, he took out the heavenly feather shield and placed it in front of his chest. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "You want to kill me with just the 6 of you?" Bam! Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Wang, the 6 swords landed on the heavenly feather shield together. Luo Tian's body sank. Although the heavenly feather prison was indestructible, the powerful impact was unavoidable. Luo Tian's body was almost pressed into the mud, and the internal organs under his chest were also violently shaking. It was very uncomfortable. The backlash from the heavenly feather shield also slightly pushed the 6 people back. Whoosh, 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 the 6 people flew out at the same time, flying 10 meters away. The backlash did not hurt them at all. Bai Kong glanced at the pale Luo Tian, sneered, and said, "It's this shield again. I already thought of it. It was a combined attack of 6 people just now. This time, I want to see how you can dodge it." 6 mysterious kill. Bai Kong shouted in a deep voice. The 6 people landed in 6 directions and pointed their long swords. In an invisible way, the 6 people's bodies seemed to be connected by a wisp of primordial qi, and their long swords were the same. The 6 of them were senior and junior brothers. At the same time, they practiced swordsmanship. The sword technique of the trap sword formation was aimed at sword masters. The power of the 6 people was very strong. Even a martial void realm expert would find it difficult to deal with it, let alone Luo Tian, who was in the condensing essence realm. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. He looked around and smiled. "Sword formation?" Bai Kong laughed disdainfully. "Kid, you have a good eye. It's really a sword formation. The 6 of us have been practicing this sword formation for more than 10 years. We have been practicing it to deal with peak martial void realm experts and create more opportunities for the House of Bai. But because of you, this sword formation has never been used. Luo Tian, you should feel honored that this sword technique is used on you for the first time. Ha ha ha. You can die in peace." Luo Tian smiled and did not say anything. His eyes locked on one person. Then he said, "Come. Let me see the power of your broken sword formation." "Humph. You're courting death. How dare you insult the trap sword formation of a spirit-level cultivation technique? I'll let you know the power of this sword formation. Kill." The 6 of them even breathed in sync. They entered a state of selflessness. It had to be said that the sword formation used by the 6 of them was indeed very powerful. The most important point was that the 6 of them had practiced this sword formation to the point of perfection. Facing Luo Tian alone, they did not care at all. This was also the reason why they dared to chase after Luo Tian and fight him, however. The moment they moved, Luo Tian shouted, "Level 1 God Explosion, open." Wang. The power in his body rolled and a powerful aura was released from his body. Luo Tian moved his feet and heavily stepped. His whole body was like a sharp arrow, with a burst of sound, shuttling through the air. Under the stimulation of the God Explosion, his speed was faster than the 6 of them. Bai Kong frowned and immediately shouted, "Old 6, be careful. Die." Luo Tian spat out a word and suddenly shouted, "Vajra sword technique. Buddha's fury Vajra." Bang! A Vajra violent ape descended from the sky and directly sat down on White 6. Luo Tian instantly thrusted his sword out. It directly pierced through his throat. White 6, die. Luo Tian withdrew his sword, laughed coldly, and said, "What bullshit sword formation, it can't even withstand a single blow." Chapter 1. The trapping sword array was broken in one strike. In all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. The weakness of this sword array was that it did not have any defense. It was a one-sided attack, and their speed was also the most fatal. As long as one was faster than any one of them, they would be killed in one strike, and the other 5 would not be able to defend in time. This was the key point. Luo Tian was an array engraving expert in the profound sky continent, so he could see the weakness of the sword array with a single glance. Luo Tian could completely see through this kind of low-level sword array with a single glance. Once White 6 died, the sword array was destroyed, and the elemental energy link between them instantly collapsed. The remaining 5 people were anxious, and they were even more flustered. This was truly a good time to call him sick and take his life. Chasing after him all the way, the anger in Luo Tian's heart surged as he shouted towards the sky, "Uncle Bai, I'll send these 6 traitors down for you first." In that instant, Luo Tian suddenly retracted his sword, his arms shook, and with the help of the remaining power of the explosion, he moved to the side, mountain river fist, shatter the river and mountain. A fist suddenly moved. It directly sent White 5, who was closest to him, flying. Barbaric charge. Whoosh, his body shifted, and in an instant, he landed at the place where White 5 had landed. He jumped high, bent his knees, and heavily pressed down. Bam! It directly shattered White 5's chest. Black blood kept spurting out of his mouth. He stared at Luo Tian, unable to say a word. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Tremble. Cold, cold, big brother, I'm so cold, save me. Luo Tian slowly stood up, and looked at the furious Bai Ran in the distance. He stepped on White 5's head and exploded it, and coldly said, "Those who provoke me have never been able to live in this world. From the moment you left the house of Bai, you were destined to not live long." Bai Ran's face was completely red, and his anger had already caused him to lose his rationality. He roared loudly, "Luo Tian, I will kill you." The other three followed closely behind him. Their swords flashed with a cold aura. 4 swords struck out at the same time. There was no palm technique, just anger, incomparable anger. The death of Old 5 and Old 6 made them angry. At this time, there was only one thought in their mind, and that was to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also furious. Seeing the 4 of them rushing towards him, he didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he rushed forward even more crazily. Ding! Target locked. Godfire, blast. With a flick of his palm, Luo Tian released the divine fire, directly hitting Bai Hao. It was a pity. There was no instant kill. Luo Tian didn't care. The second Bai Ran was stunned, he moved his fists and punched out. "You don't have the right to fight with me." Bang, bang. Luo Tian landed a heavy blow on the White Drake's chest, forcing it to retreat. Once again, he shouted, "Wolf King's Claw." He directly grabbed Bai Ran's arm and twisted it, pulling him to his side. Then, he threw out 2 punches. The moment he was sent flying. Barbaric crash, followed by 2 punches. At this moment, Luo Tian's abdomen and back were hit by a sword. However, this did not affect his speed in the slightest, nor did it affect his attacks. He just wanted to kill Bai Ran, not giving him any chance to breathe. Bai Ran was stunned and did not have any time to react. He had been under Luo Tian's continuous attacks. He could only shout anxiously, kill him, quickly kill him for me." Bang, bang, 2 punches were thrown out again. Bai Ran staggered and fell to the ground. Without saying a word, Luo Tian directly sat on Bai Ran's chest. His fists were like a torrential rain, directly hitting Bai Ran's face fiercely, and shouted, "Chase me, kill me, chase me again, kill me again, come on, come on." He was like a madman, each punch was heavier than the last, causing Bai Ran to see stars. Blood spurted out one mouthful after another, completely unable to say a word. He was crippled. Just like that, Luo Tian still did not let go. He still continued to smash down crazily. He was angry, he was abnormally furious. Bai Qi had been killed and the Bai family had been reduced to such a state. He had to vent his anger, or else he really would explode. As such, he madly smashed down, not daring to even think about how many swords he had taken. Bai Ran's entire body was covered in blood. Luo Tian was also covered in blood. Bam! With a punch, Bai Ran's throat was broken. Luo Tian picked up Bai Ran's head with one hand, turned around abruptly, and laughed crazily, "Those who provoke me will die." Madman. He's a complete madman. He's not human at all. The remaining 3 people were completely scared silly. They had seen crazy people, but they had never seen such a crazy person. He did not care about his life at all. This was not something a human could do. The 3 of them were secretly trembling. They were intimidated by Luo Tian. He did not have the slightest intention to continue fighting. He turned around and wanted to escape. However, Luo Tian did not give them the chance to escape. The moment they ran, Luo Tian directly smashed one of them with Bai Ran's head, and then suddenly chased after him, chopping off that person's white head. There are two more. Buddha's Fury Vajra. Trap him. A powerful binding force fell down all of a sudden. One person was trapped. Luo Tian swung his sword down and killed another person. Then there was still one more person chasing after him. Luo Tian quickly killed him again. It took less than 2 minutes to kill 6 people, other than Byran, the other 5 were all killed in an instant. Huff. Huff. Luo Tian took a step forward and cast a regeneration spell on himself. The pain in his body lessened slightly, and his complexion improved slightly. Uncle White, this is only the beginning. I will definitely exterminate the 4 great families of Lingyun City. I will definitely avenge you. May your spirit in heaven protect us and help us get through this crisis. Then Luo Tian stood up with difficulty. At this moment, another violent sound of horse hooves came from afar. Elder, there are sounds of fighting ahead. Byran and the others should have caught up. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, let them fight for a while and exhaust Luo Tian. When the time comes, we'll take advantage of them, ha ha ha. Although Byran and the other 5 are not Luo Tian's opponents, with their cultivation, they should be able to hold off Luo Tian. Deng Huolei did not say anything, but pricked up his ears to listen confidently. After listening for a while, his face darkened, and he immediately said, "Not good, Byran and the other 5 should be dead." It can't be? No matter how strong Luo Tian is, it's impossible for him to be that strong. The trapping sword formation that Byran and the other 5 cultivated is not simple at all. Even if Luo Tian uses that fire Kirin, he would not be a match for them. Everyone did not believe it. Only Deng Huolei clamped his legs together, fiercely whipped the horse beneath him, and quickly chased after them. Luo Tian's face darkened. Damn, are you going to let me live? Chapter 2. At this time, Luo Tian was still injured and could not fight anymore. The most important point was, the people that Deng Huolei brought were much stronger than Bai Zai's group of 6. Moreover, Deng Huolei himself was a martial void realm expert. Luo Tian did not want to use any color-changing card in this place because they were not qualified. Therefore, Luo Tian did not stop and ran out crazily. 10 minutes later, Deng Huolei looked at the mess and the corpses of Byran and his men. His face suddenly changed. Some people's faces turned pale. Some of them even vomited when they saw Bayu's head that had been beaten into paste. What a cruel method. This Luo Tian is really vicious. He actually acted so viciously. Byran and his men are no match for him. This Luo Tian is too strong. Deng Huolei got off the horse and checked. Immediately, he mounted the horse and immediately shouted, "The blood is still warm. They died not long ago. Luo Tian must not have escaped far. Let's go." At this time, an elder of the Ouyang family coughed softly and said, "Brother Huolei, the Wuliang Mountains are in front of us. Luo Tian and his men are just looking for death. There is no need for us to chase them. Let's go back to the city. Luo Tian is doomed." An elder of the Zhang family also said, "Yes, even if Luo Tian has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't survive in the Wuliang Mountains for 3 days. He will definitely crawl out like a dog. There is only one way out of the Wuliang Mountains and the nearest one is Lingyun City. We only need to guard the north gate. As long as that guy comes back, we will immediately kill him. Yes. We really don't need to chase him. Anyway, he is dead set on the Wuliang Mountains." Except for Deng Huolei, the elders of the other 3 families were not willing to chase him. The reason was simple. The forbidden land of ghosts and gods in the Wuliang Mountains. There was only one result for Luo Tian and other warriors of the condensing essence realm to enter. That was death. Moreover, the Deng family only sent Deng Huolei and some other disciples. As for the other 3 families, they sent out several elders and most of their elite disciples. Now that the House of Bai had been destroyed, it was time to divide the territories. At this time, it was time to bring the people back. If anything happened, there would be a guarantee. Moreover, this was something that they had thought of before they chased after Luo Tian. They were not the Deng family. Lei Gongdang was chasing after Luo Tian because of the profound sky soul-absorbing pellet. Since they had nothing to do with this matter, they naturally didn't want to continue chasing after Luo Tian. If it turned out to be the immeasurable mountain range, they might die in there. Deng Huolei's eyes widened. Old man Deng had given him a death order. He had to catch up with Luo Tian and take back the Tianxian soul-absorbing pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to go back. If he didn't catch up with Luo Tian and get the Tianxian soul-absorbing pill, he would die if he went back. Deng Huolei slightly shouted, "You should be very clear about what kind of person Luo Tian is. Once you give him a chance to breathe and let him survive, he will definitely not let you go. If we don't eliminate him this time, it will inevitably lead to a disaster in the future." The elder of the Ouyang family smiled and said, "What disaster? Even if that guy has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to come out alive after entering the immeasurable mountain range. Brother Huolei, don't worry. That guy is definitely dead." "That's right. Let's go back and divide the House of Bai's territory. My patriarch died because of this matter. I have to go back early to take charge of the overall situation. I have to go back too. After chasing for a whole night, I'm so tired. If I continue to chase, my old bones will fall apart." They didn't want to chase at all. Their thoughts were all on the House of Bai's property. The Deng family was the strongest family. If he took over the House of Bai's property, their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, many of their disciples would be killed or injured. It would be a great loss. Seeing this, Deng Huolei knew that these people wouldn't chase after him. He couldn't help but sneer and say, okay. Since you have decided, I won't force you. But, this time, the division of the House of Bai's property is based on contribution. Taking down Luo Tian is the first merit. Since you don't want it, it's mine. Moreover, that guy was injured when he fought with Bai Zhe and the others. I can catch up with them without chasing them to the immeasurable mountain. It will be too easy to deal with an injured Luo Tian. Ha ha ha. Immediately. He didn't care about the people of the 3 big families. He immediately shouted, "Where are the disciples of the Deng family?" In the crowd. The disciples of the Deng family shouted in unison, "Here." Deng Huolei waved his long sword and pointed to the front. He roared, "Chase after him. Kill Luo Tian and take the first merit. Whoever catches up with Luo Tian first will be rewarded with 1,000 cultivation coins. Charge." Swish, 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 the disciples of the Deng family rushed out as if they didn't care about their lives. 1,000 cultivation coins was a huge sum. On the spot. The remaining elders of the 3 big families looked at each other. No matter what, we can't give Luo Tian any chance. That guy is vengeful. If he survives, we won't have a good time. Why don't we chase after him? Chase. We can't let this guy live. We can't let the Deng family take advantage of this. Immediately. The people of the 3 big families chased after him. In the distance, Deng Huolei sneered and said to himself, "A bunch of old foxes. After we get rid of that bastard Luo Tian, I'll kill all of you one by one. This way, the Deng family will be the absolute overlord of Lingyun City. Let's see who dares to challenge us then." Huff. Huff, Luo Tian panted and caught up with Bai Xiong and the others. At this moment, Bai Lingling had already woken up, but her eyes were a little red and swollen. It was obvious that she had been crying. Seeing Luo Tian covered in blood, her heart ached again. She hurriedly ran up and asked, "What's wrong? Are your injuries serious? Don't scare me." She was heartbroken after losing her father. If something were to happen to Luo Tian, she would definitely not be able to continue living. Luo Tian's heart warmed, and said, "I'm fine." Immediately. Luo Tian said anxiously, "Deng Huolei's army is about to catch up. How far are we from Wuliang Mountain?" Bai Xiong immediately said, "About 10 kilometers. We can see Wuliang Mountain now." Luo Tian looked up. Sure enough, an incomparably majestic mountain range appeared not far away. This huge mountain range was filled with an indescribable aura of danger. Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but sink. This mountain range was definitely dangerous, this was his intuition. However, he had no other way out now. He could only enter the mountain, this was his only choice. It was the first time that Luo Tian was forced to this point. The anger in his heart was indescribable. He secretly clenched his fists and said to himself, if I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Chapter 3. Pass down my orders. Advance at full speed. Those who have used up all their energy are to run. No matter what method you use, you have to enter Wuliang Mountain within half an hour. Luo Tian ordered. Bai Xiong was stunned and said, Boss, half an hour isn't enough. Moreover, none of us have any energy left. We've been running all the way here. Many of us are already exhausted. Lin Dong also said, yeah, even an hour isn't enough. Luo Tian frowned. Half an hour included the time he had to stall for a little more time. With Deng Huoli's speed, he would be able to catch up in 20 minutes, at that time. Facing the disciples of the House of Bai who had used up all their energy, it would be as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens. Suddenly, Luo Tian jumped onto a rock and stood on a high spot. He said loudly, brothers, let's have a competition. Whoever is the first to enter Wuliang Mountain will be the great elder of the House of Bai. Whoever is second will be the second elder. I will set up 10 elders. These 10 elders will not be differentiated by cultivation or achievements in the House of Bai. As long as anyone can squeeze into the top 10, I will give him the position of elder and the treatment of an elder. This treatment is twice that of the elders of the House of Bai. When everyone heard this, they instantly perked up. Brother Luo, are you serious? Keep your word? Whoever can enter Wuliang Mountain first will be the great elder? Is there such a good thing? Luo Tian immediately said, Uncle Bai handed the House of Bai to me. I am the head of the House of Bai. My words are everything. Whoever I say is an elder will be an elder. You guys just have to run with all your might. I, Luo Tian, will never go back on my word. Enough talk. Let's start running now. They couldn't waste another second. They really couldn't afford to waste any time. Bai Qi handed the House of Bai to him. Then he had to bring the House of Bai down, he couldn't let these people die. He thought of a story from the Three Kingdoms in his previous life. It was called Quenching One's Thirst at the Sight of Plum Blossoms. He could only use this method. As a martial artist, he wanted more cultivation resources and a higher position. No matter when, it was the same. Furthermore, they didn't know that Deng Huoli's army was about to catch up. Therefore, they didn't have any worries. Everyone was shocked. No one asked any more questions. They all ran out like a swarm of bees. Even the 12-year-old child that the Luo Tian had been carrying ran out crazily without any regard for his life. He even rushed to the front. The potential of humans was endless. Even if he was so tired that he couldn't move, once he was stimulated by something, he could explode with limitless potential. Seeing them run out quickly, Luo Tian's heart was secretly relieved. Bai Xiong was shocked. He looked at Luo Tian with even more admiration and said, Boss is the boss. This method is too awesome. Not to mention half an hour, 20 minutes will be enough. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at Bai Xiong and said, Why aren't you running? Don't think that I will give you face just because you are my brother. If you aren't in the top 10, I won't give you the position of elder. Even if your sister begs me, I won't give you the position of elder. What are you looking at? There are still the two of you. Don't think that I will let you in through the back door just because you are on good terms with me. Absolutely impossible. The three of you, don't embarrass me. If you aren't in the top 10, don't come to see me. I don't want to lose face, Luo Tian said. Bai Xiong was stunned. The three of them looked at each other. Then they looked at the House of Bai disciple who had run far away. They immediately ran and shouted, Wait for me, I want to be an elder too. Wait for me. The three of them quickly disappeared. Luo Tian walked slowly. He was not in a hurry. When the cooldown of the regeneration technique was over, he immediately healed himself. The sword wounds on his body had almost healed, but he had used a little too much yuan qi. Ha ha ha. There's a person in front. We'll catch up soon. That person looks a little familiar. It's Luo Tian. It's really that kid. Look at the blood all over his body. He must be seriously injured. I say, Bai Qi and the others are elders of the House of Bai. How can they be so weak? This kid must be seriously injured. Ha ha ha. That kid's life is mine. Ouyang Niu, will take the credit. He suddenly clamped his legs and lashed out with his whip. He quickly chased after them. The other elders behind him were not to be outdone and quickly followed. Only Deng Huolei. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, with a scheming look on his face. He sneered in his heart, and thought to himself, even if Luo Tian is injured, he is still a mad lion. If he can be killed so easily, then he would not be called Luo Tian. In terms of analysis, only the Deng family general, Luo Tian, had a more thorough analysis. This was also the reason why Deng Leigong wanted to use the sky profound soul-absorbing down to control Luo Tian. Luo Tian was very powerful. Moreover, the stronger the enemy, the more potential he could unleash. He could not let his guard down until the end. This was what Deng Leigong had entrusted to him. In any case, as long as Luo Tian died, he wanted the sky profound soul-absorbing down on his body. As for how he died and who killed him, Deng Huolei did not care at all. Luo Tian, give me your life. Give me back my patriarch's life. Luo Tian, go to hell. Almost in an instant, Zhang, Li, and the three elders of the Ouyang family rode their horses and flew into the air. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, they pounced towards Luo Tian and used their most powerful attack to crush him. Bam! Clang! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 3 moves fell. Luo Tian did not dodge at all and was killed in 3 moves. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The 3 of them laughed from ear to ear as they looked at Luo Tian's corpse on the ground. They were abnormally excited. I thought Luo Tian was strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Humph. He's a complete piece of trash. More than trash. Calling him trash is already praising him. With this kind of cultivation, he dares to be so arrogant in Lingyun City. If he met me before, I would have beaten him to a pulp. The merit is ours. The 3 of them were incomparably happy. Because they had killed Luo Tian. However, Deng Huolei's face was filled with doubt, his heart sank, and he thought to himself, how could this be? That's not right. That's not right. Luo Tian definitely won't die so easily. This person is definitely not Luo Tian. But for a moment, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. He rushed over and looked at the corpse on the ground. This was clearly Luo Tian's body, there was no mistake about it. Deng Huolei frowned, looking at Luo Tian's corpse on the ground. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, Deng Huolei raised his eyes and was shocked. Not good, clone. Chapter 4. Clone, Deng Huolei suddenly shouted. At this moment, Luo Tian, who was hiding in the bushes by the side of the road, attacked with his sword. Under the power of the god's explosion, his sword swept out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Of the 4 elders, only Deng Huolei's reaction was the fastest. He rolled on the ground and dodged the sword. The other 3. A tiny crack appeared on their throats. They did not feel any pain, but their eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Luo Tian in front of them, they could not react in time. You, aren't you dead? Luo Tian chuckled, stared at Deng Huolei who had retreated far away, and said, it seems like your Deng family has grasped all of my information. You actually know that I have a clone. Deng Huolei's face turned sinister. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe that there was an identical clone in this world. Furthermore, it was not condensed from primordial spirit or will, but a real clone that looked like a real person. This was a strange thing that was recorded in the small city where Luo Tian entered the ancient continent. Who would have thought this was actually true? Clone? That was a clone just now? How could there be such a clone? The 3 elders still did not notice the pain in their throats as they looked at Luo Tian in shock. Luo Tian sneered in disdain, and said, don't speak, you are already dead. Luo Tian, don't be arrogant. We are dead, I want to see who is dead. Before he could finish his words, the 3 of their throats suddenly split open, and blood spurted out crazily like a pillar. The three of them anxiously covered their wounds with their hands, and blood spurted out from their mouths again. Almost in an instant, the three of them staggered, and pointed at Luo Tian. You. Unable to speak, the three of them fell to the ground, their bodies twitching a few times. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ouyang Niu for obtaining 3,900 experience, 380 essence chi. Sin +1 ding. Congratulations, 3 notifications sounded in a row. Luo Tian looked at the last person, Deng Huolei. If he hadn't summoned Luo Tian's doppelganger, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Deng Huolei looked at the 3 corpses on the ground with a cold face and said in a low voice, Luo Tian, you have no way to escape. Surrender. The old master said that as long as you swallow the Tianxian soul-absorbing elixir, he will still spare your life and let the remaining members of the House of Bai go. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, Old Master Deng really thinks highly of me, but, your old master is too vicious. He wants to control me with elixirs, and he made it sound so nice. Don't worry. You tell him that I will find a storyteller and divide it into 8 parts. Every day, I will broadcast it in all the major cities. I want his reputation to be ruined. This was what Deng Leigong feared the most. If that was really the case, then the Deng family would be eradicated by the sect in an instant. Even if Deng Leigong had a teacher-student relationship with Cloud Mist College, he wouldn't be able to escape death. As a graduate of Cloud Mist College, he had colluded with the Devil sect. This kind of crime was enough to kill 9 generations of his family. Deng Huolei's face became even gloomier as he coldly shouted, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Tian laughed lightly, and said, you're not polite at all. He hadn't finished his words yet. Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed, the idea was released, and quickly sensed Deng Huolei's aura. In the blink of an eye, Deng Huolei's figure disappeared. 3 steps to the left, that's not right. 7 steps to the right. That's not right either, damn, what an amazing speed. Luo Tian's idea could sense Deng Huolei's position, but he moved too fast. Even Luo Tian's idea couldn't keep up with his speed. This was the result of the gap between realms. His level was even lower, so he couldn't keep up with everything. Luo Tian's eyebrows sank. Since he couldn't keep up, then there was no need to keep up. He directly closed his eyes. Without using his idea, he directly used his heart to sense the fluctuations of the airflow, as well as the cold killing intent on Deng Huolei's body. Die! Deng Huolei suddenly shouted, and before he spoke, his sword had already pierced out. It directly pierced towards Luo Tian's forehead. If this sword pierced, Luo Tian would definitely die. Phew, Luo Tian gently exhaled, but his eyes didn't open. His feet moved slightly, and his body leaned to the side, moving 5 centimeters from his previous position. The long sword pierced through his ear, cutting off a few strands of his long hair. When Deng Huolei pierced through his body, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly shook, damn. He directly hit Deng Huolei's shoulder with his right shoulder. Mountain River Fist. Bang, bang, he fiercely attacked with both fists, and Deng Huolei was pushed back. Wolf King Claw. Bang, bang. 2 more punches. However, Deng Huolei continued with brutal charge, and 2 more punches, making 8 consecutive strikes. If it was someone else, they would have been dizzy by now. However, Deng Huolei suddenly accelerated and jumped away before Luo Tian could follow up. Luo Tian looked at the HP above his head, and secretly cursed, abnormal. His speed was fast, and his defense was extremely strong. Luo Tian's previous 8-hit combo had only dealt less than -3,000 damage. Meanwhile, Deng Huolei had 30,000 HP. Luo Tian had only dealt 1/10 of his damage. Moreover, he had gone all out. This was his only chance. With Deng Huolei's cultivation, he would never make such a mistake twice. What a strong combo. It's impeccable. If my cultivation wasn't stronger than yours, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Deng Huolei was secretly shocked, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the old man repeatedly reminding him to be careful when dealing with Luo Tian, he would definitely have been careless, but now. He was 120% confident and stared at Luo Tian. Even so, he was still not at ease. He waved his hand to the disciples behind him and said, "Go, take down Luo Tian. The reward is 3,000 profound coin." He wanted these disciples to exhaust Luo Tian. Moreover, he was very clear that Luo Tian still had some powerful cultivation techniques that he had released. When Luo Tian used up all his cultivation techniques, it would be time for him to make his move. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and he sneered, "The people of the Deng family are indeed sinister and cunning. You want to use these minions to force me to use my cultivation technique, right? Deng Huolei, I will do as you wish. Summon Divine Beast. Fire Kirin, come out for me. Since you want to see me use up all my cultivation techniques, then I'll let you see as much as you want. Kill for me." The 5th chapter has been delivered. Old Bull is asking for support. Can you give me a monthly ticket? Tomorrow, Old Bull will continue with the 5th chapter. The Fire Kirin instantly walked out from the void, stepping on fire clouds. Its body exuded the threatening aura of a divine beast. Walala, a warrior at the initial stage of the essence condensation realm, was instantly killed. At this moment, the surrounding crowd immediately panicked. The Fire Kirin had shocked them too much. Their minds were trembling. How could they still have the mind to fight? They kept running and dodging, just like rats crossing the street. Deng Huolei frowned and released the aura of a 5th-level martial void realm. Imperceptibly, the aura of the martial void realm instantly shocked the surrounding aura. He shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Everyone, concentrate your firepower and deal with that Fire Kirin. It can't withstand more than a few attacks. Kill it. Everyone, don't forget what happened in Lingyun City." The Fire Kirin was instantly killed by someone in one move. Deng Huolei hurriedly reminded them. Because they were too scared, they forgot that the Fire Kirin could be easily killed. Deng Huolei's words made some people calm down quickly. They also said loudly, "Brothers, don't be afraid. Elder Deng is right. The Fire Kirin summoned by this brat was killed by that old man in one move. I was there at that time. Kill his demonic beast and see what other skills he has." In less than half a minute, the disciples of the 4 great clans quickly calmed down and started to attack the Fire Qilin in an orderly manner. Deng Huolei looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away, and smiled faintly. He thought to himself, "This is the first skill that you have made me afraid of. This skill needs a long time to be used, right? Luo Tian, everything about you is under my control. Today, even if you have wings, you can't escape." Seeing Luo Tian release the Fire Kirin, Deng Huolei was not nervous or worried. Instead, he was happy, because Luo Tian used his first powerful skill. As long as the Fire Kirin was killed, he would not be able to use this skill for a short period of time. Everything was under his control. Looking at Deng Huolei's confident expression, Luo Tian's brows furrowed. He paused for half a second before the corner of his lips curled up. He sneered inwardly, "You want to kill Fire Kirin? If it was in the past, it might have been easy for you. But now, hee. Although the summoned beast did not level up, his level was still level 1. But, as Luo Tian leveled up, the Fire Kirin's HP had increased by a lot. It no longer had the initial 1000 HP, but now had 5000 HP. In addition, these disciples of the 4 great clans were only at the condensed prime realm. Their attacks were nothing more than tickles to the Fire Kirin. Therefore, Luo Tian was not worried at all. Back in Soaring Cloud City, Luo Tian had only been able to kill the Fire Kirin in one hit because his level was much higher than Luo Tian's. Now, even if Deng Huolei personally attacked, it would be impossible for him to instantly kill Yi Shiwen. Hee, come on. I want to see how many of you are not afraid of death. Luo Tian patted the Fire Kirin and said with a smile, "Good brother, don't be soft-hearted. Spray them all to death. They actually want to kill you. Don't you know who you are? You are the legendary divine beast, the Fire Kirin." Woo, the Fire Kirin seemed to have understood Luo Tian's words and roared towards the sky. Then, without waiting for Luo Tian's order, it rushed into the crowd crazily. Halala, halala, halala. Wherever it went, not a single blade of grass grew. Every time it spat out flames, someone would fall. Their entire body was charred black, and even their primordial spirit was burned and destroyed. Ding! 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 The system beep kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind. His experience points were soaring, his essence points were soaring, and his sin points were also soaring. Luo Tian stood in the distance and looked at Deng Huolei, who was in the distance, and laughed. Elder Deng, are you happy? Deng Huolei's face was ashen, and he was extremely unhappy. He said with disdain, Luo Tian, don't be arrogant. Once the fire Kirin dies, I'll see what other tricks you have. Then. Deng Huolei shouted angrily, what are you afraid of? Attack with all your might. Elder Deng, something's wrong. This demon beast is much stronger than the one that appeared in the house of Bai last time. Also, look at it. We attacked it so many times, but did you see any signs of it being injured? Not at all. Could it be that Luo Tian changed his demonic beast? This demonic beast is even stronger. Yeah, our attacks seem to be ineffective against it. The more they fought, the more panicked they became. The attack power of the fire Kirin was too strong. Every time it attacked, someone would fall. In the hearts of these disciples, the fear slowly rose. How could Deng Huolei not know this? He noticed this as soon as he left the beginning. He was also secretly thinking of a way. Seeing that the disciples of the four families were getting fewer and fewer, Deng Huolei said in his heart, no. If this goes on, these disciples will all be killed. Deng Huolei didn't care about their deaths, but now he still needed these minions to force Luo Tian's cultivation method out. Now they were still useful, and the remnants of the House of Bai were in front. If these people died, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 40 or 50 elite disciples of the House of Bai. Thinking of this, Deng Huolei's eyes darkened, and the aura of the martial void realm burst out. He shouted in a deep voice, I'd like to see how strong this demon beast is. The long sword in his hand shook gently. Then he took a step forward, leaving a long phantom behind him. There were bursts of air-breaking sounds, and the buzzing of the long sword. The crowd automatically made a path for him. Whoosh! A sword pierced out. It pierced towards the fire Kirin's throat. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, I'm just waiting for you to make your move. Before Deng Huolei could move, the cooldown of the divine fire had ended, and it instantly locked onto him. The moment he moved, Luo Tian moved as well. Sword piercing sky. Destroy! Deng Huolei shouted loudly, and his long sword pierced towards the fire Kirin with a whirlwind. The fire Kirin was not afraid at all, and welcomed the attack head-on. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, Divine fire! Whoosh! Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! The divine fire exploded on Deng Huolei's body. It did not cause an instant kill. Luo Tian had expected this, and shouted, Fire Kirin, spray him to death. Hula, hula, after spitting out 2 mouthfuls of dense flames in a row, the health bar above Deng Huolei's head had decreased by half. Luo Tian was secretly shocked, damn, even facing a martial void realm warrior, the damage is so high, this fire Kirin is indeed awesome. The moment the fire Kirin spat out flames, Luo Tian moved both of his fists, and heavily struck out, Mountain River Fist. His body suddenly leaned forward, Wolf King Claw. When Luo Tian attacked, the fire Kirin's footsteps completely followed. The coordination between the two was almost perfect, without the slightest flaw. Hula, hula. Mountain River Fist. Barbaric Charge. Let's see if you die or not. Chapter 1. Halala, halala, flames spurted out like a water gun. Luo Tian unleashed another set of combo attacks. However, the difference between this set of combo attacks and the previous one was that it was accompanied by strong attacks from the fire Kirin. After this set of combo attacks, Deng Huolei's health was almost depleted. At this time, his face was charred black and his clothes were burnt. He was as pathetic as he could be. He no longer had the arrogant expression he had at the beginning. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Seeing that he had the last bit of health left, Luo Tian leaped. He did not care that Deng Huolei had escaped from his combo range. He roared, "You want to force me to use my technique? You're so weak. Die." A punch landed on Deng Huolei's face. Deng Huolei's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. He flew out and hit a rock by the roadside. Bang! His brain was splattered and blood splattered on the spot. He was dead. Ding! The system beeped. Luo Tian glanced around. He was not in the mood to care about what Deng Huolei had dropped. His eyes were filled with strong murderous intent as he said heavily, "Leave no one alive. Kill them all." The fire Kirin charged forward arrogantly and started killing. Run! Run! Luo Tian, I won't do it again. We were forced. No matter what we did, it was the Deng family. It was Deng Leigong who wanted us to do this. Besides, Old Master Deng is coming with the elites of the Deng family. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Those people scattered in all directions. They ran for their lives frantically. Luo Tian did not make a move. He just let the fire Kirin kill as many of them as possible. He was very clear in his heart. These people were just the vanguard. Behind them must be the main force led by Old Master Deng. He could still deal with Deng Huolei. However, if it was Deng Leigong, the #1 powerhouse in Lingyun City, Luo Tian would not be confident if he did not use the color-changing card. Immediately, Luo Tian withdrew his thoughts and called the fire Kirin back. He turned around and rushed towards the direction of Wuliang Mountain. Mystical beasts ran amok in Wuliang Mountain. If the disciples of the House of Bai were to encounter mystical beasts as soon as they entered the mountain, then it would be equivalent to him wasting so much time here. He had to chase after them with all his might. Luo Tian rushed as fast as he could. In the distance, dust filled the air. Hundreds of elite warriors of the 4 great clans rushed over on their warhorses. The leader was the strongest person in Lingyun City, Deng Leigong. A little blood oozed from his chest. He had been injured by Bai Qi not long ago at the Ouyang family. He had underestimated Bai Qi's ability. However, he didn't take this small injury to heart. After learning that Luo Tian had escaped from the North Gate, he immediately gathered all the experience of the 4 families and chased after him. He was worried that Deng Huolei wouldn't be able to stop Luo Tian. Simultaneously, he was more worried about Luo Tian's survival. He would definitely be a scourge if he lived. He must not let him live. Half an hour later. Clan leader Deng. Elder Deng was killed by Luo Tian. The disciples of the 4 great clans fled back in embarrassment. When they saw the main force, it was as if they had seen their own father. Deng Leigong frowned and shouted coldly, "Useless trash. Where is Luo Tian now?" The disciple said, I'm afraid he has already entered Wuliang Mountain." What? Deng Leigong's heart sank. He knew very well what kind of place Wuliang Mountain was. Once Luo Tian escaped in, it would be too difficult to catch up with him. Moreover, Wuliang Mountain was very dangerous. Even if he went in, he could not guarantee that he could come out alive. The faces of the people of the other 3 great clans all changed. Ouyang Lai said cautiously, "Old Master, that guy is courting death by entering Wuliang Mountain. The demonic beasts inside are too strong. It is one of the top 10 forbidden areas of the central continent. He will definitely die if he goes in. Moreover, he has so many House of Bai burdens with him. In this way, he can't survive." Since he saw Deng Leigong take out the Tianxian soul-absorbing elixir, Ouyang Lai was particularly afraid of Deng Leigong. He was extremely afraid in his heart. Leigong Deng frowned. Even without Ouyang Lai telling him, he already knew. However, he had an intuition about Luo Tian. He knew that Luo Tian would not die in Immeasurable Mountain. This kid would return sooner or later. However, he had no other choice. He could not bring these people into Wuliang Mountain. Moreover, these people might not follow him in. The only thing he could do now, Deng Leigong's face sank and shouted, "Return to the city." The people behind him were relieved. They were afraid that Deng Leigong would ask them to enter the mountain to search. His eldest son beside him said softly, "Father, that guy has the Tianxian soul-absorbing elixir. If this matter is leaked, Deng Leigong looked at Wuliang Mountain in the distance and smiled coldly. Don't worry. If that guy doesn't die, he will definitely come back to find me. When that time comes, I will make sure he never comes back. Lingyun City. In the Deng family's secret room. Deng Leigong frowned. Just now, his disciple reported that Luo Tian had brought the House of Bai's people into Wuliang Mountain. After hearing this, his heart tightened. When he returned home, that feeling became stronger and stronger. Luo Tian would definitely come back. Moreover, once he came back, he had no confidence. However, Deng Leigong's eyes flashed. He said softly, he definitely won't dare to return to Lingyun City. With so many disciples, there is only one way to go, which is to cross Wuliang Mountain and enter Wuliang City. Luo Tian, you will definitely participate in the second round of Cloud Mist College's selection. This way, you will definitely go to Wuliang City. Thinking of this, Deng Leigong laughed coldly, and said, Lao San, bring 100,000 profound coin and my handwritten letter to the city lord of Wuliang City. He was once my junior brother, and I believe he will help. As long as Luo Tian appears, kill him immediately. Don't say a word about the Tianxian soul-absorbing elixir. There was still a pipeline from Lingyun City to Wuliang Mountain. However, this pipeline was a bit circuitous, but riding a horse was much faster than crossing Wuliang Mountain. Deng Yuhuang said in a deep voice, this child accepts the order. Deng Leigong then said, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, you three bring people to the Zhang, Li, and Ouyang families. Ask them to become our Deng family's subordinate forces. If they don't agree, then don't be polite. I want to strengthen the Deng family and make it a gold rank force. This way, I will have one more bargaining chip in my hand. Gold rank forces could obtain the protection of stronger forces. Moreover, some stronger forces would take a fancy to them. Once they took a fancy to them, they would become a subordinate force. At that time, Luo Tian would have to think twice before making a move on the Deng family. Even so, Deng Leigong was still worried, because the feeling that Luo Tian gave him was not ordinary, and said, Boss, I'm going out for a while. During the time that I'm not around, you have to take good care of the Deng family. Father, where are you going? Deng Leigong squinted his eyes, and said, Mountain Sea Devil Sect. Chapter 2. Misty Cloud City. Haijia, Hyasura stood quietly on the side, not daring to make any sound. In the hall, Aoshing straightened his body, submissive. Similarly, he did not dare to breathe heavily and was very careful. Sitting at the top was the current patriarch of Haijia, Hai Tongtian, a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th level of the Holy Spirit. He looked just like an ordinary middle-aged man. There was not the slightest ripple on his face. There was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. It was as if he was air and did not exist at all. However, the little bit of aura released from his body suppressed the entire hall. Beside him was a scroll. This was the scroll that Aoshing brought back from Lingyun City. This kind of scroll could only be opened by the person who made it. However, for Haijia, it was not difficult to open this kind of low-level scroll. This was because Haijia had 3 sorcerers. Their power was extremely strong. It was very easy for them to open the seal on this kind of scroll. However, Hai Tongtian did not call out the sorcerers of Haijia. After a long time, Hai Tongtian said calmly, you handled this matter very well. I am very pleased that you put Haijia first. Aoshing's heart relaxed. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Hearing Hai Tongtian's words, he immediately said respectfully, it is my honor to be able to work for Haijia. Even if he was a small steward of Cloud Mist College. However, in the face of the patriarch of Haijia, Hai Tongtian, who was below the venerable emperor level, he wished he could lick his toes. Hai Tongtian's eyes were still calm as he said, take the scroll back and hand it to your people. Tell them that I want Luo Tian and the other 3 to pass. No matter if they violated any rules or not, they must all pass. Aoshing immediately said, yes, sir. He did not ask, nor did he dare to ask, although he really wanted to know why Hai Tongtian did this. One had to know. The second round of selection for Cloud Mist College was going to be held in Cloud Mist City. Once Luo Tian arrived, if a disciple on the Haijia ranking was killed, it would have a bad impact on Haijia. Moreover, Wu Sha was killed by a warrior whose cultivation was much lower than his and whose dantian was shattered, which made him unable to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth. It would be even more humiliating. Go. Hai Tong Tian said. He waved his right hand lightly, but did not touch the scroll on the table. However, the scroll flew out by itself and landed accurately in front of Ao Sheng. Telekinesis, this was a power that only pure Yang Yuan Qi could produce. Using elemental energy to control everything, even the air could be controlled. Ao Sheng was so shocked that his body trembled. His hands trembled as he received the scroll. He carefully retreated out of the Hai family's main door. His clothes were drenched. Every minute he spent in the Hai family's main hall was worse than death. However, when he walked out of Haijia, he smiled because from this moment on, he was also a Haijia citizen. Immediately, he walked towards the highest point of Cloud Mist City, the Cloud Mist College that stood in the clouds. In the Haijia Hall, Hyasaurus was a little puzzled and asked, "Father, why did you bring him to Cloud Mist City? Can't you just kill him earlier? When he comes to Cloud Mist City, all the disciples on the Haijia ranking will be killed. This will affect the reputation of Haijia. How can the reputation of Haijia be ruined by this kind of trash, not waiting for him to finish?" Hai Tong Tian gave him a backhand slap. Invisibly, Hyasaurus turned over and fell to the ground. His face was red and swollen, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Hai Tongtian's face became gloomy as he said in a low voice, "You still have the qualifications to call him trash. You can't even beat a trash. You're worse than trash. Haijia's reputation has long been ruined by you." Men. Two people walked in from outside the hall. Hai Tongtian said, "Take the second young master away. If he hasn't broken through to the Grand Yen realm, don't write anything." Hyasaurus stood up from the ground and clenched his fists. He said heavily, "Father, please leave that trash. Luo Tian to me. I will definitely use his blood to wash away my shame. I will definitely do it." Hai Tongtian's eyes moved. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his son's words. He said, "While you are in seclusion, I will provide you with all the cultivation resources. At the same time, I will let him live well." Hyasaurus immediately said, "Thank you, father." Then, he followed the two guards out. After Hyasaurus left, another person appeared in the hall without anyone noticing. Hai Tongtian looked at the dark sky outside the hall and said indifferently, "Don't tell my son about this. I don't want him to be distracted by his younger brother's matter. I want him to become the youngest Emperor Realm Master in the Central Continent, or even the entire ancient continent." "Understood. Patriarch, do you want me to deal with that brat?" A man in a black robe asked. His voice was very hoarse, as if it came from hell. His body emitted an endless evil aura. Hai Tongtian shook his head and said, "I really want to know what kind of person can kill a peak martial void realm cultivator with essence condensation realm cultivation. I want to see what kind of person he is. Guiji, help me get the details of this person's origin. If possible, you can enter the lower realm he is from. I think it's the profound sky continent. Go there and find out what kind of person this Luo Tian is." A voice came from the black robe, "Understood." As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow fell to the ground and disappeared, as if it had evaporated in an instant. Hai Tongtian continued to look at the gloomy sky in the distance and silently muttered, "Luo Tian." Outside the immeasurable mountain range. Achoo! 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 Luo Tian sneezed 3 times in a row. Snot came out of his nose and he couldn't help but curse, F***ck, who is scheming against me behind my back. "Boss. I just received news that the disciples of the 4 great families didn't chase us. We can rest at ease." Bai Xiong said with a smile. His heart was slightly relieved. Luo Tian had already guessed that this would happen. Immeasurable mountain range was incomparably dangerous. The people of the 4 great families didn't dare to enter at all. If Deng Leigong chased them in, only death would await them. Luo Tian immediately ordered, "Give the order to rest here for a day. Tell the brothers to maintain their cultivation and recover as soon as possible. There is still a long way to go." Bai Lingling couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Luo Tian looked at the steep mountain range in the distance and exhaled heavily, "Immeasurable city." Bai Lingling was shocked and said, "Doesn't that mean we have to cross the immeasurable mountain range? Can we cross it with our strength?" Luo Tian smiled gently and pulled Bai Lingling into his arms, saying, "Leave everything to me. The third chapter has been delivered, there are 2 more chapters tonight. It will be delivered before 12 o'clock. Requesting monthly votes. Only 3 votes. No matter what. Luo Tian had to bring these people out. This was his promise as a man. At the same time, he had to bring them out, and he only had more than a month. The first round of the Cloud Mist College examination was over. As long as he waited for the Cloud Mist College's scrolls to be completed, the second round of examination would be announced to the public. As usual, the examination would be completed within a month. If Luo Tian couldn't walk out of the Wuliang Mountains within a month, then he would miss the second round of examination. This way, he could only get into next year's selection. He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait for a moment. He had to enter the Cloud Mist College as soon as possible and find the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible. Although Fantasy Fairy knew a lot, she had also told Luo Tian that she didn't know much about the soul poison and only knew a little bit of the antidote formula. She only knew that the antidote to the soul poison could only be made by a sorcerer. As for the rest, she didn't know. Therefore, Luo Tian wanted to enter the Cloud Mist College and find the old man who talked about the soul poison with Dongfeng Shua's father. This was his only clue and might also be his only hope. If he couldn't even pass the difficulties in front of him, then what was the point of talking about? Luo Tian took a break and greeted some of his injured brothers. He also checked the surrounding environment. This place was completely different from the Wushan Mountains. The environment was even worse. The most important thing was, the air here had a stench. There were no roads in the mountain forest. It was all jungle, like a tropical rainforest. The tree roots were intertwined with each other, and there were all kinds of poisonous thorny flowers and vines. Every step was difficult. Very few people from Lingyun City entered the Wuliang Mountains. To the people of Lingyun City, the Wuliang Mountains was a place that had never been opened. Although there were more spirit herbs here than in the Wushan Mountains, no one dared to enter. This was even more difficult for Luo Tian. "Boss. 2 of our brothers have at least received all sorts of red packets. Furthermore, they're running a high fever and their faces are red. If they aren't treated soon, they might die." Bai Xiong hurried over. Luo Tian's heart sank. He immediately asked, "Are there any special wounds on their bodies?" "Wound?" Bai Xiong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened and he said, "There are 2 wounds on their calves that look like they were bitten by mosquitoes." "Are they wounds?" Luo Tian frowned. He immediately rushed over. Most of the insects in the rainforest were venomous. Not to mention mosquitoes, even an insignificant ant could kill someone. Even these condensed essence realm warriors were no exception. This was one of the dangers of the immeasurable mountain range. When Luo Tian arrived, one of them was already foaming at the mouth and was on the verge of death. Without a word, Luo Tian immediately used the regeneration technique. This kind of healing technique was considered a secret technique in the Tianxian continent and had extremely high healing abilities. However, in a higher plane like the primordial continent, the effects were not as good. This was the restriction of the rules. However, after using the regeneration technique, that person was finally pulled back from the gates of hell. His eyes opened slightly and he said weakly, "Thank you, big brother Luo." Luo Tian patted him on the shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." When the regeneration technique's cooldown was over, Luo Tian used it on another person. However, this could only temporarily suppress the poison in their bodies. Once the time passed, the poison in their bodies would attack even more fiercely. In the situation where they did not find an antidote, they were still in danger. Not long after, another scream came from the other side of the crowd. Someone fainted. "Big brother Luo, come quickly." He suddenly fainted. How could this be? The crowd was in a mess. Many people stood up and surrounded him. Luo Tian also ran up. Seeing that the person's face was a little black, his eyes were unfocused and lifeless, it was obvious that he was poisoned. Another regeneration spell was cast on it, slightly stabilizing the poison. Lao San, big brother Luo, come quickly. My third brother has also fainted. There are also people here who have fainted. In less than half an hour, more than 10 people had fainted, and all of them were symptoms of poisoning. Everyone's symptoms were different. Luo Tian was secretly anxious in his heart. Wuliang Mountain had not even started yet. They had only stayed in the periphery for a while and so many people had been poisoned. If they went deeper, they did not know what kind of difficulties they would encounter. The Wuliang Mountain's forbidden area was not an undeserved reputation. It was indeed extremely dangerous. Luo Tian stood at a high place and said loudly, "Brothers, be careful when you rest. Be careful of any insects. These insects live in this forest full of miasma. Many of them are highly poisonous. Be careful." Many people saw Luo Tian saving the 2 injured people. They saw it in their eyes and remembered it in their hearts. However, vitality was limited. Luo Tian could use it once or twice, but there were more than 50 people here. If he wanted them all to heal, his vitality was simply not enough. Immediately after, Luo Tian called Bai Xiong and Lin Dong to the side, and said, "This can't go on, I have to go into the mountain first and find some spirit grass that can cure the poison. Otherwise, we will die here before we even enter the mountain." Lin Dong immediately said, "Boss, I'll go with you." Bai Xiong also said, "And me." Luo Tian said, "I called the 2 of you here because I have a more important task for you." Are the 4 great clans really not going to chase? We don't know either, so Bai Xiong, your task is to guard the entrance of the Wuliang mountain range. Once you find the disciples of the 4 great clans, immediately come back and tell everyone to evacuate to a safe place. If you can't die, then evacuate deeper. Lin Dong, your task is to ensure everyone's safety. Tell everyone to be careful. And Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling who was busy wiping the wounds of his sick brothers, and said, "Help me take care of Ling Ling at this time." They didn't argue. Lin Dong took the lead and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely ensure everyone's safety." Bai Xiong also patted his chest and said, "I will too." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Okay, I will go and come back quickly." They had to find and refine some antidote pills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk out of the Wuliang mountain range, let alone cross into Wuliang city. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Luo Tian took a step forward and flew out. Looking at the light shining through the leaves, he said, "Uncle Bai, I will definitely take them out of here. I definitely will. Fantasy girl. It's time to help me. I need to find the spirit grass that can cure the poison and refine it." Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly said, "Inside." Fantasy Fairy said, "Give me your body." The 4th chapter has been delivered. I originally wanted to write another chapter, but my daughter was crying so hard that I didn't have the mood to write anymore. Tomorrow, there will be 3 chapters, 1 more chapter, 4 chapters. Today, I will write 4 chapters first. Old cow is sorry. What? This isn't good, is it? Fantasy Fairy wanted to take over Luo Tian's body as soon as she came up. As a man, his body was taken over by a woman. Although this woman was very beautiful and amazing, but, wouldn't she have seen everything about his body? Luo Tian was still a little resistant to this kind of thing. Even when blood-sucking frenzied Blade wanted his body, he didn't agree. This time, it was a woman. Luo Tian hadn't finished thinking about what was going on in his mind. Fantasy Fairy rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said, "TSK, I don't have any thoughts about your body. I'm a woman, a very normal woman. I don't want a man's body." She thought that Luo Tian was worried that she would take over his body. She could do that. But, she didn't want to do that. She had been watching Luo Tian closely all the way out of Darkwind Cave. She had seen everything that he had gone through. She admired Luo Tian very much. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't have brought so many disciples of the House of Bai into such a dangerous mountain range. But, Luo Tian didn't care about his own safety at all. He tried his best to protect the lives of all his brothers. She admired him for this. She couldn't understand why Luo Tian did this. He could have escaped quickly by himself, but he had brought so many burdens with him. Of course, because Luo Tian was a man. This was what she didn't understand. As a man, a promise was as heavy as Mount Tai. Luo Tian was stunned. He knew that Fantasy Fairy had misunderstood. He pondered for half a second. Luo Tian loosened his hands and said, "Okay, I'll give you my body. You have to treat it well. If my body can't take it, then you won't have a good place to live. Sister Fantasy, you have to be merciful." Fantasy Fairy giggled and revealed a sly smile. She said mischievously, "Little Tian Tian, don't worry. I'll treat you well." He didn't understand. Luo Tian had misheard Little Tian Tian as Little Tian Tian. His heart skipped a beat as he groaned inwardly. But for now, he really did not have a better idea. With Fantasy Fairy's knowledge, she could quickly find the spirit herbs needed for these antidotes. More than 50 brothers from the House of Bai were still waiting for him to return. He had to hurry. Let's start. With a thought, Luo Tian relaxed his spiritual consciousness and entered a transcendent state of tranquility. Before Luo Tian could finish all this, Fantasy Fairy's mind easily entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness without any hindrance. Moreover, she instantly took control of Luo Tian's body. This was something that Luo Tian did not expect. Fortunately, Fantasy Fairy did not have any malicious intentions. If she did, then his body would have become a puppet. Fantasy Fairy narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Luo Tian's heart relaxed a little. He thought to himself, that's good. His body was under the control of Fantasy Fairy, but Luo Tian's consciousness still existed. It was as if he and Fantasy Fairy, who was lurking in his body, had switched places. He could still clearly sense everything around him. Fantasy Fairy had just finished speaking. Luo Tian's mind suddenly tightened. He said anxiously, You, what do you want to do?" Fantasy Fairy actually took off her belt. Moreover, she pulled up her pants and lowered her head to take a look inside. She frowned, a little stunned and a little shocked. She was shocked by the sleeping giant rod in the middle of her crotch. She muttered to herself, "It's this thing. Last night, I said something kept spewing out. That kind of profound chi power was something I had never felt before. Was it spewing out from this guy?" Luo Tian wanted to die. He said, "Are you still a woman? You even want to see my little brother?" He wanted to curse. However, the control of his body was now controlled by Fantasy Fairy. He was worried that before he could curse, Fantasy Fairy would get angry and directly take off his pants. At that time, Luo Tian couldn't imagine that scene. Fantasy Fairy was slightly stunned. She said, "Little brother, that little asterisk is your little brother?" Fire immediately. Auntie could tolerate it, but even Uncle couldn't. She could say whatever she wanted about his little brother, but she couldn't say that he was small. Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Sister Fantasy, with which eye did you see that he was small? Have you ever seen such a huge thing? If you continue like this, I'm going to get angry." Fantasy Fairy said, "From your tone, it's very big?" Luo Tian immediately said, "Of course it's big. This is the part of my body that I'm most confident in. Can't it fight for tens of thousands of rounds? If you don't believe me, we'll give it a try next time. Let's see if you can withstand his impact." Fantasy Fairy pursed her lips, looking thoughtful. Finally, she said, "Let's try. I'm not afraid of you. Don't let me make you unable to get up. At that time, let's see if you still dare to say that it's big. It's clearly very small." Luo Tian was furious. Fantasy Fairy didn't have a body. Otherwise, he would have pressed him down in an instant and let him experience the explosive power of his little brother. Of course, from the moment Fantasy Fairy was born, she had been in the secret realm of the Black Wind sect. She knew everything, except for the matters between men and women. She was a complete novice. Which girl would pull down his pants and look at a man's little brother? She was the first. Moreover, she took it for granted and even made comments. The most important point was, she actually said that he was small. This, who could bear it? Luo Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fantasy Fairy to agree. Then, he smiled wickedly and said, "You said it yourself. Once you cultivate your body, we'll give it a try." Luo Tian was shocked. He didn't expect Fantasy Fairy to agree. Humph. Fantasy Fairy wasn't afraid at all and said, "It's settled. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You have to remember what you said today. Otherwise, if you regret it." Luo Tian said in a serious tone. In his heart, he was laughing like a flower. The uniqueness of the imperial goddess technique was that the higher the cultivation of the woman, the more experience and vitality he would get. Fantasy Fairy was definitely abnormal. Once he had XXOO with her, wouldn't his experience points soar? Fantasy Fairy didn't know at all. Before Luo Tian could finish, she immediately said, "Whoever regrets is a dog." Luo Tian said, "It's a deal." Fantasy Fairy pouted and said, "It's a deal. When the time comes, let's see how powerful you are." Luo Tian said, "Whether I'm powerful or not, big or small, you'll know when the time comes. Right now, business is more important." Chapter 1. Fantasy Fairy didn't dwell on the issue of big and small. Anyway, everything was just empty talk now. If she wanted to cultivate a physical body, she had to get the help of Luo Tian. Moreover, Luo Tian had to enter the Heaven's Chosen Mountain and obtain the Heaven's Chosen power to become a wizard to help her. When she could give it a try was a somewhat distant matter. However, Fantasy Fairy didn't want to wait too long. Because she found that the outside world was really too exciting. People and things, food and clothing, everything attracted her. She wanted to cultivate a physical body as soon as possible and play happily in this world as soon as possible. She wanted to make up for everything. So, when Luo Tian asked her for help, she immediately proposed to control Luo Tian's body. The reason was simple. She wanted to speed up Luo Tian's progress. From the fantasy space, she could clear one point. Luo Tian could kill demon beasts and break through. What he needed now was a breakthrough. Otherwise, what happened in Lingyun City would happen again. She didn't want Luo Tian to be threatened again. What Luo Tian didn't know was, Fantasy Fairy had chosen Luo Tian, so she couldn't choose anyone else. If Luo Tian died, then she would disappear as well. This was the restriction of the law. She had gambled a little too much. Several times when Luo Tian was in danger, Fantasy Fairy couldn't help but worry. Now, she wanted Luo Tian to improve crazily. Phew, Fantasy Fairy's version of Luo Tian gently exhaled. With a thought, a unique and powerful force burst out from his body. This force carried an aura that could crush everything. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, the roars of demon beasts could be heard from time to time. Now, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Even the little insects had curled up into a ball and shivered, as if they had encountered an unshakable enemy. Luo Tian's heart sank and he couldn't help but say, "What a powerful force. What does she want to do?" Whoosh! Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy shot out like a sharp arrow. Xianxia's right hand moved slightly, and a longsword appeared in her hand. Heavenly Sword. Since she had transformed into Luo Tian, she could naturally summon the Heavenly Sword. Not a bad sword. Fantasy Fairy praised. Then, her speed became faster and faster, more and more ferocious. Behind her, a hurricane swept up. The hurricane danced wildly, and her body was also arrogant. The Heavenly Sword slightly stretched out, and everywhere it went, blood splattered. Everything looked so beautiful. Rank 3 Monster Beast. Instant kill. Rank 4 Monster Beast. Instant kill. A rank 5 Monster Beast was killed in an instant. A rank 6 Monster Beast was killed in an instant. Wherever the sword went, there was only death. It didn't matter if you were a demonic beast the size of a small mountain or a flying demonic beast in the sky. As long as you were lightly touched by the sword chi released by the Heavenly Sword, you would die. There was absolutely no other choice. Ding! 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 It was as if firecrackers had been set off in Luo Tian's mind. The system beep kept ringing violently, causing his ears to go numb. This feeling had not appeared for a long time. Luo Tian looked at his experience bar, which was increasing rapidly, and was completely shocked. If asterisk ket up. Awesome, it was too awesome. How could there be such an awesome person? Luo Tian was stunned. In less than a minute, he had gained more than 100,000 experience points. The experience bar was moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Tian was already scared out of his wits. If he had known that Fantasy Fairy was so awesome, he would have let her control his body long ago. Was there a need to be afraid of the four great families, and being chased by them, and in such a sorry state? This was completely impossible, his experience bar soared. However, Fantasy Fairy was not satisfied with this speed at all. Her speed was still increasing, and 2 hurricanes had already appeared behind her, constantly spinning. These 2 hurricanes were completely formed by sword chi. Wherever they went, it was 10,000 times more terrifying than not even a blade of grass growing. Fantasy Divine Power. Open for me. Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy's eyebrows twitched, and her body suddenly stopped. She was still not satisfied with the sword chi hurricane that had instantly killed these demon beasts. At this moment, she released a power that Luo Tian had never seen before. Divine power, the power that truly belonged to a god. At this moment, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out with her as the center, directly covering an area of 1,000 kilometers. One ring after another, within the ring of this shockwave, all the demon beasts were unable to move and were completely crushed by him. It was also at this moment Fantasy Fairy shouted in a deep voice, "Explode." As soon as he finished, bang, 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 boom, 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 the bodies of the demon beasts that were unable to move self-destructed without any resistance. Even those super strong demon beasts with Niden were the same. They did not have the slightest bit of resistance, just like ants. Rumble. 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 The mountain range within 1,000 kilometers turned into a bloody mist. It dispersed in the forest. The bodies of these demon beasts had all turned into powder. Other than their blood, there was nothing left. This also caused Luo Tian to not obtain anything. Other than experience and vitality, no demon beast materials had exploded. But this was enough. Ding, 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 congratulations to the player, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 9 of the Essence Condensation Realm. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 1 Martial Empty Realm. Breakthrough in an instant. In less than a second. After obtaining nearly 1,000,000 experience, Luo Tian was so awesome that he wanted to go crazy. He could be considered someone who had encountered big things before, but now, his scalp was numb. This leveling speed was so fast that he wanted to protect Fantasy Fairy's thigh and said, "Big Sister Fantasy, please take care of me." This speed was too amazing. Martial Empty Realm. Fantasy Fairy pouted slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, "There are too few demon beasts here. I'll go to a place with more demon beasts earlier." Little Tian Tian. Here, I'm here. Big Sister Fantasy, what can I do for you? Luo Tian was incomparably respectful, and no longer resented Fantasy Fairy calling him Little Tian Tian. Fantasy Fairy said, "I'll use the Fantasy Divine Power again. With my current cultivation I can only overdraw it twice, and I'm afraid I can only help you here. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourself." She could not control Luo Tian's body indefinitely. She was also restricted by some kind of law. Moreover, her use of the Fantasy Divine Power had already exceeded the limits of her body's endurance. If she used it more, it would attract the attention of the higher planes. At that time, she would not be able to help Luo Tian and would instead harm him. Fantasy Fairy was very clear about this point. Luo Tian immediately said, if your body can't bear it, then don't overdraft your body for me. If possible, you should pass on the power of Divine Fantasy Power to me so that I can level up myself. At that time, I can quickly go to the Heaven's Chosen Mountain and become the Chosen One. Then, I can become a sorcerer and help you cultivate your body. Chapter 2. This wishful thinking was quite beautiful. But, Fantasy Fairy did not buy it at all and said, "Fantasy divine power, don't even think about it. You can't cultivate this kind of power unless you're from the divine realm. Otherwise, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to release it. Forcefully using it will only cause your body to explode, and it will also attract the attention of the divine realm's experts. Once they find out that it's not someone from the divine realm using divine power, they will erase you from this world." Every kind of power was limited by the laws. Divine power was the same. In the divine realm, divine power was a very common kind of power. However, in a mid-level plane like the ancient continent, this kind of power was not allowed to appear. Fantasy Fairy was fine, but if someone else used it, it would immediately attract the attention of the experts from the divine realm. Luo Tian sighed in his heart and clicked his tongue. Okay. Then forget it. If he could cultivate this kind of divine power and make a demonic beast within 1,000 kilometers self-destruct, the speed of leveling up would be as fast as a rocket. But, hearing this, he immediately dispelled the idea. Fantasy Fairy said, "You can't cultivate divine power, but I can teach you another kind of power." Really? Luo Tian was overjoyed and immediately asked, "How strong is it?" Fantasy Fairy said, "Although it's not as strong as divine power, it can make all demonic beasts within 10 kilometers self-destruct. Of course, some powerful demonic beasts will definitely not be able to do so. As long as the demonic beasts have the same cultivation level as you, they will all be killed. Demonic beasts with higher cultivation levels than you will not be able to cause any harm, and your power will not be able to enter their bodies. And, this kind of power is ineffective against humans. It can only be used against demonic beasts that have not transformed into human form." This was a great weapon for leveling up. Luo Tian did not even think about it and immediately said, okay, 10 kilometers is enough. It's enough for leveling up. Compared to 1,000 kilometers, 10 kilometers was indeed very small. But, within a mountain range, if all the demonic beasts within a 10-kilometer radius were killed in an instant, wouldn't the speed at which they leveled up be insane? Fantasy Fairy exhaled softly. She looked a little tired and said, "This power is called ancient power. I will place this ancient tree seed in your mind. You have to nourish it with your pneuma. Once it takes shape, you can use the ancient power to self-destruct and kill all demonic beasts within 10 kilometers. Shortly after, Fantasy Fairy's eyebrows moved slightly, and a series of power ripples rose in her sea of consciousness. Then, a seed-like power gently fell on Luo Tian's mind, and then slowly disappeared. However, Luo Tian could clearly sense the existence of the ancient tree. He could feel it taking root in his body, and at the instant it entered his mind, Luo Tian's primordial energy instantly decreased by 100,000 points. To be able to nurture the ancient power and kill all the demonic beasts within 10 kilometers, Luo Tian was not stingy with 100,000 points of primordial energy. He wished he could nourish it with all his primordial energy so that it could quickly take shape. Fantasy Fairy knew what Luo Tian was thinking. She said, "The ancient tree needs a large amount of vitality to nourish. It needs 100,000 points of vitality in 3 days. You only have 400,000 points of vitality in your body right now. That's not even enough for half a month. Once the ancient tree doesn't have enough vitality to nourish it, it will wither. If it doesn't have enough vitality to nourish it for 10 days, it will completely die. Therefore, cultivating the ancient tree is a very difficult process. You have to think clearly. You can only rely on yourself to plant the ancient power seed." Obviously, the ancient tree was something that burned a lot of money. Once Luo Tian entered the city, there would be no more demonic beasts to hunt. He could only eat old rice, and his primordial energy would be consumed rapidly. Ordinary people would not even think about it. It was simply impossible to nurture the ancient tree. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Then how long will it take for me to nurture the ancient tree?" Fantasy Fairy said, "That will depend on you. Others won't know. From the moment the seed is planted, everything will depend on you. As far as I know, tens of thousands of years ago, an Emperor Realm Master was exhausted to death by the ancient tree. Even his primordial energy was swallowed up. In the ancient continent, the ancient tree was an extremely ferocious existence. Even a peak Emperor Realm Master would not dare to provoke it. When Luo Tian heard this, he was stunned. An Emperor Realm Master was exhausted to death? Wasn't that a little too terrifying? But, so what? What others could not do did not mean that Luo Tian could not do. He did not believe that he could not nurture the ancient tree. Luo Tian secretly made up his mind and said, I understand. I will definitely nurture a towering tree that will bloom and bear fruit. Fantasy Fairy was stunned. Because she knew very well how much it would cost to nurture the ancient tree into a towering tree. If it bloomed and bore fruit, the price would be even heavier. However, once it bloomed and bore fruit, no one in the ancient continent would be his opponent. Because the ancient power was the most powerful force in the ancient continent, it was almost comparable to divine power. Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy's heart was filled with anticipation. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 2nd level Martial Void. A prompt sounded from the system. He leveled up again. In less than an hour, Luo Tian broke through 3 times. He directly soared to the 2nd level Martial Void. Moreover, when he reached the 1st level Martial Void, he also received a special ability reward from the system. Fantasy Fairy's face was very pale. She wasn't very satisfied with the results of her battle. She wanted to bring more experience to Luo Tian, but those powerful demon beasts ran very fast. Even if it was 1,000 kilometers away, they would still quickly escape. The second time, she didn't kill many high-level demon beasts. However, this was enough for Luo Tian. 2nd level Martial Void. Even if he were to fight Deng Leigong one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid. I can only help you this much. In the future, it's up to you. Fantasy Fairy was a little out of breath. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, she instantly withdrew her mind and consciousness from Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian also instantly took control of his own body. Luo Tian didn't know how much pain Fantasy Fairy had suffered, but he could feel the pain from the weak aura in his body. He was secretly grateful and said, Thank you, you have helped me enough. I will walk the rest of the path by myself. I will definitely walk it well. I will definitely help you cultivate your body as soon as possible. Fantasy Fairy smiled gently and said, That's natural. Don't forget that we still have a bet. I will definitely win. When the time comes, I will make you unable to get out of bed. Chapter 3. An hour later. With the guidance of Fantasy Fairy, Luo Tian quickly found the detoxifying spiritual herbs. Then he quickly returned. After leaving for almost 2 hours, he was worried about the disciples of the House of Bai. Brother Luo is back. Boss Luo. Chief Luo. The disciples of the House of Bai all stood up to greet him. Most of them were recovering their strength, but when they saw Luo Tian, they immediately stood up to show their respect for Luo Tian. Luo Tian also gestured for them to sit down. Bai Lingling frowned and walked to Luo Tian's side. After you left, 6 more people fainted, and 1 disciple died because he couldn't be saved in time. Luo Tian's face darkened. His heart twitched. It hurt a little. These brothers risked their lives with him, but he couldn't protect them. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's self-blaming expression and said, Don't be too sad. No one has entered Wuliang Mountain before. How could they know that even a small mosquito here is highly poisonous? We were careless. However, if we can't get the antidote, I'm afraid that all those poisoned will die. And one of them was poisoned with a certain degree of contagious poison. I've already isolated him. As they spoke, Bai Lingling's body swayed gently. Her face was pale. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became and the weaker her body became. Finally, her body went limp and she directly fell backward. Luo Tian was shocked and immediately went forward to support her. He saw that her lips were black and her whole body was stiff. He didn't know when she was poisoned, but she had been holding on from the beginning. She wanted to share more of the burden with Luo Tian. Because, she was Luo Tian's woman. The disciples of the House of Bai immediately surrounded her. Senior Sister Bai. Senior Sister Bai. Sister, what happened to my sister? Bai Xiong rushed forward like a raging bear. His father was gone, and if his sister was gone as well, he would hate himself to death. Bai Xiong didn't say anything, but he felt worse than anyone else. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he was strong, his father wouldn't have died. Luo Tian laid Bai Lingling down and said, "She'll be fine." Immediately after, Luo Tian said loudly, "You will all be fine. I have already found the detoxification spiritual grass. I will immediately refine the detoxification pill." Lin Dong. Bai Xiong, you two take care of the wounded. Lin Dong and Bai Xiong immediately shouted. Yes. Luo Tian immediately walked to a secluded place, calmed his heart, and took out a prepared pill furnace. At the Tianxian land, his alchemy skills were at the perfect stage. But, in the ancient world, everything had to be restarted. However, the process of refining pills and experience did not need to be restarted. This was the most precious part. Then again, the alchemy technique he cultivated was cultivated by the main character Xiaoyan in battle through the heavens. In the ancient world, its additional effect was still there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the support technique rewarded by the system. The system's reward was different from the cultivation technique that Luo Tian cultivated in the Tianxian continent. The system's reward would only get stronger and stronger. The cultivation technique he cultivated would be restricted by the laws of the plane. This was why the regeneration technique was unable to release the kind of healing ability that it had in the Tianxian continent. The space between his brows moved. Luo Tian used his yuan qi to stimulate the flames of the cauldron. The spirit herbs fell one by one. Luo Tian was completely immersed in the process. His will changed according to the changes in the cauldron. The speed of his hands was extremely fast. Every single one of the antidote pills was related to a life. Luo Tian did not dare to be careless. A few minutes later. Ding. Congratulations on successfully refining the detoxification pill, proficiency +1. Ding. Congratulations on successfully refining the detoxification pill, proficiency +1. From time to time, the system's notification would sound. 8 out of 10 times, this success rate was surprisingly high. However, these detoxification pills were all rank 1, it was enough to cure the bites of these poisonous insects. Every time he refined a detoxification pill, Luo Tian would immediately ask someone to send it over. He also specially instructed them to give it to the brothers who needed it the most. The brothers who took the detoxification pill slowly recovered their rosy complexion and woke up from their coma. Half an hour later. Those brothers who were poisoned were all better. Bai Lingling was also better. However, Luo Tian did not stop refining, and continued to refine detoxification pills. This kind of success rate required more cultivation. It could also raise the level of his alchemy technique. The ancient tree in his body needed a large amount of origin qi to nourish it. There were no demonic beasts to hunt in the city, and he could not rely on meditation to absorb the origin qi of heaven and earth. He could only rely on one method, pills. When the ancient tree was planted, Luo Tian had already thought of a countermeasure. He had to quickly raise the level of his alchemy technique. Another half an hour passed. Luo Tian finished refining all the herbs needed to refine detoxification pills and stood up. His face was a bit pale. Refining pills, carving formations, and using the regeneration technique all consumed a lot of mental energy. After refining for an hour, Luo Tian seemed a bit tired. Bai Lingling quickly helped him up. She had always wanted to ask, but when she saw Luo Tian refining pills, she did not dare to disturb him. When did you learn alchemy technique? Moreover, the detoxification pills you refine are much better than ordinary detoxification pills. The effect is very obvious. Luo Tian gently smiled and scratched Bai Lingling's nose, saying, "Who am I? I am your husband. What kind of alchemy technique do I not know?" But in his heart, he thought, this is the alchemy technique practiced by someone as awesome as Xiaoyan. If the pills refined by him are the same as ordinary pills, then what am I doing here? Bai Xiong said with admiration, "Boss is mighty and domineering. If it were not for you this time, I'm afraid we would not be able to move an inch." Ha ha ha. Lin Dong did not speak. However, his eyes were filled with shock as well as determination. After Luo Tian came back, he found that the aura on Luo Tian's body was different. It had become the aura of a void martial artist. He was very curious, but he did not ask because Luo Tian was his boss. If he was not even as good as himself, how could he be the boss? Many disciples of the house of Bai also showed admiration. When they heard Bai Xiong's words, they immediately said in unison, "Boss is mighty, boss is domineering, ha ha ha." Everyone laughed heartily. Seeing so many brothers laughing, Luo Tian could not help but laugh. The first step in Wuliang Mountain was finally taken. It was very difficult, but they still managed to walk out. Bai Xiong asked, "Boss, what do we do next?" Luo Tian looked at the majestic Wuliang Mountain and said, "Enter the mountain, let's use force to conquer Wuliang Mountain. Let's go. Conquer it." Luo Tian led the disciples of the House of Bai and advanced towards Wuliang Mountain. In misty Cloud City, thousands of miles away from them. Cloud Mist College's auditing department. An elder in charge of auditing suddenly stood up and held a scroll. His hands trembled as he said excitedly, "Amazing, amazing, this kid is amazing. Chapter 4 has been delivered. Today, Old Cow's chrysanthemum was exploded twice. Blood flowed all over the ground. Old Cow was in so much pain that he could not take care of himself. Brothers, can you explode Old Cow's chrysanthemum back? Revenge, a new week is about to begin. If you have a recommendation vote for Old Cow. This happens every day. Remember to vote." How did he get into the underground of the enchantment? That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. This is the scroll that I made. I know everything about it. There is indeed a loophole in the enchantment, but it's impossible for him to know that it's an underground karst cave. How did he get into the underground karst cave? That's not strange. Did you notice that this kid has only been in the cave for 3 days, but he has already leveled up 4 times? How did he do it? What's happening underground? No idea. No one knew. Because, this karst cave was a loophole that appeared during the refining process. Even in the enchantment, they couldn't see what happened inside. If they could see it, then these people would be even more shocked. However, Luo Tian might be embarrassed. How could he let people spread the news that he was the male lead of an AV, in the secret room? The dean of the Cloud Mist Academy, 2 sorcerers, and 2 elders. The 5 of them were carefully studying the scroll in the secret room. After reading it, everyone was shocked and shocked. This is nothing. At most, he can only practice some strange techniques, but he can actually summon a fierce beast covered in fire clouds, and the level of this fierce beast is not low. The aura it emits should be the aura of a divine beast, which means that this kid can summon a divine beast. You have to know that only the chosen ones can summon creatures from another world. How did he do it? Not to mention that he is the chosen one, this is absolutely impossible. In the central region, and even in the ancient continent, there is no such young sorcerer. If this happened in our central region, there is no way that we would not know about it, but this kid. I am puzzled, where did he come from? What about this kid? It's not just summoning a divine beast. Look at him transforming into a black demon with 8 wings. Have you seen such a creature before? This isn't a creature from the ancient continent at all. This guy looks like he crawled out of hell. His whole body is filled with the aura of death. I feel a burst of fear when I look into his eyes. Whether it was the underground karst cave, 3 days, and 4 levels, or the fire Kirin, the most shocking thing was that Luo Tian transformed into Lucifer. This guy was too fierce, too intrepid. Even if they had lived in the ancient continent for nearly 1,000 years, they were still shocked and puzzled. They couldn't wait to pull Luo Tian to their side and ask him clearly. The 5 of them were silent. These 5 people were the 5 people with the highest authority in Cloud Mist College. They were also the pinnacle of the central continent. They were all in deep thought. They frowned and wanted to figure out what happened. After a long time, an old man in a fiery red robe raised his head slightly and said, "Let's not think about it here. The most important thing now is to hurry up and bring that kid here. If this kid is discovered by the Abyss Academy first, even if they can't get him, they will destroy him. At that time, these problems that perplexed us will never be solved." Yes, yes, yes. And that assassin, he's obviously someone from the Fair family. He might even be a disciple on the Sea God list. This time, the fair family has fallen into the hands of this brat. They will definitely not let him go. They will definitely send experts to hunt him down. We must find this brat before they do and protect him. This brat is a rare treasure. The old man with white eyebrows who was sitting at the top was dressed very plainly. He looked like a janitor. His eyes moved slightly and he could not contain his excitement. He said, "Yun Tian, I don't care what you do, but you must bring this kid to me." "Dean, leave this matter to me, hee. Not many people knew about this matter. The review scroll was top secret to the outside world. What happened in the scroll? Except for the 5 of them, no one knew. Soon, this scroll would be secretly destroyed because they didn't want others to know about Luo Tian's powerful potential. Now, they were more worried than anyone else that Luo Tian's strength would be known. In their hearts, Luo Tian was a treasure, however. Cloud Mist College completely blocked the matter in the scroll. However, their attitude towards the scroll immediately attracted the attention of the Haijia. After the dean made his decision, in less than half an hour, the Haijia knew everything. Hai Tong Tian frowned slightly and said to himself, "It seems that this kid is indeed not ordinary. Old ghost Xiaoyao, you want to get him, right? Then I won't let you do as you wish, hee. Ghost concubine. I want you to go to the Tianxian continent immediately. If he has any relatives, bring them here. If they can't be used by me, then they will die." The black powder-like shadow instantly condensed behind him. In the black robe, he laughed softly and said, "Yes." The Haijia made his move, immeasurable mountain range. After resting for a day, the disciples of the House of Bai had recovered more than half of their vitality. After taking the antidote pill refined by Luo Tian, they were no longer afraid of being bitten by poisonous insects. Luo Tian walked at the front, his mind covering the surroundings at all times. He, Lin Dong, and Bai Xiong were responsible for guarding the surroundings and opening up a path. Bai Lingling led a group of people to gather spiritual herbs in a safe area. The House of Bai did not bring many things out. If they wanted to make a comeback, they had to start from the beginning. The birth of every king force started from the bottom. Don't let a single one go. Whether it's useful or not, gather them all. Bai Lingling said hurriedly. After half a day of gathering, she now had thousands of spiritual herbs in her hands, and there was no lack of 3rd and 4th level spiritual herbs. This was a pill that could be refined into 3rd level, 4th level, and even 5th level pills. Don't worry, Mississippi. We will do our best to carry out Boss Luo's orders. That's right. A spiritual herb is worth 1 contribution point. This is much easier than getting contribution points from the House of Bai. I've already gathered more than 50 spiritual herbs this morning. I already have more than 50 contribution points. Boss Luo, what can I exchange these 50 contribution points for? The disciple chuckled as he asked Luo Tian in a loud voice. Luo Tian smiled and turned to look at the person. He said, "If you get 100 contribution points, I will exchange them for a 3rd level pill. This pill will allow you to absorb vitality 2 to 3 times faster than usual for a short period of time. If your potential is good, I believe you will be able to break through in a short period of time." Are you telling the truth? 100 contribution points can be exchanged for a 3rd level pill? This is too easy, right? Boo-hoo, why are you crying? I'm crying because I'm happy. I want to cry. What can you do about it? Damn, you're making me want to cry. Boss Luo, you're too good to us. My life is yours. Chapter 1. Luo Tian needed the spirit grass. However, he only had a pair of hands, so no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to gather them all. Moreover, he was also responsible for opening the way and protecting these brothers, so he had even less time to gather spirit grass. However, the disciples of the House of Bai had plenty of time. They also needed to find something to do. To be able to gather spirit grass and earn contribution points was a very good thing for them. They wished that they could gather all the spirit grass in the immeasurable mountain range. Then again, because very few people entered the immeasurable mountain range, even experienced medicine farmers did not dare to enter rashly. Therefore, the spirit grass here was very rich, and there was no lack of high-level spirit grass. "Boss, I also want to gather spirit grass." Bai Xiong scratched his head, looking at the large group of House of Bai brothers behind him who were all busy gathering spirit grass. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Thinking about what had happened these past few days, he wished that he could quickly become stronger. And Lin Dong on the side. Although he didn't say it on the surface, he was extremely jealous in his heart. Spirit medicine was the strongest aid to cultivation. A good spirit medicine could allow a person to quickly break through. The spirit medicine that Luo Tian had mentioned just now was the Yang spirit pill, which could allow a person to crazily absorb the essence of heaven and earth in a short period of time. It could also allow one's body to fully absorb the essence of heaven and earth and break through. However, he had no contribution points. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "Just be honest and open the way for me. Look at the thorns all over the mountain. If no one opens the way, when will we be able to get out of this immeasurable mountain?" "Of course. When the time comes, I will definitely give you some contribution points based on your performance." Bai Xiong giggled, and said, "Boss, you said it." Luo Tian laughed, "Of course." At this time, Lin Dong had already taken the lead and walked out. He held a machete in his hand and waved it fiercely, quickly opening the way. Bai Xiong immediately chased after him and said, "Damn, Lin Dong, aren't you too cunning?" Luo Tian could not help but smile as he watched the two madly carve out a path. He was not too worried. After all, this area was where fairy fantasy had cleared out the Yao beasts yesterday. There should not be any Yao beasts within a radius of several kilometers. However, Luo Tian still reminded them, the brothers who are picking the spirit grass must not go too far. Don't be greedy for a spirit grass and get lost. Bilingualing, you should also pay attention at all times. This is the Wuliang mountain range. Powerful demonic beasts may rush out at any time. Bilingualing looked up and said, "Okay, I got it." Luo Tian looked at Bilingualing. Her eyes were still red and swollen, and she had not smiled for the past 2 days. Luo Tian could see the hatred in her eyes. She wanted to avenge her father. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He let out a long sigh and said to himself, "Don't worry, I'll definitely deal with that despicable Deng Leigong. When the time comes, I'll definitely send his head to Uncle Bai's grave." During the day, they walked towards the depths of the immeasurable mountain range. At night, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they were resting together. And at this time, Luo Tian could not rest. He quickly refined the spirit grass that he had collected during the day into pills. His alchemy skills were also improving rapidly. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On the first day, Luo Tian walked out of the area where the fantasy fairy was clearing the demonic beasts. From that day onwards, their speed had slowed down a lot. Luo Tian did not dare to move forward rashly. He was careful with every step he took. For 4 days in a row, if he encountered a powerful demonic beasts, he would avoid them. If he could not avoid them, Luo Tian would think of a way to lure them away. If he encountered a demonic beasts below the 5th step, then Luo Tian would order some disciples to go forward and fight, using demonic beasts as a target to cultivate his combat skills. At the same time, Luo Tian would guide her from the side. If she wanted to perform a combo, if she could release the link of her cultivation techniques to the perfect realm, at the same time, she had to know how to control the consumption of primordial energy and use battle tactics. Every time they encountered a 4th-step demonic beast, Bilingualing would always be the first to rush forward. She would cultivate with all her might, practice her cultivation techniques with all her might, and practice her combo. Compared to a few days ago, she was much more mature. She no longer had the look of a rich young lady on her face that she had in Lingyan City. She was more responsible. Every time she came down, she would be seriously injured. However, when she encountered a demonic beast again, she would still rush forward. In addition to her, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and some disciples of the House of Bai were the same. Under Luo Tian's careful guidance, these people's combat skills and cultivation had a qualitative leap. They were completely different from before. Every day, someone would break through. Every day, someone would increase their combo by 1 move. Every day, someone's understanding of primordial energy improved, everything was developing in a good direction. Since Luo Tian had promised Bai Qi, he would definitely do his best. If he wanted to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Gold Force? His goal was to surpass the Qing realm and become a transcendent force in the history of the ancient continent. Furthermore, when the 3 days were up, the seed of the ancient tree in Luo Tian's mind automatically absorbed 100,000 points of his primordial energy. It was still the same small sprout as before. There was no change at all. Luo Tian had no way of dealing with the ancient tree. He could only wait for it to grow slowly. As for when it would grow into a towering tree and when he could use the ancient power, Luo Tian did not know. However, he believed that there would be such a day. In 5 days, Luo Tian and the others had already gone deep into the heart of the Wuliang mountain range. From time to time, the cries of demonic beasts could be heard in the dark forest. It made everyone tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lin Dong chopped down with his saber and cut off a bush. A strong ray of light shone in, and what came into view was another world. It was like a paradise. "Boss, look." Lin Dong was shocked and hurriedly said. The surrounding people were attracted by the strong ray of light. They all stretched their necks and looked up. Everything in front of them was like a lost tribe. It was very huge, even bigger than Lingyun City. The pavilions and all kinds of buildings were very grand and domineering. Every place showed its former glory. Luo Tian was also shocked by everything in front of him. It was just like the Lost World in the movies. Bai Lingling suddenly said, "Could this be the legendary Immeasurable Sect?" Someone in the crowd immediately said, "You mean the Immeasurable Sect that was close to the Qing realm? Does it really exist? I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to really be in the Wuliang mountain range. And it is much bigger than I imagined. Look at how grand and domineering these buildings are. This immeasurable sect seems to have offended a powerful demonic sect." Then, the demonic sect sent out a sorcerer. He directly overturned the immeasurable sect and extracted the souls of many immeasurable sect disciples, making them unable to reincarnate. They have been wailing all this time. "Boss, should we go in?" Chapter 2. As for the immeasurable sect, Luo Tian only knew a little about it from the information he had read. He only knew that it was destroyed because it offended a woman from the devil sect. It caused the entire sect to be killed. Moreover, the souls of these people who were killed were stripped. They could only guard this barren mountain forever and could never enter hell to reincarnate. Their methods were extremely cruel. On the other hand, a sorcerer was able to destroy such a powerful sect. Wasn't the sorcerer too powerful? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He looked at the largest building in the distance, which gave him a gloomy feeling. The yin qi was oppressive, as if this place was very close to hell. Then he said, "Lin Dong, take some people and guard here first. Without my order, none of you can come in. Bai Xiong, let's go in and explore the way first." Lin Dong nodded and said, "Boss, be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong here. If something happens to us, you don't have to worry about me. Immediately take these brothers and evacuate. The farther the better." Luo Tian reminded again. If they encountered danger, the fewer people the better. He couldn't take care of too many people. Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian and nodded heavily again, saying, "I know what to do." Immediately, Luo Tian led Bai Xiong up the steps leading to the immeasurable mountain gate. Bai Lingling took a step forward and said with concern, "Be careful." Luo Tian turned to look at her and smiled, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Sigh. As the big brother, I don't even care. No wonder my father said that a grown girl can't be kept at home. Bai Xiong smiled foolishly. Speaking of his father, his eyes couldn't help but darken. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and secretly swore, "Dang Legong, I will definitely come back and kill you to avenge my father." Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong and patted him on the shoulder, "Don't think too much. There will be a day when you will pay back. I will use 10 times, 100 times, to return to the Dang family." The two of them slowly walked up the steps. With every step Luo Tian took, his heart felt heavier, as if something was pressing down on him. Bai Xiong, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face and did not show any signs of discomfort. Luo Tian didn't ask. Thinking of those immeasurable sect disciples whose souls had been extracted, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel scared. He thought to himself, there can't really be ghosts in this world, right? They walked for half an hour. The two of them completely disappeared from Bai Lingling's sight. It was only about 100 meters away from the mountain gate, but after half an hour, Luo Tian was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had just crawled out of the water, and his shoulders were getting heavier and heavier. Bai Xiong couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are you feeling unwell? Why are you covered in sweat?" They were walking the same path, but their expressions were completely different. Furthermore, Luo Tian's cultivation was higher than Bai Xiong's. Even if he was tired, he wouldn't be so tired, right? Luo Tian also couldn't help but ask, "Do you feel that your shoulders are getting heavier and heavier? Our steps are getting heavier and heavier. I feel like there's a big mountain pressing down on me." It wasn't just a big mountain. Luo Tian felt as if his body was filled with lead. He couldn't support himself at all. He stopped for a moment and then sat down. This time, he smashed a granite staircase into pieces. The staircase under his butt cracked. Luo Tian didn't know what to do. Bai Xiong didn't believe it at first, but now he had to believe it. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Boss, are we being haunted?" Gulp. When Bai Xiong said this, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He looked around, but there was nothing unusual in the surroundings. Along the way, he had been vigilant of the surroundings. He couldn't sense the existence of any creatures at all, nor did he find any dangerous aura. What was going on? Luo Tian's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Fantasy girl, what exactly is going on here?" After a long time, Fantasy Fairy said embarrassedly, "This is the land of extreme negative energy. I don't know what happened here, but there are countless vengeful spirits here. There are thousands of vengeful spirits on your shoulders. Their weight is comparable to a huge lead mountain. Why are they pressing down on you and not Bai Xiong?" "I don't know either." Luo Tian's face froze, and he directly cursed, "I may asterisk 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 asterisk." There were thousands of vengeful spirits on his shoulders. Were they trying to crush him to death? Moreover, the most important thing was that Luo Tian couldn't see them clearly at all. He didn't even know that they were peeing or shitting. This was the most annoying thing. F***ck. If you have the guts, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Luo Tian shouted angrily and looked up. Above his head was a blue sky and a scorching sun. Other than that, there was nothing else. Bai Xiong also looked up and said, "Boss, who are you talking to?" At this moment, Luo Tian was like a madman. "Come out. Why are you pressing down on me? All of you, come out." Luo Tian was extremely angry. The weight on his body was getting heavier and heavier. He couldn't even straighten his back. His face couldn't help but turn pale. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Are there more of those things?" Fantasy Fairy said, "It's doubled. Your voice has attracted more vengeful spirits, but I find it very strange. These vengeful spirits have a certain degree of aggression, but they didn't hurt you, and, from their expressions, it seems that they have something to ask of you." Fantasy Fairy was also a thought. So, she could see some things that Luo Tian couldn't. Luo Tian stopped scolding, exhaled heavily, and said calmly, "Do you have something that you need my help with? If there is, then please leave my body and send a representative to talk to me. If you can't show your original form, then talk to the fantasy goddess in my body. She can convey everything you say." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian's body suddenly became light. In an instant, it became light and abnormally comfortable. As expected. They really do have something to ask of us. Luo Tian's heart sank. At the same time, he asked in his heart, "Can you talk to them?" Fantasy Fairy's eyebrows twitched and said, "They told you not to go in. Once you step into the mountain gate, you will be killed by the evil spirits. The reason why they are pressing you down is to let you leave. They don't want to see you die." Luo Tian was stunned for 2 days. Looking at the mountain gate in the distance, it was as if there was an invisible force waving at him. At this moment, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, if you can help them free themselves, they will give you all the treasures left behind by the immeasurable sect and agree to any one of your conditions. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind suddenly rang out. The mission was triggered, Chapter 3, Seeking Monthly Votes, Recommendation Votes. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest and saving the souls of many disciples of the immeasurable sect. Quest level, quest time, 10 days quest reward, 1, 5 million experience points, 100,000 essence points, random permanent transformation card. The quest was triggered. Moreover, it was an S-level quest. The reward was a bit ordinary, but that permanent transformation card made Luo Tian drool. He needed these transformation cards too much. Every transformation card was a form of reliance. If he had a few more, it would be equivalent to having a few more lives. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian's idea moved, and said, accept. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for accepting the quest. The quest time has begun, in an instant. A countdown appeared in Luo Tian's mind. He only had 10 days, but he still didn't know how to save the souls of these disciples of the immeasurable sect. He immediately said to Fantasy Fairy, I agree to help them. Ask them, how can I help them free themselves? After pausing for half a second, Fantasy Fairy said, they said that at the top of Immeasurable Mountain is the Immeasurable Hall. There is a soul-splitting sword in the hall. As long as the soul-splitting sword is broken, their souls will be freed and they can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Luo Tian raised his head and looked. A huge hall could be vaguely seen in the clouds. He thought to himself, is it that simple? Just by breaking a sword, you can complete the quest? This kind of quest is at most C level. How can it be an S-level quest? Immediately, he then said to Fantasy Fairy, just break the soul-splitting sword? It can't be that simple, right? If it's that simple, they can do it themselves. Why would they need my help? Tell them to tell the truth, or I'll leave immediately. He just wanted them to make it clear. Was an S-level quest so easy to complete? Luo Tian was not a fool. He didn't want to die when he went in. After pausing for half a minute, Fantasy Fairy's tone was a little angry. These people are too despicable. They actually hid it from us. Fortunately, you asked, otherwise, we would have been tricked by them. Let's leave this place and not go in. It could be seen that Fantasy Fairy was very angry. It was not because he had been deceived, but because there was a huge danger hidden in the immeasurable sect. Luo Tian didn't leave. He already knew that an S-rank mission wouldn't be easy. He asked, what did they say? What kind of expert is hidden inside? Fantasy Fairy said, let's not talk about the powerful spiritual body of the sorcerer who is guarding the soul-splitting sword in the immeasurable hall. Even the Taiyan realm experts in the immeasurable sect and the innumerable illusions realm experts. How can you, a martial void realm expert, deal with them? Furthermore, my strength has been used up a few days ago. I can't help you at the moment. Otherwise, I would have annihilated such a sect in a matter of minutes. At this point, Fantasy Fairy felt a little regretful. If he had kept the fantasy godly power for now, he could have easily dealt with it. Luo Tian frowned and mumbled, Grand Yen realm? Innumerable illusions realm? The difference in level is too great. It's okay to deal with experts of the martial void realm, but the Grand Yen realm is beyond what I can handle. Unless I use the transformation card, but a transformation card can only be used for 5 minutes. In this period of time, I'm afraid I can only kill one expert at most. Moreover, there is the spiritual body of the sorcerer in the immeasurable hall. It is the most powerful boss. Immediately, Luo Tian asked again, what realm is the spiritual body of the immeasurable hall at? Fantasy Fairy said, you're not really going, are you? Don't help me with this. You'll die if you go in. Don't do anything stupid. She was a little anxious. She was also afraid that Luo Tian would really go in. Even Fantasy Fairy was afraid. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Tell me about it first." Fantasy Fairy said, "The spiritual body of the sorcerer." According to them, the spiritual body of the sorcerer was at the peak of the illusionary realm 10,000 years ago. Although the spiritual body's breakthrough is very slow, it has probably reached the divine sea realm in 10,000 years. With your current cultivation, you can't even withstand a thought from the other party, let alone get close to it. You really shouldn't do anything stupid. It's not worth it for these irrelevant people. She reminded Luo Tian again worriedly. As expected. A boss of the divine sea realm. Luo Tian's eyes trembled. It was not fear, but excitement. He was thinking of a question in his heart. What good things can a boss of the divine sea realm drop? Behind him were more than 50 young disciples of the House of Bai waiting to be fed. These people would be the mainstay of the House of Bai in the future. He had to quickly improve their cultivation. Only by improving their strength could they attack a higher force. I want to go in. Luo Tian did not hesitate. Fantasy Fairy immediately exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Do you know what a spiritual body of the divine sea realm means? You. What are you thinking in your head? These wraiths are not worth it for you to do this. They have nothing to do with you. Why are you risking your life for them? Is it worth it?" Indeed, these wraiths had nothing to do with Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian was not doing this for them, but for himself. For the future of the House of Bai, he had to lay a good foundation. S rank was something that could only be found. This was an opportunity. Luo Tian could not let it go, however. Luo Tian was not a madman, nor was he a fool. He believed in the system. Since the system had let him trigger this mission, it meant that there must be a way to complete it. There was no doubt about this. It was just that Luo Tian had not found this method yet. Any mission had a certain bug. In the game, some were map loopholes, and some were the boss itself. In the face of these bugs, once found, it would be easy to complete the mission. Just as Luo Tian agreed to go in. Fantasy Fairy sighed and said, "I conveyed all the words you just said to them. You didn't see it." They were so grateful that they all knelt on the ground, and... She paused for a moment, then continued, "There is a kind of white flower in the grass on your left. Swallow this ghost flower and you will be able to see them. They have something to say to you." Luo Tian immediately did as he was told. After swallowing the ghost flower, his eyes flashed with a strange light. In front of him, a large expanse of white wraiths appeared, just like the ghosts in the movies. Their bodies were suspended in midair, and each of their faces looked a little ferocious. At the same time, their eyes were filled with gratitude. A large number of people knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was shocked by the resentful spirits at the scene. The number of resentful spirits was far more than he had imagined. Moreover, the cultivation of each of these resentful spirits was stronger than his. He couldn't see the strength of these resentful spirits at all. Resentful spirits were the same as spirit bodies. They could also break through, but it would take a very long time. However, after being sealed here for 10,000 years, it was unimaginably long. No matter how slow their cultivation was, many of them had reached a terrifying level of resentment. This was a very valiant team. This was Luo Tian's first feeling. Moreover, the most powerful part of this team was that no one could see them anymore. A sudden attack would be invincible and unstoppable. The leader of the resentful spirits stepped forward and said respectfully, "Kind person, thank you for agreeing to help us. As long as you can help us break free from the shackles of the soul-splitting sword, we will do our best to help you complete one thing." Yes. Our resentful spirits are unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. We will always be oppressed by the soul-splitting sword. In these 13,876 years, we are more miserable than ghosts. This feeling of not being able to die is too uncomfortable. Good Samaritan, you have to help us. Many resentful spirits made a sound. Their voices were a little gloomy, which made people's hair stand on end. From their voices, Luo Tian's mind tightened slightly, and he asked, "You said that you are an immortal existence?" "Yes. We will never die, and we will never perish. This is the curse that the sorcerer planted on our souls. He wants us to suffer this torture forever. Powerful. Luo Tian's heart trembled, a veritable undead army, isn't this too powerful? Then Luo Tian said again, since you are immortal, why don't you break the soul-splitting sword yourself? I'm only at the void martial realm. You want me to help you break the soul-splitting sword? You should know that a sorcerer's spirit body can reach the divine sea realm. How can I be a match for him? The leading wraith added, you might not know this, but although we have an undying body, we have been imprisoned. We can only move within a 5-kilometer radius of the immeasurable sect. We also want to shatter the soul-splitting sword ourselves, but before we can get close to the hall, the soul-splitting sword will emit a soul-destroying power. It will kill us instantly. We have tried countless times, but the result is the same. Even an immortal body would die eventually. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. If he wanted to find the bug, he had to analyze every word they said in detail. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the vengeful spirit said, we are vengeful spirits. Ordinary attacks are useless against us, but there is one kind of attack that will kill us as long as it touches us. That is the power of wizards. Although the spirit in the immeasurable palace isn't a sorcerer, he is a spirit condensed by a sorcerer. He has a certain amount of God's chosen power. We are very afraid of him and don't dare to approach him. Luo Tian continued to remain silent. Many vengeful spirits looked at Luo Tian, afraid that Luo Tian would leave. However, even if Luo Tian left, they wouldn't blame Luo Tian. After all, it was too difficult. Luo Tian's cultivation was too low after all. If they hadn't suppressed Luo Tian would have died inside. The vengeful spirits in the sect were extremely ferocious. Once a human or beast approached, they would all be killed. This was also why there weren't any beasts around. Second Elder, I think we should forget about it. This little brother's cultivation is too low. He can't even deal with the Tai Yen realm vengeful spirit. How can he fight against a divine sea realm spirit? Yes, I'm already very happy that he agreed to help us. In these 10,000 years, he is the only one who dared to agree to help us. Sigh. Perhaps this is our fate. It's all because of that witch. If it weren't for her, our immeasurable sect wouldn't have become like this. Which other devil sect sorcerer? Many vengeful spirits whispered. They didn't have much hope for Luo Tian to begin with. The reason they suppressed Luo Tian was to protect him. They were overjoyed that Luo Tian agreed to help them. However, they knew very well that with Luo Tian's current strength, it was impossible for him to help them break the soul-splitting sword. Even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for a divine Sea Realm spirit. After a long time, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he raised his eyes slightly. More than half of the surrounding vengeful spirits had already dispersed. However, that vengeful spirit was still there. He was also politely accompanying Luo Tian. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Seeing Luo Tian's eyes flash with a sharp light, his expression couldn't help but change. Luo Tian looked at him and said, "You mean you can't get close to the immeasurable palace?" The vengeful spirit nodded and said, "The immeasurable palace is protected by the soul-splitting sword. If we get close, we will be killed. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 10 of us. We will be instantly turned into dust. Although we are not afraid of death, we still want to enter the cycle of reincarnation and obtain a second chance. If our vengeful spirit bodies are killed, we will forever lose the chance to reincarnate." Everyone was afraid of death. Even vengeful spirits were the same. They also longed to be reincarnated. Luo Tian smiled and said, "You also said that as long as you cross the mountain gate, you will encounter all kinds of powerful and ferocious vengeful spirits?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Luo Tian said again, "How is their cultivation compared to yours?" The vengeful spirit said, "It should be about the same. However, it's difficult for us to kill them with our strength. We are all immortal, so it's hard to say who is more powerful. However, you humans can kill them, but your cultivation is too low. You will be killed before you can get close." "Sure enough." Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "Sure enough. This should be the bug of this quest, right? Heh. I'm AF** King Genius." Luo Tian was excited. As a professional player, not only did he have to play the game well and operate it well, but more importantly, he had to know how to analyze and make use of everything in the game. Then, Luo Tian looked at him and asked, I have a way to help you. The vengeful spirit's expression also became excited. From the first time he saw Luo Tian, he felt that Luo Tian was different. The reason why he did not leave was because he still had a trace of hope in his heart. Hearing Luo Tian's words, his voice trembled as he asked, Tell me, as long as you can help us break the soul-splitting sword, I can do anything. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, I want you to send me to the immeasurable palace. As long as you can do this, I can help you break the soul-splitting sword. This was a loophole. Inside the mountain gate were all resentful spirits of the myriad illusion realm. Obviously, Luo Tian was no match for them. There was no need to even think about it, however. If he could enter the immeasurable hall, he might be able to complete the mission. Using a transformation card to deal with the spirit of the divine sea realm, wouldn't he be defeated? Moreover, he would be the only boss in the immeasurable hall, there would never be a second one. No resentful spirits could get close to the immeasurable hall, not even those ferocious resentful spirits in the mountain gate. Therefore, only by letting Luo Tian enter the immeasurable hall could he complete the mission. The vengeful spirit was startled, not daring to believe this. He reminded Luo Tian, little brother, the one in Limitless Hall is a spirit body at the divine sea boundary. Moreover, he has a faint trace of the power of Heaven's Chosen. This is a strength unique to sorcerers. Can you really defeat him? If you can't, I won't blame you. After all, this is too difficult for you. A second-level martial void realm cultivator against a spirit of the divine sea realm, moreover, he had the Chosen One's power unique to sorcerers. This, even a fool would know that this was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Fantasy Fairy also said, he is right. Even if you are sent to the immeasurable hall, you won't succeed. Your cultivation is too low. You can't even withstand a blow from a divine sea realm powerhouse. How can you break the soul-splitting sword floating above the hall? Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, Don't worry about that. I have my ways. As long as you can send me to the immeasurable hall, I can complete it. Are you sure you are not joking? The resentful spirit still didn't believe him. I'm sure. Luo Tian replied firmly. At this moment, the resentful spirit fell silent. More and more resentful spirits were gathering behind him. Second Elder, we have tried everything and waited for more than 13,000 years. Only this little brother has agreed to our request. Perhaps he is someone sent by the heavens to save us. Why don't we let him give it a try? What's there to try? He's only at the martial void realm. Even if he enters the immeasurable palace, he won't be a match for that spirit. Little brother, I think you should leave as soon as possible. I don't want to be like this anymore. Let him try. Right, let's give it a try. They had really had enough. To them, Luo Tian was like a straw in the ocean. They wanted to catch him, but they knew that even if they caught him, they would only sink to the bottom of the sea and be eaten by the fishes. However, they still wanted to take a gamble. The leading vengeful spirit looked at Luo Tian once more and said, Little brother, regardless of whether you have good intentions or not, I must remind you once more that the one in Limitless Hall might be a divine sea realm spirit body. He might possess a sorcerer's power of Heaven's Chosen. If you enter, you won't be able to withstand a single thought attack from him. Are you sure you want to go in? He was very serious. He was very serious. He was also giving Luo Tian one last chance to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, his heart tightened, and he nervously waited for Luo Tian's answer. Luo Tian said without any hesitation, I'm sure. The vengeful spirit was shocked. This answer made him feel excited, and a glimmer of hope was completely ignited in his heart. He suddenly stood up, faced those vengeful spirits, and said, After more than 10,000 years of suffering, today we'll fight with them. Fight. Fight, I'm going all out. I've had enough. If I don't turn the world upside down today, I swear I won't give up. For a moment, the fighting spirit was high. Thousands of vengeful spirits were all hot-blooded and indignant. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Fantasy Fairy couldn't help but ask, Are you really sure you can deal with that divine sea realm spirit body? Luo Tian said truthfully, no. Fantasy Fairy was shocked and said, then why did you agree? Are you stupid? Luo Tian said with a smile, if I don't try, how do I know I can't do it? In life, what we want is to be vigorous. Isn't it just a divine sea realm expert? What's there to be afraid of? He was really not afraid. The transformation card might not be a match for a divine sea realm expert. Because, the transformation card was not invincible. Any transformation card was the same. However, Luo Tian wanted to fight. For himself, for dozens of brothers of the House of Bai, and for the dead Bai Qi, he had no way out. Along the way, Luo Tian had never left himself a way out. He had transmigrated once and destroyed the Tianqian continent. He had lived a wonderful life. In this ancient continent where experts were as common as clouds, he wanted to live a more wonderful life. He wanted to destroy all the way. Fantasy Fairy was silent. After a long time, she muttered, you're really hard to figure out. I really can't understand you, but, you're going to fascinate me, hee hee. Luo Tian was slightly stunned and smiled faintly. At this time, Bai Xiong, who had been quietly waiting at the side, did not speak during this time. Looking at Luo Tian talking to the air again and again, he did not think that Luo Tian was crazy like before. Instead, he waited quietly because he knew that Luo Tian must have found something. Luo Tian turned to look at Bai Xiong and said, go back to Lin Dong and tell him that I have something urgent to do. Ask them to wait there for 10 days. If I don't come out after 10 days, then leave. Don't come in and look for me. Remember what I said. Bai Xiong was shocked. He did not ask for details and nodded, I will remember. Boss, you have to be careful. Although he wanted to know what had happened and who he was talking to, he refrained from asking because in his heart, Luo Tian was not an ordinary person. He was a god. Bai Xiong quickly left. Seeing him leave, Luo Tian said to the vengeful spirit, there are more than 50 of my brothers over there. Can you send some vengeful spirits to protect them? I am worried that they will be attacked by demonic beasts. If I don't come out, they must not enter the mountain gate. This is a small request of mine. Luo Tian did not want anything to happen to them. If he did not come out in 10 days, Bai Xiong and the rest would definitely rush in to look for him. At that time, he was afraid. The vengeful spirit nodded and said, I will make the arrangements now. Don't worry, they are definitely safe. After some preparations. Half an hour later. Luo Tian led more than 3,000 vengeful spirits and pulled out the heavenly sword. He waved it and shouted, kill. In another place. Lingyun City, Deng family. Deng Leigong knelt on the ground in fear. His body was trembling and his face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with endless fear. Fear, extreme fear, so much so that he wanted to die. In front of him stood an old man in a black robe. There was a symbol embroidered on the black robe. It was the High Jia of Misty Cloud City's strongest king's power. Ghost Concubine was here. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Maybe some brothers have forgotten the ranks of the ancient continent. Let me explain it again here. Spirit Martial Arts, 4 divisions, Essence Condensation, Martial Void, Tai Yin, 10,000 Illusions, God Ocean, Holy Spirit, Emperor Zun. Today, Old Bull's chrysanthemum exploded 3 times in a row. Brothers, Old Bull knows that it is the middle of the month. Brothers do not have any monthly votes, but other people's books are the same. Old Bull urgently needs monthly votes. Brothers who still have monthly votes, vote for Old Bull. Entered the Wuliang Mountains? Interesting. The black-robed man coldly uttered 2 sentences. Deng Leigong listened to these 2 bone-chilling words and couldn't help but tremble again. He respectfully said as if he had seen his own father, Sir, that kid must have died inside at this time. He's only at the condensing essence realm. He can't survive inside. This sentence was out of selfishness. He didn't want the Sky Profound soul-absorbing pill to be leaked out. In case he killed Luo Tian and found the Sky Profound soul pill, once the investigation started, he couldn't escape responsibility. So, he didn't want anyone to discover his secret. Even in the face of the black-robed old man who was so powerful that he trembled, it was no exception. Although He knew very well in his heart that Luo Tian wouldn't die so easily, but he absolutely couldn't let anyone discover the existence of Luo Tian. Ghost Concubine paused for a few seconds and said, "The Wuliang Mountains is an extremely dangerous mountain range in the central continent. Even an expert of the Thousand Illusion realm would find it difficult to come out alive. It seems that kid won't live long." After pondering for a moment, Ghost Concubine looked at the sky outside the house and said softly, "It seems that I really have to go to the Tianqian continent." But, suddenly, Ghost Concubine's eyes flashed with a cold light, suddenly staring at Deng Leigong and said, "I still want to go into the mountain and look for him. What if he's still alive in this world? He's the person that Master is looking for." Deng Leigong was so scared that his face instantly turned pale. It wasn't because of what he said, but because of the look just now. It was as if he had seen through everything. He immediately knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Sir, you're right. That kid might be lucky." When he looked up, he found that Ghost Concubine was no longer in the house. Phew, Deng Leigong's expression relaxed, his whole body instantly fell down and sat on the ground, half paralyzed. Large beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. "It's too scary. I didn't expect that Haijia would have Hai Tongtian's personal guard, the netherworld Ghost Concubine." He knew a little about Haijia. This was done when he was still a student at Cloud Mist College. At that time, he wanted to enter Haijia and did a detailed investigation of everything in Haijia. Hai Tongtian had a total of 8 bodyguards. Moreover, these 8 bodyguards had the same cultivation, strength, and even appearance. There was a rumor. These 8 bodyguards were actually one person. Some people said the 8 great protectors were created by Haijia's most powerful man, Hai Badian, to protect the current head of the Haijia family. Hai Badian was the most powerful man in the central continent and the best sorcerer. He was infinitely close to becoming a god. These 8 protectors only listened to Hai Tongtian's orders. Which of the 8 great protectors was this lady ghost? Of course, Deng Leigong didn't know. However, Deng Leigong was very clear about Haijia's style of doing things. He was even more clear about what it meant for Hai Tongtian to send Lady Ghost. Listening to what Lady Ghost had just said, he couldn't help but laugh. "Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Luo Tian, you dog, not only you have to die, even your relatives in the lower plains, those who have the slightest relationship with you have to die. Ha ha ha. That's good, I don't have to worry about you." As for the sky profound soul-absorbing pill, thinking of this, Deng Leigong's eyes couldn't help but wrinkle together. He murmured, "I hope the Mountain Sea Demon sect can protect me. Otherwise, the 5 million cultivation coins will be wasted." He went to the Mountain Sea Demon sect. Furthermore, he had sent 5 million cultivation coins just to protect himself. This was his next move. Whether it was Luo Tian coming back or someone discovering the secret of his sky profound soul-absorbing pill, as long as he brought up the Mountain Sea Demon sect as his backing, no one would dare to touch him. Even Haijia would have to consider it. Wuliang Mountain Range, Wuliang Sect. Inner Sect. Let go of that vengeful spirit, let me do it. Luo Tian roared, and thrusted out the heavenly sword in his hand. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a vengeful spirit, obtaining 50,000 experience points, 3,000 essence chi points. Very rich experience. Most of these vengeful spirits were at the Grand Yen realm, which was several realms higher than Luo Tian's cultivation. It was only natural for him to gain a lot of EXP from killing monsters above his level. After half a day, his EXP bar had risen by a large chunk. Moreover, along the way, he didn't need to do anything at all. These vengeful spirits were too powerful. In just a few moves, those ferocious vengeful spirits were crippled. When Luo Tian saw that it only had a few drops of blood left, he immediately pounced on it with all his might and instantly killed it. With the experience and essence chi, he then pounced on another ferocious vengeful spirit with low blood. "Don't move. Let me do it." In front of his eyes, 5 vengeful spirits grabbed a savage vengeful spirit and dismembered it. Luo Tian leaped high into the air, and then stabbed down with his sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Easily, tens of thousands of experience points were taken away. This caused the second elder and the other vengeful spirits to be somewhat puzzled. Along the way, they couldn't understand why Luo Tian wanted to kill all of these resentful spirits. There was no need to do so at all. They only needed to open up a passage to the immeasurable Great Hall. Cleaning up like this was too troublesome. Of course they didn't know. Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Hearing the system beep, he said, "Awesome, too awesome, ha ha ha, let me do it, let me do it." As he spoke, he pounced on another crippled vengeful spirit. The first day, Luo Tian led the army of vengeful spirits to clean up the vengeful spirits in the training grounds of the inner sect. Luo Tian's experience points had also risen to more than 80%. The next day, Luo Tian led these vengeful spirits and continued to kill. He easily rose to the third stage of the martial emptiness realm, and his experience points had also reached 40%. After leveling up, his experience points had decreased, but he was close to 1 level a day. After 2 days, the first part of the inner sect was completely cleaned up. At night, Luo Tian followed the second elder's instructions. At night, the cultivation of those savage vengeful spirits would increase explosively, so he could only avoid them. After these 2 days of contact, Luo Tian's heart became more and more determined. If he had such an army to help him clear out the monsters, then it would be great. This was just like in his previous life. Those rich tycoons would spend money to hire a large group of players to help them level up. Every monster would give them the final blow. Who could compare with this leveling speed? Thinking of his previous life, Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but be moved. I wonder what the earth has become. The things that I encountered in Tongtian Tower, maybe one day I will have to make a trip to Earth. I really miss it. Actually, what he missed was those Japanese action movies. He missed those beautiful girls who wore super short, tight t-shirts that showed off their figures incisively and vividly. He also missed those bikinis on the beach. Just thinking about it made him excited. If there's a chance, I must go back, Luo Tian thought to himself. A night of silence. On the morning of the third day, the second elder walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Next is the mountain god temple. You might encounter the third elder Feng Jichen here. His soul was cursed and turned into a vengeful spirit. Once you encounter him, you'd better stay away from him. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to withstand his attack." Huh? Luo Tian was slightly startled, and secretly said, "Am I going to meet a small boss?" Then he immediately said, "Second elder, don't worry, I will protect myself." The second elder had a pleading look in his eyes, and said, "If possible, I hope that you can not kill him. After all, he was once my junior brother, and if you can purify the curse in his vengeful spirit body, he will definitely not work for the soul-splitting spirit body." Luo Tian said, "Since you've said so, I definitely won't act recklessly, but what method should I use to purify the curse in his body? If I can't purify it, what should I do?" The second elder was worried about their past relationship as fellow sect members, so he pondered for a moment and said, "If you can't purify it, then it's up to you. I know what to do." Luo Tian thought in his heart, "If I can kill him, of course I'll kill him. If I can't kill him, then we'll talk about it." The experience of a small boss could be imagined, who knows, maybe something good would drop. How could you not kill him? Whoever didn't kill him would have shit in their heads. He was here for the experience, otherwise, why would he come to such a dangerous place to take the risk? The army moved and quickly headed towards the Mountain God Palace. Just as they stepped into the territory of the Mountain God Palace, an angry roar came from the main hall. "Where did this little dog come from? How dare you invade my Mountain God Palace? Do you want to die?" The second elder stepped forward and said bitterly, "Third junior brother, turn back and be saved. We found someone who can save us." "Humph. Old man, who is your third junior brother? How can a dog like you call me junior brother? My soul already belongs to Split Soul Spirit King. I am his most loyal servant. Since you dared to bring him into my Mountain God Temple, I will make sure you never leave." Feng Jichen snorted coldly. The second elder sighed softly and said, "Let's kill them." Luo Tian was stunned and asked in confusion, "This is purification?" The second elder nodded and said, "Yes, if you don't listen to me, then it's not up to me." Luo Tian was completely dumbfounded. Just a few words and it was purification. Wasn't this level a bit too high? His balls hurt. However, this was for the best. To Luo Tian, being unable to purify was still something to be happy about. This was because he did not want to miss out on any experience, let alone a small boss. Then, a deep shout came from the mountain god palace, and dark vengeful spirits appeared out of thin air in the plaza outside the mountain god palace. They were all abnormally ferocious, and unlike the second elder and the others, these dark vengeful spirits emitted a different aura. The second elder also waved his arm and said, "Kill." A great battle was about to begin. The moment the second elder said the word kill, Luo Tian suddenly retreated. Any one of these vengeful spirits in front of him could take his life. The lowest level of these vengeful spirits was at the peak of the martial void realm, and most of them were at the Taiyan realm. In this kind of chaotic situation, it was better for him to hide at the side and fish in troubled waters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deafening sounds continued to ring out. The sound of battle filled the air. All of them seemed to be in a killing frenzy, and were abnormally ferocious. They did not hold back at all. Because, no one could kill anyone in their battle, but they could feel the pain. That kind of pain made them let out all sorts of miserable cries. Many vengeful spirits fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The pain they endured was 100 times that of ordinary people. Even if it was a light slash, it would still be extremely painful. However, because they were spirit bodies, they would not die. However, Luo Tian's attack could kill them. When Luo Tian saw a dark vengeful spirit lying on the ground, he rushed forward like a mad dog, grinned sinisterly, and said, "Hee hee, go and die." The heavenly sword slashed down. Ding! 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 The system's voice kept ringing, and Luo Tian's experience points once again soared. Hearing these notifications, looking at the large group of dark vengeful spirits on the ground, he laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. It's time to harvest." Holding the heavenly sword in his hand, he slashed down at the vengeful spirits with his sword. After slashing, he ran. Faster than anyone, suddenly. Luo Tian clearly felt the sky darken, and shouted in his heart, "Not good." Ah, ha, ha, a powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from the mountain god palace. The second elder suddenly said, "Brother Luo, be careful, his target is you." F***ck. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He cursed and looked around, but he couldn't see anything. Instead, he felt like he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. He felt like he was naked, and it was a very uncomfortable feeling. Die. Suddenly, a voice burst out from the mountain god palace, and a black shadow rushed out like lightning. It was also at this moment. The second elder also moved in an instant, but because he was being held back by a few dark vengeful spirits, his reaction time was not in time. He was secretly anxious in his heart, and also said, "This is bad, he's going to die now." Feng Ju Chan's cultivation was at the peak of the third level of myriad illusions. Killing a Luo Tian who was only at the martial void realm was too easy. Moreover, he used his killing move as soon as he came up, not giving Luo Tian any chance. "Be careful. Be careful." A few screams came from the crowd. At this moment, their hearts tightened, and they even forgot to fight, because they did not have the mood to continue fighting. If Luo Tian died, even if they killed their way to the boundless palace, they would not be able to enter. Because the power released by the soul-splitting sword could kill them all in an instant, then they were destined to not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Luo Tian's reaction was not very fast. Restricted by the realm, even if his reaction was fast, could it be faster than the reaction of a myriad illusions realm expert? However, he could not tell why. Maybe it was his luck, or maybe it was those godlike operations in the game in his previous life. A black shadow flashed out from the mountain god palace. The black shadow flashed with golden light. Luo Tian's mind suddenly moved, instantly locking onto Feng Ju Chan. Without any time to react, he directly released the divine fire. A flame shot out from his palm. Once it was ordinary, it was like a small fireball. The second elder's heart sank. He could no longer catch up. The faces of the surrounding vengeful spirits also changed, and their hearts died. The chance they had been waiting for more than 10,000 years was about to be destroyed. There were even many vengeful spirits who began to curse. I told you this kid can't do it. What can he do with his low cultivation? We are still accompanying him to kill the dark vengeful spirits. I don't know what he is doing, but every vengeful spirit has to be killed by him. Sigh. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's going to die. Our hope is gone again. We shouldn't have messed around with him. He's just a child. What can he do to deal with the soul-splitting Spirit King? Now that he can't even block a single move from Feng Juchan, he's going to die. It's good that he's dead. It saves him from being so reckless and blindly tormenting others. It was also at this moment. Feng Juchan looked at the ball of flame, sneered, and said, "Old man, he is the one you said would save our souls? Ha ha ha. Such a piece of trash dares to attack me, he's simply courting death." Luo Tian did not move. In his mind, there was a transformation card tightly clasped. If the divine fire did not cause an instant kill, then he would not hesitate to use the transformation card because he had no other ability to resist Feng Juchan, who was in the illusion realm. At this time, the second elder had already stopped. If he did not use the transformation card, even if Feng Juchan's attack was interrupted, he would not dare to come over. In the blink of an eye, Feng Juchan's face was full of disdain. He waved his sleeve and swept the divine fire over. This kind of fire-based technique can hurt me? What a joke. However, he did not sweep the divine fire away. The moment he waved his hand, it suddenly hit his chest and directly penetrated his arm. Feng Juchan was a little surprised, but his face was still full of disdain. Even if he was hit by this kind of attack, it would not hurt him at all because his cultivation was much higher than Luo Tian's. No matter how strong the technique was, it would be useless in the face of the difference in realm. However, he was wrong. Even his pants fell off. Feng Juchan snorted and said in disdain, "It's just a small fireball, even if you hit me, what can you do to me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the divine fire suddenly entered his body. His whole body cracked, and magma-like flames seeped in and out of the cracks. Luo Tian's eyes flashed, and his heart that was originally on tenterhooks suddenly became arrogant. He shouted, "Damn you, let's see if you can still be arrogant. Let's see if you can still be arrogant, damn it." He was in high spirits. Looking at Feng Juchan's body gradually cracking, Luo Tian knew very well that this was an instant kill triggered by the divine fire. Feng Juchan's eyes were filled with fear, and he kept shouting, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, I have an immortal body, the soul-splitting Spirit King gave me an immortal body, I will not die, I will never die." His expression was no longer full of disdain, it was replaced by fear. Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Juchan's body suddenly exploded. Rumble. His body turned into powder, and not even a trace of it fell down. This ordinary flame could actually kill Feng Juchan, who was in the illusion realm. If the second elder did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it. These shocked vengeful spirits looked at Luo Tian in shock, and could not say a word. However, at this time, Luo Tian did not care about their expressions. His heart was secretly excited. Explode, explode, explode once. Ding. 3 in 1 chapter. Thank you brothers for your support. If you have a ticket, give it to Old Neo, thank you. Instant kill. Furthermore, it was a boss of the 10,000 illusions realm. It was too unexpected. Luo Tian himself was a little stunned. He did not expect an instant kill, and his heart could not help but tighten, thinking to himself, "It seems that the God Fire's instant kill is not limited to the realm or the cultivation base of the target. As long as it is triggered, even a god will be instantly killed, but the probability of instant kill is a little too low. Even with the support of the god's explosion, it's still too low. If it can be increased to 100%, 80% is enough, then wouldn't it be able to kill anyone in an instant? I wonder if there is such a powerful gem in the ancient world." Luo Tian muttered in his heart. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Feng Juchan for obtaining 200,000 experience points, essence chi values 10,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Shadow Gem. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Immeasurable Divine Palm. Congratulations to player, a series of notifications. It had been a long time since he felt so good. Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check. For the Immeasurable Divine Palm, it was definitely a good cultivation technique. As for the Shadow Gem, he had never heard of it before. A purplish-black gem with a powerful dark force? Item, Shadow Gem type, Dark Element effect, a necessary gem to forge a dark artifact. Description 1. Using this gem to forge a weapon can increase the damage, critical hit, and instant kill rate of the cultivation technique by 10%. Seeing these, Luo Tian was instantly stunned. What the heck, there really is such a gem. If the level of the divine fire is increased, coupled with the god's explosion, coupled with the shadow gem, the success rate of the divine fire's instant kill will definitely reach an unprecedented height. He was excited. Just a small gem made Luo Tian extremely excited. The reason was simple. His current cultivation level was too low. Haijia was so powerful, perhaps one day they would send out a super expert to kill him. After all, the transformation card was not invincible and omnipotent. If he could not kill the other party within a certain period of time, then he would be in trouble. However, if the divine flame's insta-kill rate was raised to an astonishing level, then things would be different. You think you're awesome? You're a Holy Spirit Realm Master, an Emperor Realm Master, aren't you? Even if you're a god, you'll still be instantly killed by my divine fire in the ancient continent. Just think about it, how cool would that be? Haijia, you can step on him however you want. What king faction? They did not care about them at all. Seeing Luo Tian's excited appearance, the second elder couldn't help but be secretly surprised, and asked, Brother Luo, what's wrong? What happened? Was he injured by the infinite divine palm of the Absolute Seal? The Immeasurable Divine Palm was the ultimate cultivation technique of the Immeasurable sect. Its power was extremely terrifying. Once it was released, it would definitely have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Luo Tian was only at the Void Martial Realm. Just a trace of the Immeasurable Divine Palm's power was enough to send him to hell. This was also what the second elder was worried about. He was worried that Luo Tian's heart meridian had been shattered. Luo Tian came back to his senses and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Second elder, what kind of cultivation technique is the Immeasurable Divine Palm you mentioned? Hearing Luo Tian say that he was fine, his face relaxed. Not only him. The surrounding resentful spirits' expressions all relaxed, and everyone's faces turned into shock. How is this possible? What exactly happened just now? Feng Juchan was the third elder of the inner sect, and his cultivation had reached the Thousand Illusions realm. How could he be instantly killed by this brat? Tell me this isn't real, that all of this is an illusion, that we imagined it. Dream, it must be a dream. To verify whether this is a dream or not, pinch your own thigh. Although we are resentful spirits, pinching our own thighs can still feel the pain. Pa. F***ck, why did you hit me? Does it hurt? It hurts so much. If it hurts, then it's not a dream, ha ha ha. This brat is too awesome, I'm about to fall in love with him. It seems like we definitely have a chance this time. After waiting for more than 13,000 years, today is finally here. Indeed. More than 10,000 years of waiting was an incomparably long time. Their hearts were about to die. He was almost in despair. But today, they saw hope. They saw hope in Luo Tian, and this feeling was indescribable. Some of them directly knelt down and kowed out heavily to Luo Tian. Every resentful spirit's expression was incomparably excited, and the resentful spirits that had just said that Luo Tian was not right all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Luo Tian. They were extremely self-reproachful. Luo Tian was slightly startled, looking at the surrounding resentful spirits that were kneeling down in front of him. He immediately went forward to help a resentful spirit up, and said loudly, What are you doing? I am just doing my best, and I do not dare to guarantee that I can break the soul-splitting sword, nor can I guarantee that I can free your souls, I can only do my best. no matter what. These vengeful spirits had helped him. Moreover, if it wasn't for the thousands of vengeful spirits pressing down on him back then, perhaps Luo Tian would have already rashly entered the inner sect of the immeasurable school, and it was very likely that he would have been killed by those invisible vengeful spirits. These people had actually saved him. Then again, the main reason why Luo Tian did this was for himself. He needed experience, he needed to level up, and he needed to rapidly expand his strength. He wanted to bring the House of Bai out of the immeasurable mountain range and lead them to a height that they didn't dare to imagine. Transcendent being, when Luo Tian said this, they were even more moved. The second elder's eyes trembled as he said, "Your words are already the greatest consolation for us. Thank you. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we will never forget your great kindness. We won't forget it even in our next lives." Finished. His gaze swept across the entire audience, and he said in a deep voice, "The people of Rhone have treated us so well, how should we repay them?" Ding. Suddenly, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Congratulations to players Luo Tian and Miao Haishan for their favorability reaching 100 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming the eternal benefactor of the immeasurable school. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the title of eternal benefactor, obtaining 300,000 experience points, 20,000 elemental chi as a reward. Suddenly, a title appeared above his head. This was an unexpected gain. All of a sudden, more than 300,000 experience points had risen. This was even more than killing Feng Jichin. It was so satisfying. However, once the favorability reached a certain level, it would no longer be a simple favorability. From the beginning, Miao Haishan called Luo Tian a good person. Then, it became Brother Luo, and now it became a benefactor. This was a process of change. Luo Tian did not pay attention to it, but the system had judged it this way. Even if you didn't want it, there was nothing you could do. Immediately, those wraiths walked towards Luo Tian one after another. Benefactor, this is the great recovery pill that I have kept for 10,000 years. I don't know if it has expired, but it should still be useful. You still have the nerve to take out that great recovery pill of yours? It's been more than 10,000 years, what kind of pill can maintain its medicinal properties for so long? Benefactor, this is my family's ancestral treasured blade, please accept it. This is my family's golden silk armor. For a moment, those wraiths took out all of their treasures and stuffed them into Luo Tian's hands. These things, to be honest, Luo Tian was not very interested. He did not want these things. What he was concerned about was the cultivation of the people from the House of Bai. His cultivation had become stronger, but what about the brothers from the House of Bai? They were the ones who truly needed to become stronger. The second elder could see from Luo Tian's eyes that these things did not move him. That was true. The heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hands was a semi-divine weapon. How could he care about these things? He also wanted to thank Luo Tian in his heart. He could not help but ask, "Benefactor, if you need anything, just say it. As long as we can do it, we will do our best to do it." Yes, yes, yes. The second elder is right. You are our benefactor. Whether or not you help us release our souls, we will never forget your kindness. Even if we become wraiths for the rest of our lives, we will never forget what you have done for us. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I don't care about myself, I don't lack anything. But my brothers escaped with me from Lingyan City. They are still chasing us everywhere. We had no choice but to risk our lives and enter the immeasurable mountain range. Along the way, we died and were injured. There are only about 50 people left. I don't know if we can walk out of the immeasurable mountain range. Second elder, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you have the fastest way to quickly raise their cultivation?" This was what Luo Tian was worried about. He only needed experience to become stronger. However, the talents, qualifications, and potential of the brothers of the Bai family had determined their lives to a certain extent. The best of them were only above average. If they were above average, they wouldn't be in a small place like Lingyan City, let alone those with superior talents. In the ancient world, talent was a kind of identity card. It could determine your life. The cultivation of the Bai family's disciples was very weak, very weak. However, if their talent and potential were to undergo a transformation, then their cultivation speed would be greatly increased. This might be the fastest way to do so. Of course. This was also what Luo Tian was thinking. Niu Haishan pondered for a moment. The wraiths around him were all looking at him. Luo Tian was secretly shocked from their expressions. He thought to himself, there's hope. Immediately, Niu Haishan slowly said, although our immeasurable sect had not yet become a king faction in the central province at that time, we were still a diamond-level faction. The disciples who wanted to enter our immeasurable sect had to have superior talents at the very least. Moreover, superior talents might not necessarily be able to become our inner disciples. Some of the people here have superior talents, and some have superior talents. Second elder, just say it. Don't beat around the bush with our benefactor. Yes. We've all been dead for more than 10,000 years. What's there to hide? That's right. People of Rhone, it's like this. Our talents can be transferred to humans, but we'll have to take a certain risk. Once the transfer fails, we'll be reduced to ashes. That's the situation. Niu Haishan immediately looked at Luo Tian and nodded. Luo Tian frowned. It was a lie to say that he didn't want these superior talents wraiths to transfer their talents to the brothers of the House of Bai. The talents of these disciples of the House of Bai were too poor. It would be difficult for him to bring them up alone. It was just like a team game. No matter how powerful you were, it was useless. He had to bring his teammates up as well. Moreover, this was what he promised Bai Qi. Luo Tian didn't want to hide it and said, Second elder, I won't hide it from you. My brothers do need the talent transfer you mentioned, but the risk you'll have to bear, Niu Haishan continued, you took a huge risk by breaking the soul-splitting sword for us. What's wrong with us doing something for you? This is what we should repay you. People of Rhone, as long as you can help us free our souls and let us enter the cycle of reincarnation, we will definitely transfer our strongest talents to your brothers. Good. Then it's settled. They were all taking risks. Luo Tian had never been a good person. Only he could take risks and not let others take risks. Luo Tian was tempted by the talents of these wraiths. If the talents of more than 50 people of the House of Bai were superior talents, wouldn't they be able to enter Cloud Mist College instantly? If that was the case, then there would be fun in Cloud Mist College in the future. Hehe, lead a group of brothers into Cloud Mist City. Once the time is right, immediately overturn Haijia. Luo Tian's heart tightened. This reminded him of the gangster movies in his previous life. These brothers of the House of Bai were like paratroopers. Haijia. You just wait and see. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. The disdainful expression of Hyosaurus flashed through his mind. Then he thought of Yunming's black face after being poisoned. The anger in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Force, I want to quickly cultivate my force, a true transcendent force. Ding. Cultivation successful. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the immeasurable divine palm. After Luo Tian cultivated the immeasurable divine palm, he looked at the second elder and couldn't help but ask, Second elder, does your boundless sect have a type of shadow gem? Huh? Niu Haishan was shocked, his expression changed drastically as he stared at Luo Tian. If he was still alive, he would definitely kill Luo Tian in an instant. The reason why the boundless sect had become like this was not because of a woman from the devil sect. It was because of the shadow gem. The shadow gem could be considered a sacred artifact of the devil sect. The reason why it was able to forge a super powerful dark divine weapon was because the boundless sect had discovered the location of the shadow gem mine, which led to their deaths. Niu Haishan's eyes flashed, as if he wanted to see through Luo Tian's heart, and asked calmly, how do you know about the shadow gem? With your age and experience, it's impossible for you to know about the shadow gem. Although he had died, it had been more than 10,000 years. However, he was sure that there were very few people in this world who knew about the shadow gem. Even if they knew, it would be those super peak Emperor realm powerhouses or devil sect powerhouses. Otherwise, no one would know about the shadow gem. Luo Tian said, I also saw it in a tattered ancient book, so I was just asking. From Niu Haishan's calm eyes, Luo Tian could see that Niu Haishan was very defensive. However, Luo Tian was even more certain that Niu Haishan knew about the shadow gem. Moreover, Niu Haishan also knew where to find a lot of them. He needed these gems, he needed them too much. If Luo Tian took out the shadow gem that had dropped from Feng Jichen, Niu Haishan couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't kill Luo Tian, because he couldn't spread the secret of the shadow gem. If that happened, the central continent, and even the entire ancient world, would be set off a storm of blood. Niu Haishan knew that Luo Tian was lying to him, so he reminded him, "Benefactor, no matter what your goal is, I hope you don't look for the shadow gem. I'm being nice to you, because the shadow gem can take your life at any time, just like our boundless sect." Luo Tian's heart sank. He never thought that the destruction of the boundless sect would be because of a small gem. Immediately, he nodded and said, "I understand." At the same time, he also secretly said in his heart, "Feng Jichen is the third elder. If he can drop the shadow gem, then what about the great elder? What about the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth elders? Do they also have shadow gems on them? There's also the boundless sect master. These wraiths are all under the command of the second elder. That means the boundless sect master is definitely a big boss. That much is certain. If I kill him, will I be able to obtain the secret regarding the shadow gem?" Luo Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. Immediately after, Luo Tian said, "Second elder, let's hurry up and go to the boundless palace." Pulling the topic back, Niu Haishan's cautious expression recovered quite a bit, and said, "The mountain god palace has been cleaned up. Next is the Sea King Palace. This place is guarded by the fourth elder and the seventh elder, if possible, not waiting for him to finish." Luo Tian said, "I know, I want you guys to purify him. If the purification doesn't succeed, then we'll make our move." "I understand." Niu Haishan smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you for your understanding. After all, they were once my senior and junior brothers, and I don't want to see them continue to fall like this." Luo Tian nodded, and said, "Understood." However, he secretly thought in his heart, if I can purify him just by moving my mouth, then I'll really be AF** king dog. The cleanup continued. Under Niu Haishan's lead, Luo Tian and the others entered the Sea King Palace. This time, Luo Tian's luck was not that good. The divine flame did not cause an instant kill, but Niu Haishan was extremely powerful. This guy's cultivation was terrifying to the point of death, and in a few moves, he had beaten the two of them to the brink of death. How could Luo Tian give them another chance? With 2 slashes, he finished them off. At the same time, 2 shadow gems dropped. Luo Tian's desire for the shadow gem became even more intense. On this day, Luo Tian had reached the 4th level of the martial emptiness realm. His experience points were still rising like crazy, and he did his best not to let go of any vengeful spirits. He worked hard to improve himself, and this was a very rare opportunity. Immeasurable mountain range. A black shadow landed in the air. His gaze swept across the area, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Then, his brows twitched slightly. Huh? He's still alive. 3 in 1 chapter, I'm only 5 votes away from getting a chrysanthemum. This chrysanthemum will definitely explode and turn the world upside down. Requesting support, requesting brothers firepower. Boundless Sect, Law Enforcement Hall. This was the last stop before the Boundless Palace. After this, they would reach the Boundless Palace at the very top. However, Luo Tian stood outside the Law Enforcement Hall. He could clearly sense that the aura here was different from that of the previous halls. The sinister and terrifying aura was abnormally oppressive. It was as if this building was not something from the mortal world, but an abyss leading to hell. The second elder's brows furrowed. He was not the only one. The expressions of the vengeful spirits behind him also changed. This place is under the control of First Elder Wu Di, Niu Haishan said softly. Luo Tian could clearly see that there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. From his eyes, Luo Tian could tell that he was also afraid. Luo Tian looked at the law enforcement hall. The door was open, and it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything clearly, and there weren't any vengeful spirits around. Luo Tian asked, is he very strong? The second elder nodded. Very strong. His cultivation is above mine. In the entire boundless sect, Wudi's cultivation is second only to the sect master. And this is when the sect master is at his peak. Otherwise, no one would be his match. In the past 10,000 years, I've only seen him once. That time, he defeated me with a single move. Even if all of us worked together, we might not be his match. Elder Wudi's nickname is Invincible. He's in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall and has the title of Fiery Thunder Monarch. He's exceptionally fierce, unyielding, and has a fiery temper. If he discovers our goal, he'll be the first to deal with you. This is the most difficult hurdle. Niu Haishan frowned. Second elder, we've already come this far. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just die. In any case, I'm going to throw caution to the wind. For 10,000 years, I've been neither human nor ghost. I've been wandering around this place. I've really had enough. That's right. I'm going to throw caution to the wind. Isn't it just turning into ashes? If we continue to live like this, we might as well turn into ashes. Second elder, let's fight it out with him. What's there to be afraid of? If a man dies, his bird will face the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live forever. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you talking about birds? Don't forget that we're all vengeful spirits. We don't even have bodies. How can we be birds? F***ck, I was just making an analogy. F***ck. The resentful spirits began to argue. Most of the vengeful spirits wanted to fight to the death. They now completely believed in Luo Tian. As long as they could send Luo Tian into the immeasurable palace, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else. This trust was built when Luo Tian released the godly fire and killed Feng Jichen in one move. If he could insta-kill Feng Jichen, then he might be able to insta-kill Soul Splitter Spirit King. At this point, they were only one step away from success. They definitely didn't want to give up halfway. Niu Haishan felt the same way. However, he was worried about Luo Tian. He glanced at the Grand Elder and said, Sir Luo Tian, this trial is very dangerous. Even if all of us work together, we won't have any chance of winning. Moreover, he's strong enough to kill us vengeful spirits. He's more or less absorbed that shaman's god's chosen power. Compared to Soul Splitter Spirit King in the immeasurable palace, the amount he absorbed is very little. However, even the slightest bit is enough to kill us. Unless Soul Splitter Spirit King does it himself, there's only one way to kill Wu Di, and that's to get the Soul Splitter sword. We'll be able to kill him in one move. Hearing this, Luo Tian looked into the second elder's eyes and said, You mean to say that you should delay the Grand Elder and buy me time to enter the immeasurable palace, quickly get the Soul Splitter sword, and then return it? Niu Haishan nodded and said, That's exactly what I'm thinking. This is our only chance. Otherwise, we won't be able to send you into the immeasurable palace. As for Soul Splitter Spirit King in the immeasurable palace, at this point, his brows were tightly knitted together again. The vengeful spirits behind him who were full of confidence in Luo Tian also dimmed. Because, in their hearts, Soul Splitter Spirit King's cultivation was too strong. It was so strong that they couldn't shake him. They hadn't even seen Soul Splitter Spirit King's face. Those who did were all dead. There were only rumors that Soul Splitter Spirit King was once the sect leader. If that was the case, then they were even more desperate. Whether it was Niu Haishan or Luo Tian, this might be the only way. Luo Tian had a limited number of transformation cards. It couldn't be used continuously. Moreover, he was sure that Soul Splitter Spirit King in the immeasurable palace had been paying attention to him and everything about him. From the moment Luo Tian stepped into the inner gate, his mind seemed to be stared at by the five elements. Since he released the divine fire to kill Feng Jichen, this feeling became more and more intense. It always wanted to see through everything about him. It was conceivable that after entering the immeasurable palace, Luo Tian might not even be able to release the divine fire. It was basically impossible to use the divine fire to kill him instantly. The only way was to use the transformation card. This was his last resort. If he used it in advance, Soul Splitter Spirit King would definitely be on guard. Moreover, His current transformation card, plus the permanent Hulk color-changing card, Thor transformation card, and a Superman transformation card, had a total of 3 cards. They could only last for 15 minutes. If he couldn't kill Soul Splitter Spirit King within these 15 minutes, he would be dead. 3 cards were not enough, let alone using one in the law enforcement hall. Luo Tian pondered for a few seconds and then said, "Then we'll do as you say. Second Elder, as long as you find out that I'm in the Immeasurable Palace, retreat immediately. Don't suffer too many casualties." He was distressed. If Second Elder and these resentful spirits were all dead, then how would their superb talent and potential be transferred to the disciples of the House of Bai? He had to keep them. Niu Haishan and those resentful spirits didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking and were even more touched. Their favorability increased by a lot. Niu Haishan said, "Well, we know what to do, but you have to be more careful. According to my speculation, Soul Splitter Spirit King in the Immeasurable Palace is very likely to be the sect leader of our Immeasurable sect. He has cultivated a kind of Yang divine skill called the 9 Yang divine skill. Once you're hit by that kind of Yang divine skill, you'll be shocked into powder by that kind of Yang divine skill. You must be more careful and never touch him with your body." "Huh? 9 Yang divine skill?" Luo Tian was stunned. Regardless of whether it was in the Tianxian continent or the ancient world, all the cultivation techniques that he had talked about were labeled with levels. He had never encountered any divine skill level cultivation techniques. The Berserk Spirit King that he cultivated was a kind of divine skill. 9 Yang divine skill? Could it be the 9 Yang divine skill? Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but palpitate and his blood surged. Explode him. I must destroy his chrysanthemum. I must make the 9 Yang divine skill drop. Hee, monthly votes. Old Niao needs monthly votes. Brothers, please support me. A plan had been drawn up. Niu Haishan also began to motivate them before the battle, speaking of a beautiful future. As long as we can enter the cycle of reincarnation, we'll have a chance to be reborn and get revenge. Brothers, whether or not we succeed will depend on today. Kill. 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 Over 1,000 wraiths roared in unison, the flames in their hearts igniting. Who would want to continue like this? They wandered around like lonely ghosts. 13,000 years was enough. If they didn't succeed today, they would rather die. After all, they didn't have any value in living in this world. Luo Tian looked at them and said to himself, "I will do my best to protect you." These were words from the bottom of his heart. Over the past 10 days, he had more or less developed some feelings for these vengeful spirits along the way. If it was possible, Luo Tian could treat them like brothers. Niu Haishan raised his arm and roared, "Charge!" Suddenly, all the wraiths surged toward the law enforcement hall. Niu Haishan warned Luo Tian, "We can only buy you half a minute at most. In this half a minute, you must charge toward the Immeasurable Palace with all your strength. Once you enter the range of the Immeasurable Palace, no matter how powerful Wu Di is, he won't dare to get close. Because, just like us, if he approaches the Immeasurable Palace, he will be instantly slain by the power of the Soul Splitter Sword. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'll go all out with my old life. For the sake of these people, all heaven. I hope you succeed. Help us transcend reincarnation. Perhaps we'll meet again in the next life." Luo Tian's gaze was solemn as he said, "Second Elder, don't worry. Since I, Luo Tian, have promised to do it, I will definitely help you break free from the chains on your souls so that you can enter the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld." Niu Haishan excitedly said, "Whether or not you succeed, I must thank you. Because you are the first person willing to help us." "Enough. I won't say anything else. Just listen to my orders. Once eldest brother Luo Tian comes out, don't worry about anything else. Just charge forward," Niu Haishan warned. He was not confident in himself, and not confident in Luo Tian. Because eldest apprentice brother Wu Di's cultivation was simply too powerful. Furthermore, in a short half a minute, he was not sure if Luo Tian could reach the Immeasurable Palace because Luo Tian's cultivation was too low. As long as he was in the 4th level of the Martial Void Realm, it would be difficult for him to reach the Immeasurable Palace even if he tried his best. No matter what. I will definitely buy more time for this kid, Niu Haishan said to himself. Glancing at Luo Tian, he smiled and said, if I were still alive, I would definitely become friends with you despite the difference in age. Ha ha ha, disciples, kill. Niu Haishan rushed towards the law enforcement hall like a galloping horse. Luo Tian was also in the group of wraiths. He had 18 of the strongest wraiths protecting him at all times. Boom, 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 a deafening bell sound came from the law enforcement hall. A black flame that was visible to the naked eye swept over. A figure instantly landed in front of the law enforcement hall. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He stared at Niu Haishan coldly and sneered disdainfully, second junior brother, you are courting death. You rushed into the inner sect for an outsider. It seems that you have lived in vain all these years. The Spirit King of Split Soul has given us eternal life, but you don't know how to cherish it. But that's fine. I will use my black dragon blade to cut you in half. As soon as he finished, Wu Di turned into a cloud of black mist that covered the sky and came crashing down. It was also at this moment Niu Haishan roared loudly, this is the time, run. He attracted Wu Di's attention and created an opportunity for Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not say a word. The 18 wraiths beside him also rushed forward at the same time, charging into the law enforcement hall at lightning speed. In order to reach the immeasurable palace, one had to pass through the law enforcement hall. This was the only way. Only by passing through could one reach it. Wu Di frowned and coldly snorted, I was wondering why the Boundless sect has been so chaotic these past few days. It turns out that it's all because of you. You still want to enter the immeasurable palace under my nose? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Die. Luo Tian's entire body trembled. The aura that erupted from Wu Di's body caused his entire body to tremble. It was not because of fear, but because his body could not withstand the powerful pressure. His legs were shaking, and if it were not for the 18 wraiths supporting him, he would have been directly crushed to the ground, unable to move. However, even with the protection of the 18 wraiths, under Wu Di's powerful pressure, their speed immediately slowed down like ants. Niu Haishan was shocked and shouted, Senior brother Wu Di, your target is me. Wu Di was originally attacking Niu Haishan, but suddenly discovered an unfamiliar aura rushing into the law enforcement hall. His target immediately changed and locked onto Luo Tian. In response to Niu Haishan's words, he only sneered and said, Loser, I can deal with you whenever I want to. Why are you in such a hurry? If this brat dares to enter the immeasurable palace, then Lord Soul Splitter Spirit King will definitely blame me. I'll kill this brat first, then send you to hell. The ball of black mist suddenly spun and released an even stronger pressure. This time, Luo Tian's legs seemed to have taken root, and he could not move at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. It was a world of difference. Niu Haishan panicked and suddenly said, Didn't you always want to know where the Shadow Gem mine is? All of a sudden, the cloud of black mist shook and instantly stopped. Wu Di walked out of the black mist and landed in front of Niu Haishan in the blink of an eye. He said excitedly, You're finally willing to talk. If it weren't for you not telling me the location of the mine, our immeasurable sect wouldn't have fallen to this state, and you and I wouldn't have to die. Wu Di's voice was filled with deep hatred. In the immeasurable sect, only one person knew the location of the Shadow Gem mine, and that was Niu Haishan. He had found it by chance. However, he never thought that this information would lead to the destruction of the immeasurable sect, nor did he think that he would become a wraith and wander in the immeasurable mountain for more than 13,000 years. This was something he could never have imagined. He blamed himself for the destruction of the immeasurable sect. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to free the souls of these dead disciples, he would have died long ago. Niu Haishan transmitted his voice to one of the wraiths, Run. With their cultivation, even if they worked together, they were no match for Wu Di. Wu Di could kill Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. He said that the only way to stall Wu Di was to tell him the location of the Shadow Gem mine. The Shadow Gem was a sacred artifact of the Devil sect. A single Shadow Gem could cause the experts of the Devil sect to hunt it down. Not to mention an entire vein of ore. If this lode was discovered, the Devil sect's power would instantly surpass that of the ancient continent. Those academies and sects would not be a match for the Devil sect at all, because the shadow gem's usefulness was too terrifying. The reason why the Soul Splitter King stripped these people's souls and made them suffer for more than 10,000 years was because he still had not given up on them and wanted to know the location of the shadow lode. Wu Di was attracted to Niu Haishan because of this. He wanted to make a contribution. Because whoever discovered the location of the shadow lode first would be rewarded with a physical body. In other words, he could completely come back to life. For a sorcerer who had been famous for 10,000 years, helping him refine a physical body was as easy as blowing off dust. Niu Haishan looked at Wu Di and said, "Eldest senior brother, do you really not want to turn back? As long as you are willing to turn back, Brother Luo will definitely free us, and our souls will definitely be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Wu Di was very angry. Wu Di, however, was infuriated. He waved his right hand and slapped Niu Haishan across the face. Pa! Niu Haishan instantly fell to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The pain was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A mere slap was almost unbearable. It was so painful that Niu Haishan could barely get up from the ground. He supported himself with both hands and struggled to get up from the ground. His face was pale. "You evil Wu Di," hit the second elder. "I'll fight you to the death." Fight. While talking, several angry wraiths rushed over. Wu Di frowned slightly and snorted, "You're courting death." Boom. 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 Those wraiths who were still 10 steps away from Wu Di were instantly turned into dust. They did not have time to react at all. This power was simply explosive and extremely ferocious. Niu Haishan immediately shouted, "Don't move, don't move." These wraiths could not even withstand a single thought from Wu Di. They were not on the same level. The difference in cultivation was like heaven and earth. Niu Haishan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Eldest senior brother, really, as long as you listen to my advice, Pa." Another slap instantly landed on his face. Niu Haishan was slapped to the ground. Wu Di stepped on his face and twisted it. He said in a dark voice, "Second junior brother, if you don't tell me the location of the shadow mine, I will turn you into ashes." Niu Haishan looked at the Hall of Law Enforcement. By now, Luo Tian had already passed through the Hall of Law Enforcement under the protection of the 18 vengeful spirits. They were making their way up the steps of the Infinity Hall. However, they were still affected by Niu Haishan's pressure, so they moved very slowly. Niu Haishan said painfully, "Here, here, here, here." He was stalling for time. Wu Di couldn't wait any longer. He stomped his foot down on Niu Haishan's abdomen, causing it to cave in. His gaze grew even colder as he said, "You want to buy time for that kid, don't you? Second junior brother, I really don't know how you've lived all these years. How could you trust a human kid who is only at the Void Martial Realm? He can't even withstand a single thought from the soul-splitting Spirit King, let alone shattering the soul-splitting sword." What a joke. Niu Haishan chuckled and said, "If that's the case, then let him enter the Infinity Hall. Let's see if he's really that weak." Wu Di sneered and said, "Although it's impossible for that kid to shatter the soul-splitting sword, I can see from your eyes that he's very important to you. If that's the case, then he. Wu Di glanced at Luo Tian not far away as if he was looking at meat on a chopping board. He chuckled and said, "I'll give you one more chance. As long as you tell me the location of the shadow mine, I'll let you and him go." Otherwise, Niu Haishan was secretly worried. He couldn't stop Wu Di now. He said, It's, before he could finish. Wu Di's figure disappeared. Niu Haishan suddenly roared, "Stop him." At this moment, all the disciples rushed toward Wu Di like a tide. Wu Di glared and his cold eyes flashed. "A bunch of trash. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Infinite Divine Palm. 8 illusions and 6 directions, open for me." Wu Di's hands moved and hundreds of palm prints appeared. These palm prints attacked from all directions. The wraiths in front of him fell one by one, turned into dust, and then disappeared. However, no one retreated, and no one cowered. They still rushed forward with all their might. The scene was too horrible to look at. If they were still alive, this area would have been covered in rivers of blood. Luo Tian looked back and gnashed his teeth. he said viciously, just you wait. I'll make you regret living in this time. Run. Not so fast. Run. The 18 vengeful spirit guards shouted. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Wu Di's voice came out, and the black mist turned into a giant claw, grabbing towards Luo Tian in the air. One of the vengeful spirit guards suddenly stopped. Facing the black mist claw, he instantly leaped forward and shouted heroically, Luo Tian, you must help us survive and save their souls. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It was crushed into powder and disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha, you're courting death. Wu Di's voice was extremely arrogant. Looking at Luo Tian's eyes that were filled with killing intent, he could not help but sneer, you think a piece of trash like you can change all of this? What a joke. Luo Tian did not say a word. He bellowed in his heart, God explosion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With his attributes doubled and his speed doubled, Luo Tian did not look back at Wu Di anymore. Instead, he rushed towards the immeasurable palace with all his might. It was also at this time Wu Di's dark claw came down again. Another vengeful spirit went up. Die, catch again, die again. They had used their own lives to help Luo Tian gain less than a second of time. This was the only thing they could do. Before they did this, they had already thought that they would die. After living for more than 13,000 years, they were tired of living. If Luo Tian really succeeded, then their vengeful spirit brothers who were still alive would definitely be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated. This was their Tao. Luo Tian was extremely impressed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Another one had died. All 18 vengeful spirit guards had died. And Luo Tian was only one step away from the immeasurable palace. The third chapter was delivered, just a little bit more, and he would be able to reach the top. The old cow begged for monthly votes, brothers, kill. Only one step away. Then, he stomped his foot over. However, Luo Tian tried his best but was unable to land this kick. It was very difficult. Even after using all his strength, he still couldn't land. His forehead was covered in sweat and his face was extremely anxious. When he was only one step away from the range of the immeasurable palace, Wu Di had already killed all 18 vengeful spirit guards. Every time he made a move, he would turn them into ashes. Indeed, just as the second elder Niu Haishan had said, he had the ability to kill them. This kind of power was the little bit of God's chosen power that the sorcerer had passed down to him. Because of this little bit of difference, he could easily kill the undying vengeful spirit brothers. Luo Tian once again realized the power of God's chosen power. Once again, he knew the power of the sorcerer. Ha ha ha, brat, you won't be able to escape. Wu Di's pressure was like the sea, crushing down on Luo Tian's body, firmly suppressing him, making it impossible for Luo Tian to move. Once Luo Tian's foot landed, he would no longer be able to chase after him. He was very clear in his heart. He simply couldn't get close to the range of the immeasurable palace. He was also afraid of the soul-splitting sword floating above the immeasurable palace, afraid of that terrifying power. However, fortunately, he was able to suppress Luo Tian's last kick. Looking at Luo Tian's anxious expression, he couldn't help but sneer arrogantly, I really don't know how you convinced my stupid second junior brother. With your low-level cultivation, how can you kill the soul-splitting spirit king? And how can you break the soul-splitting sword? He didn't understand, of course. He didn't need to understand. His goal was to protect the safety of the immeasurable palace. He was the last line of defense of the immeasurable palace. Although the combined strength of so many lines of defense in front of him couldn't compare to the soul-splitting spirit king of the immeasurable palace, what he needed to do was to protect. This was a mission given to him by some powerful sorcerer. Furthermore, from Niu Haishan's eyes, he knew that Luo Tian was very important to him. If he could use Luo Tian as a hostage to force Niu Haishan to reveal the location of the shadow lord, once he succeeded, he would be rewarded by that lord. He would be able to obtain a physical body and be able to move freely in this world. He would no longer have to wander around the small law enforcement hall like before. Looking at Luo Tian, it was as if he was looking at the image of himself obtaining a physical body. He became abnormally excited. Luo Tian was still working hard. In the meantime, the earth-shattering pressure coming from his body made him extremely irritable. He hated pressure, he hated it the most when people of a higher level than him used their auras to suppress him. This was something that he was extremely unhappy about. He was about to enter the immeasurable Great Hall, but Luo Tian's feet just couldn't touch the ground. In the distance, Niu Haishan's heart sank. Oh no! There's no hope. Being suppressed by Luo Tian's aura, with Luo Tian's martial void realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to break free. All their efforts were in vain. They were just a little bit away from success. It's over, we're finished. It's over. Just a little bit away. Sigh. All our efforts in the past 10 days have been in vain. Sigh. It seems like our fate has already been decided by the heavens. It's been more than 13,000 years. We should thank this kid. These 10 days were the best 10 days of my 13,000 years. I've fought to my heart's content. Even if I die, it's worth it, ha ha ha. I also feel the same way. It's just that, we've let him down. Ron might die. If possible, I really want to die in his place. The vengeful spirits all sighed. They had worked hard. Luo Tian had also worked hard, but in the end, he was still a little bit away. Just a little bit away. At this time, they were in despair. They had waited for more than 13,000 years for a human like Luo Tian who was willing to help them. To them, Luo Tian's kindness was higher than the heavens and thicker than the earth. At this time, Wu Di had already walked in front of Luo Tian. Seeing that Luo Tian was still desperately trying to break free, he couldn't help but sneer. Kid, don't waste your energy. Even if you cultivate for another 100 years, you won't be able to break free from my aura. Haha. At this time, Wu Di turned to look at the despairing Niu Haishan and laughed. Second junior brother, this is the person you said could save you? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How can trash like this be a match for Spirit Splitter King? Even I can send him to heaven with a pinky finger. Niu Haishan looked at Luo Tian with despair in his eyes, his heart faintly aching. Wu Di's expression turned cold, and said, I'll give you one last chance, tell me the location of the shadow lode, and I'll spare this brat's life. At the same time, I'll spare your lives, as long as you tell me. Second junior brother, this is your last chance. You must think carefully before you speak, otherwise, while they were talking, Wu Di revealed a pinky finger, and a strange light flashed on the tip of his finger. Niu Haishan's face was shocked, the power of God's chosen one. The vengeful spirits' bodies trembled, not because of fear, but because of an innate fear. They had endured this fear for more than 13,000 years, and from the moment their souls were separated from their bodies, they were extremely afraid of this kind of power. Wu Di laughed coldly, and said, That's right, which Lord really gave me the power of God's chosen one. As long as you tell me the location of the shadow lode, I will immediately withdraw this power and will definitely not kill him. Second junior brother, you don't want to see this brat die, do you? At this moment, Luo Tian was still desperately trying. He shouted in his heart, God explosion. His strength doubled, and his endurance also doubled. The tip of his foot was 1 centimeter closer to the immeasurable palace. Humph. You still want to move? 100,000 pressure, shake for me. Wu Di coldly snorted, and the pressure directly crushed Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's body was like a huge mountain, unable to move at all. It was extremely painful. At the same time, he had already cursed 18 generations of Wu Di's ancestors in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Wu Di looked at Niu Haishan with a cold smile and said, Second junior brother, have you thought it through? At this moment, all fate was in Niu Haishan's hands. The vengeful spirits around him were all looking at him. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. Niu Haishan frowned. He could feel Luo Tian's pain, and his heart relaxed. He thought to himself, forget it, I've been dead for more than 13,000 years, what's the point of guarding such a secret? Then, Niu Haishan's expression relaxed, and said, All right, I'll tell you. The location of the shadow lode is, it was also at this moment. Luo Tian suddenly flew into a rage, and roared towards the sky, Wu Di, all F asterisk CK 18 generations of my ancestors. Divine fire. Previous chapter next chapter boom. He was waiting. Waiting for the cooldown of the divine fire. He really couldn't stand Wu Di. He watched as his vengeful spirit brothers fell one after another. Their fall meant that they would completely disappear from this world, and they would disappear forever. Their souls would forever be sealed by that sorcerer, never to be reincarnated. He hated seeing Niu Haishan being slapped to the ground and not daring to retaliate. He hated seeing the 18 vengeful spirit guards who used their lives to protect him turn into dust. He hated, if it was possible. He had already used the divine fire to kill 18 generations of his ancestors, but the divine fire's cooldown was still not up, just now, at that moment. The moment Niu Haishan made his decision, a sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Target locked. At this moment, Luo Tian didn't dare to think about the consequences. He suddenly roared into the sky, "Die for me!" His palm moved. A surging flame shot out from his palm. Wu Di's face sank. Being suppressed by his 100,000 aura, it was reasonable to say that he couldn't use a cultivation method. However, this kid actually released a ball of flame, and this ball of flame made his mind tense. He wasn't Feng Juchan, so he wouldn't underestimate any attack. In the face of Luo Tian's flames, Wu Di's expression darkened. His fury soared as he roared, "Brat, you asked for this. Heaven's chosen power. Kill him." With a move of his pinky, a strange light shot out. It directly charged at the divine fire. Niu Haishan's heart sank, thinking, it's really over this time. It's completely over. The ancient world's chosen power is one of the 3 strongest powers, a power that no cultivation method can match. Even if Luo Tian's flame is very strong, it's definitely not a match for heaven's chosen power. Indeed. In the ancient world, the heaven's chosen power of heaven's chosen mountain was very powerful. It was known as one of the 3 strongest powers in the ancient world. The other 2 powers were the primordial power and the divine court power. The power of heaven's chosen was a power bestowed by the heavens. This power was comparable to the power of the heavenly Tao and possessed an unparalleled momentum. Even a tiny bit of it was powerful enough to cause chaos. In front of this power, everything else was nothing. The hearts of many wraiths sank. When they saw Wu Di use his heaven's chosen power, they thought he was just bluffing. They didn't expect him to really use it. Moreover, it was against Luo Tian, a rank 4 martial emptiness Luo Tian. It was like comparing an elephant to an ant. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Luo Tian to win or survive. Despair, he was in complete despair. However, Luo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he had never felt despair. Once a person felt despair, they would lose something, including the desire to live. Luo Tian looked at the heaven's chosen power rushing towards him and laughed coldly. What heaven's chosen power? You're all trash in front of my godly fire. Boom. The 2 powers collided. At this moment, the world suddenly darkened. It was as if all the light had been sucked out and extinguished by the collision of the 2 powers. Creak creak, creak creak, a series of sounds of ice cracking suddenly rang out. 1 second felt like 10,000 years. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the point of collision of the 2 powers. Rumble. 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 A series of deafening thunder rang out. The sound of ice cracking earlier was now the sound of an avalanche. The heaven's chosen power didn't stop the godly fire. The godly fire was still rushing towards Wu Di with incomparable accuracy. Boom. Wu Di's face was filled with shock. It was as if there were 1,000 waves in his heart. He kept saying, impossible, absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. He was in a daze. Looking at the fire rushing towards him, he actually forgot to dodge. Although it was the same whether he dodged or not, once the system locked onto him, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he would still be hit by the godly fire. Rumble. The godly fire hit Wu Di. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, you have to kill him in one shot. The godly fire spread. It stopped for half a second. The system didn't sound any notification. Luo Tian's heart sank. He knew that the godly fire didn't cause an instant kill. However, at this moment, the pressure released by Wu Di's body suddenly disappeared. Luo Tian's foot landed lightly. The moment he landed, his body seemed to have entered a transcendent space. The feeling was even more uncomfortable than when he was crushed by Wu Di's 100,000 pressure. The godly fire didn't cause an instant kill. However, it interrupted all of Wu Di's cultivation techniques, including the pressure. It was because of this that Luo Tian had the chance to move. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. The most important reason was that the heaven's chosen power couldn't stop the godly fire. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Strong, too strong. I'm starting to believe in Luo Tian more and more now. Ha ha ha. Second elder, we have hope. Ha ha ha, good boy, I wasn't wrong about you. Too handsome. If I were a woman, I wouldn't be able to help but fall in love with him. I'm a man. I'm in love with him too. Did you see that just now? Who could have such power? It's even stronger than the heaven's chosen power. Ha ha ha, this world is so wonderful. I really want to enter the cycle of reincarnation as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to the next life. If I meet Ron again, I'll definitely take him as my master. Ha ha ha. Excitement. Every vengeful spirit was excited beyond belief. However, Wu Di went crazy. His eyes were glaring at Luo Tian. His white hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The power erupting from his body was like the end of the world. He glared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to swallow him whole. He roared to the heavens, he went crazy, he had completely gone crazy. Luo Tian stood in front of him, a cold smile on his face. His cold smile was filled with endless disdain. You don't like it? Come bite me. If you have the guts, come bite me. Fuck. Wu Di wasn't happy. Luo Tian wasn't happy either. So much so that he cursed. If it weren't for the divine fire, he would have died at his hands today. How could Luo Tian not be angry when he was almost crushed out of his pants by the pressure? Wu Di's face was red. He charged at Luo Tian like a mad bull. Luo Tian's heart sank, but he didn't move. Oh no, Ron is in danger. Niu Haishan looked at Luo Tian's position and smiled. It's not him. It's Luo Tian. This kid is really smart. Wu Di went berserk. There was only one thing on his mind. He wanted to kill Luo Tian. So, he didn't notice that Luo Tian's position was different from before. He charged forward. Buzz. All of a sudden. A barrier appeared in front of Luo Tian. Outside the barrier was Wu Di. At this moment, Wu Di's expression changed. His heart was filled with shock. He suddenly shouted, "Soul-splitting king, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." The moment he came into contact with the barrier, his eyes widened. Wu Di's body began to slowly dissipate. Bit by bit, he floated down like ashes. Watching his body slowly dissipate, Wu Di's expression became even more terrified. He knelt on the ground and begged loudly. However, no matter how loud he shouted, there was no sound in the hall. Luo Tian's expression was also shocked. Looking at the invisible barrier, he thought, is this the soul-destroying power released by the soul-splitting sword? Wu Di's cultivation was already at the peak of the illusionary realm. This kind of cultivation was extremely terrifying anywhere. However, in the face of the invisible barrier, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. At first, Luo Tian didn't believe Niu Haishan when he said that they couldn't get close to the immeasurable hall. Now, it seemed that the immeasurable hall was indeed a dangerous mess. Save me, Luo Tian, I won't let you go," Wu Di despaired. In the end, he also roared. Luo Tian sneered. He stood in front of him and said, "You'll let me go? Then come in and bite me." Bite me? Damn it, you're about to turn into ashes and you still won't let me go. You bastard, if you hadn't stupidly rushed over, I wouldn't have let you go. Seeing the HP above Wu Di's head rapidly decreasing, Luo Tian really wanted to walk out of the barrier and give him the final blow. However, without a doubt, this was a very big risk. His cultivation of the void martial realm wasn't enough for one move. If Wu Di, this mad dog, dragged him down in the end, it would be over. However, Luo Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart. A pinnacle myriad illusions expert. How much experience is that? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Sigh. If only I had obtained the soul-splitting sword. At that time I would have killed you with a single slash. The experience, everything would have been mine. Nothing was more painful than this. Luo Tian looked at the large string of experience but didn't dare to take it. He wanted to chop off his hands. However, surprises always happen when you least expect them to. The moment Wu Di's body dissipated, Luo Tian's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wu Di for obtaining 400,000 EXP and 30,000 primordial energy. Haha, I didn't expect the experience to be mine. Luo Tian stared blankly and was overjoyed. However, he couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, why didn't anything drop? The human heart was always greedy. First, he thought about the experience, and now, he thought about the good things that would drop. Luo Tian waited for a moment, but he still didn't hear any notifications from the system. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, damn, at least drop one or two things. Is there a need to be like this? System sister, you can't do this to me. There was experience because Luo Tian's divine fire had attacked Wu Di. For a certain period of time, Luo Tian would still receive experience and primordial energy from Wu Di's death. There were no drops because Wu Di had been killed by the soul-destroying power of the barrier. Everything on his body had been reduced to nothingness, so naturally, there was no way he would drop anything. Haha, long live. Dead, Great Elder Wu Di is dead, ha ha ha. Ron, good job, ha ha ha. You're my idol. Too strong, no. It should be too smart. The vengeful spirits near the law enforcement hall all cheered. Niu Haishan also quickly walked up with an unconcealable smile on his face. They were one step closer to success, and it was a big step. The joy in their hearts could not be described with words. They walked up to the barrier. Niu Haishan immediately knelt down and kowed out heavily. The vengeful spirits behind him did the same. Luo Tian was shocked. He wanted to walk up, but he found that he couldn't walk out of the barrier. He was stunned. Niu Haishan said, Ron, there's no need for you to come over. We're willing to kneel. Thank you very much. He didn't know that Luo Tian couldn't walk out of the barrier. He had never entered the Boundless Temple, so he naturally didn't know. Luo Tian could see this from his eyes. He couldn't help but think, it seems like this is a road of no return. If I can't deal with Spirit King Split Soul, I probably won't be able to get out. An S-rank quest, plus an S-rank boss. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Niu Haishan stood up from the ground and said, Ron, there's only the Boundless Temple left. We can't help you anymore. The Boundless Temple can only be close to you. Remember what I said. If it's the Boundless Sect Master, then you must be careful of the 9 Yang divine arts he cultivates. You must avoid physical contact. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the impact of that extreme Yang. Second Elder, don't worry. Ron has that powerful flame power. He can kill anyone with a single sentence, ha ha ha, that's right. That flame is the strongest power I've ever seen. Isn't that so? They didn't know that the divine fire had a cooldown time. They also didn't know that the mission Luo Tian accepted only lasted for 10 days. Moreover, there was only a little bit of time left on the 10th day. There was no longer any cooldown time for the divine fire. They didn't know either. How much power did the divine fire endure when it attacked the Chosen One's power? Luo Tian was secretly shocked at that time, because he had never seen the divine fire like this. It actually had the power to hold on for so long in front of the power of the fusion of 108 different flames. It was enough to say that the Chosen One's power was powerful. However, the divine fire's power was an instant kill. When these two powers collided, who would win? Wu Di's chosen one's power was only a little bit, and Luo Tian's divine fire was only level 1. If the chosen one's power was strong, could the divine fire's instant kill power break through? Luo Tian didn't know. But, he was clear that the divine fire's power had a new challenge. After the matter of the boundless sect was over, he had to quickly raise the level of the divine fire. Otherwise, if he encountered a sorcerer, only death would await him. After the collision of powers just now, Luo Tian became even more determined. He had to go to the Heaven's Chosen Mountain and obtain the Chosen One's power. Luo Tian looked at Niu Haishan and smiled. Second Elder, don't worry. I will definitely help you break free from the shackles of your souls. I will definitely succeed because this is what I promised you. Niu Haishan was so excited that he couldn't speak. Luo Tian didn't exchange too many pleasantries. He turned and walked toward the incomparably huge boundless hall, excitedly saying in his heart, S-rank boss, Big Brother is coming. Thank you brother, say love is too hot, love is too sad for the 10,000 book coins Piao Hong tip. Thank you for your support, brother, it was the end of the month. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. This old bull prayed for everything. The boundless palace was huge. It was like a small martial arts arena. Empty, gloomy, and silent. There was no sound at all. Luo Tian could clearly hear his own heartbeat as he walked in the hall. Silence. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge sword that was shining with cold light. The sword was emitting a fluorescent light, just like the best equipment in the game in his previous life. Luo Tian glanced at it, but he couldn't see through it. He didn't know its grade, nor did he know its attributes. That should be the soul-splitting sword, right? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. If I break the soul-splitting sword, I can save the souls of the second elder and the others. Luo Tian confirmed the goal of the mission again. His eyes were locked on the soul-splitting sword, and he walked up step by step. Along the way, a card was floating in his mind. There was an S-grade boss hiding here. Luo Tian was no match for this boss with his martial void realm cultivation. He could only be killed instantly. As long as he saw the boss figure, Luo Tian would immediately use the transformation card the moment he wanted to attack him. Luo Tian was very careful with every step he took. The quieter the surroundings became, the more nervous Luo Tian felt. However, his heart was incomparably calm. At this time, he couldn't have the slightest bit of panic. Even the slightest bit of negligence would cost him his life. When Luo Tian walked under the soul-splitting sword, the soul-splitting sword floating in the air shook slightly, and a cold light flickered on the blade of the sword. Then, a beam of light fell down. The moment it landed on the ground, the beam of light disappeared. Instead, a cold and murderous aura came from Luo Tian's back. Luo Tian didn't dare to move, he knew that if he moved even a little, he would die. The cultivation of the opponent was too strong. Holy Spirit Realm, this was definitely an Overlord-level expert. Luo Tian's martial void realm was tens of thousands of times weaker than Luo Tian's. Since Luo Tian did not kill him instantly, it meant that he had something to say. That also meant that Luo Tian still had a chance to trigger the transformation card. You're the human brat that Niu Haishan has his eyes on? His voice was very ordinary. It sounded like the words spoken by an ordinary man, without the sinister arrogance and savagery of Wu Di. In fact, the voice seemed even more domineering, like that of a king. Luo Tian nodded lightly and said, yes. The voice came from behind again, do you think you can kill me? Can it help them break the soul-splitting sword and free their souls? Luo Tian smiled and said, I don't know, but, the voice asked, but what? Luo Tian said, but how do you know if you don't try? Nothing is absolute in this world. If you don't try, how will you know if you will succeed? After a moment of silence, the voice said, you're right. If you don't try, how will you know if you won't succeed? It's just that, success will never happen to you, but I can give you a chance to not die. Luo Tian was stunned and said with a smile, you also want to know the location of the shadow lode? The voice laughed and said, that's right. As long as you tell me, I can guarantee that you won't die. I'll also tell you some other secrets or give you some special things that can help you and your brothers outside the Boundless sect quickly improve their cultivation. Without a doubt. He also did not have a physical body. He also longed for a physical body. That powerful sorcerer had said that as long as they could reach the location of the shadow lode, they would be able to obtain a physical body. Although more than 13,000 years had passed, they all knew that the powerful sorcerer of the devil sect was still alive in this world. As long as they could learn the location of the shadow lode from Xianxia, they would have a chance to obtain a physical body and come back to life. This was what they had been waiting for more than 13,000 years. They were just like the fantasy fairy in Luo Tian's body. It was a kind of spiritual body. The difference between them and fairy fantasy was that their souls had been stripped away and suppressed, unable to leave the Boundless sect's domain. Fairy fantasy, on the other hand, was just a will. Where did she come from? Whose consciousness was it? Or did she cultivate it herself? No one knew. Luo Tian said indifferently, "It's a good deal, but, do you think the second elder will say it because of me?" More than 13,000 years ago, he sacrificed thousands of disciples of the Boundless sect and didn't say anything. Today, he's willing to tell the secret of the shadow lode for a human brat he's only known for 10 days? I don't think so. The voice chuckled. Actually, the moment you were about to be killed by Wu Di, he had already loosened up. If you hadn't used a flame to stop Wu Di's heaven's chosen power, he would have spilled the beans. Is that so? Luo Tian naturally knew. It was just that he did not expect the voice behind him to know everything. However, the shadow lode, the supreme sacred artifact of the devil sect, a gem that could increase the chance of instant killing with divine fire. How could Luo Tian not want it? Actually, when he found out that in the entire Boundless sect, only Xianxia knew the location of the shadow lode, Luo Tian really wanted to know, because this was related to the chance of instant killing with divine fire. After killing several small bosses in a row, only 3 shadow gems dropped, and he knew very well that the stronger the attribute, the lower the chance of success. Luo Tian had to think of a way to get more shadow gems. If he could find the shadow lode, then he wouldn't have to worry about the success rate. How is it? This is your only chance to live. The voice carried a domineering tone. Luo Tian frowned slightly, and said, "You want to know the whereabouts of the shadow lode, and I also want to know. If you kill me, Xianxia will still not tell you, but if I kill you, then he might tell me the location of the shadow lode before he reincarnates." The voice behind Luo Tian suddenly fell silent. In this moment of silence, the killing intent coming from his back became even colder and stronger. A few seconds later, the voice sounded again, and said, "Then according to what you said, I figured out one thing." Luo Tian asked, "What is it?" The voice sneered, and said, "That is, you must die." Before the wizard left, he told me that if I can't get the location of the shadow lode, then I can't let any humans know. If humans found out, it would definitely be a nightmare for the devil sect. Once the shadow lode was found out by the sect, the power of the devil sect would suddenly weaken. At that time, they might even be destroyed. So, you're going to die. As soon as he finished, a powerful force rushed out from behind Luo Tian. The entire hall moved. The soul splitter sword hovering above his head moved as well, releasing a formidable soul-annihilating aura to crush all heaven to death. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Hulk, transform!" All of a sudden, the killing intent soared to the sky. The killing intent that permeated the entire hall was extremely cold. Especially the soul-destroying power released from the soul-splitting sword, it seemed to have the power of heaven. It was a weapon created by the sorcerer by pouring the chosen one's power into it. This kind of weapon was extremely terrifying. The soul-splitting king moved. The aura on the soul-splitting sword also moved. Obviously, the two of them seemed to be one. The moment the killing intent rushed up, Luo Tian released the Hulk transformation card first, and a countdown of Hulk's transformation card appeared in his mind. Rumble. 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 A violent force burst out from Luo Tian's body. The powerful green man turned around abruptly and stared at a spirit body shining with golden light in front of him. The spirit body in front of him was the soul-splitting king. He emitted the aura of the Holy Spirit realm. This kind of aura could almost crush Luo Tian to death. However, after transforming into Hulk, it was completely different. Luo Tian's arrogant and incomparable power burst out from his body. Facing the attack of the soul-splitting king, he waved his right arm and smashed down with both fists. Rumble, rumble, the entire hall was shaking. Fierce, fierce to the point of chaos. The soul-splitting king's face was obviously shocked. He jumped 3 times in a row and landed in a place, staring at a creature he had never seen before. He frowned and said slightly, "This is what you rely on? What you rely on to kill me? Although you are very strong, your physical body and strength are very strong, beyond imagination. But, with this kind of physical body and strength, you are not my opponent." There was a look of contempt in his eyes. Luo Tian couldn't control Hulk's consciousness, but looking at the contemptuous eyes of the soul-splitting king, Hulk suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "What are you pretending to be a big head for? If I am not your opponent, why are you running?" Suddenly, Hulk stomped on the ground. Boom! The thick bluestone floor shattered into powder. Leaping high into the air, he landed directly on the head of the soul-splitting spirit king. Clasping his fists together, he assumed the posture of a battle axe and chopped down from the sky. Walala, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The space was torn apart by the power of Hulk's fist. It was really a mess. Even Luo Tian was shocked. In the face of Hulk's heavy axe strike, Soul Splitter King frowned and coldly snorted, "Let's see how strong you are." 9 Yang Divine Ability. Extreme Yang, Break. Buzz, Soul Splitter Spirit King's body erupted with a strong Yang energy like the sun, carrying a ferocious and terrifying aura. Facing Hulk's heavy axe chop, he didn't dodge, but faced it head-on. 9 Yang Divine Art? Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "The second elder has told me a few times not to have any physical contact with the soul-splitting Spirit King, and I don't know if Hulk's body can withstand it." Although in the movie, his body's defense is so strong that even gamma rays can't kill him, but what about in this world? Gha. Space was cracking. At this moment, the laws of space seemed to have been broken. Cracks appeared in the space above the hall, and they appeared in front of him in a form visible to the naked eye. The two forces collided. Hulk was bounced back. Burns appeared on both of his fists, which were completely red and badly mangled. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "The 9 Yang Divine Art is indeed too strong." However, Soul-Splitting Spirit King was smashed to the ground by Hulk's battle axe. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his face was pale, and the moment the attack landed, a bright red number floated above his head. 390000, a damage value of 390,000. The damage was absolutely off the charts. However, the burnt Hulk seemed to have touched his reverse scale, and became even more irritable, and his consciousness became even more chaotic. Without waiting for Soul-Splitting Spirit King to crawl up from the ground, he jumped up high again, and used the same move as before. Battle Axe Heavy Strike, he hugged his fists, cut through the air, and chopped down like a heavy axe. Soul-Splitting Spirit King was so scared that his shit almost came out. This big green guy was a complete madman. He hadn't expected the Green Giant's defense to be this strong. His 9 Sons Divine Art wasn't an ordinary technique, it was a divine art. Any Holy Spirit Realm expert wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. Once they were hit, they would be crippled. But this fellow had only scratched the surface, and he had even angered him. Damn it, it was too scary. However, Soul-Splitting Spirit King was, after all, the Soul-Splitting Spirit King. Just his 10,000 years of cultivation were not for nothing. Facing Hulk's attack again, he did not care about the image of the Spirit King anymore. He immediately rolled over like a lazy donkey and dodged in a sorry state. But even so, his body was still shaken violently. His body was still in pain. From the top of his head, a damage value of more than 100,000 floated up. Just a little bit of shock was enough to cause such a terrifying damage. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Damn, this is Hulk, this is him, this is what you call awesome." Too awesome. He could completely kill a Holy Spirit Realm ranker. Luo Tian was initially worried that Hulk would not be his match, but he did not expect this guy to completely exceed his expectations. However, he was strong, but this guy's consciousness was completely out of Luo Tian's control. He was like a madman when he fought, and his speed was his strong weakness. Aren't you very arrogant? Why are you running around like a dog? Battle axe heavy chop. Rumble, rumble. Hulk was like a fly swatter chasing after a small fly. Wherever he flew, the battle axe would come, beating soul-splitting Spirit King to the point that he didn't even have the chance to breathe, and could only run for his life. However, there was one thing that Luo Tian was getting more and more worried. Hulk's transformation card was running out of time. If he couldn't get rid of him, then, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. At the same time, Niu Haishan and a group of vengeful spirits were anxiously waiting outside the immeasurable hall. They did not follow Luo Tian's instructions. They did not leave, they were waiting for Luo Tian's return. At the same time, they were also prepared. As long as Luo Tian failed, they would step into the domain of the immeasurable hall together and turn into ashes. The commotion is too big. What exactly happened inside? What exactly is it? It's as if there's a monster fighting inside. I feel like the immeasurable hall is about to be torn down. Second Elder, can our souls be freed? Niu Haishan shook his head. He didn't know either. His eyes stared fixedly at the immeasurable hall, his fists secretly clenched, and said, Luo Tian, you must succeed. As long as you succeed, I will tell you everything I know. Inside the hall, Hulk continued to wreak havoc, arrogant and fearless. The Soul Splitter Spirit King was crawling all over the ground, unable to use the Nine Yang sacred art anymore, and could only dodge. At the same time, the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He kept looking for opportunities. However, the big green guy's defense was simply too strong, not giving him the slightest chance. Even if there was a chance, his attacks wouldn't be able to cause any fatal damage. What kind of monster was this guy? Run? Run, your sister. Luo Tian kept cursing. If he didn't run, the Soul Splitter Spirit King would have been blasted out of his pants. However, this guy didn't dare to fight head-on at all. He kept dodging, and the immeasurable palace was simply too big, so he had enough space to move. Only 10 seconds left. The Soul Splitter Spirit King only has about 1/10 of his health left. Luo Tian looked at the blood groove on top of the Soul Splitter Spirit King's head, and calculated in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but shout, Big guy, give me control of your idea. Scram. This was Hulk's response. Luo Tian wished he could slap him to death. At this juncture, he was still so willful. If Luo Tian had this kind of heaven-defying power, what bullshit Soul Splitter Spirit King, what Holy Spirit Realm's strength would have long been smashed into a pile of meat paste. Your sister. While they were talking, Hulk's 2 moves missed. Moreover, the Soul Splitter Spirit King became more and more proficient, completely insolent. Hulk's attack range, and his speed, made it easier for him to move. At first, he could still use the aftershock to hurt him, but now, he couldn't even deal any damage. This made Luo Tian even more anxious. He couldn't help but shout again, I know you're angry, you don't like him, and I'm the same, but you can't do this. As long as you give me a second, I'll definitely teach him how to be a human, and make him kneel on the ground and kowtow to you to admit his wrongs. He really couldn't drag it on any longer. Luo Tian was extremely anxious. But the Hulk was like a bull, and an angry bull at that. He kept bumping around and completely ignored Luo Tian's words. The Soul Splitter Spirit King lightly jumped to the other side and sneered, I have already seen through you. You want to kill me with this little power? Stop dreaming. Now, it is my turn to fight back. Disdain, contempt, arrogance, and complacency. These expressions made Hulk even angrier. He was like a mad bull. He wanted to tear the Soul Splitter King to shreds. He wanted to make him kneel and kowtow to him. But, Luo Tian had already given up. Next time, unless it's absolutely necessary, no. I can't use the Hulk transformation card unless it's absolutely necessary. This guy is like a mad bull, he's useless. It was also at this moment. Hulk suddenly said, "Can you really make him kneel down and kowtow to you and sing conquer?" Luo Tian's heart trembled, and immediately said, "As long as you give me the rest of the time, I will definitely make him kneel down and kowtow to you and sing conquer." "Alright. I'll give you the control of my body." Hulk moved. Ding. Control Hulk's body. Do you accept? Accept. There were only a few seconds left. Luo Tian didn't have time to say anything. After controlling Hulk's body, his heart sank even more. The power is too strong. Every pore contained a pure physical power that could destroy the heavens and earth. This kind of power was something that Luo Tian had never felt before, but his body had already reached its limit. The power of the nine-yang divine art caused his body to suffer great pain, but he did not show it. Controlling Hulk's body, Luo Tian could naturally feel the intense pain. Die. Suddenly, Luo Tian purposely jumped, and just like at the beginning, the battle axe chopped down heavily. The Soul Splitter Spirit King had already dodged, and in an instant, a powerful yang energy gushed out from his palms. If this palm hit, even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. For him, this was an absolute hit. Because he had already seen through Hulk. With his speed, he had no time to react. However, what he didn't know was that the one controlling this body was another person. Luo Tian had already predicted that Soul Splitter King would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His fists were only in a stance without any power, but his falling speed was twice as fast as before. In an instant, he landed on the ground and bounced up heavily. His body directly hit the roof of the immeasurable palace. Then, he clasped his fists and roared in a heavy voice, "Kneel down, kowtow, and sing conquer." Rumble. 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 Both fists accurately struck the top of the Soul Splitter Spirit King's head, causing him to kneel on the ground. Then, with another punch, the Soul Splitter Spirit King's head heavily knocked onto the ground, and with a bang sound, it bounced up. Kneeling down, he did it. Kowtowing was also done. All that was left was to sing, Luo. Tian's body leaned to the side, and heavily pressed down. The Soul Splitter Spirit King immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. Hulk excitedly roared in Luo Tian's consciousness, and said, "Awesome. Ha ha ha. Brat, you are indeed not bad. Next time, I will let you control my body again, but the prerequisite is that you must feel good." Ha ha ha, this combo caused the anger in Hulk's heart to erupt. However, Luo Tian was not happy. There was not a single trace of happiness on his face. Logically speaking, 3 heavy blows were enough to kill the Soul Splitter Spirit King, but the system did not sound out a voice notification. Obviously, he was not dead yet, but his health had already reached the bottom. Why was this happening? Luo Tian could not understand. At this moment, Hulk's transformation card's 5 minutes had ended. Buzz. Luo Tian returned to his body, and Hulk's hearty laughter still rang in his mind. It was also at this moment that the Soul Splitter sword that was floating in midair flashed with a strange light. Luo Tian was very familiar with this light, the light from the God's Chosen One. The light landed on the Soul Splitter Spirit King's body, and a silver light was released from the surface of his body. Immediately after, the Soul Splitter Spirit King, who was already dead, suddenly sat up, turned around and stared at Luo Tian, who had recovered, and shouted, "You dog, give me your life." Holy sh**t. He resurrected on the spot. Do you believe in Brother Spring? Luo Tian's face was shocked. He never thought that the Soul Splitter Spirit King would resurrect in an instant. Moreover, the power in his body was much stronger than before, with the power of the God's Chosen One. At this moment, Luo Tian raised his eyes, stared at the Soul Splitter sword that was floating in midair, and said coldly, "It's you who did this, right? Then I'll kill you first." Thor. Transformation card, come out. A transformation card flashed in his mind. Thor transformation card. Holding the Thor hammer in his hand, it was incomparably violent as it walked out from the void and trampled over. A new week has begun. Old Cow is asking for recommendation votes. Today, we have been pulled apart by 50 votes. Brothers, are we really worse than others? Begging for brothers' firepower. Tomorrow, Old Cow will do his best to write more. Begging for monthly votes. Thor had descended, holding the hammer of Thor. He transformed into Thor. His body carried the power of thunder that could destroy heaven and earth. The moment he transformed, thunder and lightning soared into the sky in the immeasurable palace, and flames splashed everywhere. Luo Tian was shocked. Damn, this scene is really like cutting a wire with a kitchen knife. It's so cool. The moment of the transformation. Luo Tian's consciousness directly controlled Thor's consciousness. Thor laughed and said, "There's a big green guy in front saying that you did a good job. He's very happy and satisfied. Now it's my turn. Brother, let me see him kneel down and kowtow to you." Huh? Luo Tian was stunned, and thought to himself, Avengers? He can actually talk to Hulk in front? What's going on? At this moment, he didn't have the mood to think about this. Since he could control Thor's body, there was no need for him to hesitate. With a move of his right hand, he raised the hammer above his head and laughed manically. "There's a second life, right? I want to see how many lives you have left." All of a sudden, the shocking thunder on the hammer flashed. It was also at this moment the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for unlocking the Thunderbird seal. The cultivation method has automatically upgraded to Thunder Beast. This was the system's reward for Thor's transformation card. As long as Luo Tian used the Thor's transformation card, he would be able to unlock the Thunderbird seal and automatically level up, reaching the super thunder and lightning power of 60 million Thunder Beasts. However, Luo Tian did not want to use his own cultivation method at this moment. Since it was Thor, then he would use the power of God to make the Soul Splitter King tremble. Indeed, the Soul Splitter King was done in by Hulk. If not for the Soul Splitter sword injecting a powerful force into his body, he would have died. He finally got up from the ground and saw that Luo Tian had returned to the body of an ordinary person. Before he could be happy, his mind fell into an ice hole. Oh my god! Soul Splitter King was dumbfounded. You're even more ferocious than that guy just now. Luo Tian. Where did you come from? Who are you? There's no such person in the ancient world. Just who are you? Spirit Splitter King said bitterly. It was really bitter. He thought about how he was a Holy Spirit Realm super powerhouse, which could be said to be a super powerhouse in the Central Continent, but he felt that he was not even as strong as a warrior in the Spirit Martial Realm. Everything that happened in front of him today was like a dream. Even if it was a dream, it wouldn't be like this. If it was a big green man, then suddenly it was a strange man wearing armor who was holding the divine weapon Thor's hammer. What was going on? Soul Splitter King had the urge to cry. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the hammer fell, the shocking thunder almost caused the immeasurable palace to collapse. The Soul Splitter King was also instantly smashed to the ground. His entire body was charred black as if he had been hit by a ghost. A bright red number floated above his head. 1 million. F*CK, a million damage value. This watch is going to explode. Luo Tian was shocked by the damage, completely shocked. At first, he thought that Hulk's berserk power was strong, but now it seemed that this guy was the awesome superhero. Of course, their personalities were a little different. What kind of person was Thor? In the movie, he was a god from the divine realm, possessing super powerful strength. Luo Tian didn't know if the divine realm existed in this world. However, he only knew one thing. This guy was very fierce, very sharp, and awesome. Seeing Spirit Splitter King's sorry state, he sneered and shouted, "You little brat, if you continue to be arrogant, don't you want me to die? Who's going to die now?" Spirit Splitter King's entire body trembled as he was deeply suppressed by the aura released by Luo Tian's body. He was unable to move, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with anger. If looks could kill, Luo Tian would already be riddled with holes. Master, suddenly. Spirit Splitter King looked at the soul-splitting sword floating above his head, and suddenly shouted out, "Master, please bestow me with power?" Luo Tian's eyes tightened. He also immediately stared at the soul-splitting sword floating in the air. From the moment he entered the soul-splitting palace, he felt that this sword was not ordinary. It was not as simple as binding Niu Haishan and the others' souls. The soul-splitting sword seemed to have been summoned by Spirit Splitter King. A strange light flashed on the tip of the sword, the same light that revived Spirit Splitter King. God's chosen power. This time, the God's chosen power was especially dense. It directly wrapped around Spirit Splitter King's entire body. It was also at this moment. The energy ripples in the hall shot out one by one, with the immeasurable hall as the center, bouncing out tens of thousands of kilometers. Within this range, all the birds and beasts were crushed to the ground, unable to move. God's chosen power, one of the three most powerful forces in the ancient continent, Wu Di only had a little bit of it, and it was able to slaughter Niu Haishan and the others as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The soul-splitting sword only released a little bit of it, and it was able to revive Spirit Splitter King from the dead. From this, it could be seen how powerful the God's chosen power was. This time, it was an incomparably dense God's chosen power that was completely released. Buzz. Buzz. Spirit Splitter King's body was slowly lifted up, and a strange power shot out from his body one after another. The earth was trembling, the sky was raging with thunder, and everything around him became extremely strange, as if the heavens were descending. This was the aura of a king, because it was the heavens, it was the power of the heavens. Luo Tian's mind tightened, and the impact of the God's chosen power on him became even more intense. Clenching his fists, he secretly said, "I must go up the God's chosen mountain, I must obtain this power." In that instant, Spirit Splitter King flipped his body and instantly stood in front of Luo Tian. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that Luo Tian couldn't react in time. Spirit Splitter King revealed a cold and arrogant sneer, and said, "Brat, I'll let you see what a true God's chosen power is. My master said that you still have one last chance to live, as long as you can get the location of the shadow lode from Niu Haishan, I can spare your life." Luo Tian laughed coldly, and without waiting for him to finish, said, "Don't scare me, isn't it just a fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you, isn't it just the God's chosen power? I want to see if your God's chosen power is stronger, or if my Thor's power is stronger." While they were talking, Luo Tian moved his feet, lightning strike. Lightning speed. His figure disappeared. Leaping into the air, holding the hammer with both hands, he smashed down like a Hulk's axe, 10,000 thunder fury slash. Kacha, a shocking bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Shocking thunder streaked across the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Niu Haishan and the others were all stunned, unable to say a single word. This power did not belong to the Soul Splitter Spirit King. It was obvious that it was released by Luo Tian. How could a martial void stage expert release such power? It was too unbelievable. It was simply an unimaginable existence. In their hearts, that hope grew stronger and stronger. In Niu Haishan's heart, Luo Tian's position in his heart once again rose. He thought to himself, if he can succeed, then he should have the secret to protect the shadow lode. Rather than letting the devil sect discover it, it would be better for him to discover it first. Perhaps this would be a very good thing for the central continent and the ancient continent. At this moment, Niu Haishan made up his mind to tell Luo Tian the secret of the shadow lode. Of course. This was because Luo Tian had erupted with such an unimaginable power, a power that no one could understand at all. Furthermore, he was still in the martial void stage, and to be able to contend against the Soul Splitter Spirit King of the Holy Spirit Realm with the power of Heaven's Chosen One, this was enough to prove his strength. It was also enough to prove that he could protect the shadow lode. Inside the boundless palace, the Soul Splitter King was not worried at all, nor was he afraid. He raised his eyes and looked at the furious lightning striking down. He sneered softly and said, "I don't care where your power comes from, nor do I care what kind of background you have. But there is one thing you should know. Every realm has its own laws of power. These laws are created by the ruler of the laws and cannot be broken. In the Antiquity continent, the God's chosen power is one of the three strongest powers. It comes from the heavens and is above all other powers. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break the laws of the Antiquity continent, nor can you compete with the God's chosen power." As soon as his voice faded, the Soul Splitter Spirit King's expression became even more disdainful. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "You can't possibly be my opponent." In that instant, the power of heaven's chosen one in his body was like a fountain as it soared into the sky. Like a powerful torrent, it directly rushed towards Luo Tian. His expression also became ferocious as he roared, "I'll let you see what the power of heaven's chosen one is." His veins bulged as he let out a furious roar. His entire being had fallen into a state of madness. In order to release such a vigorous heaven's chosen power, the body had to endure tremendous pain. Although the Soul Splitter King was a spirit, the pain he had to endure was several hundred times that of an ordinary person. However, to be able to crush Luo Tian to the ground, he was willing to pay any price. "Luo Tian, you dog, get down on the ground." He had been beaten down by Luo Tian twice, and he was in an extremely sorry state. This time, he wanted to crush Luo Tian with one move and make him lie on the ground for the rest of his life. He wanted Luo Tian to die, at this moment. A strange light shot out from the boundless palace. Towering into the thick clouds, the clouds began to slowly rotate, spinning into a huge whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool was a golden sky. In the sky, a shadow flashed, as if it was the shadow of heaven. The powerful heaven's chosen power spun down from the whirlpool, and under the control of Soul Splitter Spirit King, it crushed his head like Mount Tai. Powerful, incomparably powerful. It was impossible to describe with words. The Soul Splitter King laughed. His laughter was extremely arrogant. Watching such a powerful heaven's chosen power fall, not to mention Luo Tian, even a peak Holy Spirit realm powerhouse, or an early Emperor realm powerhouse, would not be able to resist, because this was the power of heaven. While the Soul Splitter King was laughing wildly, the Soul Splitter sword also showed a complacent expression. It was also complacent and excited. In the void, there was also a wild laughter. "Boy, you want to fight with me? You're still too young. I, the Soul Splitter sword, have stood tall for more than 13,000 years. How can I be killed by a brat like you? Humph. I'll let you have a taste of heaven's chosen power. I'll let you know that provoking me is like provoking the death god, ha 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 ha." The Soul Splitter sword laughed. He finally made a sound. From the beginning, Luo Tian felt that it was different. Because of the blood slot above the Soul Splitter sword, there was no doubt that it also had a life. At first, Luo Tian was not sure, but when it released a little bit of heaven's chosen power to revive the Soul Splitter King, he was secretly sure in his heart. When it gave all the heaven's chosen power in its body to the Soul Splitter King, Luo Tian laughed in his heart. Now, the Soul Splitter sword had completely revealed its true face. Luo Tian laughed. Looking at the heaven's chosen power that was about to fall, he laughed very arrogantly and wildly. This made the Soul Splitter King confused. "Boy, you're about to die and you're still laughing, are you stupid?" Luo Tian did not even look at him. From the moment the Soul Splitter sword made a sound, Luo Tian's attention was all on the Soul Splitter King. Soul Splitter King? He was just a puppet. It was also at this moment. The Soul Splitter sword suddenly sank. Thinking of something, it immediately shouted hysterically, "Protect me, quickly protect me, hurry up, you damned thing, hurry up and protect me." Ah, ha, ha, too late. Luo Tian laughed wildly, and once again shouted in his heart, "God explosion." Wang, a burst of buzzing sound from the vibration of steel was extremely ear-piercing. At this moment, the aura of the heaven-shaking thunder suddenly changed, and in an instant, it increased by 2 times. It was also at this moment that it slashed down heavily. It slashed towards the Soul Splitter sword that was floating in the air. From the beginning, Luo Tian's target was it, not the Soul Splitter King. The Soul Splitter King's face suddenly changed as he screamed, "No, don't, crack. Clang. Rumble, to hell with it." A thunderous sound rang out as the earth was pierced through. The entire Boundless Palace collapsed, and all the buildings in the Boundless sect quickly collapsed. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, it was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Everything was trembling violently, trembling non-stop. Cracks appeared in many places. Birds and beasts wailed in fear. Deafening thunder resounded in the sky. The heavy thunder just now had awakened all the powerful beasts in the immeasurable mountain range. What happened? Boss. It must be the boss. Luo Tian. At this time, no one in the outer sect of the Boundless sect could sit still. They all rushed out, no longer caring about the matters that Luo Tian had instructed them to do. Bai Lingling was the first to rush out. Her heart was heavy, and she was extremely worried. If something happened to Luo Tian, she would no longer live in this world. Her father was gone. She couldn't let her man be gone as well. Because, she was Luo Tian's woman, and she didn't want to live alone in this world. In the ruins. Dust filled the sky, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Outside the immeasurable hall. Niu Haishan stared fixedly at the ruins. He wanted to see the situation inside clearly. He wanted to know if Luo Tian was still alive. His heart sank again and again with the loud sound, because he could not feel Luo Tian's aura. Suddenly. A vengeful spirit suddenly said, "Second Elder, I can feel my soul being freed. I can feel it, I can really feel it." At this moment. The other vengeful spirits were overjoyed. My soul has also been freed. I can feel it too. Ha ha ha, it's been more than 13,000 years. I finally feel my soul. I can finally die. I finally have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Mamma mia. Touched. Feeling. Thankful. At this moment, they were like a group of children, so excited that tears gushed out of their eyes. The moment their souls were freed, they felt their true selves. Although they were still spirit bodies, this kind of existence with a soul was completely different. They had waited for this kind of feeling for more than 13,000 years. A few seconds later. Niu Haishan also felt that his soul had been freed, but he was not happy. His eyes were still staring at the ruins of the immeasurable hall, and he was still searching for Luo Tian's aura. However, he still couldn't sense it. It was also at this time. A vengeful spirit looked ahead, mustered up his courage, and took a step forward, directly walking into the domain of the immeasurable hall. He then laughed loudly and said, "The soul-splitting sword has been shattered, the soul-splitting sword has no use for us anymore." Ha ha ha, this became even crazier. Niu Haishan rushed forward in an instant and immediately shouted, "Everyone, quickly find Ron." As soon as he said that, all the vengeful spirits instantly calmed down. They could feel that all of their souls wanted to thank Luo Tian. The immeasurable hall had turned into ruins. Was Luo Tian alive or dead? Suddenly, the world quieted down. The hearts of every vengeful spirit sank. Boss, boss. Luo Tian. Outside the main hall, more than 50 disciples of the House of Bai ran up crazily. Looking at the ruins in front of her, Bai Lingling seemed to have gone crazy. Her eyes were lifeless, and her hands were constantly digging at the ruins. She said loudly, "No, no, you won't die. You definitely won't." Bai Xiong and Lin Dong were the same. It was the same for the disciples of the House of Bai. Luo Tian was their backbone. From Luo Tian, they saw hope for the rise of the House of Bai. From him, they saw hope for the future. At this moment, they couldn't accept it. They did not see Niu Haishan and the others, but these vengeful spirits could see them. Seeing them looking for Luo Tian as if they had gone crazy, his heart sank again, and so did the many vengeful spirits. All of them stood motionless in their original positions. They owed Luo Tian. He owed her too much. But, Luo Tian was dead, under such a strong impact of the Chosen One's power, who could survive? The last thunder should have perished together with the soul-splitting Spirit King, so, he couldn't find Luo Tian's aura. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the ruins. A wooden board flew out. Immediately, a hand stretched out. Luo Tian poked his head out. Everyone around was silent for a moment. They all stared at him, stared at Luo Tian, stared at his dusty face, disheveled hair, and stained face. It looked a little funny, but no one laughed. They all stared at him, motionless. It was as if time had stopped. Luo Tian scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Why are you looking at me? Is there a flower on my face?" Immediately, Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiong again and scolded, "Didn't I tell you not to bring your brothers? You didn't listen to what I told you?" The surroundings were still very quiet. One could hear a pin drop. There was no sound at all. Luo Tian was puzzled. At this time, Bai Lingling walked forward step by step. Looking at Luo Tian, tears were already flowing from the corners of her eyes. Her 10 fingers were bleeding from digging the ground. She didn't feel pain at all. The moment she saw Luo Tian poking his head out of the ruins, her heart seemed to have resumed beating. She originally thought that she was a dead person, but now she was alive again. Seeing Bai Lingling approaching step by step, Luo Tian smiled foolishly. Subsequently, he felt that something was wrong. He quickly climbed up from the ruins and ran away quickly. Looking at Bai Lingling, he said, don't come over, don't come over. Bai Lingling didn't stop, and she continued to walk towards Luo Tian. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. That kind of killing intent was different from that of killing people. Luo Tian was directly forced into a corner by her. There was really no place to hide or escape. He smashed her head with 2 hands and said with a smile, sorry, I was wrong, okay? Bai Lingling wanted to give Luo Tian 2 punches. Because she blamed Luo Tian for not knowing how to cherish himself. He took on everything by himself. He would never let them do anything dangerous. He would only fight alone with his life. Looking at the man in front of her, she didn't know what to say. Looking at him, Bai Lingling's tears couldn't stop flowing out. Then she threw herself into Luo Tian's arms, hit Luo Tian's back heavily with her hands, and cried, you left me, you didn't know how to protect yourself. Don't you know that I'm worried about you? Don't you know me? Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Don't leave me again. She was crying her eyes out. Her crying was heart-wrenching. Luo Tian's heart also melted. His body relaxed, and he allowed Bai Lingling to hit him. He whispered in her ear, I won't do it again. Bai Lingling immediately said, I want you to promise. Luo Tian said, I promise. Bai Lingling said again, I want you to swear. Luo Tian said, okay. I swear, I won't leave you again. Bai Lingling said again, say you love me. Luo Tian was stunned and whispered, there are people around. Bai Lingling stopped crying, pouted, and said angrily, what are you afraid of? I'm Luo Tian's woman. Who doesn't know that? I'm not shy, so why are you shy? She was acting like a little woman. Luo Tian also had no choice. He didn't want Bai Lingling and the others to worry about this matter, but the commotion was too big. From Bai Lingling's eyes, he knew how worried she was about him, but in front of so many people, and in front of Xianxia and the wraiths. Luo Tian whispered, we'll talk about it when we're alone. Tonight, and I'll take good care of you. It's not the time to talk about it now. There's a spirit floating behind you. You don't want them to hear it, right? Bai Lingling knew a little about wraiths from Bai Xiong. Thinking of the wraiths behind her, her body trembled, and she immediately became careful. She whispered, you said it, you have to take good care of me tonight. The 3rd chapter has been delivered, if there's time tonight, Old Cow will write another chapter. It might be a little late. Brothers, monthly votes are urgent. Strongly requesting monthly votes. Bai Lingling's words caused Luo Tian's evil fire to burn. From her expression, Luo Tian knew that in these 10 days, Bai Lingling had already walked out of the news of her father's death. Because she had started to smile. Her smile was very charming. It was obvious that her heart was rippling with love, causing Luo Tian's heart to throb as killing intent slowly rose from his crotch. However, now was not the time to think about this. He had more important things to do. The most important thing. It was to hand over the mission, as well as what Xianxia had promised him, the transfer of the super talent. Luo Tian gently patted Bai Lingling's shoulder, and then said, you guys go down first, wait for me in the law enforcement hall, I still have things to do, pass down my words, tell all the disciples of the house of Bai not to leave, I will look for them in a while. Bai Lingling nodded obediently, and said, N. Following that, more than 50 of them walked down the steps one after another. At this moment, Xianxia walked up with the vengeful spirits. Every one of them had an expression of incomparable excitement and gratitude. That kind of excitement could not be described with words. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu Haishan knelt down once again, and the many vengeful spirits also knelt down in unison. Luo Tian hurriedly stepped forward, helped Niu Haishan up, and said, "Second elder, please don't be so courteous, I was just doing my best. Fortunately, I was able to help you guys, otherwise, I would have lost a lot of face from the boast I made back then." How could he not accept the S-level mission? He had to accept it. Moreover, it wasn't that he helped Niu Haishan and the others, but that Niu Haishan helped Luo Tian. In these 10 days, Luo Tian's experience had risen like it was flying, and it was extremely satisfying. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have reached his current level. Moreover, it was even more impossible for him to kill the Soul Splitter Spirit King. Killing this boss had dropped good things that made his blood boil. It was just that he didn't have the time to study these things yet, because he was worried that Niu Haishan would disappear soon. No matter what, Luo Tian would always remember the matters of his brothers. It was the same this time. Talent determined the fate of an armament practitioner. He had to consider his brothers in the House of Bai. Furthermore, this was also for his own future. If the talents of his brothers in the House of Bai improved, then their future development potential would be limitless. This would play a key role in his development. This was the foundation of his transcendent organization. The moment Niu Haishan knelt down, the system beeped. The system beeped. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the S-rank mission. The reward is 5 million experience points, 100,000 vitality points, and a random permanent transformation card. Begin. A large roulette wheel appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Like a slot machine, it began to spin crazily. There were all kinds of transformation cards on the roulette wheel. What surprised Luo Tian the most was that these transformation cards not only included superheroes from Western movies, but also super awesome characters from Eastern mythology. Sun Wukong, Pengu, these were nothing. There was even Hong Jun ancestor. F***CK. Was this the rhythm of the combination of East and West? Luo Tian was excited. If he could get an awesome character from Eastern mythology, that would be awesome. Ding. A transformation card randomly appeared. Luo Tian's eyes were startled. He was a little disappointed, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. He was disappointed that he didn't get an awesome character from Eastern mythology. He was pleasantly surprised that the transformation card was the one he had used not long ago. Furthermore, it was the transformation card that had shattered the Soul Splitter sword with the Berserk Thunder Fury slash. Thor. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thor transformation card. This card is permanent, with a cooldown of 10 days. Just like Hulk's transformation card, the cooldown time was 10 days. Looking at the card, Thor was wearing armor and holding Thor's hammer. His eyes were looking at Luo Tian. Strangely, he suddenly revealed a smile, which gave Luo Tian a fright, and said in his heart, "Brother, don't scare me." He suddenly remembered in his heart. "Brother, I'll remember that move, Berserk Thunder Fury slash." It was very satisfying, ha ha ha, holy sh*t. You can actually hear what I'm saying in my heart. Could it be that Hulk, that big guy, can do it too? Luo Tian was stunned and couldn't help but say. He felt that these transformation cards were becoming more and more strange. As his cultivation increased, these transformation cards became more and more like they had their own consciousness. Thor laughed heartily, and said, "You're not guessing?" Luo Tian was instantly enraged, and said, "I'll guess your sister." Then Luo Tian said again, "Tell that big green guy, if he doesn't listen to my advice next time, then he'll never be able to appear." Ha ha ha, with me here, he doesn't need to appear. I'm a superhero from the divine realm, I'm Thor, ha ha ha. Thor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to talk to him. That was the divine realm in the world he was in. The divine realm in this world might also exist, but the danger zone was stronger than the divine realm in his world. Because, there must be gods living in the divine realm, and it was very likely that there were those super powerful rulers, laws, and other super gods. Benefactor. Benefactor? Niu Haishan saw that Luo Tian was in a daze and raised his voice a little. He always felt that Luo Tian wasn't made up of a single person. He had lived for more than 10,000 years and still couldn't see through this young man. However, the more he couldn't see through him, the more Niu Haishan felt that Luo Tian had unlimited potential in his heart. It was very likely that he would become the strongest existence in the ancient continent in the future. Huh? Luo Tian came back to his senses and immediately said, "I'm here, second elder, you don't have to thank me. I just did what I should do." The devil sect sorcerer was so arrogant that he actually destroyed a righteous sect just like that. That old man better not let me meet him, otherwise, I'll skin him alive. His words were filled with righteousness. Niu Haishan was even more impressed. Luo Tian had such intentions, which was enough to prove that he had told him the secret of the shadow mineral vein. Before entering the reincarnation, he didn't want to hide this secret. After all, this was a secret treasure of the ancient continent. Niu Haishan said, "If you really meet him, don't think too much and run immediately." Back then, he was one of the top 10 strongest people in the central continent, and was also one of the top 3 experts in the devil sect. After more than 10,000 years, if he was in the ancient continent, he should be the strongest in the devil sect. Don't mess around, the god's chosen power he released is more than 10,000 times stronger than the soul-splitting sword. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian was stunned. He thought that the god's chosen power released by the soul-splitting sword was strong enough. Even if it wasn't the peak, it was still an extremely strong existence. However, the sorcerer was able to release more than 10,000 times the god's chosen power. It seems that I must obtain this power as soon as possible. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, second elder. I will pay attention, but don't let me meet him. If I do, I won't let him have an easy time." Meet a boss, what else was there to say? 1 word, kill, 3 words, kill him, it was that simple. In Luo Tian's world, there was no such thing as fear. Niu Haishan smiled and turned to look at the race behind him. "Second elder, just say it." "That's right, if you don't say it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future." "That's right, our lives were given by the people of Rhone. What else is more important than a savior in this world?" Those wraiths knew what Niu Haishan was hesitating about. They also knew that in this world, only Niu Haishan knew the location of the shadow lode. Only he knew this secret, a secret that had been guarded for more than 13,000 years. If he didn't say it now, he probably wouldn't have another chance. Niu Haishan smiled faintly and looked at the wraiths. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Did I not say it?" Luo Tian maintained his calmness and said, "Second elder, the responsibility of this secret is too great. I'm afraid I can't bear it." He always maintained a humble heart. Of course. Luo Tian's heart was sinister. He needed the location of the shadow lode. He needed it very much. He couldn't wait to get a lot of shadow gems now, because he needed to create a weapon that could increase the Godfire's instant kill rate to 100%. If there was anything in this world that could do this, then only the shadow gems could do it. Niu Haishan looked at Luo Tian's humble expression and immediately said, "Brother Luo, don't say that. Your potential is the strongest I have ever seen. Your cultivation speed is also the fastest I have ever seen. Even those super talented disciples can't compare to you. Although I don't know how you broke through, I know very well that you are a righteous person with a kind heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't care about us wraiths that have been dead for more than 13,000 years. In these 13,000 years, you are the only one who is willing to help us. Thank you again." While they were talking, Niu Haishan bowed again. Then, his eyebrows tightened and his expression became serious. He didn't say anything else and used telepathy. He was very careful. He could not let anyone know this secret, not even his personal disciples. Even if they were vengeful spirits, he could not let anyone know. In this world, other than himself, he could only tell one person. That was Luo Tian. Luo Tian, the Umbra Gem is a demonic sect's sacred artifact. A single Umbra Gem can raise a demonic sect's expert's cultivation by a whole realm. Moreover, once they discover a large number of Umbra Gems, they can create a world-destroying dark weapon. Just this weapon alone can turn the ancient world into a dark world controlled by the demonic sect. Therefore, you must remember that you must never leak the secret of the Umbra or Vein, no matter who it is, not even those closest to you. You must also not tell those Emperor Realm experts that they are incomparably sinister and that I have seen through everything. Otherwise, our boundless sect would not have been destroyed by that shaman. Niu Haishan's tone was extremely solemn. When he found out about the secret of the shadow lode, not only did the devil sect send people, the sect also sent people. Just like the demon sect, those powerful Emperor Realm masters also wanted him to hand over the location of the shadow mineral lode. He did not say anything. Then, those so-called righteous people, those Emperor Realm masters of the central continent, stood in the air and watched. They watched as the innocent disciples of the boundless sect were killed one by one and their souls were stripped out. They still had that disdainful sneer on their faces. So, Niu Haishan hated those high and mighty masters very much. They were simply worse than pigs and dogs. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Second Elder, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to protect this secret. I will definitely not let the demon sect or the sect get their hands on it. I will definitely not let it create a dark weapon." Thinking of the dark weapon, Luo Tian's little heart trembled again. Damn. It can actually destroy the world. Is this the same as the ancient weapon in One Piece? I'm going to eat grass. If there's a chance, speaking of danger. Luo Tian was more dangerous than any demon sect or sect. If the Umbra or Vein fell into his hands, he was afraid. Sooner or later, a dark weapon would be created. It would not destroy the world, but those Emperor Realm masters would be unlucky. Ha ha ha. Niu Haishan continued, "Then I'm relieved, but you have to be careful. You must not excavate the Umbra or Vein, and don't even think about taking it for yourself, because it is the most dangerous place in the ancient world. There is a fierce beast above the peak of the Emperor Realm, infinitely close to the power of God. You must not go there." At first, Luo Tian was flying in heaven. In his heart, he was thinking of creating a dark weapon, and then exploding the ancient continent. If that Emperor Realm Master was unhappy, he would kill him. But now, he instantly fell into hell. His heart was cold, and his whole body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Damn, do you have to play with me like this? Infinitely close to the power of God, above the strength of the Emperor Realm, isn't this asking for my life? Luo Tian was puzzled. He was no longer in the mood to listen. He felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. Niu Haishan thought that Luo Tian was listening very seriously, and said, "But, according to the 10 years I've been lurking there, I've found a pattern. One day a year, that ancient fierce beast will suddenly disappear." Luo Tian's lifeless eyes suddenly looked up, and his little heart thumped wildly again. He immediately asked, "Which day?" He was really too naughty. He thought he wouldn't have a chance. Niu Haishan said, "On the 15th of August, when the moon is full, he will suddenly disappear that night. I don't know where he went. It was also because of that night that I brought back a few Umbra gems from somewhere. I didn't expect to bring disaster to the boundless sect." At this point, Niu Haishan smiled bitterly. Luo Tian thought, what the hell, this ancient beast also needs to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. It also needs to go back and reunite with its family. That's good, one night is enough. I'll go there once a year. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Sooner or later, I'll be able to create the dark weapon. Finally, Luo Tian asked, "Where's the location of the shadow lode?" Niu Haishan smiled slightly, and before he could say anything, he laughed even harder, and said, "You might not know, the people of this world might not know, even those devil sect rankers would never think of a place even in their dreams." Luo Tian was startled, and asked again, "Where is it?" Niu Haishan laughed from ear to ear, and said, "It's in the abyss behind the mountain of the Abyss Academy." Luo Tian was stunned, and immediately thought of the abyss cave that the Huashan ancestor had mentioned. His heart sank, and he thought to himself, damn, could it be the abyss cave that the Huashan ancestor had mentioned? It was very possible, ever since he found out about the Black Wind sect, Luo Tian's impression of the Patriarch of Huashan had risen to an unprecedented level. If it really was the abyss cave, Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed a mouthful of phlegm, and muttered to himself, "It can't be true, right? Seeing Luo Tian's expression, Niu Haishan could not help but ask, "Do you know about that abyss?" Luo Tian shook his head, and said, "I don't know." "Oh." Niu Haishan chuckled, and said, "Abyss Academy is the core circle of the Devil Sect, just like Cloud Mist College in Misty Cloud City. There is only one way for you to go to Abyss Academy, and that is to become a student of Cloud Mist College and participate in the exchange competition between the two academies. The competition is on the 15th of August, and I also used this opportunity to find the location of the Shadow Lode by chance." Thinking back to that year, Niu Haishan's eyes were filled with endless longing. People from the sect could not even think about entering the Abyss Academy's territory. Moreover, it was the core of the Devil Sect. Even the experts of the Emperor realm did not dare to enter rashly. Luo Tian was startled, and thought to himself, "It's Cloud Mist College again, it seems like I have to enter this Cloud Mist College." Following that, Luo Tian nodded, and said, "I understand." Niu Haishan smiled and said, "Later, I will transfer my talent potential to you. As long as you rely on the potential of your superior talent, Cloud Mist College will be able to directly become a student without any examination. At that time, when you grow a little more and are qualified to participate in the competition, you will be able to go to Abyss Academy." He was also a student of Cloud Mist College. He was very clear about the conditions for Cloud Mist College's enrollment. Niu Haishan said this. Luo Tian was startled, and immediately thought of the transfer of talent, and said, "Second Elder, is the transfer of talent dangerous to you? If it's too dangerous, then forget it." After helping him to this extent, Luo Tian did not want Niu Haishan to risk his life for the last time. Before Niu Haishan could say anything, the vengeful spirits behind him smiled and said, "Benefactor, don't worry. There won't be any danger. Moreover, only we can do this kind of talent transfer. Our boundless sect was able to become a diamond organization in just a few years because of this unique skill. Otherwise, how could we have so many super talented disciples? If it weren't for the disaster we suffered, we would have become a king organization by now." "Well said. There won't be any danger. Come. Even if there is danger, if you can risk your life to kill the Soul Splitter King for us, then we can also risk our lives for you." "Exactly. Ron, don't worry." They were only left with a remnant soul. They still had to take this remnant soul to reincarnate in hell. This was also their last chance. If they lost this opportunity, they would never have another chance. After hearing what they said, Luo Tian relaxed and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. F***CK, benefactor, you're treating me like an outsider." "That's right. Do you still see us as brothers?" Luo Tian brought a group of vengeful spirits and walked towards the law enforcement hall in a grandiose manner. At this moment, Bai Lingling and the others were also anxiously waiting. They watched as Luo Tian muttered to himself. They didn't know what to say, nor did they know who to say anything to. They couldn't help but worry in their hearts. Seeing Luo Tian walk down, all the disciples of the House of Bai immediately went up to him. "Boss! Boss!" Everyone surrounded Luo Tian. Luo Tian said seriously, "I know that you might not believe me if I tell you this, but please swallow these flowers. Then, you will know why I was talking to myself." On the way down, Luo Tian grabbed a handful of flowers that could see Niu Haishan and the other vengeful spirits. Everyone swallowed it. Their expressions changed in an instant. Seeing the vengeful spirits floating on the ground behind Luo Tian, they couldn't help but feel afraid. "Ghost, ghost, ghost. So there really are ghosts." "Boss, boss, behind you," Lin Dong was the calmest. He said, "Boss, if you have something to say, just say it." Luo Tian continued, "These people are not ghosts, they are just vengeful spirits. They became like this because their souls were taken away by someone. I helped them to free their souls, and they agreed to do me a favor. It is to be able to transfer their superior talents to your bodies." As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell. "What? You can transfer talents? There is such a thing?" "Boss, whatever you say." "Boss, just tell us what to do." Luo Tian had an absolute position in their hearts. They had already tacitly agreed that Luo Tian was the head of the House of Bai. Luo Tian looked at Niu Haishan and said, "Second elder, you tell them." Niu Haishan stepped forward and said, "It's very simple. When the time comes, open up your mind and mind completely and relax your body and mind. Leave the rest to us." The people of the house of Bai did as they were told. Niu Haishan also immediately turned around and looked at the vengeful spirits behind him. "Among you, those who are the best of the best, come forward." Peerless talent among superior talents? I'll go. This is going against the heavens. Luo Tian was startled. He was frightened by Niu Haishan's words. Extraordinary talent was 1 in a million. Moreover, Niu Haishan was a peerless talent among extraordinary talents. If this wasn't heaven-defying, then what was? The cultivation speed of this kind of talent was like a rocket. Many of the disciples of the house of Bai were also shocked, but Luo Tian could tell from their eyes that they did not believe it. They just didn't say it because of Luo Tian's face. Niu Haishan naturally could tell, but he did not explain. Not long after. Among the vengeful spirits, more than a dozen of them walked out. The rest were all vengeful spirits with superior talent. Niu Haishan glanced at them, and said to Luo Tian apologetically, "Brother Luo, there are only a dozen or so disciples with superior talent. Originally, there were more than 30 of them, but many of them were killed by Wu Di. The 18 guards who had escorted Luo Tian to the immeasurable hall were the best of the best." Luo Tian's heart tightened, he was extremely grateful, and said, "Second elder, thank you." Niu Haishan smiled slightly, and said, "Let's begin now. After we finish transferring our talent, we can go to the underworld to reincarnate. If we are fated, we will meet again in our next life. At that time, we will definitely have a good drink with you." Luo Tian laughed, "How can 1 cup be enough? At least a vat." Ha ha ha, the two of them laughed at the same time. Then, the transfer of talent began. At this moment, Lin Dong walked forward and said, "Boss, I want to rely on myself." Luo Tian was startled. Without waiting for him to speak, Niu Haishan's eyes suddenly lit up with shock, and said, "He doesn't need to be transferred. None of my disciples have a talent that can surpass him. His talent should be at the peak of the legendary peerless talent. I went out last night and am in the city today. I have to take the exam in the next few days, so time is too tight. If you have a monthly vote, please help me vote." His eyes were sharp. Niu Haishan could tell that Lin Dong was not ordinary. This made Luo Tian secretly surprised. However, this made him even more certain that Lin Dong was the main character in martial yin yang. If not, how could his talent be the top of the absolute talents? Lin Dong was also surprised. He smiled and said, "I just want to grow through my own efforts. I also believe in myself. I will definitely work hard and follow in boss's footsteps." Since the day Luo Tian appeared, his world had changed. Luo Tian's strong performance time and time again made him work even harder. If he wanted to follow Luo Tian, he had to improve his own cultivation. If not, how could he be qualified to follow Luo Tian? This was what he thought in his heart. Luo Tian did not force him and said, "You can decide for yourself. I respect your decision." Lin Dong nodded and walked to the side. When they were transferring their talents, he did not want to waste a single second. Bai Xiong also wanted to, he also wanted to become stronger through his own efforts. When he walked up, Luo Tian immediately said, "Second elder, give your talent to my brother." Before Bai Xiong could say anything, Luo Tian was the first to speak. He looked at Bai Xiong's expression and knew what he wanted to say. Bai Xiong's talent was only slightly above average. If it was average, it would be difficult for him to reach the Taiyan realm. Even if he worked hard, it would be difficult for him to break through. This was the reason why the ancient world had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Some warriors lived for thousands of years and even tens of thousands of years. However, their cultivation was still at a low level. This was because their talent was above most warriors. It was just like the Cloud Mist College's recruitment. As long as your talent was exceptional, you could skip the assessment and enter directly. This was the advantage of having talent. Niu Haishan glanced at Bai Xiong and said, "Alright, this little fellow isn't bad. He's as strong as an ox. If he can fuse with my natural talent, then his cultivation will at least reach the Saint Spirit realm, right?" Ha ha ha, the white bear was stunned. His heart sank. He clicked his tongue and said, Holy Spirit realm? Niu Haishan smiled and said, why? Do you think the Holy Spirit realm is not enough? Bai Xiong quickly said, no, the Holy Spirit realm is too high. I don't even dare to imagine it. Luo Tian smiled and said, you are useless. If you don't reach the Emperor realm, I will lose face. You have the nerve to follow me? Huh? Bai Xiong was dumbfounded. He had never thought about the Holy Spirit realm, let alone the Emperor realm. He only wanted to follow Luo Tian all the way. As for the realm, he had never thought about it. When he heard Luo Tian's words, his eyes immediately became firm. He said mightily, I want to reach the Emperor realm. I must reach the Emperor realm. Niu Haishan looked at Luo Tian and felt more and more that Luo Tian was not simple. He felt more and more that the days following him were very exciting. Just these 10 days of contact made him very happy. If he did not die, he would really follow him to the end. Niu Haishan smiled in his heart and said, it's good to be alive. Immediately, Niu Haishan said, okay, let's begin. There were more than 50 people in the house of Bai. Except for Lin Dong and Luo Tian, who did not accept the talent transfer, all accepted it. Even the extremely stubborn Bai Lingling only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. There was no other reason, she wanted to take revenge. She wanted to kill Deng Leigong with her own hands and avenge her father. The transfer of talent would take some time. Lin Dong was cultivating alone. Luo Tian opened the system with nothing to do. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he opened the system like a thief to check the good stuff that the Soul Splitter Spirit King dropped. Heh, 9 Yang Divine Art? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the sacred art 9 Yang Divine Art. Cultivation method, 9 Yang Divine Art grade, Divine level cooldown, 1 hour description. The 9 Yang Divine Art can refine the Yang energy in the body. This energy can make the body stronger quickly, and it can reach 9 transformations. Description 2, this cultivation technique is divided into 2 parts. This cultivation technique is the upper part, while the 9 Yang Divine Art is the lower part. When the 2 cultivation techniques are combined, one can reach the 9 Yin 9 Yang, the transcendent realm of immortality and indestructibility. Damn. Sure enough. Like I said, the 9 Yang Divine Art is the 9 Yang Divine Art. Luo Tian was shocked. It was indeed the 9 Yang Divine Art from Jin Yang's novel. It was just that he still had the 9 Yin Divine Art. Otherwise, he could reach the transcendent realm of immortality and indestructibility by combining the 2. Damn it, isn't this too awesome? In Jin Yang's novel, the 9 Yang Divine Art was a cultivation technique for inner strength. It was the same here. Luo Tian could use the 9 Yang Divine Art to quickly turn his body into the Yang Divine Art. More importantly, the 9 Yang Divine Art was of great help to the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Luo Tian was speechless. When the time comes, all his wives would come. If his subordinates couldn't do it, then what was the point of living? How could he let the women stay alone? How could the men say that they couldn't do it? The 9 Yang Divine Art would definitely be of help to him. As for the 9 Yin Divine Art, Luo Tian also wanted to obtain it. But where was it in the ancient continent? Who knew that this kind of thing depended on fate? Good stuff. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and opened the second item, Soul-Splitting Sword Fragment Grade? Description, this item has absorbed 38,000 souls. It has the power to split souls and kill lives. It can also create a super strong suppression effect on a person's soul. Description 2, this item can be used to create a dark sacred tool. There was nothing wrong with the description. After all, that sorcerer had used it to harvest the souls of all the people in the immeasurable sect. Before the immeasurable sect, there should still be a lot of people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach 38,000 souls. This number was indeed a little terrifying. It was also because of this that the current soul-splitting sword fragment had a very strong suppression effect on the soul. The description too made Luo Tian's eyes sink. His pupils constricted, one of the materials for the dark sacred tool? Immediately after. He immediately thought of the dark weapon that Niu Haishan had mentioned using the shadow gem to create. This kind of weapon could destroy heaven and earth. It could cause the entire ancient continent to sink into endless darkness. The soul-splitting sword fragment was one of the materials for this weapon. Damn it, this is definitely the rhythm of wanting me to create a dark weapon. Possessing a dark weapon was equivalent to controlling the fate of the ancient world. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about the undead emperors and the 7 luminaries monarchs that he had offended in the Xianxia continent. As for the Haijia in Misty Cloud City, they would be the first to be eliminated. Then, he would have to go to the Pangu cave of the ancient king. A dark weapon, Luo Tian swallowed hard. He laughed in his heart and said, I will definitely create it. Subsequently, there was the third item. A dazzling white light. This was the item that Luo Tian was most excited about. The power of God's chosen. This power didn't come from the Soul Splitter King, but from the Soul Splitter sword. In his mind, it was only the size of a fist. Luo Tian didn't know whether it was a lot or a little. However, he was very clear about one thing. This dazzling white power could probably raise everything within 100 kilometers to the ground. Wu Di only had a trace of God's chosen and it was already so powerful. The soul-splitting King's chosen was not enough to compete with this. This was enough to show how powerful it was. This was also one of Luo Tian's trump cards, unless it was absolutely necessary, Luo Tian would not use it easily. This power could only be used once. Luo Tian wanted to control this power himself. This way, he would not have to worry about what to do after it was used up. I must go to the Heaven's Chosen Mountain. The soul-splitting sword and the soul-splitting king dropped these 3 items. Very good, very good. Power, cultivation method, and materials to create a dark weapon. These 3 items had all exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. With these 3 items, Luo Tian's strength increased by another level. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. During this time, the disciples of the House of Bai and the wraiths were still in the process of transferring their talents. Luo Tian also took on the task of guarding the surroundings. In the immeasurable mountain range, any kind of ferocious beast could rush out, not to mention that Luo Tian and the soul-splitting king had caused such a strong crack. It would definitely wake up some incomparably powerful demon beasts. It would be terrible if they were to disturb the transfer of talents. In addition to Luo Tian being on guard, there were also many wraiths on guard outside the boundless sect. Suddenly, a wraith hurriedly walked up and said, "There's an expert with a dark aura rushing over here. His speed is extremely fast, and his cultivation might have reached the myriad illusions realm." Luo Tian was stunned. His brows furrowed as he muttered, "Myriad illusions realm? He's rushing here? What's going on? Could it be that he was attracted by the battle just now?" All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyes shook, and his expression darkened. That's not right. Haijia's assassin is here. He immediately thought that it was an assassin sent by Haijia. News of Wu Sha's death had already spread to Haijia in Misty Cloud City. A disciple of the Sea God list had been killed. This was undoubtedly crossing the bottom line for Haijia, and it had a huge impact on their reputation. In addition to the incident with Hyosaurus, Haijia would definitely not let this matter rest and would definitely send another assassin. If it was Luo Tian, he would also send another assassin. However, the people of the Fair family didn't expect that the Bai family would dare to leave Elingyan City due to the family turmoil. Moreover, they even fled into the immeasurable mountain range. Because of the vastness of the immeasurable mountain range, even if a 10,000 illusion realm expert wanted to find them quickly, it would still be impossible. Because of the battle between Luo Tian and the soul-splitting king, the sound had spread tens of thousands of kilometers away. This had exposed their whereabouts. Myriad illusions realm? Haijia is really trying to kill me. Last time, he was only at the Taiyan realm. This time, he is at the Myriad Illusions realm, and he might even be at the peak of the Myriad Illusions realm. To deal with a martial void realm expert, even in the eyes of Haijia, Luo Tian is at most at the condensed prime realm. To send such a powerful person, this. Luo Tian's heart tightened. You want to kill me, don't you? The only transformation card left was the Superman transformation card. Hulk and Thor's transformation cards were still on cooldown. As for the city's supernatural ability, it had no combat power at all. In addition, Luo Tian could not abandon these disciples of the House of Bai. The most important thing was, even if Luo Tian used the transformation card, he might not be a match for him. Should he use the Chosen One's power? Should he use it when it was just dropped, and to use it on someone in the Myriad Illusions realm? To be honest, Luo Tian could not bear to do so. Benefactor, what do you think we should do? Do you want us to hold them off for a while? The Wraith could not help but ask when he saw Luo Tian's expression turn a little ugly. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "You're no match for them." The Wraith elites were all calling out to the disciples of the House of Bai. Most of the Wraith on guard were at the Martial Void and Taiyan realms. They were no match for them at all. The Myriad Illusions realm experts could kill these Wraith like cutting vegetables. Their souls had finally returned and were waiting to enter the underworld's reincarnation cycle. If their souls were damaged at this time, they might not be able to enter the underworld. At this moment, Niao Haishan was the first to wake up. His eyes opened slightly. He had heard the conversation just now. Immediately, he said, "Brother Luo, the transfer of talents of your brothers will be completed soon. Later, you will lead them to the back of the mountain of the Boundless sect. They will reach Boundless City in 3 days. As for the Myriad Illusions realm assassin, leave him to us." While he was speaking, the other Wraith woke up one by one. The disciples of the House of Bai woke up a few seconds later than them. Everyone looked different from a few hours ago. Their eyes were filled with brilliance. The changes in their bodies were very strong, especially the aura they exuded. The evolution of their talents caused their bodies to transform. They used to be caterpillars, but now they had become beautiful butterflies. "Yes. Benefactor, it's time for us to do something for you. You guys go first. We'll hold them off for you. We'll definitely hold him back. Even if he's at the peak of the Myriad Illusions realm, it won't be that easy for him to break through our defense line. Take your brothers and leave quickly." The Wraith said one by one. They were grateful to Luo Tian in their hearts. They wanted to do something for Luo Tian. If they could help Luo Tian at this time, they didn't even think about it. Even if their souls were destroyed, they wouldn't be afraid. This was the only thing they could do to repay Luo Tian before entering the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. Looking at Niao Haishan, Luo Tian said solemnly, "Second Elder, take care." Then, he didn't hesitate at all. He made a prompt decision. He didn't have the strength to fight against an expert of the Myriad Illusions realm. He didn't have the strength to fight against Haijia. Compared to Haijia, he couldn't even be considered a tiny ant. Haijia was simply too powerful. So powerful that the current Luo Tian couldn't shake him at all. The only choice was to develop these super talents of the House of Bai. These seedlings needed time to grow. If Luo Tian was alone, he wouldn't run. He would directly say one word. Fight. It didn't matter whether it was the Myriad Illusions realm or the Emperor realm. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't let it go easily. But he couldn't do it now. Behind him was the House of Bai and a group of brothers waiting to be fed. He couldn't let these brothers take the risk with him. Luo Tian said loudly, "Brothers of the House of Bai, listen up. You have to thank the Second Elder and these Wraith brothers for being able to live today. When we stand at the peak in the future, we must come back to pay respects to them. Remember this." The disciples of the House of Bai said in unison, "We will remember this." Another Wraith hurriedly ran up and said, "Second Elder, that expert is 1,000 meters away from us." Niao Haishan immediately said, "Run." Then, Niao Haishan turned to look at the numerous resentful spirits and said, "Now is the time to repay the debt of gratitude. Brothers, bring out the might of our boundless sect. Isn't it just a darkness attribute Myriad Illusions realm cultivator? We'll make sure he never returns. Kill." Then, many Wraith turned around and ran down. Luo Tian glanced at Niao Haishan, feeling grateful in his heart. He didn't dare to delay for even a second. He knew very well that Niao Haishan would definitely not be able to withstand the Haijia's assassins. If he didn't leave, their casualties would be even greater. He shouted, "Let's go." A few minutes later, Painful screams rang out one after another at the entrance of the boundless sect. This was a sound that could only be emitted by the pain of having one's soul destroyed. For them, they would disappear forever. They would be completely annihilated. However, they were not afraid. They continued to charge forward without any regard for their lives. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said fiercely in his heart, "Haijia, I will definitely return 1,000 times faster." He was incomparably furious. That feeling of powerlessness made Luo Tian almost go berserk. He was really unhappy, escaping from Lingyun City into the immeasurable mountain range, facing the incomparably dangerous immeasurable mountain range. He could die at any time. However, Haijia still did not let him go. They actually sent an expert of the illusions realm. This was to kill Luo Tian. This hatred, Luo Tian would engrave it in his heart. If he didn't destroy all 18 generations of Haijia's ancestors, I'm definitely not human. The person who came was Haijia's ghost concubine. He entered the immeasurable mountain range to search for Luo Tian. However, he wasn't here to kill Luo Tian. He wanted to capture Luo Tian alive. Haijia's ghost concubine was divided into 8 sides. Each side was like a clone. Their abilities were also different. If the 8 of them were together, even a peak Holy Spirit realm expert would find it difficult to deal with them. Ghost Concubine, who entered the immeasurable mountain range, was a tracking expert. There was another person, Ghost Concubine. At this moment, he had already entered the Xianxia continent. Cloud Mist City, Cloud Mist College at the top of the Cloud Mist mountain range. What? Haijia is too presumptuous. They actually sent Ghost Concubine. I didn't look for him to kill my Cloud Mist College's disciple, but he actually sent Ghost Concubine to assassinate me. This is outrageous. What should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? You and I are very clear about Ghost Concubine's strength. Hai Tong Tian actually sent her out. I'm afraid that kid's little life. Haijia is too arrogant this time. Can't we do anything? Dean, when did our Cloud Mist College become so cowardly? I'm not happy. An old man looked up at the sky with his brows tightly knitted. Looking at the blue sky, his thoughts were flying. In his mind, he thought of countless possibilities. Finally, the image in his mind stopped at a place. A familiar and terrifying face. Haijia's Crown Prince, see Emperor Dragon. 3 in 1 chapter. Weighing again and again. Cloud Mist College didn't make any decision in the end. They didn't send anyone to Haijia. They also called back the elders who went out to look for Luo Tian not long ago. Ghost Concubine had never failed. Obviously, Luo Tian was no longer in this world. Although it was a pity, Cloud Mist College had no choice but to do so. It wasn't because Cloud Mist College was afraid of Haijia. Cloud Mist College was the strongest college in the central continent. Its comprehensive strength wasn't weaker than Haijia. It was even stronger. However, there was one person in Haijia that Cloud Mist College was extremely afraid of. The Sea Emperor Dragon. He was also the Crown Prince of Haijia. Since his birth, Haijia had been suppressing Cloud Mist College. The Crown Prince's potential and talent were unparalleled in the central continent, and even in the ancient continent for hundreds of thousands of years. His strength was unparalleled, and he was also the youngest sorcerer in the world. His name resounded throughout the ancient continent. When climbing the Heaven's Choice Mountain, he climbed to an unprecedented height. Among the many adepts who possessed the power of God's chosen, his was the strongest and densest. He was also known as the Son of Heaven, the one chosen by heaven. Sooner or later, he would become a god. Cloud Mist College was afraid of him. Luo Tian was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. His fighting ability and cultivation techniques were incomparably strange. He might be a very good seedling for Cloud Mist College, but, compared to the Crown Prince, he was somewhat insignificant. The Crown Prince put too much pressure on Cloud Mist College. Whether it was him or Haijia, they were both very powerful. More importantly, he had an even more terrifying master. 3 days later. On the other side of Wuliang Mountain. We're out. We're finally out. Ha ha ha. I can't believe we could cross Wuliang Mountain. It's too unexpected. It's good to be alive. It's all because of boss's might. More than 50 members of the House of Bai walked out of Wuliang Mountain. After 3 days and 3 nights of trekking, every one of them seemed to be in a sorry state. However, looking at immeasurable city in the distance, they knew that they had made it out. Being able to cross the immeasurable mountain range was a miracle for them. When they first entered the mountain range, they didn't think that they could come out alive. They just wanted to follow Luo Tian and see where they could go. They were completely unaware. This time, not only did they manage to escape, but each of their cultivations had also reached a new level. Their talents had also undergone incomparable transformations. This allowed them to leap into the ranks of super talented martial artists. This was something they had yet to experience. However, it wouldn't be long before they could feel the benefits of having a superior talent. Bai Lingling walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Boundless City is up ahead." Luo Tian looked at the majestic immeasurable mountain range and muttered, "I wonder how the second elder and the others are doing." This was the thing he was most worried about in the past 3 days. However, in the past 3 days, that Haijia rancor had not caught up to them. This also meant that Niu Haishan had held him back. Otherwise, with their speed, it would have been impossible for them to escape. Luo Tian exhaled and said, "Second elder, no matter what, thank you. I hope that you can enter the underworld cycle of reincarnation. Also, I will definitely avenge Haijia for you." Immediately after, Luo Tian's gaze turned, looking at the immeasurable city in the distance. He raised his arm and shouted, "Enter the city." "Oh, ha ha ha. Now that we're in the city, we must have a good meal. After fleeing for half a month, we're finally relaxed today." That's right. After getting rid of the immeasurable mountain range and the Deng family, we don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Many of the House of Bai's disciples had joyous smiles on their faces. This half a month had been too hard on him. Luo Tian's heart did not relax. He had escaped the pursuit of the Deng family and the pursuit of the Haijia rancor. However, his intuition told him that Haijia would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely send assassins. We must think of a countermeasure as soon as possible, otherwise. Luo Tian's brows tightened. Looking at the happy brothers of the House of Bai, he secretly said, "Our goal is too big, we must spread out." Bai Xiong smiled foolishly and said, "Boss, what are you thinking about? Let's hurry down the mountain and have a good drink when we reach Immeasurable City. Then, we can take a good bath. In 10 days, it will be the second round of selection for Cloud Mist College. At that time, we will pass the second round. At that time, no matter how powerful Deng Leigong is, he won't dare to touch us. At that time, we will have Cloud Mist College to protect us. As long as I become a student of Cloud Mist College, I will definitely teach Deng Leigong a lesson. I will definitely avenge my father." Luo Tian smiled faintly. Bai Xiong was right. He was too tired after half a month of trekking. He needed to have a good rest, tidy up, and then think about other things. Besides, in 10 days, it would be the second round of selection for Cloud Mist College. As long as he passed, he would be able to obtain the protection of Cloud Mist College. At that time, even Haijia wouldn't be able to touch him easily, right? Luo Tian did not know what had happened in Cloud Mist City. His thoughts were a little too perfect. Suddenly, the group in front suddenly stopped. And there was an argument. A disciple of the House of Bai quickly ran to Luo Tian's side and said, "Boss, there is a team of 8 people. They are blocking our way. Looking at their clothes, they seem to be the guards of Boundless City. They want me to pay the fee to leave the mountain." Luo Tian was startled, and said, "Toll? That's right. And they even insulted us." Luo Tian frowned and immediately walked forward. On the path down the mountain stood 8 guards at the peak of the essence condensation realm. Their clothes were embroidered with the symbol of Boundless City. It was obvious that they were the guards of Boundless City. Luo Tian smiled and said, "May I ask how much toll do we have to pay?" The leader of the guards looked at Luo Tian coldly with a look of disdain. He sneered and said, "This amount." As he spoke, he raised his middle finger. Luo Tian's eyes tightened, and said, "1 profound coin per person? F*ck." Do you think our boundless city's guards are beggars? I am talking about 100,000 profound coins. The leader of the strong men suddenly shouted, his two eyes fiercely staring at Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's exhausted appearance, his expression became even more disdainful. The main reason for physical exhaustion was due to the depletion of vitality. If a martial artist still had a lot of vitality in his body, it was impossible for him to have a tired expression. After 3 days and 3 nights of trekking, under Luo Tian's constant urging, the House of Bai's disciples used up all their strength. At this time, not to mention vitality, even their strength was almost used up. It was already quite good that they could walk. It was because of this that the guard became fearless. Bai Xiong immediately became angry and shouted, 100,000 profound coins, are you crazy? You might as well go rob. The guard sneered and said disdainfully, what? You can't take it out? If you can't take it out, then scram back to the mountain. What are you going down the mountain for? A group of poor country bumpkins, daring to kill without money, tisk. Ha ha ha, Brother Mang, look at these people. They are simply beggars. You calling them country bumpkins is simply an insult to country bumpkins, ha ha ha, isn't that so? Look at what they are wearing. One look and you can tell that they are a group of poor people. Scram into the mountains. 100,000 profound coins. Luo Tian did not have it. However, Bai Qi had given the House of Bai's savings to Bai Lingling, so she could take out 100,000 profound coins. But this was the House of Bai's most developed funds, so it definitely could not be used carelessly. Bai Lingling glanced at the angry House of Bai disciples around her, walked to Luo Tian's side, and said, our people's vitality has been depleted. We will continue to rest in a place to recover our vitality. At this time, 100,000 profound coins is 100,000 profound coins, I still have a lot here, it's enough. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the leader of the guards pushed Luo Tian away and walked directly to Bai Lingling's side. He revealed a wretched smile, swallowed his saliva, and said, oh, there's such a delicate little beauty in this desolate mountain range. It's different with a little beauty. I don't want the 100,000 profound coins. Let me play with this little girl for a few days. Once I, Brother Mang, am satisfied, everything will be fine, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he was about to step forward and pull Bai Lingling's hand when he said evilly, little beauty, if you follow Brother Mang, I guarantee that you will eat and drink well, and enjoy endless glory and wealth, ha ha ha. Come on. Just that, Bai Lingling stood motionless in front of him, but the guard couldn't grab her hand no matter how hard he tried. His body was unable to move in an instant. There was a hand on his shoulder. The guard was instantly enraged and shouted, that one who doesn't want his life? You're king courting death again. He turned around and grabbed the hand on his shoulder, wanting to twist it and break it. But he tried his best but still could not remove the hand on his shoulder. His eyes stared at Luo Tian, who was pushed away by him just now. His face changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, you dog, before he could finish his words. Luo Tian's 5 fingers turned into a claw, directly grabbing his shoulder and exerting force. Kacha! Ka ka ka, the bones below his shoulder were shattered, and one of the bodyguard's arms instantly dropped down. He couldn't use any strength, and his face was incomparably pale. He grimaced in pain and shouted, brat, you're courting death. Quick, quick, kill him for me. It hurts so much. In an instant, the other 7 guards all surrounded him. Lin Dong also shouted in an instant, and said, if you touch a single hair on our boss's head, I will kill you. More than 50 people from the House of Bai instantly turned into ferocious bandits, directly surrounding the 8 of them. They were so scared that they did not dare to move. Luo Tian let go of his hand. That guard instantly fell down, sitting on the ground and rolling around in pain. His whole body was covered in sweat, and his eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, full of killing intent. He said fiercely, do you know who I am? You dare to touch me, I will make you suffer. Your mouth is still dirty, right? Luo Tian's voice fell, and a slap came down. Pa! The guard was directly flipped over. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head, and all his front teeth flew out. He could not say anything, but his eyes were still full of anger. Luo Tian walked to his side, and said with a sneer, "I say, Lord Guard, do we still have to pay the toll?" At the beginning, the guard still nodded, but when Luo Tian raised his hand again, his head shook like a rattle drum, and he said with his teeth leaking, "No, no, no, no need, no need." Luo Tian gently patted his red and swollen cheeks, and said with a smile, "Good boy." After he finished speaking, Luo Tian slowly stood up and looked at the guard's eyes, which were still full of killing intent. He was very unhappy in his heart. Suddenly, he heavily stomped on the guard. His eyes suddenly changed and became incomparably cold. He gloomily said, "You dare to touch my woman? You are courting death." He stomped that guard to death with a single foot. The other 7 guards' faces suddenly changed. They wanted to resist, but in the end, they were still stared back by Luo Tian's gaze. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Yin Feng for obtaining 100 experience, 100 essence. Ding! Sin +1 inch. A notification sounded. Luo Tian would definitely not be lenient towards this kind of person. Although his cultivation was not high and unremarkable, this kind of person was despicable and sinister. Once he injured Bai Lingling or the other brothers of the House of Bai, it would be a big loss for a small gain. At the same time, Luo Tian also used this to warn the forces of Boundless City. "I'm here, don't King provoke me, or else I'll kill you." A guard looked at Luo Tian with fear in his eyes, not because of Luo Tian's powerful strength, but because of Yin Feng's death. He sneered and said, "Do you know who he is? You still want to enter Boundless City after killing him? If I were you, I would quickly return to the mountains and never take half a step into Boundless City again." Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "I definitely don't care who the person who deserves to die is. Even if the Heavenly Emperor touches my people, I will make him die without a burial ground." Immediately after, Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's go." He did not continue to kill those 7 people. Luo Tian was not a homicidal maniac. He would definitely not let off those who deserved to be killed. These commoners did not provoke him, so even if he could get sin points, he would not easily kill them. This was because he did not want to be controlled by sin points. He was himself. Even if he had the system, he would not be controlled by the system. Seeing Luo Tian's group walk towards Immeasurable City in a grandiose manner, the guard who spoke just now said loudly, "He is the nephew of Immeasurable City's city lord. Just wait to die." Luo Tian pretended not to hear. They continued to move forward. Lindong walked beside Luo Tian and said, "According to rumors, the city lord of Boundless City was once a student of Cloud Mist College. I heard that his cultivation has already broken through to the Taiyan realm. Moreover, he can cover the sky with one hand in Boundless City." Bai Xiong said, "Boss, will we be in danger if we go in like this?" "Indeed. Taiyan realm." If it was a competition of strength, Luo Tian was still not a match for him. However, he had no choice now. It was impossible for him to enter Boundless Mountain Range again. He could, but his brothers from the House of Bai could not. They were too tired and needed a place to rest. They needed to eat to replenish their strength. He had no other choice but to enter the city. Even if there were scourges in the city, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Bai Lingling also said, "I remember father once said that the patrol teams in Boundless City are all in groups of 10. Did we only meet 8 guards just now?" Luo Tian's brows twitched slightly. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Looking at Boundless City in the distance, it was like a huge ferocious beast waiting for them in the dusk. No matter what. Even if it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, Luo Tian had to enter the city. He had to rest and participate in the second round of Cloud Mist College's examination. Otherwise, crossing Boundless Mountain Range would become meaningless. Boundless City, City Lord's Mansion. Good. He's finally appeared. I really didn't expect that a trash kid who hasn't even reached the Martial Void Realm would be able to cross Boundless Mountain Range. It's truly shocking. However, Nephew Dang, don't worry. As long as he comes to my territory, I'll turn him into a dead man." A man in his 50s sneered. Beside him stood a person. Lei Gongdang's son. He had arrived 3 days ago. He had given his father's handwritten letter to Yin Wuliang, and had also given him 100,000 cultivation coins. With these things, Yin Wuliang had immediately agreed to kill Luo Tian if he dared to appear. "Thank you, Uncle Yin. Next time, my father will personally come to thank you. At that time, there will definitely be a great gift to thank you," Dang Wumu said respectfully. Yin Wuliang smiled and said, "Your father is my senior. This is just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. I heard that your father has already unified Lingyan City. Your Deng family's strength has already reached the standard of a gold organization. When you become a gold organization, you'll be able to gain the favor of a large family. At that time, your Deng family will become a diamond organization, or even a subsidiary of a king organization. When that time comes, don't forget about my Uncle Yin." Deng Wumu cupped his hands and said, "Of course, of course." In his heart, he thought, "I didn't expect Yin Wuliang to be so well informed. In less than half a month, he found out about this. Even I didn't know. However, it seems like father has really unified Lingyan City. When all the organizations are combined, they should be able to reach the standard of a gold organization. When that time comes, they'll be able to gain the favor of a large family. With the protection of a large family, no matter how great your potential is, Luo Tian won't be a match for my Deng family. Humph. Furthermore, Luo Tian, it's only been half a month. No matter how fast you break through, you won't be a match for Yin Wuliang, who is at the Grand Yen realm. Hurry up and come to Boundless City to die. Also at this time, a Boundless City guard hurriedly walked into the hall and whispered something into Yin Wuliang's ear. Yin Wuliang's expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, "What did you say?" The guard said, "Yin Feng was killed." Yin Wuliang's expression became angry. He shouted, "Who dares to kill my nephew? Is he tired of living?" The guard said again, "It's Luo Tian." Yin Wuliang suddenly trembled. He slammed the chair beside him into pieces and shouted, "Luo Tian, you dog. I'm going to bury your head with my nephew." "Where is he now?" The guard said, "He's almost at Boundless City." Yin Wuliang's brows furrowed. A cold and murderous smile appeared on his face. Dang Wumu laughed in his heart. "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian. Of all the people to kill, you just had to kill Yin Wuliang's nephew. Ha ha ha. You're dead today." 3 in 1 chapter. It's the end of the month. Brothers who have monthly votes, don't keep them. Hurry up and vote for Old Niao. The sun set in the west. The sky gradually darkened. There were very few pedestrians at the city gate, and a few guards urged them on from time to time. Wuliang City was not like other cities. The west gate would be closed at night, and no one would be allowed to enter or leave. There was less than half an hour left before the gate closed. In order to enter the city, the pedestrians on the road sped up. Luo Tian's group did not walk fast. They did not know that Wuliang City had such a rule. Of course, they were too tired and could not walk at all. They wished they could just sit on the ground and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. "Boss, look at these pedestrians. They're running so fast as if they've seen a ghost. Are they rushing to reincarnate?" Bai Xiong asked, puzzled. Luo Tian naturally did not know either. He smiled lightly and said, "They're running their own business. It's none of your business. If you have the strength, you should run too. Maybe they're running to lose weight after eating." Bai Xiong scratched his head and said naively, "I don't even have the strength to walk now. Let alone run. I wish I could crawl into the city right now. These 3 days and 3 nights of trekking have exhausted me. Right now, I don't even have a trace of Yuan Qi in my dantian. It's even worse than when I was chased into the Wuliang Mountains by the Deng family." Indeed. Last time, it was the Deng family who chased them. Along the way, under the stimulation of Luo Tian's elder position, these House of Bai disciples finally succeeded in hiding in the Wuliang Mountains. This time, it was not the Deng family who chased them, but the Haijia, who knew how many times stronger than the Deng family. After 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop trekking, how could there be a trace of Yuan Qi in their dantian, other than Luo Tian? These people did not have a trace of Yuan Qi in their dantian. They were as thirsty as a cracked paddy field. At this moment, they needed sufficient time to rest, recuperate, and replenish their energy with food. Fortunately, there were still 10 days before the second round of Cloud Mist College's selection. These 10 days were enough for them to recover. However, it was best not to engage in any battles in the next 10 days and expend any yuan qi. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the second round of selection. After encountering Yin Feng's group of guards at the foot of Immeasurable Mountain Range, Luo Tian had a vague premonition that something was definitely waiting for him in Immeasurable City. When a passerby heard Bai Xiong's words, he couldn't help but mock, "I can tell that you guys are outsiders at a glance. You don't even know the most basic rules of Boundless City. The sun sets in the west, and the city gates will close in an hour. You guys are still leisurely walking here as if you are on a vacation. I'm sure you guys will spend the night outside the city." After that, without waiting for Bai Xiong to speak, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. He didn't forget to shout, Big brother guard, there's another one here. Wait for me." Immeasurable City was too close to the Immeasurable Mountain Range. Night fell, and the time for the demonic beasts to dominate the city had arrived. Some demonic beasts that were hunting for food would come to the outskirts of Immeasurable City from time to time. In the past, when the city gates weren't closed, there would always be demonic beasts that barged in and harmed a large number of innocent people. That was why the city gates were closed at night. Luo Tian stared blankly. If more than 50 people from the House of Bai were outside the city, the weather would definitely be cold at night. At that time, not to mention recovering their vitality, it would already be considered lucky if they didn't injure their vitality. However, Luo Tian looked at the weak disciples of the House of Bai behind him, who were struggling to even walk. His heart tightened again. In their current state, it was impossible for them to run, let alone catch up. We have to enter the city to recuperate. Otherwise, the innate talent had just been transferred, so it wasn't stable. Niu Haishan had said that after the transfer of the innate talent, they had to recuperate well and allow the transferred innate talent to fully integrate with the physical body. If their vitality was injured at this time, it would definitely affect the integration of the innate talent and the physical body. Immediately after, Luo Tian's brows furrowed. He thought to himself, we have to let them enter the city. Bai Xiong, Lin Dong. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong shouted at the same time, here. Luo Tian continued, the two of you take good care of these brothers. I'll delay the guards guarding the city first. We can't let them spend the night outside the city. Lin Dong immediately said, Boss, do you want me to go with you? I still have some vitality. Bai Xiong also said, although I don't have vitality, I still have some strength. I can also go with you. Luo Tian smiled and said, the two of you don't have to puff yourselves up at your own cost. Take good care of these brothers for me. Don't worry, I can definitely delay them. After saying that, Luo Tian quickly ran out. A few minutes later, Luo Tian's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. He arrived at the north gate of Boundless City. If it was a competition of vitality, the amount of vitality in Luo Tian's body couldn't even be compared to an expert at the peak of the martial void realm. The two guards saw that Luo Tian was really looking at them, and their faces were unhappy. They said, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get in. If you don't go in, then get out. Very fierce. Looking at the insignia on their chests, they were undoubtedly the guards of the Boundless City Lord's mansion. He was also secretly startled in his heart. It seems that Boundless City is different from Lingyun City. It should be controlled by a kind of power. For a power to control such a large city, this power must be at least a gold rank power. Luo Tian smiled and said, my two brothers, I would like to ask, how much time do we have left to close the city gates? One of the guards rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and said impatiently, there's only a few minutes left. Don't talk nonsense with Lousy. Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, then scram far away. Don't bother Lousy here. Lousy still wants to finish work early and go home to hug his wife. While they were talking, Luo Tian took out a money bag that he had prepared beforehand. There were quite a few profound coins in the bag. He smiled lightly and said, brother, can you give me an extension of half an hour? There were at least 100 profound coins in the money bag. To the two guards of the city, they wouldn't be able to earn that much in a year. Both of their eyes lit up. Saliva flowed out. However, in that instant, one of the guards took the money bag from Luo Tian's hands and snorted, "It's not impossible for us to extend the time, but this bit of money is only enough for 10 minutes. If you want us to extend the time by half an hour, you still have to bring 2 bags of profound coins." Greed was human nature. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. If Yin Feng was like this, then the guards of the city would definitely be like this as well. Then Luo Tian took out 2 more bags of profound coins and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you 2 brothers." They quickly took the profound coins. The 2 guards were overjoyed in their hearts, but they still pretended to be superior and coldly said, "Us extending the time to close the city gates by half an hour is already against the rules of Boundless City. It's also because of the profound coins. Otherwise, we wouldn't extend the time for a country bumpkin like you." Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, "Yes, yes, 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 yes. For the disciples of the House of Bai." So what if he swallowed his anger? If he was alone, he wouldn't be bothered to lower his voice. Then Luo Tian looked at the crowd in the distance. Afraid that something would happen, he said to the guard, "I'll be right back." Go, go. Since we've taken your money, we'll definitely delay it by half an hour. We still have this bit of credibility, but we'll make it clear to you in advance. If you don't arrive in half an hour, then don't blame us." A guard said solemnly. There was nothing wrong with extending the time to close the city gates for half an hour. In the past few years, they hadn't encountered any demon beasts attacking the city, so they had quite a bit of power in their hands. They could control the time of closing the city gates, as long as it wasn't too late. Luo Tian laughed and said, "I'll definitely make it." Half an hour was enough. It was less than 500 meters away. Finished. Luo Tian rushed back. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, the 2 city guards couldn't help but laugh from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha. This idiot actually gave us so much money. His brain must have been filled with shit." Seeing him take out a bag of profound coins gave me a fright. "You're shocked just like that? If it wasn't for my words, we could only split this bag of money. Now there are 3 bags, ha ha ha. Awesome. We won't be able to earn so much in 2 years, ha ha ha. We're rich. We have to go and have a good drink tonight." At this moment, a light cough came from the city gate. The 2 guards looked up and their expressions suddenly changed. They immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, City Lord." Yin Wuliang was dressed in black, and behind him were a few guards whose strength was above the martial void realm. Yin Wuliang said coldly, "Close the city gates for me, and also hand over the ill-gotten gains that you just obtained." The 2 guards didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately did as they were told. Yin Wuliang had long been waiting for Luo Tian on the city gate tower. He didn't know Luo Tian, but Dang Wumu knew him. So when Luo Tian appeared, he pointed him out to Yin Wuliang. Yin Wuliang wanted to rush down the city gate and kill Luo Tian with one palm strike, but he didn't want Luo Tian to die so easily. He wanted to slowly play with Luo Tian until he died. The moment Luo Tian disappeared, he immediately appeared and ordered the guards to close the city gates. Kacha kacha kacha, the sound of chains lifting the stone gate could be heard. Luo Tian was instantly dumbfounded. Looking at the stone gate slowly rising, he smiled bitterly. What the F***ck, I was stupid enough to believe them. He felt like he had been tricked. This feeling was very unpleasant. Bai Xiong cursed, F***ck your ancestors, you took my money but didn't do anything. Don't let me see you tomorrow, or I'll kill you. Lin Dong asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Bai Lingling also anxiously walked up and said, "Some of the disciples have already fainted. If they don't have a place to rest, it won't do. Sleeping in the wilderness has a great impact on their bodies." Luo Tian was very clear about this point. Looking at the city gate not far away, Luo Tian frowned and said, "Let's go take a look and see if we can get someone to lower the city gate." There was no other way. Wuliang City's gate was dozens of meters high. With Luo Tian's current cultivation, he couldn't climb it at all. He couldn't fly either, so it was completely impossible for him to fly up the city gate. Even if he flew in alone, it would be useless. Without the city lord's orders, no one dared to open the city gate. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian led more than 50 people to the bottom of the city gate and shouted, "Guard brothers, it's me. I haven't been here for half an hour, why did you close the city gate?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a series of complacent, arrogant, and egotistical laughter came down from the top of the city gate. Yin Wuliang had a playful look in his eyes as he laughed and said, "I know it's you, otherwise why would you close the city gate in advance?" Luo Tian didn't recognize him, and said, "Why is that? We don't seem to know each other, right? Even if it's me, it won't do you any good. Put down the city gate and let us in, how about I give you 1,000 per found coin? If it could be solved with money, then it wouldn't be a problem." Even if he had to take out 10,000 per found coin, Luo Tian wouldn't hesitate to take it out. These brothers were already extremely tired. If they didn't have a place to rest, they definitely wouldn't be able to. Luo Tian didn't say anything. The other person leaned over and looked at him, revealing a sinister sneer, and said, "Luo Tian, you should know me, right?" Luo Tian looked over, but he didn't know Deng Wumu's name. His expression changed slightly, as though he had seen him somewhere before. Bai Xiong walked to his side, his eyes spitting fire. He shouted loudly, "Deng Wumu, you bastard, get down here for me." When Bai Lingling heard Bai Xiong's words, she immediately rushed over, her killing intent soaring. She couldn't wait to fly up and pierce Deng Wumu's heart with 10,000 arrows. One of Deng Leigong's sons. One of their father's murderers. Seeing an enemy, she was naturally exceptionally jealous. Luo Tian's heart sank. He understood why there were people waiting for them at the foot of Immeasurable Mountain. It turned out that Deng Leigong had long known that they wanted to cross the Immeasurable Mountain range to enter Immeasurable City. He had already sent people to wait for them in Immeasurable City. The anger in his heart also faintly rose. They were already forced to this extent. They still refused to let go. They even set up an inescapable net in Immeasurable City waiting for them. At this moment, the murderous intent in Luo Tian's heart became incomparably intense. "Deng Wumu, right? If you can return to Lingyun City alive, please pass a message to your father. Say that I, Luo Tian, will sooner or later screw over all 18 generations of your Deng family's ancestors." His anger grew. They were forced to risk their lives to enter the incomparably dangerous Immeasurable Mountain range. Not only did they not let them go, but they also wanted to relentlessly kill them. This vengeance, this hatred, if Luo Tian didn't report it, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's hatred for the Deng family in his heart was even stronger than his hatred for Haijia. He couldn't wait to immediately turn around and cross the Immeasurable Mountain range to return to Lingyun City and screw over the Deng family. He didn't expect the Deng family to still not let them go. If he had known this would happen. Damn it, I should have used the transformation card to kill them back then. Deng Wumu laughed. He laughed very proudly and said, "Luo Tian, I advise you to stop worrying. A piece of trash like you wants to touch my Deng family? I don't think you'll live to see the sun tomorrow." Immediately after, Deng Wumu said again, "Uncle Wuliang, this is the kid who killed your nephew. We can't let him live to see the sun tomorrow." Yin Wuliang smiled coldly, and said, "He will definitely die. That brat actually dared to kill my nephew, so he should be prepared to die. However, it's so meaningless to kill him just like that. Do you see this group of people? All of them are stray dogs without a trace of vitality in their bodies. They're in an extremely sorry state. At this time, if they don't have a quiet place to rest, their bodies will definitely not be able to take it. Look at this pitch-black wilderness again. This wilderness, this cold weather, how cool it is." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yin Wuliang laughed sinisterly. After hearing that, Deng Wumu also laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Brilliant, really brilliant. Uncle Wuliang, this move of yours caused Luo Tian, this piece of trash, to lose his men without losing a single soldier. You let them watch their brothers become trash one by one like him. Ha ha ha. This move is really too cool, ha ha ha, laugh. The two of them laughed crazily. They laughed incomparably proudly. Damn it. Bai Xiong was furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Dang Wumu, get down here. I'll fight you one-on-one. Dang Wumu said disdainfully, a piece of trash like you wants to fight me one-on-one? Do you have the right to fight me one-on-one? In Wuliang also said mockingly, one-on-one? What era is this? One-on-one? What a child. If you want to fight me one-on-one, fly up if you have the ability. If you can't fly up, then obediently stay down here and become a dead dog. Ha ha ha, the two of them continued to laugh wildly. Bai Xiong was unhappy, Bai Lingling was unhappy. Luo Tian was even more unhappy. The 50 disciples of the house of Bai behind him were also extremely unhappy. They all stood up straight and stared at the two people on the city gate with bloodshot eyes. Look at them. They're really like dogs. Someone, come. Throw a few bones down. Don't starve our watchdogs. Ha ha ha. In Wuliang laughed loudly and said. Immediately. A few guards threw a few bones. Because they couldn't dodge in time, a few weak disciples of the house of Bai were smashed until their heads bled. Anger filled the sky. Luo Tian was really very unhappy. He was humiliated to this extent and forced to this extent. He clenched his fists tightly and kept calculating the height of the city gate and the height that he could fly to. Bai Lingling pulled Luo Tian's arm and said, Don't be rash, don't be rash. If you go up alone, you definitely won't be a match for the two of them. The Boundless City Lord's cultivation level broke through to the Taiyan realm 10 years ago. You're not his match. Bai Lingling had some understanding of the surrounding cities. Luo Tian's fists were still tightly clenched. Not to mention the Taiyan realm, even if it was the Wanhuan realm, he would still kill them. Wasn't it just using the transformation card? Luo Tian really wasn't the kind of person who would be bullied. His current cultivation level was still at the 4th level of the Martial Void realm. At this level, he still couldn't rush up the city wall that was dozens of meters high. If he could reach the 6th level of the Martial Void realm, he could easily rush up the city wall. At that time, Bai Lingling was afraid that Luo Tian would be rash and said anxiously, They will definitely open the city gate tomorrow morning. We can still hold on for one more day. Boss, we can still hold on. Yes, isn't it just cold weather and unbearable hunger? If we can't even bear this little bit of hardship, how can we avenge the old master? Boss, we'll just endure through tonight. Endure through tonight and be done with it? No way, In Wuliang wouldn't let them off so easily. At this moment, In Wuliang smiled coldly and said, Nephew Wu Mu, do you want to see a kind of beast spirit? While they were talking, a few guards were holding a large wooden bucket in their hands. The wooden bucket was filled with a pungent and unpleasant spirit grass. Dang Wumu was stunned, and said, Uncle Wuliang, what is a beast spirit? In Wuliang smiled sinisterly, this is a kind of spirit grass that can attract demonic beasts over. As long as the demonic beasts within 1,000 kilometers smell the burning smell of this spirit grass, they will rush over crazily. At that time, Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth. Too sinister, this guy wanted to use demonic beasts to kill them. Continue the 3-in-1 chapter, only 5 votes left. Brothers, please provide support. Beast soul luring was a kind of knockout drug that could make demonic beasts go into heat. Once the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles smelled this knockout drug, they would become frenzied and rush here crazily. They would tear apart anyone they saw. Not only that, the strength of these frenzied demonic beasts would increase by 2 levels. Normally, when a 5th-ranked demonic beast smelled the knockout drug, it would instantly become a 6th-ranked demonic beast, greatly stimulating the most primitive and ferocious desire in the demonic beast's body. On the city wall, In Wuliang laughed loudly, and said, Nephew Wu Mu, you must have seen demonic beasts kill people before, but today I will let you see it. These demonic beasts kill people crazily, and they treat these people as tools to vent. Not only do they want to kill, but they will also. Ha ha ha. His eyes were filled with a sinister light. You will know later. When demonic beasts are in heat and see humans, this is what is called fun. Obviously. From his words, one could tell that this was not the first time he had used this kind of knockout drug. Although Dang Wumu had never seen it before, from his expression, he could already guess 70 to 80% of it. He also laughed excitedly, and said, Uncle Wuliang really has good methods. To deal with people like Luo Tian, you should use the cruelest methods. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you dog, offending my dang family, this is the result of offending my dang family. I will personally watch you be trampled to death by demonic beasts, wahaha. Dang Wumu laughed wildly, as if he could already see Luo Tian struggling at death's door. In Wuliang's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luo Tian and said, You dare to behave atrociously in my Wuliang city's territory and kill my nephew. Prepare to die today. The two of them were very arrogant. Very arrogant, Luo Tian was unhappy, extremely unhappy. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting. However, he did not look at In Wuliang and In Wuliang again. Instead, he stared at the burning wooden barrel. The white smoke slowly rose from the barrel and quickly dissipated into the air. There did not seem to be anything special about it. But in less than 3 minutes. Woo woo woo, roar, kacha. In the distant pitch-black mountain range, the frenzied cries of various demonic beasts could be heard. Luo Tian could tell from these sounds that they were just as In Wuliang had said. They were in a state of estrus and had gone berserk. A few minutes passed. A series of intense footsteps came from afar, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Sand and dust billowed as all kinds of demonic beasts charged towards a measurable city without any regard for their lives. Seeing such a scene, In Wuliang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Look, look, the demonic beasts are here. They're all in heat. Ha ha ha. There's a good show to watch, there's a good show to watch. Men. Ignite another beast soul for me. I want to attract even more demonic beasts and let this brat have a good time. Ha ha ha, understood. Hearing the intense commotion in the distance, Dang Wumu couldn't help but ask, Uncle Wuliang, with so many demonic beasts being attracted, can the city gate withstand it? Will it attract high-level demonic beasts? If that's the case, In Wuliang smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. Those high-level demonic beasts are all hiding in the depths of a measurable mountain range. They won't appear in the periphery at all. The ones attracted are all level 1 to level 4 demonic beasts, at most level 5. These demonic beasts are enough to explode Luo Tian's chrysanthemum, ha ha ha, Dang Wumu relaxed. The city wall was dozens of meters high, even level 5 demonic beasts could not climb up, so there was no need to worry about this. He also smiled and said, I'm worrying too much, Uncle Wuliang. How can there be a lack of wine to watch a show? I'll go get some good wine, the two of us can drink while watching. Hey! This is my territory, how can I let you buy wine? Immediately. In Wuliang turned around and was about to order someone to buy wine, but when he thought of Dang Wumu's identity and the fact that his father was now the head of a gold force, the corner of his mouth twitched. He said, You stay here and watch the show, I'll go to the city lord's mansion to get the wine that I've kept for 50 years. Dang Wumu was shocked and a little surprised. He immediately said, Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Wuliang. Ha ha ha, I'll be back soon. In Wuliang turned around and said to the guards beside him, You guys protect nephew Wumu for me. Yes, sir. Rumble. Rumble, the earth shook. The darkness was filled with the most primitive and brutal aura of the demonic beasts. This aura was getting closer and closer to Luo Tian and the others. Under the city wall. The faces of the disciples of the House of Bai were pale. I can't believe that we didn't die under the Deng family's pursuit, in a measurable mountain range, or under the hands of the Haijia experts. I can't believe that we're going to die here, under the attack of these demonic beasts. What should we do? Are we going to die? I really hate it. There's no one in the Deng family who isn't insidious. They actually won't let us go. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let them go. The disciples of the House of Bai were all listless. With their vitality exhausted, they were like cabbages. Even in the face of a rank 1 demonic beast, they didn't have the strength to fight back. They could only be slaughtered. For a moment, they fell into despair. Bai Lingling leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder and said, Dying with you is the happiest thing in my life. I'm sorry, she silently said, I'm sorry. Luo Tian smiled softly and said, Why are you apologizing? Bai Lingling said, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved in the dispute of the House of Bai, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later. All of this is because of me. I'm really sorry. If we didn't know each other, Luo Tian stopped her from continuing and said, fool, every choice was made by me. I don't regret it. I, Luo Tian, never do anything that I regret. I don't regret knowing you. If I didn't know you, I would regret it. As he said, Luo Tian looked at the increasingly violent tremors. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said, Anne. I didn't say that we would die here. Isn't it just a group of crazy demonic beasts? Confident, very confident, Luo Tian smiled with incomparable confidence. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's confident smile and felt a little intoxicated. She felt that Luo Tian's shoulders were so big, so hard, and so safe. She could rely on him for a lifetime. This feeling made her infatuated. It was already at this time. She couldn't understand why Luo Tian was still so confident. In the entire House of Bai, other than Lin Dong who had a little bit of Yuan Qi, he was the only one who could fight. Facing a group of crazy demonic beasts, what could he do? Could they prevent this disaster from befalling them? She didn't know. But, she looked at Luo Tian's confident smile. She knew that Luo Tian would definitely lead them out of this hopeless situation, in an instant. Luo Tian's mouth curved slightly. He took a step forward and said with a smile, the monsters are attacking the city. Begging for monthly votes. Brothers, don't let old bull's chrysanthemum bleed. There are still 2 more chapters to send tonight. At this moment, Luo Tian really needed experience. He didn't expect that Yin Wuliang would have a knockout drug that could attract demonic beasts. He didn't show it on his face. He laughed excitedly in his heart. When I break through to the 6th level of the martial void realm, I will immediately fly to the city wall and take your lives. Experience, Luo Tian really needed experience. He was now in the 4th level of the martial void realm and was only a little bit away from the 5th level. If he wanted to fly to the city wall, he had to reach the 6th level of the martial void realm. The disciples of the House of Bai saw Luo Tian standing in front of them. They looked at each other and then stood behind Luo Tian. All of them were as firm as rocks. Boss isn't afraid, what are we afraid of? With Boss Luo Tian here, nothing will be a problem. What's so scary about death? I will be a hero again in 18 years. Core, Luo Tian was their soul. From Lingyan City to Boundless City, Luo Tian had become their absolute backbone. As long as he didn't fall, even if they met with great danger, they would instantly pull themselves together. Luo Tian was their spiritual support. No matter what difficulties they faced, they were fearless. Luo Tian smiled gently. He was satisfied with the actions of the brothers of the House of Bai and said, people should never despair at any time. As long as they don't die, there is hope. So what if we are blocked outside the city gate? So what if we face the overwhelming number of demonic beasts? Even if we fall into the 18th level of hell, we can't give up. All of you, remember this. If you are afraid, you lose. In one's lifetime. If you are afraid, you lose. In the face of despair, in the face of any difficulties, it was the same. If you are afraid, you will lose. The brothers kept Luo Tian's words in their hearts. In the future, these words made them incomparably fierce, brave, and good at fighting. In the end, each and every one of them became a top-notch existence in the ancient continent. This was a story for later. However, at this moment, Luo Tian didn't want them to take risks. Because, they were too tired, and their Yuan Qi was depleted. Rushing forward like this was akin to courting death. Courting death and being afraid were 2 completely different things. Luo Tian said, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, lead all the disciples of the House of Bai to the city walls. Without my orders, no one is to take a step out. I want all of you to have a good rest. If you can recover some of your primordial qi, it will be good. They had to rest now. Without the support of Yuan Qi, his physical body would not be able to withstand it. Their battle with the demonic beasts would instead distract Luo Tian. Furthermore, Luo Tian wanted to monopolize all the experience of these demonic beasts. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break through. Immediately after, Luo Tian then said, Ling distribute all the pills I've refined over the past few days. Let them quickly recover their vitality. I want them all to return to their peak condition in one night. Bai Lingling was stunned and said, those medicinal pills are your supplements. If you don't have any vitality, Bai Xiong also said, boss, we don't need medicinal pills. Lin Dong was also puzzled. Many disciples of the house of Bai also said, boss, we don't need medicinal pills. You can keep them for yourself. They all knew in their hearts that the Dantian to Luo Tian was his primordial qi. Facing the incomparably turbulent horde of demonic beasts, Luo Tian needed medicinal pills more than them. Luo Tian's voice became serious and said, I'm not giving you medicinal pills to simply let you recover. Tonight, you just need to properly recover your primordial qi. Tomorrow, I want all of you to fight with all your strength. Bai Lingling asked, to do what? The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly and said, attack Boundless City. Huh? What? Ha ha ha. I like this idea, ha ha ha. I, Bai Xiong, am willing to be the first vanguard. I must wring that dog Dang Wumu's head off. Bai Xiong was instantly excited. Lin Dong was also excited, and thought to himself, following you really makes one's blood boil. None of them had thought of Luo Tian's plan. However, speaking of which, they only had about 50 people. Even if these people were all at the Martial Void Realm, they probably wouldn't be a match for Boundless City, let alone take down Boundless City. Furthermore, Boundless City Lord Yin Wuliang was an expert of the Taiyan realm. They weren't confident either. However, it was still Luo Tian's words. If you were afraid, you would lose. Luo Tian looked at everyone and smiled, don't worry, tomorrow I will definitely lead you to take down Boundless City. He had a plan long ago. In an instant, Luo Tian turned around and looked at the disciples of the House of Bai, then turned his head to look at the demonic beasts that were already charging over, and said, do as I say. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the darkness, heading straight for the demonic beasts. Bai Lingling's heart tightened, and she secretly said, you must be careful. On the city wall, Dang Wumu didn't hear Luo Tian's words. He only saw Luo Tian rushing out alone, and couldn't help but sneer, and said disdainfully, Luo Tian, no matter how strong you are, no matter how many divine artifacts you cultivate, you won't be a match for these demonic beasts. Sigh, what a pity. If only it was daytime, I would be able to see you being trampled by the demonic beasts and crawling on the ground like a dead dog. Not long after, Yin Wuliang brought the 50-year-old wine back to the city wall. He lowered his head and glanced at the disciples of the House of Bai sitting around the city wall, and couldn't help but ask, where's that brat Luo Tian? Don't tell me he abandoned the disciples of the House of Bai and ran away alone? Dang Wumu smiled and said, he rushed towards the demonic beasts alone. I think he's already in a fight, and those demonic beasts might have already destroyed his anus, ha ha ha. Yin Wuliang was stunned, and then he laughed out loud, his brain must be rusty. Why didn't he run away in such a situation? Why did he fight with the demonic beasts? There are more than 10,000 demonic beasts within 1,000 kilometers. Not to mention him, even a master at the peak of Grand Yen wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, Yin Wuliang glanced at the disciples of the House of Bai who were meditating below the city wall, and couldn't help but sneer, since that brat has left, then we'll kill his brothers one by one. Dang Wumu was about to nod and agree, but then he remembered that the House of Bai still had the most beautiful woman in Lingyan City, Bai Lingling. Wasn't she the best present for Yin Wuliang? Then, he smiled wickedly and said, Uncle Wuliang, there's a beauty among the disciples of the House of Bai. She's the most beautiful woman in Lingyan City. It wouldn't be good if we hurt her in the dark. I still want to capture her personally and give her to you as a concubine of the 13th house. This little beauty is very tempting. Hearing this, Yin Wuliang immediately dismissed the idea of attacking the disciples of the House of Bai. He swallowed his saliva and smiled wickedly, ha ha ha. Nephew Wumu, you're so considerate. Then, he lowered his head and searched for a while, but because it was too dark, he couldn't see clearly. Dang Wumu smiled and said, after tonight, that brat Luo Tian will be dead, and there won't be anything left of his face left. This bunch of people from the House of Bai will be able to take it down in minutes. Then, we'll capture that beauty Bai Lingling for you and let you have a good time, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yin Wuliang raised his wine cup and said with a smile, come, drink. On Luo Tian's side, there wasn't much prenatal qi left in his body. Moreover, just this morning, because the ancient tree had reached the time to absorb prenatal qi, his prenatal qi value had instantly decreased by 100,000 points. He only had a few tens of thousands of prenatal qi left in his body. However, this was enough for him. Rumble. Roar, roar, on the road, in the wilderness, there were demon beasts everywhere. When they saw Luo Tian, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes lit up, male and female alike. Their bodies were incomparably hot, and that kind of heat needed to be vented through killing. When they saw humans, they became even more ferocious. Luo Tian stood in the middle of the road and gently exhaled. Phew, the first one to rush up was an armored wild boar the size of a small mountain. Its two tusks were half an arm's length, its mouth was sharp, and its body was covered with thick, armored fur. It carried the most primitive and brutal force as it fiercely pounced down. Luo Tian remained motionless like a mountain. He raised his eyes slightly and shouted in a deep voice, God explosion! Wang, a ripple of power shot out from his body. In that instant, Luo Tian moved as fast as lightning, and with a heavy charge, he fiercely leaned forward. The power of a level 4 martial void stage exploded, and directly knocked the iron-armored wild boar over. He also instantly entered the army of demon beasts, and the moment his body was surrounded by the demon beasts, a thundercloud appeared in the dark sky, purple thundercloud. Luo Tian moved and shouted heavily, purple thunder art, explode for me. Crackle crackle, crackle crackle, crackle crackle, thick purple lightning raged down, turning everything in its path into ashes. The demon beasts of the third rank and below were all killed in an instant. The ones at the front were only the first and second rank demon beasts, and the powerful demon beasts were all at the back. Luo Tian cleared out a large number of demon beasts with one move, and the system beep in his mind also exploded. The only thing that was lacking was that the level of these demon beasts was too low. The experience was not much. After killing a large number of them, the demon beasts became even crazier as they charged forward. Luo Tian did not dodge or retreat. Holding the heavenly sword in his hand, he killed his way forward. Behind him, blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. His body was dyed red, and his blood was thirsty, condensing into a thick layer of blood-colored armor. Barbaric charge. Buddha's fury Vajra. God explosion, divine fire. Thunder beast, 60 million volts, break for me. An incomparably arrogant thunder beast charged forward in a straight line, causing all the demon beasts on the road to be in chaos. Some died, some were injured, and the incomparably powerful demon beast army was completely destroyed by Luo Tian alone. Yin Wuliang and Dang Wumu, who were on the city wall, could not sit still. Although they did not know what had happened, there was one thing that they were very clear about, and that was that Luo Tian did not die. They were still fighting non-stop. This made Yin Wuliang extremely unhappy. You dog, you are very good at fighting, aren't you? I want to see how good you are. Pass down my orders. Ignite 10 barrels of demon beast souls for me. I want to attract all the demon beasts within 10,000 kilometers. I want to see how long you can last. 2 in 1 chapter. When I get home tomorrow, I will resume updating 3 chapters. If I have enough time, I will write 5 chapters. The last few chapters of March. Brothers, can you let Old Bull see your monthly votes? They didn't expect Luo Tian to still be alive. And he was having so much fun killing them. This ignited Yin Wuliang's anger. How could he let this go? Since you like to kill, I'll let you kill to your heart's content. Let's see how long you can kill and how many you can kill. Yin Wuliang snorted and immediately ordered the hesitant guards who were preparing to use the knockout powder. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do as I say." City Lord, I'm afraid that the 10 barrels of beast souls will attract those high-level demonic beasts from the immeasurable mountain range. At that time, even if that brat dies, our immeasurable city won't be able to withstand it. Yes, yes. City Lord, please reconsider. At best, Boundless City was just a city of a gold rank organization. Even if there was a wall that was tens of meters high, but once this kind of wall encountered a high-level demon beast, it would be like sand, and would be destroyed in an instant. It simply couldn't resist, and couldn't provide any form of defense. Dang Wumu furrowed his brows as he thought about what happened to Luo Tian in Lingyun City. He had an ominous premonition and said, "Uncle Wuliang, why are you in such a hurry? It's not good for us to attract high-level demonic beasts. Why don't we catch them off guard tomorrow morning?" "Humph." In Wuliang snorted and said with a displeased expression, "Are you scared?" Dang Wumu immediately said, "Scared? What am I scared of? I'm scared of attracting powerful beasts and causing unnecessary damage to your immeasurable city." "Then don't worry about it. I just want to see how long that kid can last." In Wuliang didn't change his decision. He just wanted to see Luo Tian get trampled to death by those beasts. Only by using such a cruel method could he vent the anger in his heart. Only then could he avenge his nephew, Yin Feng, who he treated like a son, immediately. Yin Wuliang shouted, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Do it now." The guards didn't dare to disobey and immediately ignited the knockout powder. At the same time, their faces became tense. Smoke rose into the sky. The white smoke on the city wall quickly dissipated and spread out in the air at lightning speed. In less than a minute, it had spread over tens of thousands of kilometers. It was also at this time Immeasurable City's residents walked out of their houses one after another. What happened? Smoke is rising from the city walls. Could it be that Immeasurable City Lord is igniting beast souls to attract those demonic beasts? What is he trying to do by igniting 10 barrels at once? Could it be that the demonic beasts destroyed Boundless City? Some of the citizens became nervous. Some cultivators quickly moved closer to the city wall to find out what had happened. Below the city wall, Bai Lingling watched as the white smoke on the city walls increased. Her expression turned sinister as she said, "Boundless City's lord is too treacherous. Igniting so many beast-baiting souls in one go, who knows what kind of demonic beasts will be attracted over." Furthermore, 3 days ago, at the Boundless Sect, Luo Tian released a powerful force to fight against the Soul Splitter Spirit King's attack. It must have awakened some of the sleeping behemoths. If these powerful beasts are attracted, then, no. Then. Bai Lingling frowned, and said, "Luo Tian still doesn't know what happened, I have to go tell him." His heart became even more worried. However, just as she was about to go look for Luo Tian, Lin Dong blocked her path and said, "Sister-in-law, boss will definitely notice the increase in the smoke. If you go look for him now, you will only cause him unnecessary trouble. Boss will definitely be able to do it alone. We will do as boss says. There are still important things waiting for us tomorrow." At this time, Bai Xiong also walked up and said, "Lin Dong is right, sister, we can't distract boss, we have already made him worry enough. I believe boss can definitely do it, even if he meets a powerful demonic beast, he can deal with it. If we go over, we will only cause trouble for him." Bai Lingling anxiously stomped her feet, and said, "Then we have to do something, right? Am I just going to watch him fight alone? That's an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts, just him alone." Bai Xiong was silent. Lin Dong was also silent. Indeed, Luo Tian was dealing with an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts alone, they had to do something, right? After a few seconds, Lin Dong's eyes flashed, and he said, "The only thing we can do now is to recover our vitality and physical strength as soon as possible. Tomorrow, we will be able to share more of the burden with boss." After saying that, Lin Dong turned to look at the disciples of the House of Bai, and said, "Boss has bought us a night's time, then we can't let this night go to waste, we must recover our vitality in one night." Bai Xiong grabbed Bai Lingling's arm, and said, "Sister, don't worry, boss will definitely be fine." Worried, very worried. Under the pitch-black night sky, in the depths of the immeasurable mountain range, there were heart-throbbing roars one after another. These roars caused the entire night to become restless, causing the demonic beasts that rushed out first to reveal timid eyes. It also caused the residents of Immeasurable City to panic. At the same time, Yin Wuliang also felt a lingering fear from his crazy actions just now, but things had already reached this point, and he didn't show a trace of regret. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, "Let's see how good you are at fighting." On Luo Tian's side, he continued to kill, and his experience points also skyrocketed. However, after killing a few demonic beasts, some low-level demonic beasts were trembling all over, and their eyes were trembling. They were obviously afraid. Under the stimulation of the beast soul-luring drug, they should be in a frenzy, so why were they afraid? Luo Tian was very sure that these demonic beasts weren't afraid of him. It was also at this time, he heard a few incomparably arrogant roars coming from the depths of the mountain. These were the roars of demonic beasts of rank 6 and above. His heart immediately tightened, and he thought to himself, F***ck, In Wuliang, you dog, you're really ruthless. You even dared to attract rank 6 demonic beasts, aren't you afraid that immeasurable city won't be able to withstand these demonic beasts? The anger in his heart instantly ignited. This was definitely putting him to death. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, he looked at the experienced slot, his brows twitched, and an extremely savage look appeared in his eyes as he said, "You want to put me to death, right? Then let's see who dies first." Immediately after, Luo Tian took a step forward, and roared heavily, "Purple Thunder method, explode for me." Crackle crackle, crackle crackle. Within the minefield, all the rank 3 demonic beasts were killed. The system beep continued to sound out. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud sound rang out. Ding! Thank you to Huhu's family, other than me, for the 1888 reward and support, thank you. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Martial Void level 5. It was time to receive the sister reward again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the system reward and obtaining the Angel of Judgment transformation card. Huh? Angel of Judgment? Luo Tian was slightly stunned because this name was somewhat familiar. At this time, Luo Tian was a little excited in his heart and secretly said, "Could it be? It can't be? Is it really? It must be, it must be. If it is, then it's really too awesome, right? My little heart can't take it anymore." He thought of a character in a game, if it was that character, then it was really, he didn't dare to think further. Because he was worried that his heart couldn't take it. He originally thought that the system's reward would only be those superheroes in Hollywood movies, such as Hulk, Superman, Thor, and so on. But in those superheroes in Hollywood movies, there was no one called Angel of Judgment. Without a doubt, this was definitely not one of those superheroes in the movies. Luo Tian opened the system excitedly and looked at the transformation card that was rewarded just now. He didn't dare to look at it. His thoughts were like eyes squinting into a slit. He slowly opened it and slowly saw the golden card floating in his mind. Golden card? Damn, the golden light was shining. The first feeling that Luo Tian had was that this card was somewhat different from the previous transformation cards. Immediately, when he saw the character on the card, he directly jumped up on the spot and couldn't help but laugh out loud, haha. Ha ha ha. Cool, too cool, too cool. I didn't expect to get the transformation card of the Angel of Judgment Cal and LOL. Can't I transform into the Angel of Judgment? Can't I judge everything? Whether it was right or wrong. He could judge everything. The most important point was, the Angel of Judgment had a big move. This big move was to be invincible for a few seconds. In the primordial continent, he was bound by the laws of the primordial plane. Even a god could not kill him. This kind of transformation card made Luo Tian's blood boil. It was as if he had climaxed dozens of times. His blood was boiling. He grinned excitedly and said malevolently, "Immeasurable City Lord, you want to see me die, right? Just you wait. Just wash your ass and wait for me. Kill." After the upgrade. Although he was a little tired physically, Luo Tian's injuries and all his attributes had recovered. Even the cooldown of his skills had ended in an instant. Other than Hulk and Thor's transformation card, which had a cooldown of 10 days, Luo Tian's attributes had recovered. The transformation card was not a skill, so it would not be changed by leveling up. Luo Tian chuckled and clenched his fists tightly. He took a step forward for more than 10 meters and slightly felt the power of a 5th-level martial void realm. He laughed arrogantly and shouted, "Divine explosion." Buzz, attribute strength doubled. In that instant, he did not care about anything else and only cared about rushing into the place where the demon beasts were gathered. He attracted all the so-called hatred of the demon beasts and then roared, "Purple thunder technique, purple thunder, descend for me." Rumble, 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 and incomparably strong purple thunder swept out, directly killing all the level 3 demon beasts. Even the few level 4 demon beasts were blasted to critical health. At this time, the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand erupted with a cold light. The sword chi was like a rainbow. With a thrust of the sword chi swept across the area and killed all the demon beasts with critical health. There was another series of explosions in the system. Ding! Congratulations to the player, ding! Congratulations to the player, ding! The explosions did not stop. This feeling was indescribably good. Apart from feeling great, Luo Tian's interspatial ring was filled with materials from demonic beasts at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were not worth much, but they were the best materials for him to improve his smithing art. Then again, if he wanted to nurture a force, it was not enough to be strong. He had to have enough assets to support a force with assets. This was an indispensable preparation for any force. Since Luo Tian planned to build a force that surpassed the king, then he had to start from a young age. These materials would be his first bucket of gold for the house of Bai to rise. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang narrowed his eyes. He could not see clearly, but he could feel that Luo Tian was still not dead. However, at this time, he was not worried. This was because he could feel that there were some huge monsters in the depths of the immeasurable mountain range that had been angered by the aura of the beast spirit. They were awakening and were charging towards Immeasurable City like crazy. They would definitely tear Luo Tian into pieces. Once a person went crazy, they would not care about the consequences. Yin Wuliang was this kind of lunatic. He wanted Luo Tian to die. He wanted to see Luo Tian being trampled by thousands of beasts like a dog. Not only because Luo Tian killed his nephew, but also because Luo Tian made him extremely unhappy. As a graduate of the Cloud Mist College, he had controlled Immeasurable City for decades. No one had dared to be arrogant in front of him. Luo Tian was the first. So, he wanted Luo Tian to die. Dang Wumu's expression was calm, but he was laughing in his heart. He never thought that Yin Wuliang was this kind of lunatic. He actually ignited 10 buckets of beast spirits. This way, even if Luo Tian had the sky-piercing ability, he would not be a match for a rank 6 demon beast. He would definitely die. Once he died, the matter of the mysterious sky soul-absorbing pill would not be exposed. Then, his Deng family would not have any worries. As for how Luo Tian died and who killed him, he did not care at all. Then there was Immeasurable City. This city was much more prosperous than Lingyun City. If the high-level demon beasts broke through, this city would become a dead city. Then, for the Deng family, it would be another place to rise up. At that time, Immeasurable City would also be under the control of the Deng family. If they continued to develop, in another 10 or 20 years, not to mention a gold force, even a platinum force would not be impossible. Laugh, Deng Wumu was laughing in his heart. Abnormally excited, looking at the pitch-black night, looking at the place where the lightning struck, Deng Wumu laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I really have to thank you. Ha ha ha. Today, when you die and Immeasurable City is broken, then this place will belong to my Deng family." Ha ha ha, roar. Woo, all of a sudden. At the foot of the immeasurable mountain range, a demon beast bigger than a mountain stretched out its huge head. Rocks rolled down. The surrounding low-level demon beasts all prostrated on the ground, so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. Roar, with a roar towards the sky, a super-strong shockwave swept over like a hurricane, directly flipping the demon beasts on the road over. At this time, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, and his heart trembled as he thought to himself, "It has appeared, boss." It appeared, the beast that was bigger than a mountain was emitting a golden light. Although it wasn't blinding, it wasn't hard to tell from the golden light that it was a boss, when Luo Tian discovered it. Boundless City, which was dozens of kilometers away, also discovered it. Giant stone demon. This demonic beast is at least of the 6th rank. Heavens, he actually attracted a level 6 beast. Even a Grand Yen expert wouldn't be able to deal with such a beast. The city lord is only at the early stage of Grand Yen. Can he be a match for it? Panic, even more panic. They started to hate the city lord of Boundless City. They had already been oppressed by Yin Wuliang all these years. Now, he actually attracted a level 6 beast. Wasn't he taking the lives of tens of millions of Boundless City's citizens as a joke? Even some of the faction's branches were extremely dissatisfied with Yin Wuliang. What the hell is Yin Wuliang doing? If he wasn't a graduate of Cloud Mist College, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. I say, Elder Chen, this time, the two of us came to Boundless City to bring the disciples who passed the first round to Cloud Mist City for the second round. I don't think we can bring any of them with us. I'm afraid we can't even leave this place directly. Sigh, we are really unlucky to have been assigned to such a damned place. Let alone the contribution points, even if we return to the Cloud Mist Academy alive, it would already be considered good if they don't deduct our contribution points. At Boundless City's Cloud Mist College branch. Because it was slightly closer to Cloud Mist College, there wasn't a teleportation formation set up. The two outer sect stewards who rushed here didn't expect such a thing to happen less than a day after arriving in Boundless City. They didn't even have time to gather the disciples who passed the first round. Their cultivation was only at the early stage of Grand Yen. They were very clear about the strength of a level 6 beast. They were no match for it. Moreover, the worst thing was that they probably couldn't escape it this time. The 10 barrels of beast souls had already pushed Boundless City into a desperate situation. We have to do something, right? What can we do? It's too late to do anything now. Let's just leave it to fate. We're Cloud Mist College's external affairs stewards after all. We can't leave these commoners alone. Let's do our last bit of strength to live up to our identities. Since Elder Chen says so, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. The two elders walked to the street and rushed towards the north of the city. At the same time, in the Boundless City Lord's mansion, the guards and generals were also rapidly assembling their guards. The army was also rushing towards the North City. However, the city was in complete chaos. People were burning, killing, looting, and crying for help. It had completely turned into a city of chaos. On the city wall, cold sweat appeared on Yin Wuliang's forehead. Things were getting out of his control. The guards kept reporting to him about what was happening in the city. None of them were good news. This made him hate Luo Tian even more. Now, it was no longer as simple as killing his nephew and agreeing to help Dang Wumu kill Luo Tian. All these developments had no effect on the disciples of the House of Bai who were focused on recovering their vitality and stamina. They were fully immersed in it. Lin Dong and Bai Xiong explained the situation. They were all thinking of recovering their vitality as soon as possible. Because, there would be a big battle waiting for them tomorrow morning. In the distance, the giant stone demon kept getting closer and closer. Its long stone arms swept out. Walala, walala, a mountain peak that was thousands of meters tall was instantly cut in half. Huge rocks rolled down. With a casual grab, he grabbed a rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms and threw it heavily. Whoosh, it whistled through the air like a comet, leaving a long trail of flames behind it. It was like flames created by friction as it tore through the air. This power was inconceivably strong, and the boulder fell right in front of all heaven. Luo Tian's eyes widened. At this time, he didn't think much and ran away. He cursed, "Damn, it can even attack from a distance?" Rumble. Rumble. The huge rock fell heavily, creating a huge pit and splashing out tens of thousands of feet of rubble. Those rubble were like fragments of a bomb. They flew out and directly killed all the surrounding demon beasts. The seemingly incomparably hard steel-armored demon beasts were directly turned into a pile of meat paste under the careful rubble. They were instantly killed. Hundreds of demon beasts were instantly killed. Damn. You, inexplicably. Luo Tian was furious. These demon beasts were all experience and vitality. Luo Tian still needed them to advance to the 6th level of a martial void realm, but a large number of them were instantly killed by the giant stone demon. Wasn't this cutting off his path to wealth? How could he endure this? How could he not be angry? It was like finding a very good place to level up in a game. A warrior killed one with a blade and was having a lot of fun. However, who would have thought that a high-level mage would suddenly appear and cast a group attack spell, killing a large number of them? You could only stare. How could he endure this? When encountering such a thing in the game, Luo Tian would always pretend that nothing had happened. Then, he would secretly follow and kill him with a blade. This was not a game. The giant stone monster was also not a player. However, if it continued like this, Luo Tian would not have any chance to break through to the 6th level of the martial void realm. At this moment, the giant stone demon raised an even larger rock and threw it with both hands. It drew a perfect arc and specifically smashed towards the place where the demon beasts were concentrated. Damn! It's coming again, it's coming again. My experience, my vitality, damn it. I'm angry. Luo Tian could no longer endure it. Looking at the corpses of the demon beasts, he was incomparably furious. He turned around and changed his direction, charging towards the giant stone demon with all his strength. The giant stone demon also noticed Luo Tian. It, who was originally awakened by the beast soul, became even angrier when it saw a human of the martial void realm daring to charge towards it. It pounded its chest with its stone arms and roared towards the sky, letting out a series of roars that resounded for thousands of miles. Immediately after, with a push of its legs, its mountain-like body flew into the air and pressed down towards Luo Tian. It was truly the pressure of Mount Tai. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yin Wuliang, who was on the city wall, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, prepare to become a pile of meat paste. Dang Wumu also smiled slightly, and said, this time, you're dead for sure. Luo Tian was a huge problem for the Dang family. Once Luo Tian died, the Dang family would be free of worries. At this moment, the guards and some warriors on the city wall, as well as the 2 outer court stewards of the Cloud Mist College, all tensed up. Under the body of the 6th level giant stone demon, even the peak of the Taiyan realm would not have a chance of survival. Luo Tian did not dodge. Looking at the figures that covered the sky, Luo Tian frowned and shouted in a deep voice, God explosion. Twice the attributes were activated. He shouted again, bewitching light, become my battle pet. It's a new week. The old cow is begging for recommendation votes, monthly votes. The light of enticement was unleashed. An electric net descended from the sky, directly binding the giant stone demon. Could he succeed? To be honest, Luo Tian wasn't sure either. However, if he succeeded, this guy would be the most advantageous weapon for him to break through Boundless City. At that time, no matter how high the city walls were, this guy would be able to break through them in one move. If he didn't succeed, Gudong. Luo Tian didn't think about it. He only wanted to succeed in one move. He didn't leave himself a way out. If he didn't succeed, then he might be crushed into a meat patty. He secretly prayed in his heart, God bless me. Wung, crackle crackle, after the electric net wrapped around the giant stone demon, the sound of static electricity kept ringing out. During this period of time, the giant stone demon's body was still pressing down rapidly. Seeing that it was about to be pressed down, Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly, and his heart sank. Damn, these are dead for sure. It was also at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully summoning. What a beautiful system beep. If he did not hear the beep, Luo Tian would have instantly used the Angel of Judgment's invincible war. At the very least, he had to save his life first. Fortunately, he endured it well and did not use it, otherwise, it would have been a waste. Immediately after, Luo Tian was very worried that the giant stone demon would not be able to stop. The idea moved and immediately ordered, clean up all the surrounding demon beasts for me. Roar, the giant stone monster wanted to resist, but Luo Tian's order seemed to be controlling its brain. No matter how hard it tried to resist, it was useless. Its body was not under its control. As soon as Luo Tian gave the order, the giant stone monster rolled over. Its 2 long stone arms fiercely smashed down, causing a large number of demon beasts to fall to the ground. Then, it stomped its 2 feet heavily, causing those injured demon beasts to fly up into the air. Then, it swung its right arm, causing those injured demon beasts to fly away. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! Walala! The system's voice boomed. It sounded as if it had eaten stride, and it couldn't be stopped. Luo Tian sat on the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself with lingering fear, fortunately, I succeeded. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with him. F***ck, this guy is really too strong. I just don't know. Luo Tian thought about unlocking the blood spirit force of the 4 mythological beasts in his body. Last time, he didn't succeed because the blood spirit force wasn't strong enough. This giant stone demon was at the peak of the 6th rank. Luo Tian wondered if he could get the blood spirit force if he killed him. If it dropped, would he be able to unlock the seal of the 4 mythological beasts? Yunmeng needed the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts. Luo Tian had promised her. He wanted to unseal the bloodline seal in his body as soon as possible so that he could give her a big present when he went to Misty Cloud City. Rumble, rumble, the giant stone demon went crazy and rampaged, killing the surrounding beasts one by one. In just a few minutes, the name floating above its head turned green. The battle pet had leveled up. This was something that only Luo Tian could see. No one else could see it. Boundless City. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang was dumbfounded, his eyes were wide open as he suddenly looked at the giant stone demon in the distance. He was extremely puzzled and asked, what exactly happened? Why didn't the giant stone demon press down? It actually killed all the surrounding beasts. What exactly happened? Who can tell me? Dang Wumu's expression also changed. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that this is another new cultivation technique that Luo Tian is cultivating? Isn't the battle pet that he can summon that fire Kirin? How can he summon a 6th rank beast? Even a sorcerer can't do that, right? He didn't say, he didn't dare to say. Because, once he said it, Yin Wuliang would definitely vent his anger on him. After all, he didn't tell him too much about Luo Tian. Moreover, his understanding of Luo Tian only stopped at half a month ago. What happened in this half a month? Did Luo Tian have some kind of fortuitous encounter again? He really didn't know. But he really wanted to know. Ha ha ha, if this 6th rank stone demon continues to kill, then Boundless City won't be in too much danger. What exactly is this kid's background? Why didn't the giant stone demon press down just now? What exactly did he do? Could it be that he can communicate with the beasts? The guards and warriors on the city wall all didn't know how Luo Tian did it just now. Even the 2 stewards of the Cloud Mist Academy were stunned. They had seen all kinds of mysterious cultivation techniques, but they had never seen such a strange cultivation technique. It couldn't be understood with common sense. Chen Dongfeng looked into the distance, and muttered to himself, I wonder if this brat participated in the Cloud Mist Academy's test. If he did, then we've really picked up a treasure on this trip to Boundless City. I just heard that he came out of the Boundless Mountain Range and is from a fleeing family. Since he's from a fleeing family, then they definitely didn't have time to participate in the first round of the selection. I just don't know what his talent is like. If it's superior, then he doesn't need to participate in any selection and can directly become a student of Cloud Mist College. At that time, we'll get 100 contribution points, ha 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 ha, Chen Dongfeng couldn't help but get excited. 100 contribution points was definitely a lot for them. But, seeing Yin Wuliang's angry expression, their hearts sank. It's too early to be happy. We also don't know if he's dead or alive. Maybe he was killed by the giant stone demon? The giant stone demon's actions are indeed abnormal, but no one can be sure that it was under that kid's orders. Their hearts sank to the bottom at once. Elder Chen, why don't we go down and take a look? Just as he finished speaking, Yin Wuliang immediately said, without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the city. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Dongfeng's eyes turned ferocious. He shouted angrily, Yin Wuliang, don't be too presumptuous. Look at what you've done to Boundless City. If it weren't for your teacher, we would have already, Yin Wuliang rudely interrupted him. So what? Do you think the 2 of you can touch me? Don't forget that this is my territory. Even if you're a dragon, you still have to bow down. Humph. Shut up since you know my teacher's identity. If you dare to talk about leaving the city again, don't blame me for being rude. He didn't give them any face at all. Chen Dongfeng's expression was very ugly. He clenched his fists. If it weren't for the people beside him holding him back, he would have rushed up to fight Yin Wuliang. Yin Wuliang stared into the distance. I don't believe that 10 buckets of beast souls will only attract one 6th rank beast. The effects of the beast soul lure were still spreading. The army of monsters was also increasing. When the giant stone demon attacked those monsters naturally also attacked the giant stone demon crazily. However, compared to rank 4 and rank 3 demonic beasts, the attacks of these low-level demonic beasts were like tickles to it, completely ineffective. With the giant stone demon, Luo Tian was very relaxed. However, he did not stay idle and summoned the fire Qilin as well. Killing demonic beasts was the best way to absorb essence qi. The ancient tree was a bottomless pit, and if he wanted to nurture it, he had to prepare an unlimited amount of essence qi. Compared to before, the fire Kirin's attack had increased by a lot. His HP had also increased a little. Luo Tian held the heavenly sword in one hand. On his left was the fire Kirin, and on his right was the giant stone demon. The two extremely sharp battle pets ran amok, like crabs. They walked sideways in a very domineering manner. Wherever they went, there were only corpses of wild beasts. However, there were too many monsters, so many that he couldn't kill them all. Luo Tian was very excited, but he was also secretly worried in his heart. These low-level monsters were indeed not a threat to him, but they had exhausted his physical strength. This kind of thing in the body was not something that could be recovered just by leveling up. It needed time to rest and fill its stomach to recover. This can't go on. After instantly killing a rank 3 demonic beast, Luo Tian's heavenly sword moved, stabbing at another demonic beast with low HP. He then looked at the increasing number of demonic beasts around him. This was the first time Luo Tian had been afraid of so many demonic beasts. No. I have to find a place to rest. Otherwise, I will die of exhaustion, Luo Tian said in his heart. He locked onto a direction and sent an order to the fire Kirin and the giant stone demon, clear a path for me to the left. Walala, roar. The two super battle pets quickly opened up a path like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Luo Tian maintained his physical strength and followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Luo Tian arrived at a concave mountain pass, surrounded by huge rocks. It was a natural barrier. I need to recover as soon as possible. If he fought for an entire night, his stamina would not be able to keep up, and he would not be able to exert his full strength in the siege tomorrow. You two, attract all the demonic beasts here and kill them all. The order was passed down. Luo Tian walked to a corner and immediately sat down cross-legged. On the way here, he casually picked up a few pieces of bloody demonic beast meat. He didn't care that it was raw meat and just ate it, swallowing the blood essence of the demonic beast. The blood essence of demonic beasts had a very strong replenishing effect. It can quickly replenish physical strength. His stamina was recovering. The battle pets were still fighting. His experience and vitality were also slowly increasing. Time was also slowly passing, wisps of light appeared in the east. This marked the beginning of a new day. Boundless City was still intact. Not even a single demonic beast could get close, because before they could, they were killed by the two super battle pets. This also bought enough time for Bai Lingling and the others to recover their vitality. In addition to the pills that Luo Tian refined. After one night, their stamina and vitality had mostly recovered. On the city wall, Yin Wuliang was getting more and more annoyed. He was getting more and more confused. Not even a single demonic beast managed to reach Boundless City. They were all killed by the two demonic beasts. What was going on? The warriors on the city wall. The guards. Even the civilians in the city who were slowly calming down were discussing what exactly happened outside the city, who was protecting them. In any case, they knew that this was definitely not something done by the Boundless City Lord, because they all knew very well that the Boundless City Lord was the one who gave the order to ignite the demonic beast bait. He did not care about their lives at all. In their hearts, they hated this city lord very much. The fiery red sun slowly rose. The realization became clear. The medicinal properties of the demonic beast bait slowly dissipated, and the number of demonic beasts decreased. Yin Wuliang stood on the city wall, his gaze constantly searching, but he could not see Luo Tian's figure. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered, "I thought you were very powerful, but you're still dead, ha ha ha." Dang Wumu also laughed happily. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of demonic beasts, but he did not see Luo Tian. He must be dead. It was impossible for him to still be alive. He did not appear again in the latter half of the night. It was obvious that he was definitely not in this world. Chen Dongfeng sighed heavily and said with a bitter smile, "What a good seedling, it's gone just like that. What a pity. Sigh, Elder Chen, let's go. We haven't slept all night. Let's have a good rest today and do what we need to do tomorrow. Let's go." Suddenly, someone on the city wall said, "Look, someone is walking towards us." As soon as the voice faded, the city wall suddenly fell silent as everyone looked over. Because it was too far away, they couldn't see who that person was. However, it was just a person. There were no demonic beasts or battle pets. Yin Wuliang sneered and said, "It's just a passerby." He was sure that Luo Tian could not be alive. Even he couldn't survive. The figure was getting closer and closer. Under the morning sun, that person's body was glowing red, as if he was wearing a red dress. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from below the city wall. "It's him." Next, the disciples of the house of Bai all stood up and stood in a row. Their eyes were filled with respect, admiration, and gratitude. At the same time, their fighting spirit began to burn slowly. A new day had arrived. The siege was about to begin. He's not dead. It's Luo Tian. Dang Wumu could hardly believe his eyes. He craned his neck and stuck his head out to look at the figure on the road. The person he wanted to get rid of even in his dreams. This was a big problem for the Deng family. He wished he could eat Luo Tian's flesh and drink his blood. He gritted his teeth. Why is he still alive? Yin Wuliang was also angry at himself. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. So many demonic beasts couldn't kill Luo Tian. How many lives did this kid have? However, Yin Wuliang's face also became gloomy. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked. He snorted and said loudly, "If I were you, I would run as far as I can and never come back. I didn't expect you to come here to die." Luo Tian walked to the foot of the city wall. He didn't even look at Yin Wuliang. He filled his voice with vitality and said loudly, "Yin Wuliang, you are so vicious. You attracted so many demonic beasts and abandoned the people of the city for your own selfish desires. You don't deserve to be the city lord." Yin Wuliang was stunned and couldn't help but find it funny. He said, "I don't deserve to be the city lord. Do you want to be the city lord?" Luo Tian curled his lips and said, "Yes. From today onwards, you are no longer the city lord of Wuliang City." Yin Wuliang laughed loudly and said, "Are you talking in your sleep? You are overestimating yourself." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "House of Bai disciples, prepare to attack the city." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle prowess of the House of Bai's disciples soared. Bai Xiong gave a silly smile and said, "Boss, we've already prepared." Lin Dong frowned and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Boss, such a high wall, with our current cultivation, we can't rush up at all." Indeed, if they wanted to fly up the dozens of meters high wall, unless they reached the 6th level of the martial void realm, it would be impossible to rush up. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Later, you guys will walk into the city like you're walking on the main road. Be careful and try not to hurt the innocent. We still have to settle down in Wuliang City. If they killed too many people, it would definitely arouse the disgust of many people. If they wanted to establish a foothold in a place, they had to unite all forces. At the very least, they had to let the people at the bottom live a good life." Bai Xiong was shocked and said, "Boss, what idea do you have?" Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "You'll know later." After he finished speaking, Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the guards and warriors on the city wall, and said, "Today, Yin Wuliang and Dang Wumu must die. I don't want to hurt the innocent. Quickly leave the city wall will become a pile of ruins in a while. Don't become Yin Wuliang's cannon fodder. Today, he will definitely die. I, Luo Tian, will do what I say." Ha ha, trash like you want to attack my city? Trash like you can't even climb up the city, let alone attack it. How are you going to attack it? Yin Wuliang laughed loudly, as if he had heard an incomparably funny joke. This was simply impossible. Dang Wumu also sneered, "Luo Tian, who do you think you are? You think you can kill whoever you want? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? Last night, you hid in the dog's hole and escaped death. Today, you still dare to appear, humph. I think you're sleeping on the floor next to the latrine. You're not far from death." While the two of them were talking, there was a commotion on the city wall. The reason they were standing on the city walls was because Luo Tian had attracted the beast tide. They were standing here because they wanted to protect their home, boundless city. When they heard what Luo Tian said, they also had doubts in their hearts. At the same time, they were also doubtful. Could Luo Tian's 50-odd people take down the impregnable boundless city? Furthermore, they couldn't even fly up the city walls. How could they attack the city? How could he kill Yin Wuliang and Dang Wumu? If they retreated from the city walls at this time, it would mean that they had offended Yin Wuliang. Offending the city lord of boundless city wouldn't be easy in the future. Just as everyone was considering. Chen Dongfeng said loudly, "The city lord treats our lives like dirt. Why should we protect him? Kid, if you can kill him, I'll be the first to support you as the new city lord." With that said, he led the way down. With someone taking the lead, some martial artists immediately followed. No matter what, Luo Tian had saved immeasurable city before. If not for him, boundless city would probably have already become a dead city. It would be impossible to resist so many demonic beast armies. Then, more and more martial artists followed down the city walls. Yin Wuliang's expression became even uglier. His gaze was cold as he snorted and said, "I don't need trash to help me defend the city. You want to overturn the heavens with a mere 50 people? Luo Tian, I'll stand here and see how you break through my city." The people had already lost their hearts. If not for the fear of the city lord, even the guards beside him would have left. Yin Wuliang's brutality made the citizens of immeasurable city hate him very much. Seeing this situation, Luo Tian smiled. In the beginning, Luo Tian only had a 40% chance. If the entire city resisted, he wouldn't even have a 10% chance. But now, he had an 80% chance of taking down immeasurable city. He looked up at the sky and whispered in his heart, "Uncle Bai Chi, bless us. Immeasurable city will be our first base. The House of Bai will rise here. I want the name of the House of Bai to resound throughout the ancient continent. I want the name of the House of Bai to resound throughout the entire central continent within a month." In an instant, Luo Tian's brows twitched, and the idea sent an order, "Attack." Crack. Crack crack. Crack crack, rumble. Rumble, the sound of a huge rock rolling. It was incomparably heavy, as if a stone door weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was slowly being pushed open. Following that, an incomparably huge rock was lifted into the air. The moment Luo Tian's idea sent out an order, the huge rock suddenly flew up, turning into a perfect arc. It smashed towards the city wall with incomparable precision. The huge rock was like a small mountain. It cut through the air and pressed down with an incomparably hot aura. At the same time, the giant stone demon's fists pressed against the ground as its body pressed down. With a push of its four limbs, it shot out from tens of kilometers away, flying towards the city wall along with the incomparably huge rock. A black shadow pressed down on the city. It was as if a cloud had floated across the sky. Yin Wuliang's eyes bulged as he looked at the huge rock in the sky. His expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly, "Shatter the rock in the sky. Quick, quick, quick." At this moment, all the guards fled in all directions. Not a single one of them listened to him. Facing a rank 6 monster, and a rank 7 monster at that, With its current strength, even an ordinary rank 7 monster was no match for it. Who could stop the rock that it threw down after accumulating its strength? Luo Tian looked at Yin Wuliang, whose expression was incomparably ugly on the city wall. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a grim smile like that of a death god, and said, "Now you're being arrogant for me. If you continue to be so arrogant for me, I'll endure you for an entire night. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I won't be Luo Tian." The voice grew louder and louder. In the end, Luo Tian almost roared out. He was extremely unhappy. He couldn't enter the city, and he had to face the pursuit of the monster. He was like a stray dog for the entire night. The anger in Luo Tian's heart continued to accumulate. If he didn't vent it out, he would go crazy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rock fell, and the city wall turned into ruins. At that moment, Yin Wuliang unleashed the power of the Taiyan realm and dodged the attack. However, Dang Wumu wasn't so lucky. He was smashed into a pile of meat paste, and his feces burst out all over the ground. His eyes bulged. He couldn't understand at all. Why did this happen? He thought so beautifully yesterday, but why did it turn out like this today? Luo Tian alone could fight against tens of millions of monsters. Could he fight against a gold-rank city? Was he still human? The moment the city wall tower fell, Luo Tian took the lead. He pulled out the heavenly sword, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Kill!" At the same time, he raised his cultivation to the peak and rushed forward. He couldn't let Yin Wuliang escape. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. More importantly, Yin Wuliang was a mini-boss. Chapter 3 delivered, requesting support. As soon as the city was breached, the 50 disciples of the House of Bai rushed forward like ferocious beasts. All of them had stomachs full of anger. At this time, they weren't 50 people anymore. They were more like 5,000 people. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Coupled with the fact that the giant stone demon was running amok and constantly crushing them, the guards of Boundless City were fleeing in all directions like stray dogs. Coupled with the fact that Yin Wuliang was nowhere to be found, the guards of Boundless City were like headless flies, having no desire to continue fighting. In less than 15 minutes, they had killed their way into Boundless City. At this time, Luo Tian was like a king looking down on the world. He stood on high ground and shouted, "Yin Wuliang, you bastard, get out here. Didn't you want to kill me? Get out here now, don't hide." F***ck. He had a stomach full of anger. Ever since he escaped from Lingyan City, Luo Tian had been suppressing his anger. He had been chased all the way here and was even treated like this when he escaped to Boundless City. Fortunately, he had the level-up system. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he would have died a long time ago. Rumble. Rumble. The giant stone demon's long stone arm swept out, flipping the city tower over. Then, he pounded his chest with both hands and roared. The guards around him couldn't take it at all. Their eardrums were bleeding. At this time, an afterimage flew out at high speed. Luo Tian looked straight at him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He smiled coldly and said, "Bastard, let's see where you can run to." His body was glowing with a golden light. Who else could it be but Yin Wuliang? Even in his dreams, he didn't expect things to turn out like this in just one day. He shouldn't have provoked Luo Tian, this jinx. But it was too late to say anything now. The only way now was to kill Luo Tian. Only by killing him could he redeem everything. He was still the Boundless City Lord, the golden overlord of this path. Only by killing Luo Tian, thinking of this, Yin Wuliang's body suddenly floated in midair. His face darkened as he stared at Luo Tian. "If you're a man, then fight me one-on-one. If you don't dare, hee. I think you don't dare either. How can a piece of trash like you dare to fight me one-on-one?" He wasn't confident that he could defeat the giant stone demon. But, if it was a one-on-one battle with Luo Tian, he was 100% sure that he could kill him. Luo Tian looked like he was only in his 20s. He was really young and full of vigor. If he was provoked by Luo Tian's words, he would definitely accept it in anger. Once he accepted his challenge, then, Yin Wuliang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "As long as you dare to accept it, I'll immediately beat you until you crawl all over the ground." I want everyone in Boundless City to see that a piece of trash like you still dares to compete with me for the position of City Lord. Humph, before Luo Tian could accept it. Bai Xiong said with a look of disdain, one-on-one? Is your brain filled with shit? What right do you have to fight my boss one-on-one? Yin Wuliang, you're just a stray dog now. What right do you have to fight my boss one-on-one? These words sounded very familiar. It was what he said to Luo Tian yesterday. He didn't expect that Bai Xiong would return it to him in less than a day. Yin Wuliang's face darkened. He sneered and stared at Luo Tian in disdain. What's wrong? You don't dare? I think you don't dare either. A piece of trash like you doesn't even dare to accept my challenge. You want to become the City Lord of Boundless City? What a joke. Who would submit to you? He provoked him again. He didn't believe that Luo Tian wouldn't fall for it. Lin Dong said in a low voice, Boss, he's trying to provoke you. Don't fall for his trick. His cultivation is at the Taiyan realm. You're not his match at all. Don't fall for it. Bai Lingling also said, Lin Dong is right. His cultivation is far above yours. He wants to fight you one-on-one because he wants to kill you. Once you die, the position of City Lord of Boundless City will still be his. At that time, don't fall for it. They were very worried. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was a trap. Luo Tian wasn't a fool. How could he not know? He smiled and said, one-on-one? Yin Wuliang sneered and said, What? Are you afraid? Don't dare? It was also at this moment. The giant stone demon instantly went berserk. No one expected it to suddenly go crazy at this moment. It raised a huge rock and smashed it down at lightning speed. No matter how fast Yin Wuliang's reaction was, he couldn't dodge in time. His expression changed and he cursed, Luo Tian, you despicable person. Rumble. The huge rock fell. Yin Wuliang dodged slightly but was sent flying by the falling rock. He crashed into a house and his body caved in. He spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. His face was incomparably pale. His entire body was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian took a step forward and jumped up. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he instantly jumped dozens of meters away and landed in front of Yin Wuliang. He smiled sinisterly and said, Despicable? I'm still far from being comparable to you. But, since you proposed a one-on-one, I'll accept it. Sinister, despicable, if Luo Tian accepted the challenge from the start, then his brain must have been rusty. Of course, it wasn't because Luo Tian was afraid of him. Even if it was a head-on confrontation, Luo Tian might not necessarily lose to him with his cultivation strength. But he was just unhappy in his heart. He just wanted to trick him and let him know what it meant to give him a taste of his own medicine. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian suddenly attacked and punched down. It was also at this moment. Yin Wuliang raised his eyes slightly and sneered. He said, a piece of trash like you wants to kill me? Go to hell. His body shot out like a cannonball. The power of the Taiyan realm erupted completely, the surrounding crowd was shocked. He's pretending. Yin Wuliang is really sinister. Luo Tian still fell for it. Yin Wuliang was waiting for him to agree to the one-on-one. Sigh, in this case, the one who loses in the end is still Luo Tian. At that time, Wuliang City is afraid that. Many warriors shook their heads and sighed. Everyone knew. There was an insurmountable gap between the martial void realm and the Taiyan realm. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, he couldn't be Yin Wuliang's opponent. Chen Dongfeng secretly frowned and said, this kid is still too young. To deal with this kind of person, he should have used that giant stone demon to kill him. Why bother about his face? Indeed. However, Luo Tian had his own plans for Luo Tian, just as Yin Wuliang had said, if he couldn't kill Yin Wuliang with his own strength, then there would be many people who wouldn't accept him as the City Lord of Boundless City in the future. Since he wanted to be the City Lord, then he had to show some strength. Wasn't it just a one-on-one, then let him see what it meant to kill someone of a higher realm. Their power collided. Luo Tian felt the rich power of the Taiyan realm and retreated dozens of steps. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said with a smile, the cultivation of the Taiyan realm is really strong. Thank you to Next Stop Happiness for the 1888 reward. Thank you to all the brothers for your rewards. Old Bull is very grateful. In the past, he relied on the transformation card to deal with those in the Grand Yen realm. Luo Tian had never used his own cultivation. In the past, the difference in their levels was too great. But now, he was already at the peak of level 5 Martial Void Realm. He wanted to challenge him. They clashed. In terms of power, it was obvious that the difference wasn't just a little bit. Instead, it was huge. Luo Tian retreated dozens of steps, yet Yin Wuliang didn't retreat even a single step. A smug cold smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Ha ha ha. I'll call you trash. You want to be the city lord of Boundless City with such strength? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Arrogant, proud, Yin Wuliang was very excited. At this time, if Luo Tian used the giant stone demon, he would be breaking his promise. It was not wise for a city lord. He believed that Luo Tian would not use the giant stone demon. As long as he did not use the giant stone demon, no one in Boundless City would be his match. As long as he killed Luo Tian, everything would be settled. Bai Xiong scolded, "Yin Wuliang, if you dare say anything bad about our boss again, I will not let you go." They were all unhappy that their boss was being scolded. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Yin Wuliang, is this the power of your Grand Yen realm? It's not enough." The move just now was just to test his strength. It was not as strong as Luo Tian thought. He did not even use Yuan Qi to defend himself. He blocked Yin Wuliang's move with just his physical body. Yin Wuliang's face twisted and he said disdainfully, "How dare you be so arrogant? I'll send you to the Western Paradise with one move." In an instant, Yin Wuliang's hands moved slightly. His robes fluttered without any wind. Gusts of wind rose from his feet. His entire body flashed with the light of Yuan Qi, becoming stronger bit by bit. Finally, his body was like a flame, burning with Yuan Qi. Chen Dongfeng's expression secretly changed, and he could not help reminding, "Heaven-burning palm, you must not meet his palm. Otherwise, your body will turn into ashes." This is a super strong essence energy transformed from burning essence energy. Your current physical body simply cannot withstand it. Yin Wuliang laughed coldly and said, "Old Chen, at least you're knowledgeable enough to know that this is the burning sky palm." "That's right. This is the burning sky palm. I've already cultivated it to the 9th level. With the speed and pressure of my Grand Yen realm, do you think trash like him can dodge it?" "Luo Tian. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll definitely leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I will turn you into ashes. Even your consciousness and soul will be burned away." The burning sky palm was a technique of extreme yang. At the 9th level, the burning sky palm was like a scorching sun descending. It could instantly vaporize anyone who came into contact with it. Bai Lingling's expression was extremely anxious, but she did not dare to speak. She knew very well that Luo Tian would definitely not retreat. He would definitely beat Yin Wuliang to the ground. No one could persuade him otherwise. Because he was Luo Tian, the word retreat did not exist in his world. If not for them, Luo Tian would have killed everyone in Lingyun City. He would not have escaped into Boundless City at all. Now, she was very worried, but she did not dare to say it. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong were the same. They clenched their fists and clenched their teeth as they looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body moved slightly. He smiled and said, "Burning sky palm, right?" Yin Wuliang smiled and said, "That's right." "Scared? You still have a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Or else," without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian roared, "or else my ass. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let you live for one more second. Of course. I'll still turn you into ashes. You're asking for it." Yin Wuliang was extremely angry. His vitality burned even brighter. He charged at Luo Tian like a bolt of lightning. Chen Dongfeng sighed inwardly. He did not dare to watch. Sigh. What a pity. He's still too young. How can a martial void realm be a match for a Grand Yen realm cultivator? What's more, the burning sky palm is a heaven-level technique. The surrounding cultivators all sighed. However, the moment Yin Wuliang rushed out, Luo Tian's body emitted an extremely strong yang energy. His heart sank as he shouted, "Nine Suns Divine Power, Extreme Yang Energy. Destroy everything." He released the Nine Suns Divine Power. This was the first time Luo Tian released the Nine Suns Divine Power, since Yin Wuliang had cultivated an extreme yang cultivation technique. Then he would use the extreme yang cultivation technique to defeat him. He would make him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. He would also let the people of Wuliang City see what it meant to be absolutely crushed. Yin Wuliang laughed arrogantly and said, "In front of my burning sky palm, any cultivation technique that is as strong as yang is nothing but a decoration. You want to use this kind of cultivation technique to deal with me? What a joke. It's too funny." Luo Tian did not speak. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him, in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. There was no dodging or retreating. It was completely two palms against each other. Yin Wuliang laughed arrogantly and said, "Kid, turn into ashes." "Ha ha ha. No one can escape from my burning sky palm." However, but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Zichen said. His palms began to burn. They burned crazily. His body was in turmoil. It was as if lava was boiling in his chest, burning crazily from the inside out. His eyes were trembling. He looked at Luo Tian's unharmed hands and said in horror, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, 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 impossible." Luo Tian was unharmed, but he spontaneously combusted. What was going on, even Shen Dongfeng could not understand. Why was this? Everyone around could not understand. The burning sky palm was extremely domineering. No one below the Taiyan realm was its match. Not only did Luo Tian block it, but he also made Yin Wuliang spontaneously combusted. Could it be that the extreme yang energy technique he cultivated was of a higher level than Yin Wuliang's? No, it was definitely not as simple as a high-level one. Even if it was a high-level one, Luo Tian could not be Yin Wuliang's match based on the difference in cultivation. Unless Luo Tian's cultivation technique had surpassed the divine level and reached the divine level? The extreme yang energy technique of the divine level, was there such a technique in the middle state? Even the two stewards of the Cloud Mist Academy couldn't think of any divine ability cultivation method. Luo Tian looked at Yin Wuliang's terrified eyes and smiled. "Go on, laugh, be arrogant. What's wrong now? Are you scared? Why aren't you laughing anymore?" His voice became louder and louder. In the end, Luo Tian almost roared. His arms moved violently and his palms hit Yin Wuliang's chest. He shouted, "You can't be arrogant? Then I will be arrogant. Die." Defeated in one move, and it was a complete defeat, it was also a cultivation technique of extreme yang. Luo Tian surpassed the gap of 5 realms and used his own strength to crush Yin Wuliang. Yin Wuliang turned into ashes with a look of fear in his eyes. In that instant, a notification sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing immeasurable city lord Yin Wuliang for obtaining 230,000 experience points, essence Chi values 30,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 380,000 profound coin. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Burning Heaven Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding! Sin value +1 inch. It was also at this moment. The moment Yin Wuliang turned into ashes, a ray of light in the air was sucked into Luo Tian's body, directly entering his mind and being absorbed by the ancient trees sprout in his mind. The scene was just like a ray of sunlight being absorbed in Plants vs. Zombies. When he absorbed that tiny ray of light, Luo Tian could clearly feel the tiny sprout stretching out slightly. It was just a slight movement. Luo Tian felt the power of Pengu's creation spread throughout his entire body. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort and shock. Although it was short, that feeling could not be described with words. Strong. Too strong. It only stretched out a little, not even half a centimeter in height, and yet it was able to erupt with such a dense power. If this F*** were to grow into a towering tree, what kind of power would it erupt with? Unimaginable, while he was in shock. Luo Tian was also puzzled, what exactly is that light? It grew a little after absorbing that ray of light. What if it absorbs a little in the future? Will it grow a little faster? At this moment, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, that tiny ray of light just now was Yin Wuliang's soul that you just killed. His soul was absorbed, and only then did it grow a little. I am also absolutely curious, how could the ancient tree absorb other souls in your body? Furthermore, it can even promote its own growth. This is something that has never happened before. Ha ha ha, that's because I'm handsome. Luo Tian said excitedly. He did not expect the ancient tree to be able to absorb a person's soul. Wouldn't that be another reason for him to kill? In the future, as long as it was someone who deserved to be killed, he would not let a single one of them off. Fantasy Fairy rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said, don't be happy too early. Didn't you realize that it didn't absorb the souls of ordinary warriors? It only absorbed a little bit of Yin Wuliang's soul after killing him. This means that it only absorbs souls above the Grand Yen realm. Moreover, I think it won't absorb souls below the Grand Yen realm in the future. These souls have no power at all, so the ancient tree must be too lazy to absorb them. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Luo Tian's head. Cold to the core, Luo Tian was a little unconvinced. Little sister Huan Huan, that's just what you think. In my opinion, the ancient tree will absorb the souls of Grand Yen realm cultivators. Even if it doesn't absorb them, I'll still kill stronger people. Myriad Illusion realm cultivators, Holy Spirit realm cultivators, and even Emperor realm cultivators. Just you wait and see. Luo Tian had some idea about the ancient tree's mutation. In the short span of half a month, it finally grew a little. This was a pleasant surprise for Luo Tian. However, it also increased the challenge for Luo Tian. Feeling the shocking power of that half a centimeter, no matter how difficult it was, Luo Tian would cultivate the ancient tree. Yin Wuliang died. The guards of Boundless City immediately put down their weapons. At this moment, the entire city quietened down, and more people gathered around. They were all looking at Luo Tian, staring at him and the disciples of the House of Bai who were fighting a bloody battle. Suddenly, Chen Dongfeng was the first to walk out. He clapped his hands and shouted, City Lord, City Lord, City Lord. Slowly, behind him, more and more martial artists began to shout. City Lord! City Lord! City Lord! The voices got louder and louder, and more people shouted. Finally, it spread to the entire city. Tens of millions of people were all shouting in unison, City Lord, City Lord, City Lord. Their voices shook the sky and were deafening. The disciples of the House of Bai laughed. Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and the others laughed. Luo Tian also laughed. They had taken down Boundless City. They finally had a place to stay. All of this was very difficult for them, who had been on the run for half a month. To the disciples of the House of Bai, the person they wanted to thank the most was Luo Tian. If it wasn't for him, they might have already died under the Deng family's pursuit. Also at this moment, everyone from the House of Bai looked at Luo Tian and shouted louder than anyone else, City Lord, City Lord, City Lord. Luo Tian glanced at them and couldn't help but think of those people shouting his name when he became the supreme martial artist of the Tianxian continent. This feeling was very good, but the responsibility was also greater. He pressed his hands down slightly, and the entire city fell silent, quietly waiting for Luo Tian. Luo Tian said loudly, from today onwards, I, Luo Tian, am your new city lord. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered. An even louder sound pierced through. Amidst the cheers of many citizens, Luo Tian and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was extremely gorgeous. It could be said to be luxurious. The construction was 100 times more luxurious than the Palace of Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Yin Wuliang really knows how to enjoy life. However, Luo Tian wasn't Yin Wuliang. For a place to stay, as long as there was a bed, it was fine. In the face of such a luxurious city lord's mansion, he made a decision to turn this place into a martial arts arena and sell off everything that wasn't useful. Then there was, reform the tax laws of Boundless City. Reduce it by half, Then there was the compensation for all the damaged houses during the siege today and repair them. Then there was the city walls, he helped from morning to night. Luo Tian didn't even have time to eat. Right now, there were many things waiting to be done in Boundless City. He had to stabilize the hearts of the people in order to be able to sit firmly as the city lord. Only then could he give the disciples of the House of Bai a place to rest and recuperate. Only then could he plan the next step. The full moon hung in the sky. After Luo Tian finalized the last reform plan, he stretched lazily and looked up slightly. What entered his eyes was a peerless face, staring at him without blinking. It was Bai Lingling. Luo Tian was reviewing the plan at the dark table while she lay there, staring at him without blinking. Looking at Luo Tian's seriousness, Bai Lingling felt that she loved this man even more. She was deeply attracted by the invisible charm that Luo Tian exuded. Seeing Luo Tian raise his head, Bai Lingling's expression turned cold. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "What are you looking at so intently?" "My city lord's wife." It was a long night, and there was no one around. Why not? Let's do something that we love to do. A new month was about to begin. Old Bull knew that all the brothers had a guaranteed monthly vote. Tomorrow, Old Bull didn't ask for 200 votes, only 100 votes. Once there were 100 votes, Old Bull would write 5 chapters. That was to say, 20 votes plus 1 chapter. It had been a long time since there was an explosion. Brothers, 20 votes plus 1 chapter, please do your best. There was still an hour to April 1st. Old Bull was definitely not stupid. Tomorrow, 20 votes plus 1 chapter. The night was long and he was not in the mood to sleep. In this beautiful night, if he did not do anything, it would be a waste. Moreover, after a tiring day, if there was a girl to help you stretch your muscles and bones, give you a massage or something, and then do some exercises that were not suitable for children, how pleasant would that be? Luo Tian also thought so. Moreover, he looked at Bai Lingling's lovely eyes. As long as he asked, she would definitely not refuse. Immediately, Luo Tian's fingers moved slightly, holding Bai Lingling's chin. With an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, he said ambiguously, "City Lord's wife, what do you think?" Bai Lingling naturally knew what Luo Tian wanted to do. Her cheeks were a little red, and she nodded shyly. She softly said "N," which was a tacit agreement. In an instant, Luo Tian's whole body was full of energy. With a swing of his body, he crossed the table to the other side and hugged Bai Lingling into his arms. He said softly, "I haven't done it on the table before. Today, I must fight with you until dawn." Office OL, the best seduction. In his previous life, there were many such things in the action movies of the island countries. At that time, Luo Tian was just an otaku loser. It was impossible for him to have a chance to try it. Now, his heart was filled with evil. Thinking of all kinds of super powerful and powerful cool movements, he could not help but become excited. A hand reached into Bai Lingling's arms and grabbed a huge little white rabbit with ease. The little white rabbit was strong and elastic, and it was abnormally firm and powerful. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed it fiercely. It was impossible to catch it completely, as if it was going to leak out from the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, Bai Lingling's body became boiling hot, and she let out a low moan, N, just as Luo Tian wanted to take a step further. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. F***CK. Luo Tian was annoyed. He immediately withdrew his hand and tidied up Bai Lingling's clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold and evil smile. He said, "Don't worry, there's plenty of time tonight. Wait for me in the room." Bai Lingling was stunned. She was so engrossed in her work that she did not notice that someone had entered the hall. It was only when she saw Bai Xiong enter the hall in a hurry that her expression darkened. She turned to the side and quickly tidied her clothes. She put on a cold expression and said softly, "I've placed the food on the table for you. Remember to eat it." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the hall. Bai Xiong greeted her, "Sis, why are you leaving?" Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at him. There was a hint of anger in her eyes, as if she was blaming him. Bai Xiong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. However, he would not think about it at all. He immediately forgot about Bai Lingling's angry gaze and walked to Luo Tian's side. He said, "Boss, the disciples of the house of Bai have all been arranged." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Have they been arranged according to my wishes?" Bai Xiong said, "Yes, boss." "I don't understand. The 50 brothers of the house of Bai have not rested enough in Infinite City. Why are they leaving so soon? And they have to change their names and identities. They have to sneak out of Infinite City, just like thieves." He did not understand. The brothers of the house of Bai did not understand either. However, as long as it was Luo Tian's order, they would not ask and would directly carry it out. In their hearts, Luo Tian had an incomparable position. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "You will know in the future." This was his move. The weakest of the people of the house of Bai had superior talent. Basically, all of them had superior talent. He wanted to immerse these people in the various major forces, whether it was Cloud Mist College, Cloud Mist Haijia, or other king forces. He would not even let go of the Abyss College and some devil sects. To nurture so many disciples with superior talent, Luo Tian's current forces alone would not be enough. Superior talent required endless resources. This way, the speed of their breakthroughs would be like a rocket, so fast that it would make one's hair stand on end. Using other people's resources to nurture his own brothers, how amazing would that be? Moreover, once the time was right, then, Luo Tian was very much looking forward to that scene. Then, Luo Tian asked again, "Record their new names and identities for me, and, don't contact us unless it's absolutely necessary. They have to solve all problems by themselves. They have to learn to grow on their own." Bai Xiong nodded and said, "Yes, I've passed down these words. Although they don't know your plan, as long as it's your order, no one will question it." Along the way, Luo Tian was like a god. If this was a good move, then, in less than 10 years, he might be able to secretly control the entire central continent. Even if he couldn't control the central continent, he would be close to it. At the very least, within these 10 years, Luo Tian's goal was to overturn the Hai family. "Oh right. Boss, when I came here just now, there were 2 elders outside the city lord's mansion. They were stopped by 2 guards. They claimed to be the examiners of Cloud Mist College. I don't know if it's true or not. The guards said that you were resting and did not let them in." Bai Xiong said. Luo Tian was startled and said, "Go out and take a look. If they're still there, let them in. It's time for us to participate in the second round of the qualifiers. We have to enter Cloud Mist College as soon as possible." It had been almost half a year in the ancient continent. To him, time passed very quickly. However, to Li Shuer, who had been poisoned by the soul poison, a day might feel like a year. They had to enter Cloud Mist College as soon as possible, find that elder, and understand the formula of the soul poison's antidote. Bai Xiong immediately walked out quickly. 5 minutes later. The 2 elders walked into the main hall with smiles on their faces and bowed politely. They didn't have the air of an examiner of Cloud Mist College at all. This was completely different from Lingyun City. Ao Xing's face was full of arrogance and that kind of superior aura. It was as if everyone else was a bunch of trash in his eyes. Luo Tian also stood up to welcome them. When he saw Chen Dongfeng, he immediately went forward and thanked him. "I have to thank the 2 of you for today's matter. If it weren't for the 2 of you taking the lead, the large number of martial artists in Boundless City would have been enough to stop us." Indeed. If Chen Dongfeng hadn't taken the initiative to respond, just those martial artists in Boundless City alone would have been enough to make Luo Tian suffer. When Chen Dongfeng saw that Luo Tian didn't have the air of a city lord, his impression of Luo Tian improved. He said, "What are you talking about? I was just following the situation. Yin Wuliang is incomparably cruel. There have been many voices of opposition in Boundless City for a long time. It's just that they didn't dare to resist because of his Grand Yen Realm cultivation. You merely did what they didn't dare to do. Today, even without us, you would have succeeded." Luo Tian smiled and said, "The 2 of you must have come to visit so late at night. You must have something to tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely cooperate." Chapter 1. End of chapter 1129. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.